Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI-empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI-empowered Magic Portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Good to have you here. Welcome to the Boulevard. This is very hot right now, but when the sun sets down, this place becomes the beating heart of the city of Riyadh. But we're here for another reason, because today is day number 2 of the Honor of Kings Invitational mid-season, where we will have to say goodbye to 4 teams, but 8 of them will continue all the way into the playoffs and will fight for honor and for the crown.
We the Kings, it's our honor showtime.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the Honor of Kings Invitational mid-season. We're celebrating the Esports World Cup right over here in Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I'm your host for this tournament, Isaac Peña. Join with me, Holler Kintofu.
That's right, it's your favorite kind of tofu. Am I excited to get this day started? Holla, how about you?
Oh, I'm super excited. I mean, 4 teams are going to go home today. We're going to find out who moves on.
And who moves on, it's just all depending on our system. And if you did not know how we're going to crown our champion, here's a short video to get you up to speed.
Get ready for the highly anticipated Honor of Kings Invitational mid-season at Esports World Cup. The top 12 teams from the qualifiers and the invited teams are set to converge in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for a live showdown from August the 1st to August the 4th, all vying for their share of a massive $3 million prize pool. Let's dive into how the tournament will unfold. The tournament kicks off with an intense group stage over the first 2 days featuring 30 matches. The 12 teams will be split into 2 groups of 6, battling it out in a round-robin format with best-of-1 matches. Each group will compete in 15 matches to determine the top 4 teams advancing through to the knockouts. The excitement intensifies as we head into the knockouts over the next 2 days, starting with the quarterfinals. The top 8 teams from the group stages will compete in a best-of-3 single-elimination format. The winner of each of these matches advances to the semi-finals the following day to face their opponents in a best-of-5. The semi-final winners will then face off in the finals, where the ultimate victor will be crowned champion, claiming the trophy and eternal glory. Additionally, the champion will have the opportunity to smash 3 of their rival keys and add them to their trophy. Mark your calendars for August the 1st and don't miss out a moment of action as your favorite teams go head-to-head in a live competition on stage.
Lads, yesterday during 15 amazing BO1s, we had electrifying activities, great gameplay, BO1s, BO3, BO5s, all the way here in these group stages, all the way until the finals. What is the main difference between BO1s, BO3s, and BO5s?
I mean, there's a lot of strategy in mind, right? The BO3 and BO5, you have like counter picks. You can kind of, you evolve throughout that competition, through that series. But in the best of 1, everything goes.
That's right. So you get to have the killing blow, but you have to think through a little bit more in the BO3s and the BO5s. It really comes down to that big strategy. What's the overarching view you have of your opponent?
You need to have a strat, man, if you want to go home with that $1 million US, if you want to be the champion. A total amount of $3 million right over here, 1 million for the champs.
Yeah, $1 million. What kind of things would you do with that bank, man?
I can't tell you this in public. I think I might get in trouble, but it's one of those things
We're going to keep that conversation.
Yeah. We'll take this one offline.
Amazing, man. It's just great energy that we have had yesterday. Amazing gameplay, and we have to come here and get our top 5 plays brought to you by Aramco.
Right, so top 5 plays is going to be really interesting. It's going to be the first one.
First one right over here, man. The way that Fly comes in. I know that most people are just thinking about how Ogren is just taking all the kills, but actually the way that Fly started the whole fight, that was precious.
Yep, and this was the opening game of yesterday, so this was a very strong display, and the set ended set by the KPL Dream Team of how games will have gone for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and KPL, it was one of those things where they were playing for the first time on the international stage. How were they going to play? And it looks like they had no rust. They knew what they were going to do, and they just completely dominated that first game.
Completely dominated indeed, the same as LPS right over here against Boom.
The Brazilian Kings doing so well for themselves, really working out the strategy to win this best of 1 very cleanly.
Yeah, very clean. I mean, no real chance. Boom Esports right now, they were on the defensive from the beginning, and they were just kind of reacting to what Loops was doing in that game. Very difficult game for them. Boom Esports really, they kind of need to step things up. I'm kind of worried about them going to this tournament here.
Stepping things up right over here, Team Secret and LGD Gaming.
Yep, this was the spicy one of yesterday, and boy, did LGD entertain. Putting the Da Xiao back into the shelf here, you know, Team Secret has to show up somehow today.
Yeah, a lot of strategy with that one, and it was the Team Secret special, and it looks like LGD had all of the counters for that.
Right over here, KPL Dream Team one more time against Boom Esports right over there next to the Crystal.
Yeah, this was a cherry on top, right? Because this was the fastest game yesterday on the side of KPL Dream Team.
Not even 9 minutes, man. Yeah. That was a complete show.
Yeah, and it was one of those things where it's the highlight reel for the KPL team, because we can kind of see them quite a bit on that one.
And our top play is going to come from LGD against Kagendra.
Yep, this one was spicy. I mean, they put up a fight on the side of Kage, but LGD was just too strong.
Too strong, too smart. They were completely baiting them out, especially in this team fight, which ultimately ended the game. LGD playing with their food almost, and Kagendra, they thought they had an advantage. Look at them. They're now on the run, and they got completely wiped out.
And that was it, man. That was the last push that LGD needed just to take the crystal and just to take the dub. Kakendra thought that they could counter, but no. It was just lights out for them.
Yep, so that sets the tone for today. That's a lot of games we have to go through with all the different teams for the rest of, what, 4 or 5 hours?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you to Aramco for bringing us the top 5 plays from yesterday. And the players were actually really alive. They were feeling a lot of nerves, man. Like, they won. And we have over here the top reactions brought to you by Doritos.
Yep, can you imagine coming all the way here into the kingdom and having a play in front of a huge crowd?
Yeah, I don't know if it can. I mean, but look at these guys. They're completely, the camaraderie's there, the seriousness. I mean, the ecstaticness, like he was incredibly happy. Everybody was on another level in terms of just making sure that they were showing up and having a great time on this group stage.
Yep, and if you felt that they were locked in yesterday, boy, do I have some news for you. Today, they're gonna be in the zone.
I hope that they're gonna be in the zone, man, because I just want more of these reactions. Today is do or die, man. You either are gonna end up laughing or you're gonna end up crying.
Yep, I mean, it's the stakes are high. So what kind of flavoring do you like your steaks?
Well, Dorito flavored for sure. I mean, that's definitely gonna help me out, no?
That is gonna help you out for sure, man. That is going to help you out for sure. Thank you very much to Doritos for bringing us the top reactions of yesterday. We had 15 BO1s, and that set us up to how Group A and Group B are looking on the stands, right? We're gonna start first with Group B. KPL Dream Team, Weibo Gaming, 3 games, 3 dubs.
Yep, this was surprising, right? So KPL Dream Team, with the performance, we already know how they operate. But Weibo Gaming coming out 3-0. That's a huge one for today.
Yeah, I was kind of not really expecting a 3-0 from Weibo. In some of the games, they were definitely playing from behind. So the fact that they were able to kind of come back and to make sure that put a statement on their name, so to speak, by going 3-0 speaks volumes about this team.
Like, nobody was expecting this, right? And their hero picks was one of the reasons why they actually were able to turn things around.
Yep, exactly. There was a lot of funneling on the side of Weibo Gaming. And with the help of the Clash lane in the jungle, they funnel all into the farm lane. And when you get the farm lane on the side of Weibo Gaming, all that farm, you know what he does with that money.
Yeah, a lot of money. And Guyu was kind of running with most of that money. He was kind of carrying that team from the Clash lane. He was doing quite well. Very impressive play by him. He had a great day one.
Boys, Weibo is showing up, man. Like, we gotta admit on that. And you can show them some love with the EWC Player Review event. Remember to search for HOK Camp to enter the player review section where you can rate and share your opinions on the participating players. During the event, you can also earn in-game rewards by posting reviews. Head over to HOK Camp now to learn more about the event details. And the fans have been talking a lot about the KPL Dream Team from yesterday, the way that those players have been actually doing this. And that brings us to our match of the day, brought to you by Jamil Motorsports. It's going to be KPL Dream Team against Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, now this is the real test. Okay, so what? Game 1, you got 3-0. That's fine. Now we put you to the real test against Dream Team.
There's going to be a lot of pressure on this one. I think Weibo is going to be comfortable knowing that, hey, no matter really what happens, they're going to advance. But this is going to be a true test in terms of what sort of drafts can we do? What sort of strategies? And we're going to find out all of these different pieces. Weibo Gaming, I'm hoping that they use this as, again, that true test.
Yep, so I'm going to start with the Clash lane. They had a Charlotte yesterday. They had a Dharma as well, right? So this is going to be very important. How do they funnel all of this advantage into their farm lane?
The top lane has been such stand-in, man. Like, it has been really clutch. They really need to do their really best if they want to move forward.
Yeah, no, I think that, you know, they're showing up. I don't know if they're going to beat out in the top seed. That's going to be a very difficult ask going up against KPL. But, you know, again, if you're top 3 going in, I think as Weibo fans, you got to be very happy about that.
We're going to have to wait to see our match of the day between the two of them. Now, let's move to the other group. On Group A, things are a lot tighter. LGD Gaming, 3 games, 3 victories. And then you have a tie. Team Secret, Team Vitality, Vivo Kids Stars. All 2 games, 1 win, 1 loss. Do or die for them.
Yeah, I kind of want to talk about Group A in the sense of maybe the group of mediocrity, because there's a lot of guys that are kind of in middling, but Team Secret is one of those squads that we really need to look into, right? I think that they had that loss against LGD, but it's still a team that, you know, is quite formidable. I think that they should be able to make waves.
Yep, you know, Secret, I think they're still hiding so many cards. It's always been, hey, let's bring the Da Qiao Fuzi out. And is that enough? I don't think so. Today, they need to change it up.
Yeah, and Team Secret was a team that went to China. They were boot camping. They were playing against the other Chinese teams, and they were supposedly ready. But going up against LGD, they didn't show their cards. They didn't do anything different. The draft that they picked was pretty much straight out of S2, so LGD was not caught off guard. They knew how to do it. They picked the new heroes, and they pretty much just dominated that game.
Yep, so tip to the other teams, maybe you want to take a look at Yuhan. I think he is the secret sauce in Team Secret.
Yeah,
Let's
for sure.
wait and see, man. They're going to be fighting against VKS in order to actually move forward, right? That game today is going to be spicy, man.
Yes, VKS, the next team we want to talk about. So VKS, I think, maybe there was some nerves. They were a little bit trigger happy with their skills. I think if they can fix that today, they could be at a much higher level.
Yeah, they did make some misplays. They were kind of, Mena was a little unconventional. He was not to his normal standard of play. But Caesar, on the other hand, he was next level. Again, he's very good on that early, completely dominating that first game, but then they kind of lost in that second game against Vitality, and now they're kind of in a bit of a rut.
And that is the problem, man. Like, already losing against Vitality when you're in a three-way over here, it's going to put them really on their back foot, man. Team Vitality, on the other hand, like, jungle, perfect, fighting, perfect. What else do we have from Team Vitality that could actually put them in that second place?
Well, we need to rewind. It's the Vitality VKS match that put them in this place, right?
Yeah.
So it was a 90 Dharma that kind of destroyed the backlines. Well, kind of the entire team, actually, because with the mantras he had. True enlightenment for the team on the side of VKS. He crushed them. Nadi was doing a great job.
Yeah, doing a great job. And Vitality, this was the bounce-back game that they wanted. They got 5th through 8th place in the Season 2. They definitely wanted to do much better on this one. And, basically it's a statement game going up against VKS.
It's going to be VKS, it's going to be Team Secret, it's going to be Team Vitality that is going to notch that second place. We still don't know. What we do know is that Team Vitality are one of the few HOK teams that are eligible for club championship points. They're aiming for glory as well as this sweet trophy. If you don't know how the trophy works, take a look.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the club championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Okay, so welcome back. Now that was the trophy key system. I want to ask you boys, have you seen the motto on the key? It says, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Yeah, it's great words to live by, especially in this state where there's so much at stake. I think it's very interesting because the winner taking home trophies, like for myself personally, I would take those as the winner and I would put it as a doormat.
Oh my gosh, everything is just on the line. Right now, the club championship has a new update. Quickshot is going to be talking us through that one. Let's see that.
Hello everybody, Quickshot here from EWC Central. Today, the group stage of Honor of Kings Invitational mid-season will conclude. So let's check out how it will impact the rankings in the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. Now to start with for the HOK standings here in Group A, LGD Gaming has been undefeated throughout day 1 and a playoffs finish is a much necessary conclusion for this club. They only have one other team competing here in Riyadh, so both of these teams need to finish in the top 8 to be eligible for the club championship and a shot at the prize money. Over in Group B, Weibo Gaming has a total of 4 teams in Riyadh. So getting their first points on the board would be a good start for the club, but they need to contend with the KPL Dream Team. Now, they will not be eligible for the club championship as they have no other teams at EWC. Crucially, in Group B, Team Falcons are struggling. They may be in trouble, but when you look at the top of the table, they're currently in the lead with 3,500 points. This could see their team eliminated from HOK Invitational mid-season, but with the current lead and many more teams left in the EWC events, they are probably looking likely to take it. Will anybody be able to upset Team Falcons when the other squads catch up? You'll have to find out, and the place to find out will be here on EWC Central. For more updates on that club championship, as well as all the other games, as well as teaching, mini games, and just hanging out for a good time, you can join us every Thursday to Sunday from 4 until 8. Twitch.tv/EWC. That does it from me and the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC.
Team Falcons locking in, man. He got it locked. In terms of the club championship right now, they've got such a gigantic lead.
Yeah, man, it's a huge amount of money. I would like their bank, man.
Yeah, of course, 7 million.
Yeah, I don't think they're sharing, by the way, but it's still one of those things where they still have a chance. This is the local team. Obviously, we've seen, the audience. We went to the stage the other day, and we just saw how much support that they have. And Team Falcons, their HQ is right next by. It's one of those things where a lot of the supporters are there, but can the team really step up today?
Team Falcons are going to have an opportunity today just to keep counting more and more and more points, as they're going to have their first match against Boom Esports, right? We can see over there on your screen, Stream A and Stream B, we're gonna have 15 more games. And in case of a tie, we're gonna have tiebreakers right after all that. Lots of emotions for you guys to be over here online. But let's move on to the first game, man. Team Falcons against Boom Esports.
Yeah, it's going to be a spicy one because both of them have pretty high stakes in this. They want to get some points on board. If I'm not wrong, Boom did not win a single game yesterday.
Yeah, they didn't win a single one. They snuck in, so to speak. They got that 3-0 in the RRQ and the SEA showdown, so that's what got them here. But their presence or their performance yesterday, not great. They're 0-3. They are on the bottom looking up. Very difficult situation for Boom Esports.
I like the way they're walking in, though. That's a walk of confidence. At least, they have some foundation to start.
The problem in here, man, is that whoever that loses this game is going to be our first team eliminated. Because mathematically, not being able to take one more win in here is just going to kick them out of the tournament.
Yeah, man, it's painful, right? Imagine your key getting crushed right at the second day. That's a painful experience.
Yeah, road to the airport directly. Do not go past go. Do not collect $200. Go directly to jail. Unfortunately for them, they might be in that situation. Not a great situation for either of these teams.
Boys, let's talk about this. Let's be realistic. For them, it's a learning experience.
Oh, for sure.
They come here, they're going to get more experience. It's important for them to learn.
Yep.
STC play predictions. Let's predict what's going to happen. Who do you guys believe is going to win?
I actually think Falcons learn really fast, so I'm going to go with Falcons.
I was gonna go with Falcons. All right, just to make it interesting, I'm gonna go with Boom Esports. I wasn't too impressed with their play yesterday, but again, I think we just need that divide, so to speak, and I'm gonna go with Boom Esports on
I'm gonna go Boom Esports as well.
Boom.
I'm gonna go Boom Esports as well because yesterday, after seeing them playing and after looking at the fans, they've got a gigantic fan base right now that they're really rooting for them. Back home, everyone's got their hope on the fact that they're going to make it through, and I hope that they're not going to make their fans just a little bit sadder, man. Well, 15 seconds for us to move to the Amazon Arena. We're going to start our 15 games of the day. The stage is set, the lights are on, the players are ready. What about if we go to the Amazon Arena?
And ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور, welcome to the second day of Honor of Kings Invitational Mid-Season, happening right here at the Amazon Arena, Esports World Cup, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. I'm Bara Abdallah, along with the very talented and beautiful Sky. How are you?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen from all over the world. It's my honor again for the second day of our group stages to standing right here. I'm feeling excited, but at the same time a little bit sad because today we have to say goodbye for 4 teams in total because we only have 8 seats left in the playoffs.
You got that right, and I think we are definitely ready for the first match. We're gonna see some Kings rising and Empires clashing. You ready, Sky?
I think the both teams are ready for this. Let's get the party started. Let's welcome, give it up to Team Boom Esports. I think one night is more than enough for Boom to get everything ready. They're ready to take down their enemies.
Let's see what's gonna happen in this match against their challenger. Here comes Team Falcons. Team Falcons are ready to fly with victory. This is gonna be a survival match, right, Sky?
It's super important because none of the teams have been experienced a taste of victory so far. So this is it, do or die. You have to earn this because nothing is granted. It has to be earned, right?
You got that right. And more details with our amazing talents at the studio. Ready, Sky? On 3, 2, 1, yalla.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Stuart. Joining me for the first 6 games of today is Blam. And as the analyst said, it is do or die for our teams here at the Honor of Kings Invitational mid-season. The first series of the day, as you saw, Boom Esports against Falcons. Both of these teams at the moment, Blam, currently sitting at the bottom of the standings. Boom 0-3, Team Falcons 0-2. This might actually be the most important game of today.
Yes, definitely. In terms of stand-ins, and I think it's more important for Boom because, like you said, they are 0-3. Falcons still have a little bit of a wiggle room there. If they lose this one but pick up 2 victories a little bit later on, they could still potentially see themselves either into top 4 or tiebreaker.
Yeah, that's the big thing is that, as you mentioned, your Falcons still have to play AG Global later, which is also going to be a very, very big game, which is going to be happening on the B stream. Of course, we have loads of games on the A stream and also on the B stream as well at the same time. But Falcons yesterday was on the stage for game number 1 as well, was the opening game of day number 1. They're hoping for a better performance this time. Against the KPL Dream Team, it was a little bit of a struggle. But here we go, starting off the draft. Things are Falcons banning away that Athena. We did see it against Boom. It didn't work out very well, but this is something that every team is banning away against Boom.
Yes, I mean, this is definitely the opposite side of the spectrum when it comes to first games of the day. They just got against the KPL Dream Team, and now they're against Boom, which is kind of still now sitting in that same kind of bracket as Team Falcons right now. But yes, the Ali being that insta-lock, we were speaking volumes of this yesterday, that even though Lung was a hero that is new and comes through, people still want that Ali as the priority pick. And we see the Mai and the Chow getting banned through there. But Zhang Fei for Clue is huge, and we've seen Nabil go on the Lady Shen yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Zhang Fei, we haven't seen too much of. A lot of players have been prioritizing the Lian Po over the Zhang Fei, trying to go for more crowd control with the Lian Po. But as you mentioned with Ali, one of only 3 heroes yesterday that had 100% pick and ban rate. The other 2 heroes, Dolia and Lady Shen. Dolia being banned away this time around, but we still have the Lady Shen, as you mentioned, on the bill, and also we have the Ali on the side of Boom. So no long again. So a lot of these teams prioritizing Ali again is probably for more comfort, but the first round of picks have been finished, which means we're going to second ban phase, and a lot of Clash laners are being banned. The Main banned away, the Elaine banned away, so Wawa and Miggy are going to have to try and go lower down in their champion pool to try and find some other picks up their sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, we've still got the likes of the Byron to come through. They could still go for the Liam Poe in the top, and there goes Dharma as well. So, as you were saying, Stu, that pool in the Clash lane is looking mightily low, but Migi still has his Charlotte available. Whether Wawa takes that from him first is yet to be seen, but I can imagine Wawa going on something more like a Byron, just having a little bit more of a brutal engage hero alongside as the Zhang Fei, and it looks like we were right.
Yeah. 100%. You're going to be seeing the Byron, very aggressive, very early game hero that's going to be trying to get the priority in the early game, trying to roam around, help the jungler out ever so slightly. And as you mentioned, maybe the Charlotte being picked, but the Sun Tzu actually going to be the hover and is going to be locked in. We have been seeing team compositions like Boom Esports are going for a lot of crowd control, a lot of setup potential, a lot of ease of access as well, I think, at the same time. I think some of these teams are going towards some of these, I guess you could say, quote-unquote, easier heroes that you can land crowd control, that can set up the play, and Sun Tzu is one of them great heroes with the ultimate, being able to fly around the map, go around the map in his boat, and being able to set up a lot of the plays with Durendi rounding out our composition.
Yes, the RNG there, so no lung ban, no lung pick up, which is super duper interesting. I'm pretty sure if there's any other teams on that stage today, they'll be like, hey, that is my boy, I am taking that from you. But to have the Derengi at the end, rounding out that team comp, is probably a good thing for Falcons because, again, Derengi late game has some great damage potential. But I think that Mutsu pick coming through is all trying to mitigate that Byron engage, because if we can land those skill shots, it kind of slows him in his pace.
100%. I mean, you have the Zhang Fei as well that's also going to jump in. Did also get that change, if you remember, in the recent patch notes as well. When he goes into his bigger form, when he goes into his ulti form, his abilities can now knock up. So now he has even more crowd control for him. So it's a bit of a secondary pick to the Liam Poe. But here we go. Game number 1 of today, of a lot of games today. And this is probably the most important one. Boom Esports against Falcons. Whoever loses this game is most likely going to be out of the competition. We're going to be seeing our first elimination for today.
Finally, very strange enough, though, that the Ogryn actually wasn't banned by either of these teams either. But still, we see counter picks like the Masashi come through, the Mutsu as well. But we may not be waiting too long for some kind of action. And there we go, Nabil getting the first blood onto Boom Dragon. So this is something that I took away from my prep yesterday, that Falcons generally have a great early game. And it's currently showing here with that first blood for Nabil is huge for Team Falcons.
The big thing here is actually Clue starting up in the top side. We don't normally see this a lot from supports. We normally see them starting in the mid lane, trying to get that mid lane priority. But with Lady Shen in the mid lane, with the huge amount of wave clear that she has, it allows the Zhang Fei to start on top side. And you saw, because they got the pushing priority on top side, Sun Tzu was stuck underneath the tower. It allowed Wawa and Clue to roam down into the mid lane. That's exactly what they were able to do to secure that first blood. But as you mentioned, Falcons' early game, even yesterday as well, their game against, I believe it was Loops.
Yes.
They had a really strong early game. They had a really strong gold lead. But when it comes to them team fights, their coordination are just not there yet. So they're going to have to try and improve that in this game.
Yeah, I think with Ray on the Monkey, it's probably going to be a lot more easier for him to get to these team fights, because we saw him on the likes of the Masashi yesterday, where you kind of have to exhaust that dash over the wall, and it means that you don't have as much as a steadier engage after you use it just to clear some sort of terrain. But whereas Monkey, he can circle around, use that ultimate, and he's there. But speaking of Ray, taking a lot of damage there from Dragon in the mid lane. That's something you don't want, as we see Boom and Falcons come through into the mid lane. We see that the Masashi shield does not connect onto the Lady Chen. But again, such great brawls happening from minute 2.
Yeah, really nice flash there from the build to be able to get out the Masashi ultimate. Has to be careful in the bot side as well. Ali dashing in, trying to get a little bit of damage. But this is one thing the Falcons need to be careful of. They need to be careful of this Angela because of that crowd control. Because in the game like Honor of Kings, you don't really have too much in terms of vision. Your vision is just around your hero itself. There is no other ways of getting vision around the map unless you go for the support item. So you do have to be careful when you are playing aggressive, when you are trying to invade and trying to walk through the river. The Angela can be sitting that bush, and she does do an incredible amount of burst damage.
Yeah, if she lands that deadly combo on you, 1, you're slowed, 2, you're CC'd, and then 3, that blazing brilliance just does so much damage, like we saw just in that mid lane onto Ray. But here we are. There is a potential 2v2.
Oh, that's what I was talking about.
Going heavily in Boom's favor. You just called it out there, Stu. That Angela does sit in those bushes, and she is phenomenal, which was a great play by Boom.
Really nice rotation as well by Dragon. I was talking about maybe her sitting in the river, maybe her sitting in the mid lane. I don't think Falcons was expecting her to be sitting in the clash lane.
No.
But Shashi jumping in with the ultimate is not going to be taking down Ray. But yeah, really nice play from Dragon, being able to take that kill back. And it's actually Boom at the moment that have that 1,000 gold lead. So doing really well with the rotations, grabbing the farm early on. But this is definitely going to be a very, very close back and forth game. Yesterday we saw a lot of teams, a lot of, you could say stomps in a way, but this one is going to be, the pressure is on for these two teams.
Yes, speaking of pressure, we're seeing a lot of pressure already on the farm lane as we see the first stage of the Tyrant come up. Jizzix is already in the pit of the Tyrant, and we see that Mutsu is trying to keep them away, same as the Sun Tzu as well. But oh, there is a crucial kill theft from Team Falcons. But is that going to be a crucial trade here? Because we're already 2-0. It's a 2-1 trade now over to the side of Team Falcons. But we already seen that Sofiane is looking pretty low. Mutsu not quite yet ready to give that kill. And Clue also looking pretty low. Here comes Boom. Dragon in with a blazing brilliance. And then Mutsu picks up another kill onto the Durenji. It is just Wawa alone in that farm lane T1 right now. This could set up the T1 takedown.
Yeah, they were suffered a little bit there, Falcons. They were really going for, as you mentioned, that steal onto that Tyrant. They were able to get that steal. They were able to get the bonus damage. But because they had to go super aggressive and try and go for that steal, they were a little bit behind in terms of the tempo. And again, Boom Esports, the Andrew again, the crowd control that we were talking about during the draft. The Mudsi going over with that long-range stun. Then the Angela stun on top of that as well. Falcons need to be careful of this crowd control. It's so difficult, especially when you're playing these very melee-type heroes, like the Byron, like the Menki, even the Zhang Fei as well. When you're stepping forward, you have to be careful about that crowd control.
Yeah, it's the only problem when you don't have as much range, but to be honest, you've got the Lady Shen, you've got the Durenji, but these are not the ones that are sort of phase checking, that they are literally just staying in their lanes, they are farming up, just getting their resources to try and itemize the enemy team. But it looks like that Toshi's able to take that T1, so first turret does go over to the side of Boom Esports, which is now going to really open up that side lane and mean that it's going to be not so much safer for Falcon Sofiane in the bot lane. But here we go, Ray Wawa here on the 2v3 onto Boom Esports. Sunset coming around as well. The boat does come through. Boom taking another kill thanks to the blazing brilliance, and this is going to be a T2 at 6 minutes.
They're really struggling at the moment, Falcons. It's just the grouping at the moment from Boom Esports. Like I said, it's just that ease of the composition, you know, being able to easily get the engages, easily get that first kind of engage onto the side of Falcons. And because they're the first ones that are being proactive, the ones that are actually going in for the engage, Falcons are on the back foot at the moment. You know that Menki is normally a kind of a late game scaling jungler, has to kind of get a few items, has to be able to get tankier, but needs to get into the mid and late game before he can actually get tanky. And at the moment, nowhere near that point at the moment. So you're seeing the Angela, the burst damage from Dragon at the moment, doing an incredible job.
Yeah, Dragon and Impressive are doing fantastic efforts setting up these engages, and they don't have to be anywhere near these enemy heroes to set them up. They just pop skill 1 and 2, and then the setup's already there, and then allow Miji or allow Jizzix to go in and just clean up with that close quarter combat. We've seen a lot of pressure going onto Sofiane in the back lane, but there we go. Jizzix goes in with the ultimate onto the monkey there, and Sofiane looking pretty low, but Ray takes another L in the team fight. Boom Esports actually 8 kills to 2 right now, and that 23k to 8k gold, 18k gold difference is something that Falcons need to start to worry about.
Falcons have some sort of miscommunication or something at the moment, because we're seeing the likes of Clue and
and Ray engage, but Wawa is on the opposite side of the map. Now the Bill is going to get caught in the mid lane. It's Boom Esports that are just grouping together as these little bundles, whether it's 4 people, whether it's 3 people, but you're seeing this again as well. Look at Wawa on the minimap in the top left-hand corner.
Yep.
He's nowhere in sight. He's nowhere near the team, and you're seeing the likes of Ray and also Clue trying to engage, and there's just that little bit of miscommunication, which is so crucial at the moment, because this is a best of 1. We have to remind everyone at home. So you lose this game, it's going to be brutal for the side of Falcons. But for Boom Esports, this can keep their dreams alive.
It could be the saving grace indeed. And like you were saying, Wawa is playing a little bit too far back. You can kind of see where he's coming from. He's trying to sort of hope that the backline gets damaged a little bit. But like we were saying in the earlier game, they don't really have the range into the backline, because it counts on the Zhongfei to get in. It counts on the Monkey to get in. And if they can't get in, then Lady Shen or Dorenji aren't going to be the ones to start that engage. So we already see him there just kind of trying to stalk, and it's just not working out for Falcons. But Boom already looking like they're going to pretty much solidify their place and get their first victory. But Wawa sitting in that brush there, not looking like he wants to clear the minion waves. Toshi's just being given a free T2 there. I'm not too sure what's happening here, Stu.
Yeah, I think Wawa is trying to play the flank at the moment. Wawa's trying to stay on the back line, trying to get a little bit of flank, but the Bill going a bit too far forward again. You can't step that far forward against the Arlie. Her mobility that she's able to bring to Boom Esports at the moment is just way too much. Even Sansa diving in, Musashi into the back line as well. The Dorenji has to flash away, but still dies underneath the crystal. Sansa stays alive, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, but they will happily take that trade with the minions pushing into the clash lane. They're going to be able to get this high ground tower. And Boom Esports, this is a completely different Boom Esports than what we saw yesterday. They look confident, they look aggressive, and they're looking to try and finish this game.
They are pretty much looking for that, Stu, but it's currently a 2-1 trade right now. We do have Sophian on the 3-second death timer, and obviously Jizzix with that fantastic the goal on that engage to go straight under the crystal, but it did allow them to get that higher ground turret. So I believe the trade for Boom's life for that high ground turret is going to play very well and definitely in the favor for Boom Esports. But Dragon just picking up kills from these bushes left, right, and center, Stu. They are using this Angela brutally, and we are going to get a no, they do deny the kill. Theft onto the Shadow Overlord this time around, so this could be what Falcons need to try and give some pressure into these side lanes. But we do see that Ray falls down once more, not quite escaping these jungle objectives, getting out of these neutral objectives alive.
Yeah, I don't think really this Overlord is going to do that much. You know, just using it straight into the mid lane.
Yeah.
They're trying to slow the game down. They need items ASAP on the likes of Clue and Ray, because they are not tanking any of this Angela damage at the moment. Angela is so far ahead in terms of tempo, in terms of items, the gold as well. And Clue and Ray cannot tank any of this damage at all. They're supposed to be frontline tanks. They're not even tanks at the moment. They are squishy as anything, and they're playing super aggressive, as you can see. Now, with Boom being able to take the Tyrant, they're now going to try and look to get that one last team fight to try and win this game.
Yeah, we got a very valiant effort here from Wawa, trying to get the T2 onto the side lane in that clash lane, but Jizzix knew and is going to go here to try and shut down the Wawa, but currently already taking a big beating is Wawa, and there we go, Midget's coming around with a little bit of a helpful hand to take that 2v1 and able to stop the Jizzix falling down on the side of Boom Esports. But 14 kills to 5 right now, Stu. We're seeing that 5k goal difference, almost 6k. There it is, ding, ding, ding on the bell. It comes through for Boom Esports. But like you were saying, Stu, the Zhongfei, the Monkey Pick are just all playing behind the Lady Chen. It's kind of like they're like, oh, don't let me go in. Just tell me when. Tell me when. They're not taking the initiative themselves, it seems.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Boom Esports are being the proactive one. You know, Falcons at the moment are playing reactionary, which is not what their composition wants. You know, as you mentioned, they want the Zhongfei to go in. They want the Menki to go in as well. And it's so difficult to be able to do that when they're so far behind, not only in gold, but also in tempo as well. I mean, they're struggling to even go into their own jungle. You can see they're worried. They're all just standing around. They're all super worried to even face check, because even with the face checks that the moment, which is supposed to be Ray and Clue. And look, you can see here, perfect here from the observers, just toggling the vision control of both Boom Esports and Falcons at the moment, and they're just realizing that every single time Dragon is looking to step up, look at that, always trying to go into bushes, always trying to play around the vision, and he's playing incredibly well so far in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a bit into Boom's knowledge of these wards as well. So when we saw the River Sprite give out that ward onto the Azure Golem, we saw that Dragon was hiding behind a bush that wouldn't be detected. And then as soon as that timer went off, they were proactively moving forward. So this really shows that Boom Esports know more than we actually feel like they do, because they're currently at that 0-3, but this could be their potential first dub on the board, and it is everything to this club to get this first victory. And we're already seeing a little bit more of an assault here onto the higher ground turret, but Falcons are able to clear those minions, whilst we see that Sunset is able to push, get a split push potential, hopefully, into that clash lane, because that's where the most of the pressure is going to be, Stu, is because of those more enhanced minions into the clash lane. It's going to be harder for them to, it's going to be a priority for them to look out on the side of Team Falcons.
The only thing I worry about at the moment for Boom Esports, they are taking quite a lot of time to try and finish this game. They were super proactive in the early game. They were able to take a few kills and get a huge advantage. They're probably just playing with, I guess, a little bit of worry in the end, because they're like, okay, this is probably the most important game in our group. We need to win this game to keep our hopes alive. So they're not willing to take any risks. But the problem for Falcons is they can't even go out of their own base. They're trying to now to try and take this Shadow Overlord, but it might just get engaged on and lose the game.
Yes, we see a great bit of a bait there from Miji. He's just trying to keep them from that Shadow Overlord, but here's Ray. He is not able to get in to the Shadow Overlord camp, so this is going to be very fruitful for the side of Boom Esports. But like you saying there, Stu, a great observation is that Boom are taking their time to finish this game. They had to the 9-minute mark where they got the high ground turret. It's been 5 minutes since we've seen any sort of other advancements. But here we are. They are still trying to contest and take the Shadow Tyrant, even though they have that jungle debuff. They are all working on it as a team. Maybe this is what they're just trying to pull together to finish this match, is have the Overlord, have the Tyrant. Let's have the next brawl.
Yeah, as mentioned, the Falcons cannot step out of their own base. Even though Boom are taking this very slow, they're just being very considerate. They're making sure they're not making any mistakes, because one simple mistake in a game of Honor of Kings can be the turning point for this team. But as you mentioned now, with the Shadow Overlord, with the Shadow Tyrant, you do have that Vanguard coming in, and they're going for the engage.
Yes, Edge6 is going straight onto the back line, but nice blow away there from Zhang Fei. So keeping them away. Clue going in with a aggressive engage. This is what we've been missing all day. This is what we've been needing from Clue, is just being that big beast that is Zhang Fei. But it looks like it's not going to be enough here, Stu. They have taken the higher ground turret in the farm lane, and it is only a matter of time until they take that higher ground turret in the mid lane. But that's the kind of fights we need to see from Falcon. I feel like it's a little bit too late to have that fight, because your back is now against the wall, only having one higher ground turret left.
Yeah, exactly. I think they had the damage also from the turret as well, also giving them a helping hand. You see Musashi trying to dive in there, trying to do a lot of damage, trying to get that one kill that they need to try and finish this game. Nabil playing super aggressive, has to be extremely careful. Nabil does not want to be there. Nabil is not the tank of the team, but I think job done at the moment for Boom Esports. They were able to get the bottom high ground tower. They got the top high ground tower. They're now just trying to push in this mid lane, trying to get that third high ground tower, which pretty much seals the deal for Falcons, because at that point, and there you go, at that point where 3 high ground towers are taken down, it's so difficult now for Falcons to even leave their base. You have minions pushing in the top, you have minions pushing in the mid, you have minions pushing in the bot lane. How do you defend this if you're Falcons?
I mean, they're showing it right now that they're defending it pretty well here, Stu. They're able to mitigate that wave there, because it just didn't seem that Boom was able to have their footing in, because all three lanes are splitting 5 players there. So even if we saw like the engage from the Motsu come through, I feel like it wouldn't have been as fruitful as some of these previous team fights would have been, or previous engages would have been. So again, we could be seeing the first 20-minute match of this mid-season invitational. But Miji here going against the Ray as well. Ray looking pretty low. Toshi is into the back here. Ray just about escaping with his life thanks to that shield, and because Angela and Motsu's angle in there wasn't quite as well positioned as it should have been. They probably would have been able to take it out if they was able to just get a clear sight onto Ray. But again, we're still seeing it. Team Falcons are still in it. There's a 7.8k gold difference right now.
Yeah, you can see that Ray's starting to get a little bit tankier. You can see that he's starting to tank up quite a lot of damage. Menki is now scaled a little bit into this late game. The problem is, as you mentioned before, I think it's a little bit too late. I think they've just lost so much in terms of momentum, in terms of just pure map control. You know, Boom Esports have the whole map control. I think they're just waiting at the moment for these next major objectives to spawn. As you can see, the Shadow Overlord has been spawned. Falcons are trying their best to try and step up and try and defend and try and take away this Overlord, because if that Shadow Vanguard comes in, it could be the end for them.
It's going to have to be a very well-played team fight here by the side of Team Falcons. Already been down 8k gold, but they are trying to whittle down the health of Jizzix, but he does have the Sage's Sanctuary. War is down, so it's already a 5v4 matchup here. We see that Michi's gone straight into the back of the line there, trying to do some damage onto Sophian, but he still has that Sage's Sanctuary. Nabil goes down as well. This could be the potential end here, the curtain call for Team Falcons, as we see both the side lanes have the minions here, Stu. Jizzix still has that Sage's Sanctuary. He's able to bait those abilities. We see that Boom Esports are probably looking for the final strike here onto the side of Team Falcons, and click, click, boom! Esports getting their first dub on the board today.
Boom Esports keeping their dreams alive. A much needed victory for them, but the road doesn't end here as well. They still also need to try and win the next game as well against AG Global. So there's no time to rest for them. They have to go back. They have to prepare for AG Global, and they need to also try and win that game as well. But you can see the faces of Falcons at the moment. This could be the end for them. There's a slim chance that there's a possibility of a three-way tiebreaker between Falcons, between Boom, and also AG Global. But Falcons have to play Weibo Gaming still, whereas Boom Esports and AG Global face off against each other. So really, really strong performance. This is the Boom that we was expecting, you know, coming into this from the SEA showdown. Dragon, I have to say, MVP of this game on the Angela. So many picks. Impressive as well on that Mozi.
Yes, I mean, just showing clearly a different playstyle of what we've been seeing to Boom Esports. Dragon just being absolutely a ninja on a mage. We never thought we'd have those same things in the same sentence, but a mage being a ninja, very selfie, just basically being the intel, the main intel on the side of Boom Esports really showed the difference and the victory meaning of it.
Yeah, for sure. Boom Esports keeping their dream alive. They need one more game to try and win, to try and do it as well. But incredible victory at the moment for Boom Esports. We'll have to try and see what they're able to do. But that's our next game as well. That's a crazy thing.
Yes.
Boom Esports have got AG Global on the A stream in our next game as well. So it doesn't even stop there for Boom Esports. You know, it's absolutely crazy to see that they have to also try and beat AG Global afterwards. We also saw AG Global yesterday also have a bit of a shaky start. They're also 0-2. So this Group B at the moment is like KPL, Weibo, and then everyone else underneath at the moment currently struggling, and every single game matters in this best of one.
Yeah, speaking of struggling, we saw that Falcons was trying to struggle there as well. So, but we are going to be going over to the winning interview of Boom Esports.
All right, good to be back, and we are side with Miggy from Boom. Congratulations on that game. How do you feel right now?
I think I'm feeling that we have a chance to make it to top 8 right now.
Okay, confidence it is, because you guys have a quite rough day on first day. So do you have any change when it comes to gameplay, when it comes to strategy? What would be the changes?
I think more on mental, because before yesterday we want to win, but now we want to just have fun and showcase our practice to end result will come out.
Of course.
Just have fun and let's go with it. So, you're not done yet. Still have another match happening here back to back. You're ready for that?
Yeah, we are ready and we are preparing for that right now.
Ready, prepared, and confident. How you feel about that, Sky?
Of course, I strongly trust you can do better in the next round. You don't have enough time to rest. Okay, thank you so much. This will be the end. And let's get our time back to the studios.
Let's go.
Congratulations to Boom Esports taking their first win of the tournament. We called it. We called it. You did not call it.
I have to defend myself here. I think later we'll have a short clip of what I was doing yesterday. So, you know, this game, really strong showing by Boom, and it could be back to winning ways, right? But first and foremost, I want to talk about how this state was achieved. I like the fact that they picked the Mortar. The Mortar was extremely good against the likes of Falcon because they had to face check bushes, and boy were they punished so many times by the Angela. And this is exactly what I was telling Falcon. Keep yourself in the box.
Yeah, and I think that kind of showcased exactly why the Falcons played the way that they did. Kim Do-fu, am I correct in this?
So let's be realistic, man. Kim Do-fu is just telling them, what are you doing? Follow me. They follow him, and this is the result.
Not good, not good. I'm not impressed at all whatsoever as Kim Do-fu the coach.
Boys, do not put words in my mouth. I was just telling them, hey, we could do a little bit better. But in any case, it was Boom who came out on top, and with the advantage they got for themselves, specifically that huge lead in the first 4 minutes of the game, they capitalized on it. They took so many neutral objectives, and they just extended their lead.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, I kind of want to point out Dragon here because the Angela Blazing Brilliance was on point. Everybody from Falcons would just get burned up. They had no real way to kind of counter that, to deal with it. There were so many kills that Dragon got. I think it was 7-1 and 5 or something like that. But Dragon, that is a very good game for him.
Yes, perfect as well. And to complement that, it was Miggy as well as RG6 who made so much, gave so much pressure to the side of Falcon. They could not touch the main damage dealer, which was Toshi.
Yeah, and I think this is another thing that we need to address. Isaac was talking about it during the game itself, where Boom Esports had an advantage, and I'll let you. I don't want to take your point.
No, go ahead.
No,
please.
because it's one of those things where, you were saying that the Boom Esports could have closed out the game much quicker than they actually did, and they kind of prolonged it a bit.
It is one of those things that we need to start highlighting out. Like, we need to highlight. The problem here is not a matter of like, can you win or can you not win? It's when can you win? Are you able just to build a little bit of an advantage and close the deal soon? It cannot be possible that in the mid-game there's already a 5,000 goal difference for Boom Esports, and then it gets the game to 19 minutes. Almost 20, man. Those are the things that, not saying that Boom Esports doesn't deserve to win. I am loving that they won, but the problem is that you need to make it faster, man. It needs to be a little bit more concise.
Yep, winning ways for sure, but it also means it's important we find out who the MVP of this game is. So let's take a look at who the MVP of this first BO1 is going to be. It's going to be impressive. And yes, he did a lot of work on the mortar. I think a lot of skill shots. We were kind of questioning certain moments where the Cannon Blast was just a bit shy, but I think he did a very good job of just pincering and cornering, Sofian into the towers as well.
Yeah, definitely controlling the team fights, providing a lot of vision, just kind of, instead of face-checking the bushes, he would shoot out the cannon blast to kind of clear things out. So he was always the front man up front. That's exactly what you want from the most player.
That's right, electrifying performance from the mortar.
The problem with this is that Falcons never had an opportunity to just find the back line. The reach was completely different. And that Mods, the way that Impressive played that hero, was one of the reasons why Boom Esports right now is just having their first point in the tournament.
Yep, you know what's funny? The first skill is called Peace Bringer. He did not bring any peace at all.
Not at all, man. Look at that. Look at the performance from him just here in the highlights. Just the way that he's always just boxing people, just pushing them against the wall, allowing the damage to be dealt by all his teammates.
And also kind of, Boom Esports, I mean, they had so many shields. It didn't seem like Falcons was really itemizing properly.
They couldn't, right? There was not enough gold going into their pockets to get the itemization that they wanted, right? We were looking for maybe a Daybreaker, maybe for more Acts of Torments coming out, but it did not happen because the lead was just too big for the side of Boom.
Yeah, way too big. And if we're looking at some of the stats here, I mean, the teamfight rate's kind of on point. We expected Dragon to be up in front because he got all those 7 kills. Again, a lot of it was set up by Impressive. Yep. But I think if we're looking on the other side, I mean, the damage taken, Ray, always up front, but never really finding that perfect dream roam.
Yep, they couldn't because although Sofian got, 85.9 thousand damage, it was nothing in comparison that both Impressive and Toshi were laying the pain across. And this was all because Miggy and Dragon and G6, they were doing their job extremely well, just putting a distraction in the front lines, you can't touch the back, right?
Yeah, it's very hard. I mean, Logistics is up front. I mean, he has a 4K net worth lead over the other, jungler in Ray. So it's a difficult situation because Logistics was always up in your face, just tanking all of the damage, and then they would kill everybody else on the back line.
Yep, when we first started to play this game, Angela is the first hero that we get our eyes on. So it's not a basic hero, it's a hero that can win you games.
Come on, man. Like, we need to understand that Falcons and Boom Esports pretty leveled. We can agree on that. What does Falcons need to do in order just to get to the next step? What do they need to do?
Not check the bush with their face, maybe?
Yeah, it seems like the objective, the objectives by Boom Esports, they were very reactive. Like, Boom Esports was kind of dictating everything. They had all of the vision that they needed, and they took everything very safely. I mean, yes, there was the mid-game where they kind of prolonged it a bit by taking every objective, but, it's one of those things where, as an inexperienced team trying to make it and trying to get better, I think that there's a lot of room for growth, but it's, again, that vision was just on another level here.
Well, that's all for the first game, right? But right away, they're going to have their second game against AG. That's a tough one to swallow.
Back to back, man. Like, it's going to be Boom Esports against AG Gaming. Like, what is going to happen in here, man? Like, we know exactly that Boom Esports right now, they already stretched. They've got, like, their fingers ready for the game. What is going to happen against AG Global?
I think, Boom Esports will probably, they're going to want to carry that momentum here. I think AG Global also had that advantage of seeing the draft, understanding that Boom has actually played the most amount of games thus far. So I think the AG Global might have an advantage here.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen too much of Zeiss just yet, but maybe this game, right, he can overshadow Toshi. But Toshi now has the momentum going into this second game of the day, right? So what do you boys think? Like, what are we feeling?
I don't know, man. Like, AG yesterday had two very tough games. Like, they played Weibo and they played the KPL Dream Team. This is going to be actually their first game where they're going to have someone that is going to be a little bit more on their level, if we can just say it that way.
Yeah.
This is going to be just the reality check.
Yeah.
Can they really go for trying to aim for that third and fourth place, or are they just going to be eliminated today?
Yeah. The worst is behind them, so to speak. They're going to look today as a fresh day. I think they have a lot of opportunity. I think that they're a solid team. I did expect them to make the top 4 and kind of move on. But again, this is going to be one of those true tests. Are they able to compete with this Boom Esports team?
Yep, for sure. And I think one of the main matchups I want to talk about is Snow going up against Miggy. Right, this Clash lane, it has a make or break games for a lot of teams. So I think we should take a look at the Clash laners for both teams and see how they would impact both teams' performances.
Let's wait and see, man. STC play predictions for this game. AG Global or Boom Esports?
I would go with, I get first pick, right?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Boom Esports, because they have the momentum.
All right.
AG Global. I think that they're a stronger team, and I'm glad you picked first so that you kind of picked the wrong one first.
No, come on, man. Like, I'm going to go with Boom Esports just because if Boom Esports win, that's going to be their second victory that puts them with 2 points, and then AG Global is going to have to win all the rest of their matches to push it to a tiebreaker. And who does not want to see some tiebreakers going on, man? Like, I really want as many games as possible. We're going to have 15 games today, and then if we have some tiebreakers, we get to work extra, man. Come on, more energy, more games. Who does not love that?
Yeah, of course. And I think that this is one of those ones where we're going to find a true test. AG Global, great squad, very impressive. Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens in the Amazon Arena as we go live.
And we're back again here at the Amazon Arena. وعدنا عليكم من جديد. Ready for the second match for the day. You're ready, Sky?
Of course. I think Boom Esports has already been heated up and warmed up already. Ready for the match 2 for their day 2 in Honor of Kings Invitational season. So let's check it out. Shut up one more time for Boom Esports.
Let's go.
It really surprised me of how fast they can get things done, get every preparation done before everything happens. So just sincerely hope that their opponents are ready for this.
It should be an exciting one against their challenger. Here comes AG Global. AG Global going against Boom for the second match of the day right here. It should be definitely a one to remember. Another one for the history here at the EWC. So, we ready?
Of course.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen, right now to the studio. Take it away.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to this second game of the day, and it's no mirage. Boom Esports are back up on the stage for what could be a even more important game, Stu.
Yeah, it's crazy because we were saying before the day that, like, wow, Boom versus Falcons is going to be super important. But now it's turned into this actually being one of the most important games of the day. Isaac mentioned it a little bit on the analyst desk, but if Boom Esports win this, they go up to 2 and 3. Then AG Global have to then try and be either Loops or Falcons, or actually they need to be both Loops and Falcons to also go 2 and 3. So this might not be the first time that these two teams face against each other, because we will have tiebreakers at the end of the day. But how Boom Esports is just able to go from Falcons preparation to now quickly turn their attention to AG Global.
Yeah, it's quite a feat, to be honest. I don't think I'd be able to do it. I know back-to-back ranked games don't quite go in my favor, but hey, I'm not the pro. I am just the voice. But here we are. We're seeing some priority bans that are very similar to what we saw in Game 1. So the Chow and the Mai Shiranui as well. And then if you look over to the side of AG Global, they're banning out Toshi's Ali. So we could potentially get that. There we go. It's as if I'm Nostradamus. Lung coming through. I didn't even say the words. That was my next sentence. Lung actually coming through because we was very surprised he didn't get picked up last game.
Yeah, we thought that maybe Lung was going to be picked on the side of Falcons in the last game. That trade that normally happens, we've mentioned before, between the Ali and the Long. But in the end, AG Global banning out that Ali, which means that Boom are like, okay, if the Ali's banned, let's go for our second pick, which means that AG Global have to then fall back to this Lady Sun. It's really the only other option that you have in the farm lane at the moment in terms of power picks, but going to be paired with the Orgren. Didn't see it in the last series, but we've seen the power of this hero over the last few days.
Yeah, I mean, Lady Sun is definitely no stranger on the Zays there. So again, it's a late game hero. You are going to be trying to play to that late game. So as long as we get that farm going on the Lady Sun, we should be A-okay. But the Orgren coming through for Mayo Sotis is going to be fantastic, unless they go into the clash lane like we saw yesterday. That'd be whoa. That's a surprise. And then onto the side of Boom Esports, we're getting a very more useful role in the mid lane. Not quite the Angelus, so not going to be sitting in bushes. But if there's any kind of engages from the Orgren, the Lady Shen's going to be the one to be able to just knock him out of the lane and keep himself safe. But then the Musashi is the direct counter as well.
For sure. I think Lady Shen still acts as maybe kind of the same way as Angela. Not much in terms of like being able to sit in bushes and get that huge amount of burst damage, but she still has also the same crowd control. Musashi for the second time back-to-back games for Boom, but AG Global going for, in my opinion, one of the strongest farm lane and support duos at the moment in Honor of Kings, the Lady Sun and Ming. The Ming being able to chain to the Lady Sun, giving her that little bit of extra damage, also being able to chain to the enemies as well. I think this is a very scary duo to come up against for Boom Esports.
I mean, AG Global may have just been watching KPL Dream Team yesterday, because they did exactly the same thing, right? If we start to see the Lady Sun and the Ming go into the enemy's jungle and just help themselves to that farm, then we know that they're literally trying to mirror the biggest competitor in this tournament thus far. But Princess Frost coming through, so we're already going to be knowing that not a lot of gold is going to be going over to that mid lane. So Lady Sun's also going to be having a lot more resources from that mid lane there, Stu. But just picking up on those final little touches of the bans, we see in the support endurance there on the side of AG Global. Mutsu, Zhongfei come through. They go for the Lian Po. So such a prominent duo that we see when Orgren comes through. Musashi, Lian Po, but no, the Monkey. So it is going to be Orgren in the clash lane again. Back-to-back casting of Orgren in the clash lane, Stu. I feel like we're being given just so much presence here.
I feel like this is definitely something that they have been learning from the KPL. You were mentioning it with the Lady Sun and also the Ming. Now they're like, okay, let's put the Orgren in the clash lane. Let's try and get that pushing power in the clash lane as well. It's going to be super exciting to see. Again, just to kind of look out a little bit, AG Global, must-win game. Boom Esports, even more a must-win game. This is the last game of their group stage. If they lose this, they are most likely going to be out. Unless AG Global also lose their last 2 games, then that means we're going to get a tiebreaker at the end of the day. So this is the most important game right now in Group B. Let's head on to the Gorge and let's see what these 2 teams have cooking up.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the Orgren once more go into the Clash lane, because we were given a little bit of advice here from the KPL casters as well yesterday, saying how well it does work and how fast the wave clear is right now. And we're already seeing that 1v1 Clash already going on, and Miggy looking pretty low. Oh, the Flash being exhausted this early on, and a recall. AG Global are definitely playing aggressive in this one, and we're already seeing, like, enemy jungle invade.
Oh my, I was not expecting that much early damage from the Organ. I'll be totally honest with you. Nearly solo killing at the start of the game, and they're looking to try and invade, but Musashi being able to clear them 2 camps in time was very, very smart. But again, this is kind of like what KPL were doing, putting the Lady Sun and the Ming in that mid lane, getting the pushing power in the mid lane, and roaming into the enemy jungle, trying to get that little bit of advantage in the early game. And Boom Esports at the moment have to be the ones that are going to have to be reactive at the moment. We're seeing Snow right now. Snow, I think, one of the highlight players on AG Global. We were casting him over in the EMEA scene for the wild card. His playmaking potential on this on the Clash lane is absolutely insane. You know, the Maine was one of his pocket picks, was a really, really strong pick for him to go for. But on this Orgren, it's a little bit of a different play style, but still can just provide this same amount of power.
Yeah, I mean, Kin was saying in the analyst desk part before this game that the Migi and the Snow head-to-head is going to be one to look out for. And we're already seeing quite a fruitful 1v1 going on in that Clash lane, especially even before the 1-minute mark, where we almost thought that we were going to lose Migi already. But this could be something here, Stu. A 3v1 cooking up in that brush there. I'm pretty sure Snow is aware of what's about to happen here, because he's kind of backed up into his turret there for a little bit of safety. But with the Musashi, with the Lady Shen, and then obviously the Byron as well, it could be a fruitful engage. But no, he has definitely left himself to survive there, which is very good for him. We don't want to be seeing that Orgren being going to waste in the Clash lane right now. But already we're seeing only a small differential in the gold difference.
Yeah, for sure. You're seeing how well Orgren can do at defending the Clash lane as well, using the first ability just to be able to knock back the minions and kind of stop that tower dive from coming in. But I mean, this game in general, you know, Honor of Kings in general, is such a game that focuses so much on communication. There's so much roaming that's happening around the map, as we can see at the moment in this game. You know, the Orgren now going into the mid lane, you know, the Menki going up top and now teleporting to mid lane. So much rotation, so many ways in which the teams can rotate and make plays around the map. So if anyone is missing at any point during the game, it's all about communication, knowing to actually telling your team when someone is missing. Say Liam Poe has gone missing, you know, the Menki's gone missing, anything like that. The communication is so key to make sure you don't get caught out, which is exactly what we saw from Valkyries last time. But Liam Poe going for an engage here.
Yep, it's not quite the engage he was hoping for. First blood for Zaze, which is going to be super helpful onto that Lady Sun. Give me those resources coming through, baby. Those items onto Lady Sun is just going to make it such a more prevalent pick for the side of AG Global. And they're not just quite done yet. They've forced Dragon out of the competition. We saw the fruitful expectations of that rotation from the mid lane, because they're trying to set up this farm lane in order to get an easy Tyrant, but it looks like AG Global have definitely countered that strategy.
Oh, they might be looking for engage though. They're trying to get that bot lane tower. They're not going to be able to, in the end, Miggy using that teleport from the top side to be able to get there, but they can rotate straight towards the Tyrant. This is such a huge objective at this point during the game. We're already seeing Snow trying to zone away with the Orgrim, just being able to ignore all that terrain with the ability. But this is going to really come down to a 50-50.
Oh, and Boom Magizix gets the Tyrant. So first Tyrant of the game going over to Boom Esports in true fashion, back-to-back, back-to-back Tyrant acquisition, but they lose the T1 in the mid lane. That, to me, is not a good trade.
Yeah, really difficult trade there. Actually, I think in the end, AG Global just decided to completely ignore the Tyrant, decided to go for the mid lane tower already, which is a super important tower to take. It just opens up the tower so much. They do trade, though, with the bot lane tower, so overall, it's not looking too bad for Boom Esports. They have to kind of get this advantage at the moment with being able to get the extra gold onto the carries. But speaking of gold, look at that gold at the bottom. Zeiss, 4,000 gold already. Over 1,000 gold lead at 5 minutes into the game. It's kind of what you was talking about during the draft. You know, the Princess Frost doesn't really need that many resources. Princess Frost is more used for her utility, her zoning control. Zeiss and Ming are just rotating around the map at the moment and just using this to farm the Lady Sun and get to that late game even sooner.
Yeah, I mean, losing the Tyrant for the mid lane, it's an investment, right? Because now that enemy jungle now opens up for the side of AG Global. Zeiss is just going to get extra bank now. They could go for the Overlord, but they don't really need it as they're approaching the T2, both in the mid lane and the Clash lane right now. We are seeing potentially a takedown here. Yes, Zeiss gets the shot onto the second tier turret, but Boom Impressive getting caught out. He has to retreat. He's taken too much damage. The untargetable onto the Lady Sun gets nullified by Ogren, and Agizix looking pretty
Burn the burner!
Oh my Osotis, mwah, mwah, beautiful, as to take it to the higher ground turret, Stu.
Oh, this is such incredible play from AG Global. The analyst desk was mentioned how they had two really tough games yesterday, and this was really the important day for them. They lost against Weibo, they lost against KPO Dream Team. They're looking to try and end here. The Byron trying to flash it in onto Lady Sun, onto Zeiss, but the extra healing that's coming through from Ming at the moment, the survivability from the Lady Sun is just way too much to deal with right now, and Zeiss is completely popping off on the Lady Sun.
Absolutely. I mean, the high ground turret almost falling as well. We're almost at the 7-minute mark. Like I said, the Overlord was going to be pretty much a Brucey bonus for the side of AG Global as they try and take the Clash lane higher ground turret there. But Midgie almost falling down. We have almost a dominance here for AG Global right now. This is completely a different team than what we were only seeing partially yesterday. They are doing very well in this game, and they know how much this means to them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw them against KPL. They're actually one of the best performing teams against KPL, especially in the early games. So we know the potential of this team. We've cast them so many times. We know the potential. In S2 Invitational, they were struggling a little bit. You know, they were in a different group to Boom Esports at S2 Invitational, so these two teams actually didn't come up against each other. But now we're seeing how AG Global, that boot camp that some people have been saying as well, that AG Global has been taking. You know, we were talking to Martin as well yesterday, you know, after the games yesterday, and Martin was saying that, look, we still have a chance. It was a very tough day today, but this is the day that matters, and they're making it count right now. They're playing super aggressive, and they're setting up so many plays against Boom Esports.
Yes, that Overlord potential coming through here with the Vanguards, already looking to assault the farm lane higher ground turret. So at first, the sights were on that high ground turret in the Clash lane, but now that has been shifted. They pick it up in that 8-minute mark. AG Global looking for their redemption arc right now, Stu, it seems, with another Vanguard in the mid lane. I don't think they might be able to get this here because Impressive with a fantastic engage back of the line, but Zeiss has just got too much damage too. Midgie's able to take out the Zeiss. They don't really have any damage here right now other than the Ogre, and they are relying heavily on their Clash lane. Boom! Double kill onto Boom Esports. AG Global do lose their first life into this game, almost at the 9-minute mark, but that was a great engage from Boom Impressive though.
Zeiss goes down, but at what cost for Boom Esports? I think that's the big thing. They're trying so much to try and kill Zeiss, which with Ming by his side, it's so difficult to try and do, but they lose 3 members for it as well. As we see the end of the replay, we're seeing this Orgrim pick. We didn't really expect him to be played in the Clash lane. We know he can be played in the Clash lane, but we've seen a lot in the jungle. But again, KPL bringing it out yesterday, AG Global bringing it out today as well, just showing the power of this hero, not only in the jungle, but also in the Clash lane. But another hero I want to talk about as they're taking down the Tyrant is Lived on Princess Frost. This is a hero that he has played so many times, played every single game pretty much in EMEA qualifiers, played it so many times in S2 Invitational. This is a comfort pick for him. And and you're seeing how the Princess Frost, the zoning control that it brings, and it allows the space for Zeiss to be able to tumble, to be able to use her first ability and get that extra damage with the range as well. So overall, incredibly impressive composition here for AG Global, and they're not going to slow things down.
No, yes, Lived is definitely Lived, laughed, loved that Princess Frost pick throughout the Season 2 and the Open Series. We kind of saw him try and go for the Mai Shiranui at some point, but if you were to put Mai Shiranui into this draft now, you would be seeing at least 1k from Myosotis go away and 1k from Zay's go away, because you have to give it over to the Mai as well. So putting that Princess Frost this draft really allows Liv to just be able to play his best life on that Princess Frost. And it's really showing right now. They are 33k to 27. That's almost your 6k goal difference. They have more neutral objectives as well, and it doesn't look like they're stopping there. They have the Tyrant. We have Myosotis just completely just helping himself to the enemy jungle. So they have true control over this map so far.
Yeah, and this is a completely different game at the moment for Boom Esports. A very, very different game for them. You know, in the last game, they were the ones on the back foot. The problem this time is that they don't have that same sort of long-range engage that they did last time. No, you know, they don't have the Mosley pick this time. They have the Lian Po instead, which is a little bit difficult, which means that you saw the engage come in from Impressive, right? You saw the engage. He tried to go for an engage. He got a big, massive 4-man knockup in the end, but it's just not enough. They don't have the follow-up at the moment to take down Zays as well. As we're just taking a bit of a break here. It looks like Dragon, the mid laner for Boom Esports at the moment, having a few technical difficulties, so we'll hopefully get that sorted as soon as possible. So we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, let's take a step back, Blau. You know, this series, really important for both these teams. AG Global at the moment currently sitting 0-2. Boom Esports with that last win in the previous game against Falcons, now sitting at 1-3. This is the last game at the moment for Boom Esports in this group stage. AG Global still have to play Loops and Falcons later today. So if AG Global win this and also win one of the 2 games against Loops and Falcons, they're through. If AG Global lose, they have to win both the games, and then we get a tiebreaker at the end between AG Global and Boom.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at that draft, if we've seen how Falcons have played so far, is we are pretty much happy that I feel like AG will at least get one victory later on. But we are going to be looking at a pre-match interview now with AG Global. Let's see what some of their thoughts were going into this match.
Hey guys, it's Chichu again. This time we have Martin, the manager of AG Globals of Hong Kong, China. I mean, bro, yesterday has been super rough for you, but I don't blame you. You fought against KPL.
Yeah.
You fought against Weibo Gaming.
Yeah.
And the teams are not losing at all. What happened yesterday, really?
Actually, in the first game, we played against Weibo, and then we got the advantage in the first 10 minutes. But at the last 5 minutes, I don't know what happened, but still, I think it's some mistake made up by our teammates, and then so yeah, things happen, and then we lose it. But we still got the 6K income ahead, but we still lose it. So, but it's okay. But we're gonna tune it up last night, and then we train a little bit more, and then we just watch the replay, and then hopefully today we won't let it happen again.
So you talked about a lot when it comes to your first game yesterday, but when it comes to KPL,
actually for now we are the best one to place the performance. Is the best one against them, right?
I heard. You guys were having a discussion like we at least got a kill.
And then we got 2 kills, and we got the first blood from Yilor.
Oh, that's pretty good.
And then we tried to make the game get into 12 minutes. Oh, no, not 12. Around 11 minutes.
Oh yeah, the longest.
Yeah, the longest one. So we are happy for it for the second game. But the first game, yeah.
What's done is done.
I gotta cry.
But it's 2-0 for you. It's 0-2 for you right now. You have 3 more to go. Which gonna be Loops, which gonna be Falcon, and which gonna be Boom. I think. What are your thoughts when it comes to the next few games that you have to finish off today?
Actually, we got confident for these 3 teams. So I think Loops gonna be the biggest nightmare for now. Because in the season 2, we lose to them to 2-0, I think, in the BO3. So we got a nice plan, like
revenge time.
Yeah, revenge time for them. So waiting for us, Loops, and then we will try our best to beat you down.
Oh, look out, Loops, but lots and
coming.
yeah, ages waiting for you.
Yeah.
But last but not least, there's so many supporters for EJ
Yeah.
as well. Say something in any language. that you-
English, any language. So,
yeah, there you go.
because I'm from Hong Kong, so let's go for the Cantonese first.
Sure.
Hello，咁多位，我哋係 AG Hong Kong，係咪 AG Global 啦？依家改咗名，咁啊，終於都嚟到 Riyadh 呢一邊打呢個嘅電競世界盃，咁啊都所以想就大家都如果係能夠支持到我哋 AG Global 嘅話咧，都多多睇我哋比賽啦。Okay, so turn to English, right?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and then that's it. Finally, we get into EWC here in Riyadh, and then we are so hyped for this competition. So, fans of AG or even AG Global, please keep supporting us and watch the stream. And then, yeah, be with us. I really need your support.
Ho, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But that's it. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to
Thank
have
you.
you, Martin. See
Yeah.
you guys on stage, and good luck, AG.
Yep.
We always love hearing from Martin, don't we, Stu? We saw him yesterday after their first day at the EWC mid-season invitational. He was a little bit deflated, but was trying to big him up with the, you got 2 kills, you lasted the longest, let's go. And he was like, yeah, but the coach wasn't happy. So, but yeah, thank you for the interview there with Martin. We do love Martin. He's such a character.
Yeah, he's such a nice guy to be around, and he's such a, he lifts the spirits up,
Yes,
I think,
absolutely.
as well, which is going to be such a huge thing, I think, for this team after yesterday. Again, they were against 2 of the strongest teams in this group currently at the moment, KPL Dream Team and Weibo. Even against Weibo, though, when we were talking to him yesterday, even though it was in the B stream, he was saying how, like, AG Global played pretty well. Like, his team played pretty well during the early game. It was just kind of the mid and late game they kind of struggled. It was one team fight that Weibo were able to win that game. So they've gone neck to neck against Weibo Gaming. They've had the best performance by far against the KPL Dream Team. Yes, they lost, but we know how strong KPL Dream Team are in general. So coming into today, and even just going back to this game as well against Boom Esports, they're looking incredible to try and take this series overall. So we'll have to wait and see about that one as well. But yeah, when we go back into the game, we'll have to see how AG Global try and close this out. It's not done yet. You know, AG Global do have a very, very strong lead, but they have to try and end the game. They have to finish the game, because one simple mistake can turn the whole game around.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing about AG Global. I think this best of 1 format actually just enhances them, because we saw in Season 2 they lost 2-1 to Loops and stuff like that. So having that best of 1, even though yesterday doesn't really show or prove what I'm saying right now, but they went against 2 of the best teams. So going against KPL, going against Weibo Gaming, but also being the closest matchup for both of these 2 teams is a phenomenal feat.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's incredible so far for the side of AG Global, just being able to, you know, kind of take yesterday and kind of reset from yesterday as well. I'm sure they probably would have been playing scrims after yesterday, just would have been practicing and kind of rethinking about their strategy as well. You know, I think Lived going back onto the Princess Frost, as we mentioned during the cast, you know, him playing his comfort pick, you just see the potential that this mid laner has. If, for those who don't know, he was called Devil before in EMEA qualifiers for Season 2 Invitational. So it's really, really exciting to see him back on the Princess Frost as well. And Zeiss as well, and this Lady Sun has been popping off this entire game, and they're funneling so much gold into him.
Yeah, it's really nice to see the Ming and the Lady Sun combo come through, because it's definitely promoting and it's a better playstyle for AG Global. And just look at the minimap. They only have lost 2 tier 1 turrets so far in this entire game, this 11-minute game, and it looks like they're going to go try and claim another high ground turret. They do it after such a pause. They were like, get me back in, coach. We need to take those higher ground turrets. They get the clash lane, but
flank onto Lady Sun.
Onto Zays, but what is it going to cost once more, Stu? Boom Esports lose Miji. They lose Impressive. That is 2 impressive front lines gone. Lack their better words. Musashi goes down. They take down Snow. It's a double kill for AG Global. They got back in there and they get their first victory. Boom Esports not quite getting that back-to-back, Stu.
Not getting the back-to-back, and AG Global are now on the front foot in this group. Group B is theirs to take. They win 1 more game, they are able to go into the playoffs and into the quarterfinals. Incredible performance. This is the AG Global that we were expecting. It feels like a throwback to the EMEA finals that we were casting. This aggression, the crowd control, the Princess Frost, the Lady Sun. Time and time again, Boom Esports were trying to jump onto Lady Sun, trying to deal enough damage, but the positioning from Zeiss, I have to say, That's one of the cleanest Lady Sun games I think I've ever seen. I mean, we saw Yin Yo playing Lady Sun yesterday. That was also very clean, but that's definitely the second best.
Yeah, second best to KPL, and I think that's definitely a big thing, a big giveaway to give to AG Global. But like you were saying, a fantastic performance for themselves. Season 2 Invitational wasn't their greatest, but seeing them back at their prime is amazing. And I'm definitely going to be dabbing up Martin when we see him later. I'm pretty sure he's very happy with that result.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting to see what he has to say, but we're going to be seeing and hearing what AG Global have to say after that impressive victory.
Hello guys, welcome back. We are joined here by Qingling from AG Global. Congratulations on the very first victory. How do you feel right now?
还是蛮开心的吧，就是拿下了首胜。但是对我们来说，这首胜应该昨天就应该拿的。不过没关系，我们打好接下来的每一把比赛就好了。
All right, we're really happy and excited because this is our first victory, but I think that this should be coming sooner. But everything, it's okay. We can accept this as long as we can make our best efforts in the following series. And more to that, let's talk more about the in-game executions. So you're behaving extremely aggressive. You actually invaded the first round of the jungle. What happens? It is a spontaneous thing or is pre-planned after the draft. 我们第一局的前期打得非常有进攻性啊。第一波其实你跟孙尚香清完中线呢。 就直接入侵了，这是一个你们在 BP 之后就已经做好的决定，还是说，哎，当场发生了一个立即的判断呢？
这就是我们预料之中嘛，就是我们开局也聊了很多，如果他那个打野就是不是蓝开的话，我们直接把他蓝反了，然后如果说我们他在的话，就戳他状态呗，因为我们下路其实都看到就是有线权嘛。 那所以我们就很大胆的去做出进攻，因为我们发现我们就比赛场上平时就是太怂了，然后昨天聊完之后，今天打得更有侵略性了吧。
All right, everything is under our predictions and controls because if the jungler does not start jungling around the blue buff, this is our first move into that blue buff. Or if he's around the blue buff area, I think our first move is kind of trying to steal those HP away from the jungler because after yesterday's performances, so after discussion, we found ourselves we have to play more aggressively, more confidently so that we can get good scores. So yeah, pretty much they are very happy of the performances they gave us today.
Gotcha, gotcha. Pretty much, hopefully another win and you're gonna go to the playoffs. You confident for that?
有信心吗？
那肯定有信心啊。
Definitely, 100%.
Then let's go and back to the studio.
Congratulations to AG Global on that amazing game. Great performances from all the heroes, the Lady Sun, the Ming, and of course, the Ogren. Remember that Ogren is available now, a warrior hero with a balance of offense and defense, which is able to condense the spirits of enemy heroes to assist our side in battle, possessing a special method attack. When in the activated Seer state, his basic attack can kill targets with low health instantly. Some tips: in addition to the ultimate move, Ogren's first skill can be activated a second time, allowing entry into the Seer state again. Ogren, a great hero, a great performance by AG Global, boys.
Yeah, very strong. I like the fact that they say, hey, you know what? We discussed it about this yesterday. We weren't clinical enough. So let's be a little bit more concise, a little bit more tight in our gameplay. And boy, that was a fast game.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of reeling from yesterday. They were kind of had that lead. I mean, you saw that interview, you know, with the Weibo coach, with the AGG coach. But, you know, they were losing, right? And they were winning, excuse me, but they actually came back. Now, you did predict them, Boom Esports, as the winner of that one. All I have to say is, ha ha.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that. And this is something that we can connect to the first game. We talked in the first game how Boom Esports just has struggled just to close the deal early. They had a gold advantage, but they pushed the game to 19. On the other hand, AG Global comes in. They've got advantage since the minute 1, and it goes, and then they finish on 11. At 10 minutes mark, what is their first goal? Dark Tyrant. Dark Tyrant after that, push the high ground, finish the game in 11. That's the way that's supposed to be played.
Yeah, it's extremely clinical. Now let's take a look at the scoreboard here. Let's take a look at the best score. I think it's a competition between Qingling 0-0-10 and we have Snow 5-1-3. He did so much work on that Algren in the Clash lane.
I'm going to go with Zeiss. I think the 4-1-4, he baited out Miggy so many times. Miggy was trying to draw a beat on him, but he was basically dancing with his food. Zeiss got all of the kills on him, so Zeiss really was next level, at least for me.
The Lady Sun and Ming, man, that combo right over there at the bottom, it's impossible to face against.
Yep, exactly. You know, with the health given with the ultimate from the side of Ming, that was the first problem they had to deal with. Second problem, they had to deal with the Algren as well. And more importantly, I think probably the MVP of this game for me is going to be Liv. This Princess Frost with the Shattered Eyes with the Frigid Prison did so much work against the likes of Boom.
Yeah, definitely. And I think AG Global, I mean, they had a huge advantage because they saw Boom Esports pick a lot of these heroes and they kind of had that counter pick in mind. They understood what Boom Esports were going to try to do, and having that second game ended up being a bit of an advantage for them.
And it has been amazing. Like the way that the Princess Frost was played, I agree with you, the AoE damage, crucial in order for Ogren to be able to come in and really start taking heroes down. Because that's the thing about the Ogre, man. Like you need to first chip down their HP bar in order for Ogren's ability to just completely, just instantly kill them.
Yeah, and it's not one person who gets damage to 4%, it is the whole team.
Yes, exactly. It is a team effort when you are playing on that.
All right, now we get to choose, okay, not us choosing, but we get to see who the MVP is. But my guess is going to be Liv. I think he made the most impact in that game.
Okay, let's wait and see. Is it going to be that? Nope. I'm so sorry, buddy. You're not catching a one victory today, Kin. I'm sorry. It's going to be Ogren Snow. Snow is going to be our MVP for this game with a 5-1-3 KDA.
Yeah, completely dominant in that one. And that's exactly what you want as your Clash laner. He was just kind of a menace. He was always there to kind of clean up. I mean, he had the most amount of kills on his team, but AG Gamers Global are just really sticking well together and playing like a team.
That's right, team effort here. And I think, you know what, you guys are putting a lot of pressure on me today. Yes, we have the wins, but the L stands for learn as well, okay?
So you're learning, is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Because you've been doing a lot of losing.
No, I've done doing a lot of learning, right? And that's exactly what AG has done with this. I mean, take a look at the timing they have on all the different things they were trying to achieve, right? So besides pushing out the lanes as well, they were really selective of which particular buff they're going for. A lot of the times you see them go for the Tyrant instead, which means they want to fight all the way.
Yeah, I'm going to take that. L is for learning, not only for losing. And people should go out there and really learn how to play that Ogren, because the way that Snow played it, it was tough, man. Like you can see it over there from the numbers.
I mean, look at the damage, he did, right? If we're looking at Snow himself, he had 45k, third on the team or whatever, but it's still kind of racking up. I mean, he was cleaning up a lot of what Mastosis and Zeiss was doing. Who were kind of in the front, shooting from people from afar. This Lady Soon was very difficult to deal with.
And one thing, if you take a look at the team fight rate, it's pretty high on the side of AG, right? But what makes it really difficult for Boom is that 1, 2, 3. 3 of them were fighting the entire time, which means they had no time to farm. There was no way to come back without the finances.
Yes, of course. Like you need to really try to use the jungle resources if you want to be able just to kind of like fight back. But if you never have time, if you're always just defending yourself, what do you do? Like, what is the way out of there, man?
I mean, the strategy to begin with, it's not great. I think it's one of those things where if you're getting pushed, you got to split push. You got to create space elsewhere. Maybe you invade the enemy jungle. Maybe you try to find whatever farm you can find on the map, because literally you're starving.
Yep, they need to buy time, and they need a lot of time because this time they're in a not so good position. They wanted that win. Now they are 1 game down on day 2. That's a tough position.
Well, that's going to be tough for Boom Esports right now, as they are going to be already done with their participation in our Honor of Kings Invitational mid-season, right? They're going to go home with a 1-4. It's not the best, but on the other side, for AG Global, man, like it's going to be amazing for them. They already like picking up the pace.
Okay, and I think we heard something about Secret and VKS. Secret beat VKS.
Okay. So not a great situation for VKS. Secret, we kind of expected that, right? Going into this one, top 2 team, I think we expected them to do very, very well. VKS, we were hoping, we were kind of praying that they would kind of be able to kind of put up a good fight. But, I mean, losing on that one might be heartbreaking for those fans.
Yep, it's a huge uppercut. So that's one Brazilian team at risk now of dropping to the bottom 2 of the
It is
table.
really difficult, man, because they already lost to Vitality. They lose right now to Team Secret. What can they do right now? It's very likely that they're going to try to fight for fourth place for them, at least to have a chance to make it to the top 8.
Yeah, they got to have a chance. I mean, they got to play harder. We didn't get to see all of that game, so we can't really break it down here, but it's definitely a do-or-die situation for them. They must win out.
Yep, and they really keep the motto of the key, which is everything has to be earned, and they really need to earn it this time.
Yeah, and with that result right now, what we're going to have is that Weibo Gaming is already top 8. Like, it's going to be, Weibo Gaming already officially is going to be on the top 8 teams that they're going to move into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I'm super curious. I mean, I've never been in this position, at least for today, but I wonder what it feels like to have a guarantee that we're winning.
No, I think Weibo, the fact that they were guaranteed top 8, moving on, I mean, the qualifying team getting into this one, the third Malaysian squad, is making some serious waves. I think that they were really underrated going into this one, and seeing them succeed on this level is what Honor of Kings Esports is all about.
I am amazed by everything that is happening right now, Alan. It's really good for us to be able to be alive right now in this day 2 of Honor of Kings Invitational mid-season, man. What about if we move into next game? Let's go. It's going to be day 2 or game 3. It's going to be Team Kagendra against Team Vitality.
Yep, all the points matter. Now, the 3-way tie is actually going to be also decided by a Kagendra match, right? Because all 3 teams, VKS, Vitality, and Team Secret, have to play against Kagendra. So these games are points you do not want to miss. Similarly, for Kagendra, these are potential points to get you into the top 4 position.
That is true, man. Like, we cannot just take Kagendra out of the conversation, right? Like, mathematically, they still have a chance. So hopefully, they can just make things harder for everyone right now just by coming in and then just beating Vitality maybe, and then just putting this, again, one more time, a little bit more confusing for everyone right now.
I mean, Kagendra was 0-2 yesterday. They were winless, right? But they have 3 games. They're going to be all on this stream, and this is the one you want to watch. This is a team that has a lot of potential. Can they get into this one? Can they kind of, maybe play a little party pooper for some of the other teams getting into this one?
Yep, it's all about the Indonesian pride at this point. But of course, I think we need to figure out what the prediction is like for this game as well, right?
All right, STC play predictions from the 2 of you boys. What do you think? Is it going to be Team Kagendra? Is it going to be Vitality? What
I'm
do you
going to go
think?
first this time? Because you've gone first every single time and you've lost.
No, I'm going to take first pick. I'm going to go with Team Vitality.
I wanted to go Team Vitality. Okay, nonetheless, I'm going to go with Kagendra. I think we're going to see some serious, maybe a bit of a shock upset on this one.
Okay, everyone wants me to learn today. With the L.
Why not, man? I'm going to go with Team Vitality. The way that they've been playing the game really needs us to give them the respect to say, like, they do have the upper hand right now. Hopefully, Team Vitality and Kagendra are going to be up to the standards and they're going to bring us an amazing game. So what about if we just pass it over there to the Amazon Arena and let's see what these 2 teams are going to bring.
And we are back to the battlefield to welcome our warriors who journeyed far just to battle it out right here at the Esports World Cup. Sky, let's go.
Since the 3rd matchup for today is about to kick off, and let's get ready for all those crazy things that is about to happen. So give our hands one more time to Team Kagendra. Welcome. Team Kagendra right now is at a very dangerous zone, I would say. They have to try everything they have to make it further towards the playoffs.
And let's see what's going to happen against their challenger. Here comes Team Vitality. They're all warmed up for a vital match indeed. I think we gotta have a lot going on this time.
It's do or die one more time. You go up, take a step up, you fight your seat at the playoffs, you go down, you fall off the cliff, and everything will be a goodbye for you. So important, so risky, so what's about to happen? Let's check it out. So give it to our studios.
Team Vitality, Kagendra, we're going over to Group A. And as we saw on the analyst desk as well, Team Secret beat Vivo Keyd off stage. So this is still a very important match for these two teams. Can Kagendra make the miracle run, Bram? Can they beat every single team above them and qualify into the top 4?
It's definitely looking like a feat, right? And that's it's like the scaling Mount Olympus at this point for Kagendra. Currently sitting on 0-2, but like we just said, that Team Vitality losing to Team Secret, not Team Vitality, sorry, Vivo Keystars. Vitality did lose to Team Secret, but not today. Vivo Keystars did just lose to Team Secret, even though we didn't watch it. Can't really give our words on that, but it's a big upset for the Brazilian scene.
Yeah, I mean, Vivo Keyd at the moment sitting at 1-2. Kagendra currently sitting at 0-2. If Team Vitality win this game, this is going to be a huge step for them to get into the top 4. And it's a team that is very close to our hearts, as we're both from Western Europe, as we're both following Team Vitality. We know quite a few of the players. We've been able to talk to some of the players as well. And when we was talking to Benji yesterday about the victory against Vivo Keyd, he was saying to me, he was like, they feel like they've improved so much from that Season 2 Invitational. We know that they have a new coach now. They have a different kind of way of playing the game as well, even if they have 2 players in the off role. You know, Shanks down in the farm lane normally plays in the jungle. CT Boys normally support, but playing in the jungle at the moment. So it's difficult for Team Vitality, but they're growing, I feel like, as Honor of Kings is going on. Obviously, the global scene's not been out for too long. But I think that already that sudden change between the Season 2 Invitational and the mid-season Invitational, being able to take the revenge against Vivo Keyd, super excited to cast them in this game. Yeah, it's like with the EWC Central broadcast when they showed that graph of when it was released in China and how long they've been playing for and when it was released in the rest of the world. So these teams are just started, like 2 months. Obviously, Brazil has been a little bit longer, and then obviously you got like Turkey, which aren't actually participating in this one, have a little bit longer than the rest of them, but it's just the beginning, and I think that's what really needs to be driven home to these players that may seem disheartened by losing. Yes, losing is good for you as long as you learn, which hopefully over in the studio, Kin is doing a lot of. Yeah, I'm kind of worried because I feel like Kin's going to cast a curse Vitality in this, which is not great. Kin has a 0% win rate at the moment in terms of predictions. I'm super worried. I mean, obviously, we're both cheering for, we're both kind of hoping that Vitality win this, but I'm praying that Kin doesn't go 3rd time. You know, 3rd time's the charm, right? They always say that. So hopefully Team Vitality can actually turn things around. But let's turn our attention to the draft as well. Vitality and Kagendra. Lady Shen being the priority for Vitality, which is super surprising because we know the Highland loves these assassins in the mid lane. The Shangguan has been one of his most popular picks. Mai as well, but Mai, one of the most banned heroes at the moment in the mid-season Invitational, but that's going to be responded by Long and Zhangfei. Yeah, that means we might see another late game ADC down into the farm lane, because if you're giving a Lady Shen into that mid lane, we know that the resources aren't going to be there, but the Dharma comes through from yesterday. 90 on that Dharma was pretty phenomenal, and Motsu so far has been a great way to set up these engages. So we're going to be seeing Benji on the Motsu, but the Zhangfei, the Loon coming through. This is a big 2 starting heroes within this draft already for Kagendra. Yeah, for sure. A huge thing to note right now for Team Vitality. They are a team that is kind of very different in terms of draft compared to other teams. We see a lot of teams in these drafts prioritize their jungle pick in the first 3 picks. But since CT Boy is kind of the fill in the jungle at the moment, he normally falls back to the tanks. We've seen him a lot on the Kaiser. We saw him yesterday off stream on the Musashi. So he's kind of the one that's just like, okay, I don't really need to be a priority pick. Team Vitality would rather get the priority picks to the likes of 90. As you mentioned, a very strong performance on the Dharma, the likes of the Mutsu, Lady Shen as well. Ogren being picked though for Kagendra. Question is, Blam, Clash Lane or Jungle? That flex pick is left open, which is super nice for them.
I'm not going to try and guess it. I'm not going to try and make myself look like an idiot. But with it being in the middle of that draft, I can assume that it's only going to be a flex pick just to keep Vitality guessing. But they do ban out the Lady Sun. So I was really thinking that Shanks was going to go for that Lady Sun there. But with the Arlie gun down, Lady Sun, we are seeing a very, very small ADC pool now in that farm lane for Shanks. But there, it's all going to be Byron being taken out into the Clash lane. So if the Ogren is in the Clash lane and Byron gets taken out, it's a bit of a non-starting ban there, and then Princess Frost in that mid lane.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a huge point to point out about Shanks as well. Shanks has kind of been the main carry for this team. Yesterday against Vivo Keed on that Arlie was one of the highest priority picks for this team. Obviously, Arlie getting banned in the first rotation. But what does Shanks fall back on? We've seen him fall back on Derenji a few times, but we know that Derenji is not as much of a carry as someone like Arlie, for example. It's going to be going up against the Long, but the Hino as well. I love Kagendra's draft. There's so much flexibility on the draft. The Hino can go mid lane, could go jungle, could even go into Clash lane. Ogren can go Clash lane or jungle. It's so difficult for Vitality at the moment to understand what lanes they're coming up against, what heroes they're coming up against.
Yeah, the Hino with that poke range as well. So there's a lot of wave clear at the moment on the side of Kagendra, and a lot of damage as well. So even if it's the Hino in the jungle, that poke can still put a lot of pressure onto those early engages. And obviously Lung, as we know, has some fantastic damage. But you were right, Stu. We are seeing Shanks fall back to the DRNG, and then we're seeing a City Boy go for his Masashi, which we saw yesterday, and he played pretty well.
Yeah, I feel like this is a really nice adaptation for Vitality. We saw them struggle a little bit in the Season 2 Invitational with the likes of Kaiser just being picked every single time for City Boy, and then when Kaiser wasn't picked, it was pretty doomed for them. Like, they didn't look as strong of a team, but then winning yesterday on Masashi is going to be huge. I'm really curious how this game is going to go, though, because Derenji, as we mentioned, is not as much of a carry as Arlie. I think that they still have to funnel a lot of gold onto Shanks. They have to prioritize getting that gold onto Shanks because he is the main carry for this team. But with the sort of build that gets done with Derenji, sometimes we get tank items, more utility items, like the lightning chain effect. It's going to be super interesting how Vitality adapts with them not playing as much of a carry in that farm lane.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. We can only really hope that City Boy gets his big boy boots on the Masashi and really carries this game as well. But like I was saying in that draft, the Lady Shen is not going to be the one that's going to be taking a lot of gold going into this game against Kagendra. But Kagendra has such a feisty roster right now with the Lung, with the Ogren, with the Hino as well, Zhongfei with the Engage, and even now fleshing that out with the Luna. So the Ogren goes up into the Clash lane, and Hino is going to be building those magic damage items.
Yeah, so really nice here. I think the Masashi is kind of... everyone knows that Masashi is a really, really good counter to Ogren with that lockdown. So they're like, okay, we don't want to put this Ogren in the jungle because we don't want it to really come up against CT Boy and the Masashi because it's going to be a counter pick. So let's flex that Ogren. Let's put that in the Clash lane. Hino, as we've seen, has been played a lot more in the mid lane as more of a carry rather than a tank. So that flexibility of putting Hino in the mid lane. And now we see Kagendra, their jungler, on more of a carry jungler in the end for Ruwa in the jungle. So it's going to be super interesting to see how they adapt in terms of that flexibility. But again, it all comes down to the game itself. It all comes down to the rotations around the map, as we've seen already from the first 2 games. But in terms of Group A, this is a really important game. If Kagendra lose this, they're pretty much out. I think it's going to be very difficult for them to actually come back. They do still have 2 games after this as well, but I feel like for Kagendra, this is a must-win for them to keep the momentum. But at the same time, Vitality as well, they still need to win this as well. They're against Team Secret and Impunity afterwards. Team Secret is going to be definitely a bit of a struggle game for them. Impunity maybe is going to be a bit of a 50-50. So even them as well, it's also a must-win. So it's a super important game in this Group A.
I think we should just ditch the super important narrative. It just seems to be every game.
Every game's important.
Super important. Super important.
Yeah.
Super important. It's just like every game is pretty much, it's got some weight behind it. It's all got some pretty hefty consequences if you lose. If you win, it's all about maintaining that momentum for in day 2, which obviously you're going to be wanting the most.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Kagendra still has a few other games as well. We're going to be seen on the A stream as well. So if they want their comeback to start, it has to start now as well. And as you mentioned, I really like the look of their draft as well. I think that flexibility in the draft is such a good thing to have in a draft. You know, being able to pick Orgren on the first rotation in the draft and say to Team Vitality is like, hey, you have to guess where the Orgren's going. Then they pick Heino, and they're like, hey, now you have to try and guess where Heino's going. And in the end, they pick the Luna, and Vitality have to pick the whole composition before Kagendra actually finished them off in the end. But we'll have to see if that does make the difference this time around.
Yeah, I'm really a little bit worried here about the Derengion against the Lung. We've seen quite a few times that this matchup is happening so far within the EWC mid-season invitational, but it's just because how much aggression Lung has. He has that ultimate that is able to engage, disengage. If you don't want to get targeted, you just go straight up to the sky and become a dragon, which most people probably wish they could do in real life. But you can if you play Lung. If you main Lung, you can make that as much as a realistic expectation than you would normally have if you weren't playing Honor of Kings. But already we're seeing a very, very slow pace, beginning match on this Vitality and Kagendra, because the past two games have been pretty aggressive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're seeing a lot of priority onto this bot side. You're seeing the Mozu and the Zhongfei really prioritizing this bot side. There's not that much rotations this game by the supports. We normally see the Zhongfei and the Mozu roaming a lot.
Yes.
But I think there's so much priority on this farm lane matchup, 0-0 against Shanks, two of the main carries for both of these rosters. So making sure that they have a stable enough lane, making sure they don't get caught out. We know how much burst damage Long can do. The Renji in the early game, not that strong in terms of damage potential, but does have that utility in the end once he gets a few items, and does have to stun as well with his ultimate. But you're seeing so much priority on this bot side. And meanwhile, we're seeing Orgren. I think the real kind of benefit of playing this Orgren in the top lane means that you can get that push priority. You're seeing 90 at the moment has to play super aggressive underneath the tower, which means that Hans can actually look to try and roam around, which as you can see he's doing at the moment. He's just rotating around, trying to get a little bit of vision around the map because he has that pushing priority in the lane.
And because they have that priority in the clash lane as well, Weero is able to just go around, as we saw earlier on, that Luna was helping herself to Musashi's jungle camps as well. So, and again, we're seeing a little bit more of a free roaming here. Weero is actually being very confident with these roams. He's already sitting in that brush there, hoping that they can kind of get a push or see if Benji and Shanks overextend. But it doesn't look like quite that much, but it could be. Oh, Benji's having to force the flash out of there, but is it going to be enough? No! First blood goes over to Kagendra. Has Kin cursed us?
Oh, no, don't say that. No, the Kin curse is coming. I can already feel it burning in my bones right now. Normally, I'm the caster curse at the end. I remember some of the Team Vitality members were like, wait, you're casting our game? That's not a good thing. You're going to cast the curse last, but I feel like Kin's the one today. But yeah, really, really nice play. Benji, a little bit of an overstep there, but really nice there for Ruwa to be kind of sit in the jungle, kind of wait for the rest of the team to be able to be there. You have to set up potential as well from the Zhongfei, so really smart in the end. And you're seeing at the moment the kind of benefit the Zhongfei has. We're seeing a lot of Zhongfei's also taking Smite, which allows you to take that double Smite potential with Luna and also Zhongfei. It means that you can prioritize these objectives a lot more. The double Smite means you can do a lot of damage in very quick succession if you have the right communication, but also allows you to secure the likes of the bird right at the bottom of the map as well. That can also be secured, and everything else around the map, because Zhongfei is a hero that doesn't need that much in terms of 90
flashy
play.
CC into the wall though. Hello. I was about to say, my next thought was going to be 90 feels really restricted into that clash lane, because obviously Orgren puts those things, his little cast over bridges, the little spiritual bridges I'm going to call them, and then kind of follows him out with that other ability that can slow him as well. So seeing that, I was like, maybe 90's just been trapped into that clash lane, but right now it's not looking like it's making much difference in the clash lane, but down into the farm lane, it's a little bit more of a different telltale. It's a 3v1 engage onto Benji. That is a double kill going over to 0-0, and currently, that's not good.
Yeah, Kagendra again doing really, really well. Really smart tower dive from Kagendra. This dual lane at the moment is performing incredibly well. Ruwa also getting a lot of priority. I think Kagendra have definitely done their homework against Team Vitality. They know that Shanks is the main carry. They know that Team Vitality like to put a lot of resources onto Shanks. So understanding that, Ruwa spent a lot of time in this bottom side going for the tower dive as well. We mentioned yesterday in our cast as well, Long is such a great hero to be able to tower dive because he can take that tower aggro. He can take a couple of tower shots, and then he can use the ultimate to escape as well, as we see the end of that. A double kill over to Long this early on is going to be extremely scary to deal with for Vitality.
Very, very crucial. And we're seeing that Highland can't play that carry role either because he's normally on the Shangguan, he's normally on the Mai Shiranui. So being on the Lady Shen, you are playing a little bit more of a backseat. And you can kind of see that that's the draft here at the drafting part for Team Vitality. I think that's where it kind of started to sort of be a bit of a plodding way into an early grave, it seems. But so far, they are still keeping into it. The gold lead is not too far between the two teams as well. It's just that they need to start getting some priority in these lanes. We saw Benji being able to get a kill over to Team Vitality as well. But Dharma just trying to get some CC onto these squishier heroes on the side of Kagendra. It's almost like it's going to be a really hard feat for them, because if you think about it, if Dharma goes in and then Zhongfei just pushes him out, that's kind of like they've got no other way of getting back in there unless the Motsu comes through with a long range engage first, gets that stun off, then Dharma gets in. That's the only way I can see this working.
Yeah, for sure. I think that that's a really good point to bring up. There's a lot of disengage on the side of Kagendra in this game. You know, like Zhongfei, but Dharma, 90 again, flashing in, gets the kill onto 0-0 on the Long, and 90 coming up absolutely huge on this Dharma so far. That's twice now he's been able to use that flash ultimate to pin someone against the wall, and that's the price factor that Dharma brings, which is one of the reasons why I love this hero.
Yeah.
You know, it's not really picked as much as the Elaine or the Mayim, but just for that playmaking potential with the ultimate, it's such a huge win condition here for Vitality.
I mean, you just brought up two names that I completely forgot about there. I was like, I haven't seen them all today, which is pretty much a different story from yesterday because they have been banned pretty heavily here. But Wiro may be getting caught out here as the T1 mid lane has fallen. He has to retreat a little bit further than he did a few moments ago, but he is able to get out of there. But it looks like Haino is trying to focus here, so Kagendra going for those side lanes, priorities again, because they've pushed both the Clash lane, both the farm lane. But I do have to give it to Vitality. They have got that very important T1 in the mid lane, which means they can try and overstep now, try and get a few more ganks.
Yeah, so you can see Masashi going for a more tank build this time around with the Cape Beam build as the first item, playing more of the tank role, which is what we mentioned. You know, CT Boy has definitely been playing more of a tank role for this team, giving more gold over to the likes of Highland if he plays Assassins, or even Shanks this time around. But as you mentioned, you know, Highland is kind of there for the utility, there for the wave clear, there for kind of the burst damage in terms of a mage, not playing that assassin this time around. But I think all eyes on this game now has to be on 90 to see if he can make the plays on the Dharma onto 0-0, because 0-0 has such a big lead at the moment on Long in terms of kills, being able to get a huge advantage, and they need to make sure they use that as well in this game.
Yeah, we see that Wiro made his way up to the Clash lane just to kind of put a bit more of a pressure up there whilst giving over the Tyrants. So again, we could be seeing a little bit more of an output onto the side of Team Vitality. But really, that damage is only going to be coming from either the Dharma or the Shanks right now. But it could potentially come through on Highland, but as we've already said in the broadcast, that Highland's not going to be the priority of giving that gold over. It is definitely heavily reliant on Shanks just to get gold, get that itemization going. But so far, it's pretty much neck and neck. Kagendra looked like they had a much better earlier game into that 4-minute mark. Now, it's kind of taking that same role as Boom Esports' first game, where it's kind of slowing down the pace, because I think of the not thinking that they were going to lose that T1 mid turret so early is probably put a bump in the road for them.
No, 100%. I totally agree. I think Kagendra already have performed a lot better than what we saw yesterday. I think overall they've been playing a lot more safer. They've also been getting a lot more rotations in the early game, especially for the jungler, being able to get that extra early advantage. Both teams now trying to prioritize this Tyrant for the extra damage. Kagendra, a little bit split at the moment, but we have to wait for that engage from 90. Is it going to come out, or are they just going to give up this objective? It looks like they're just going to back off for now. They're going to give up this objective. Vitality don't feel confident enough that they're going to be able to take this Tyrant away.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of Kagendra, they're all a little bit too split, so for 90 to try and get in here, it's going to be hard, but you can see him rotating to the backline here. We saw that Senko was pretty much nicely set up by that wall. We do see the Peacemaker coming through from the Motsu there, but there was no follow-up because they decided to disengage, get Masashi that Azure Golem, and maybe play for this Overlord, because this could put them back into the game, especially these side lanes right now. Just trying to get another T, get the first T2 down, just means that if we could start seeing some split pushes from the side of Team Vitality, we could still see a victory for them.
One thing I want to note as well with the itemizations that we can see on screen as well, I've been seeing this a lot, but the support items for both Benji and Zhongfei going for the Radiance in terms of vision, but looks like a fight might be starting. 90 use the ultimate already. The Overlord is going to be taken, but they're looking to try and Kagendra get an engage, and Vitality are running for the wings.
Yep, ready for the wings. Highland gets taken down early in the engage, and Kagendra is going to settle at that. They do lose the Overlord, which was probably at great succession for 90, just being able to keep 0-0 off of that object there. So keeping the Dragon at bay, but they do lose the T1 turret as well. So this could be crucial for Kagendra to get back into this lane priority plays. And again, they are going to take that T2 with ease. Kagendra having a fantastic brawl there, taking out the Highland, taking down T1 and T2 in the mid lane.
Yeah, objective goes over to Vitality, but they lose 2 mid lane towers, not just 1, but 2 mid lane towers, showing how strong Long is at taking towers. But go back to my original point quickly, but yeah, Radiance support items being picked for both the Zhongfei and the Benji means that you get that extra vision. You know, we were talking about in the last game about how vision is so important, about trying to make sure that you don't get caught in bushes. Thanks to these support items, the Mozi and the Zhongfei are building, you get that big massive AoE vision around you that you'll be able to activate after every few seconds. And that's going to be really big at trying to set up plays for both these teams, whether it's the Zhongfei engaging, whether it's Mozi trying to get vision to try and land these long-range stuns. And it's an adaptation that I've seen quite a lot in the mid-season. We didn't see it too much in Season 2 Invitational, but in this mid-season, these teams are definitely prioritizing vision more than anything else.
Yeah, it's also used for like a counter engage as well, because they got the likes of the Dharma, so it makes sense for Zhongfei to take it, because we can see Dharma as a very much sit in the bush kind of guy. But then at the same time, we have Wero on the Luna, which we know from previous matches. Luna generally sits in those bushes before those neutral objectives, so again, it's a huge counter engage for themselves, for support to give themselves a little bit more functionality within this fight. But it's looking pretty much like a stalemate so far going into the 14-minute mark. The goal difference is not that far apart. It's only 2k difference, which is not a lot at all. And if you look in terms of level, there's just not much disparity in that option as well, because they're just very equal in this game, which going into it, we thought Vitality would maybe get a stomp on their hands, with Kagendra already sitting at 0-2 right now.
Oh, this is what happens in the best of one. You know, anything can happen in the best of one. And Masashi trying to use the ultimate on the backline. Long using the ultimate to disengage is just going to escape in there. So just a trade of ultimates in the end. As you mentioned, pretty much a stalemate at the moment. Both teams not willing to take any risks. Both teams just trying to take as much farm as possible. Try and get the items that they need towards these next objectives. And speaking of the objectives, that Shadow Tyrant is going to be spawning now as well, which is going to be a huge fight for these two teams. But again, Kagendra are the first ones to this objective. They're the ones that have the control over this objective. But Vitality are like, okay, we need to step in and we need to make our mark on this Tyrant. And it's going to be a huge fight.
Yep, Shadow Tyrant is looking pretty low.
Stolen!
Wero with the steal. The crucial kill theft comes through. But not only that, Stu, it is crucial crowd control, double kill, triple kill over to the Ogryn as well. This could be the end for Vitality. They have the mid lane. They are at the higher ground. Sorry, Stu, what is going on? Kagendra beating Team Vitality. We did not think this was going to happen.
The miracle run is still alive for Kagendra. 1 down, 2 to go. Kagendra beating Team Vitality, making this an extremely exciting and spicy group going into the rest of today.
Yep, and that is probably the biggest upset of the day for me so far, to be honest. The Kagendra coming through and taking it from Team Vitality. But I have to keep beating this one back home. It all happened in that draft. They knew. They've done their homework.
Yep.
They've sat in the restaurant at the hotel. They've gone to the player lounge. They've literally sussed out who the carry is on Team Vitality and really aimed at Shanks.
100%. I think definitely going back to the draft, the flex picks as well in the end for Kagendra. I think their draft was so well planned, and you can see that, as you mentioned, they've done their homework. They've been able to take this victory. And now this, I don't know what to predict with this group now. Vitality beat VKS, they take revenge there. Kagendra now beat Vitality, which means that Kagendra are now 1-2. Vitality are now 1-2. Vivo Kids are 1-2, and Impunity are 1-2. So we have a 4-way tiebreaker at the moment in Group A, which means this is wide open for anyone to make it into the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like a bit of a similar story what we saw after the end of day one. A lot of people on that 1-1, and it looks like Kin's curse came through. Vitality have lost to Kagendra. Kin, why? But first, hearing from the winners.
And we are writing more history right here as the first win for Kagendra. How are you and how do you feel about it?
I feel really amazing. We feel so amazing today.
I'm sure of it. I can feel the vibes as well, man. The moment you won, it's like, oh my God, everything just like, boom, let's go. What's happening here?
I mean, the very last team fight was wild and crazy. What actually happened? Who seized that opportunity to have that very eventual hit?
I think we saw it together, that the moment when the dragon will stun all of them. Yeah, so we just seized the moment.
Very precious moment captured here.
I'm sure of that.
It's so difficult to do that, but you did it so well. Okay, the Luna pick is very special. How do you feel about this hero? The reason why?
So because today we have a mindset of nothing to lose, so we just go all out today.
That is a powerful feeling. Nothing to lose. Let's go all out. Let's have fun and make it happen. And you did. Such a beautiful time. So, you feeling more confident about the coming matches?
Yeah, of course. I feel like we can even beat KPL Dream Team now.
Beat KPL Dream Team. Let's go. Let's see if that's going to happen or not. And let's see what's going to happen more. To the studio. Back to you guys.
When you have nothing to lose, that is the moment to really show up. And Kagendra is really writing history right now.
Yeah, that's right. Feeling confident to the point where they feel like they can take on KPL Dream Team.
And why not, man? Why not? They come in today and then they start thinking like, okay, we have nothing to lose, man. Let's just go for it. Let's just really try our very best to enjoy this whole thing. And when you have a player that is at its top, enjoying the game, that is a dangerous, very, very, very dangerous thing.
Yeah, it's like an animal that's cornered.
Yes.
You know, they're going to fight back. And they're going to fight back, especially since Kendofu was predicting against them as well. And Kagendra striking back. I love the confidence. I love the fact that they were able to go in. Can they take on KPL? Might be a little ambitious, but it's still funny nonetheless.
Well, let's take a look at the scoreboard. At this point, it is a victory for the Kages. And I want to focus on to We Raw here. It's such a wonderful game.
You gotta admit that the whole thing, for me, it just happens from the BP. The BP is just the reason why Kagendra is just winning this. The way that they just really were able just to push Shanks against the corner and really neutralize that farmer laner. Like, that is the key to why Kagendra is taking the dub.
Yeah, very good movements. You see the ganks that were happening. They were just making everything uncomfortable for Vitality. They were not able to play the game that they wanted to have done, and they were playing defensive from the beginning. Yes, they came back at this point, but it was one of those things where the team fights were far superior for Kagendra.
Yep, it was more difficult to execute on the side of Vitality because you are depending on Benji to land those cannon blasts in order for Shanks to get the kills in. But for movers, it's a different kind of concept. It's about the Leaping Savior. Give the shields to 0-0, let him work his magic.
Yeah, and working that magic, it's kind of a copy off of KPL. You were talking earlier about the fact that this draft is actually very similar to what they ran before.
Yes, exactly. And you know, when you draft such a monstrous type of I don't know. Van pick. Yeah, I feel so defeated at this point, guys. I'm so sorry for voting.
It's totally fine, buddy. We all here came to learn. You're learning the same as everyone else, man. And believe me, everyone is just enjoying this, man. Like, for sure, we're gonna have an MVP for this game. It is going to be amazing. Like, this was an amazing game. The match MVP is gonna be Muffers Tramfe.
Completely on point. And I just want to add on to what, Isaac, you were saying. There's a lot of learning by Kin. He's doing quite a bit more of the learning more than anyone else in today's day.
Yeah, so more importantly is about the damage that Mufus was soaking, similar to how I'm soaking a lot of damage right now as well, right? So not only that, with the equip of the double smite, they really went to their best. They kind of diluted the jungle growth. That was the main point, right? We were talking about this. The fact that the Musashi started with red allowed WeRaw to really just eat up the jungle on the other side when the timers were up.
And this has been an amazing game. The way that Kagendra just completely stirred the pot, even putting impunity back in the conversation. This is just amazing. We're learning so much, man, and I hope that everyone is going to keep learning with us by following our Honor of Kings Global Esports channels and using the hashtag HOK at EWC 2024. This is gonna give you a chance to win permanent skins that you can always receive in the latest and exclusive esports information, man. Follow the channel right now. Boys, we're going for a break right now, right after Kagendra and this amazing game. We're gonna have KPL Dream Team against Weibo Gaming. Stay tuned.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour's silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Ready, set, go.
Hello and welcome to the interview. I have Pang with me from Team KPL. Hello, welcome. I have a question for you before we begin. Right now, both KPL and Weibo are 3-0. Do you think you're going to beat them at the end of the day?
好，那首先欢迎小胖来到我们今天的一个采访席。那么首先我们第一个问题想问到小胖呢是，就是我们现在跟微博都是一个3个积分嘛，那你觉得我们今天会战胜他们吗？我们是否比他们更加强劲呢？
I think KPL Dream Team, everyone is more strong than WBG. Yeah.
He said not only him, but also his teammates, they are stronger than Weibo team.
That is the confidence, and we love to see that. But tomorrow we're going into the playoffs, so I would like to know: are we going to see anything new from your team?
那明天就要开启下一阶段了嘛，就预计来到我们的淘汰赛了，有什么新的挑战和目标吗
My team 是目标怎么说来着 ？My team's target is only champion.
Only champion. The target is only champion.
Only champion. There is no other target. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck in your target.
Right after that amazing interview with Pang, I am just hyped, man. I love when Pang comes in and starts using English just to answer to the questions. Like, I've seen that before in other tournaments. It always cracks me up, man.
It's a lot of confidence, right? It's one of those things where I know what's happening. I know I need to just exert dominance because I am the better team. I'm the better player. I know what's going on. I mean, they have 31 champions within the players themselves. This is a all-star team.
Yep, they have a very clear target. They want to be the champions. I also have a clear target. I want to get one prediction right.
I hope so too, man. I hope that you're going to start just carrying some W's, man. Well, boys, yesterday was the first time for the two of you just to cast KPL Dream Team games, right? What was the difference? Was there like a different feeling in just casting the KPL Dream Team games to what you have done before?
I think it's really clear that they have very strong understandings of the hero picks they have. Like the moment Pang entered the jungle, we have read that, hey, Pang likes to occupy the opponent jungler, makes it his home. And, you know, most teams don't really show up in a very aggressive style like that. But Pang was a different class altogether.
Very different. And it was one of the things that I noticed was the fact that they're clinical and they play around the clock. They understand the timings of all the objectives, and they force things. They know where the enemy jungle is going to be before they even get there. So, you know, being like 10 steps ahead really helps that team.
Yep, and it's not just fast fingers, it's also the fast, you know, processing of information because they're able to make very quick decisions. Hey, we got Eternity Blade, let's go and get the kill now. And then slowly transition, one win after win after win, suddenly it's a huge snowball.
It is just, I agree with you in terms of that. Like, it's just that micro, man. Like just being able just to come into the amazing, just immediately, 1 second, one decision, 1 second, another decision, always coming in, it never stops. Weibo, what can they do to try to defeat that? How can they block this?
Okay, so in the 2 out of 3 games we've seen of Weibo Gaming, right, they have picked Sun Bin twice. It's a litmus test for the side of Weibo Gaming. And they like to use his time bomb to really check the bushes. I think that gives them a little bit of safety against the likes of KPL Dream Team.
Okay.
Not only that, they rarely allow their farm lane to have a 1v1 situation. It is 1v2, 3v1, it doesn't matter, right? We will never allow a farm lane to fight alone in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, so for me, they know how to come back.
Yeah.
But going up against a team like KPL Dream Team, coming back is going to be very difficult. So they need to ensure that they have a really good early start, get themselves a head start, and understand that KPL is probably going to invade their jungle very, very early.
So that's the thing, like, if you cannot come back, don't let them run away. Just since the beginning of the game, just do not allow that little jungle resources, a little bit of that edge, because 100, 200, 300, they just start piling up into 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. You do not want to give them that. Boys, we're almost there for the game. Come on, I need predictions.
Yes,
STC play predictions, let's go.
I've been waiting for that. I'm gonna pick first. I want to pick KPL Dream Team. Give me my first dub, man.
Okay, I have to go with Weibo in that case. I don't like it. I think it's going to be very difficult for them. But man, if they do this, if the Kindofu curse really is real, now is the time. Because if Weibo wins this one, that would be a huge upset.
A lot of highlights for this, man. Like, everything is going to be on us because the winner of this game might just take the first place of this group. It's going to be an amazing game. By far, the closest one that we're going to have. What about if we just move to the Amazon Arena and then we just get ready for this amazing clash?
And we are back to the Amazon Arena, back to the Gorge to witness another ultimate clash of skill and strategy in this coming match. And now, reach into the sky, yalla, we are ready.
This is happening. This is the time. So, ladies and gentlemen, and the crowds in the arena, can we hear some voices for the KPL Dream Team?
Oh, they are ready.
Of course. Let's go. I think KPL Dream Team is ready. Let's welcome. I think yesterday, KPL Dream Team had become so powerful, so dominant and monstrous. So we was wondering, what are the secret weapons they've been hiding from us? And I think this is showtime.
Definitely it is showtime against their challenger hailing all the way from Malaysia. Let's hear for Weibo Gaming. I'm excited for this one to see what's gonna happen. Everybody wants to compete against KPL, the Dream Team, but Weibo Gaming have a lot to offer as well. Their combination of mechanical skills and in-depth gaming, pretty much, they are here to dominate.
Of course, so ladies and gentlemen, please summon your heroes. The battle for the Honor of King's crown is upon us. I believe this will be the time we headed to the studios.
Welcome everybody back to the mid-season invitational. I'm pretty sure the crowd are going to be going nuts for this one, Stu, because it is the KPL Dream Team against Weibo Gaming. I'm going nuts for this one because Weibo is currently at the same standing as the KPL Dream Team.
Yeah, this is the most exciting game of the day, the match of the day as well, as the analysts mentioned at the start of today. Both these teams 3-0. So far, KPL has washed everyone in their path, but Weibo Gaming seemed like the second strongest team in their group. So this is going to be a super interesting matchup. As you mentioned, the crowd is there. As we were walking to the Amazon Arena this morning as well, we can see them queuing up outside. They're ready to cheer on their team.
Absolutely. I mean, I think if anybody can do it right now, Weibo definitely have my vote. And KPL currently have Kin's Caster Curse, which has been very prevalent today, Kin. Thank you for Caster Curse in Team Vitality. Please let it do the same for the KPL. Just joking, just joking. I don't want the crowd to jump me when I get off the casting booth. That will probably happen. But no, I think this is going to be a really close game. I really hope it's going to be a close game because Weibo have just had such a strong performance, being such the underdogs, being such lack of statistics for this group as well.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing that loads of people, a lot of teams, coming into this tournament didn't know too much about Weibo Gaming. They only really had that last chance qualifier to go by in terms of preparation. And they've been able to come into this tournament with a lot of prep. As one of the other Malaysian teams, it was kind of that battle between like Weibo and Loops who would take that second and third seed, but Weibo Gaming already completely washed Loops completely, which Brazil in general are just kind of underperforming in this tournament. But enough about Brazil, let's talk about this draft as well. Weibo Gaming ban away the Orgrim, ban away the Shang Fei as well, surprisingly enough. And it's going to be that Dolia first pick in the end, which opens up the Ali. But the first time in this tournament we are going to see, I think it's the second time actually that we've seen Mai in this tournament. I believe it was played in day number 1. But this is the most banned hero in this tournament at the moment, Mai Shiranui. Going to be super exciting to see an assassin being played in the mid lane for a change.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't want to see any fans coming towards me and slapping me in the face and just coming out of nowhere, which has been pretty much the theme of today, is being sitting in these bushes just when teams don't face check. But I know that KPL are definitely going to face check it. The Dolia with the lung, this is exactly what I thought was going to come through. As soon as I saw the Dolia get placed as for prio pick, I knew that the lung was coming through, and then Hugh Huan to just keep that team comp going because the engages, the double airtime as well. It may not just go on Lung to give the airtime. We have the Huan who can be flying up in the air, coming back down, baby, and healing your team.
Yeah, I think the big thing as well is that it's kind of surprising that Weibo Gaming picked the Ali over the Long. It seems to be definitely a huge priority for Weibo Gaming. But we did see JD play Long in the last series of yesterday that we were casting against Boom Esports. Yes. So this is a hero that he feels comfortable on, but he wants the Ali instead for the extra mobility and then being able to pick up that Luna as well, that carry jungler. The only kind of downside I see at the moment for Weibo Gaming, which might be a Liam Poe pick now, which might solve that, is they don't have too much front line. They have an assassin in the jungle. They have an assassin in the mid lane. They have the Byron, which is more of a damage bruiser than a tank bruiser, to be fair. We've seen that Byrons are not as tanky as maybe some other heroes up in the Clash lane. So we'll have to see. I mean, at the moment, that Dolia Long and Huan combo, Rong has been playing Huan a lot, so we'll have to see what they round their comp out with.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Byron because of that knock-up. So if you could knock up one of the backline, and currently right now the KPL draft is very squishy, just like Weibo Gaming. But if you can get the Byron knock-up and then Mai Shiranui comes through, or Ali comes through, or Luna, that's huge damage coming through onto the side of Weibo Gaming. But those last little parts of the draft there, the Dharma and the Lady Shen, the Kayan and the Motsu, we see the Masashi coming through once more, so it's going to be Hu Huan in that mid lane. I expected it, to be honest, because they were the first team to play that. And then the Mayin in the Baron lane, the Clash lane, sorry, we haven't seen that for quite some time, Stu.
Yeah, the Yuhuan going to be really, really impactful here for Rong. We've already seen him multiple times, as you mentioned. Bit of a comfort pick for him in the mid lane. Comboed up with that Dolia as well. Dolia has so many ultimates that she can reset this game. Long's ultimate turned into a dragon. Yuhuan with the extra healing. Musashi, you can potentially get a double knock-up as well. And KPL now have their front line. They have the Musashi, they have Mayin. Super curious to see what Weibo pick here. I would say potentially the Lian Po. I did mention it before. Lian Po, they needed a frontline tank. They already banned out the Zhang Fei. Lian Po is the next in line, which rounds out their comp, in my opinion, really, really well. They have the Lian Po and the Byron in the backline. They also have the Mai and the Luna with that extra bit of mobility with the Ali to try and get into the backline. But this is going to be, Blam, a super explosive game. I cannot wait to get into this.
I expect nothing less, Stu. I expect nothing less. But this is probably my favorite thing about the EWC mid-season invitational. It's just the amount of times Lian Po's coming out. It's one of my favorite heroes. It's fantastic for those engages like we saw with Boom Esports earlier. Didn't quite work as well against AG Global just because Zay's was so fed. But going into this team comp, having quite squishy heroes on the side of the KPL Dream Team. Yes, they have the Musashi to give them a little bit of a front line, but going with the Byron, going with the Lian Po, that's a solid front line.
Yeah, for sure. I think both teams are... you definitely prioritize like the tank on the support for the Lian Po. Definitely going to be building more tanky. I mean, if the Musashi goes the same as the CT boy from last game, again, going to be going for the cape, the more of the tanky build. We'll have to see, because we've seen Pang on so many like carrier jungles as well. We've also seen him on the tanks like Menki as well. So it's going to be super interesting as we get into this incredible clash. And oh no! The fights have already started, Bland. The blood has already been spread. KPL Dream Team, the aggression that was going to come out already. And look at this, the invades come in as well. I think KPL have shown so many different styles of them. They've played the super aggression that they're playing now and against Falcons. They've shown the respect against some of the teams as well. But in this game, they are showing no respect over to Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, they definitely want that top seed in their respective group. But the Mai Shiranui there with a great knock-up onto Rong, but nothing came out of it. But that is just showing that Weibo's like, hey, if you want to play aggressive, guys, we can play that just too. But there is so much AoE going on right now on the side of the KPL Dream Team. But First Blood going over to KPL Dream Team, learning that from the game with All Gamers Global, they didn't want to lose that First Blood this time around.
Yeah, incredible play there. Again, a kind of surprise factor in that Clash lane. You know, being able to get the extra advantage in the Clash lane is super important, especially in this Mayin versus Byron matchup. The Byron definitely having the early game advantage over the Mayin, but now Mayin has a little bit of an advantage early game. That's definitely going to help out Fly here in the top side of the map. And Rong has used the flash in the mid lane as well, but honestly, I'm super excited to see Yinyo on Long, because we know that in China, Long has been out for quite some time. It's been the most played pick over there in China for the likes of Yinyo and also Chance, the other farm lane carry that's in this tournament for the KPL Dream Team. So I want to see how Long differs from like Yinyo playing it compared to the other players that have been playing at this tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean, this match is more likely going to show it. The goal difference is already 2K. We're already having a big engage here. Weibo taking out Pang. Hello. This is Weibo Gaming. They are here to stay and try and keep that top seed in this group, which is fantastic for them. Can they beat All Gaming's 2 kills? Can they beat that 10-minute match as well? But that was just a fantastic play there. Gives over the Azure Golem, the blue buff, over to the Ali. We get a little bit of tit for tat up here into the clash lane. Oh, I thought Guayu was going to get another kill onto Fly.
Yeah, mistake there for Pang, which is very rare to see, to be honest. Going for the invade, but not respecting Weibo Gaming in the end there, because Weibo was able to rotate very quickly, kind of collapse onto Pang in the end, and he wasn't able to escape, unfortunately. But Pang doing it's still an incredible job in this tournament, along with the ultimate trying to escape. And Weibo Gaming, they're bringing the fight to KPL Dream Team at the moment. They're doing incredibly well in this early game. They're trying to fight. They're trying to fight blood back towards them, and even looking for invades themselves as well. As Musashi's going in, Pang's going in, maybe Luna's a little bit caught out, but look at the dashes. Look at the mobility that Luna can bring. The double knock-up in the end from Musashi thanks to Dolia. Liam Poe going down wrong on the Yu-Huan, going in with the ultimate, nearly taking down another member, and KPL Dream Team being able to fight back again. They do have that little bit of a goal lead at the moment, and a few kills in the bag for them right now means that they can use that advantage to try and push these lanes.
Yeah, I was not envious of that Liam Poe there. There was so much CC going on to him. He twirled around more times than if he was wearing a new summer dress, and it definitely worked to keep him there, punish him for trying to deny that kill onto the Luna as well. First Tyrant goes over to KPL. Did we think of anything different that was going to happen there? Probably not, because this damage buff this early on is going to be big and huge for them. They're already up by about 2k gold as well, so it's slowly going to paint a picture right now. KPL finally overextended there, though.
Fly with the flash forward there into 2 people, not respecting the extra bit of damage there. And that also gives an opportunity for Weibo Gaming to take this mid lane tower. KPL Dream Team trying to rotate into the top side of the map, trying to get Main even further ahead, but bit of overextension. And that means at the moment that Weibo Gaming have a little bit of an advantage and actually invading onto Pang. Pang is so low on HP, but so is the Luna as well. But you're seeing the flank from Yinyo. We're not even seeing it, but on the opposite side of the map, Yinyo is in the backline at the moment against 3 people. You're on the wrong side of the map, buddy. I'm not too sure if you can get away from this one. You might have a dragon, but that's gonna not. Oh, hold on. He has the dragon, and the whole KPL Dream Team are here. The bait is real from Yinyo. The dragon is real. KPL Dream Team, you cannot count them out. Another 2 kills over to them.
No, that was just a beautiful play there, because we thought that Weibo had them against the ropes onto that blue side of KPL's jungle, but then it was sort of like, no, we're going to split the fight. We're going to see that you're going to retreat up to the clash lane. We're going to have Lung come up there, which we're going to see in this one. Byron kind of overstayed his welcome there, but then this is where all the punishment came through. We saw one ult, the ult goes up. There we go, comes back down. JD getting wiped out, and then also Noir going down as well, which is a huge lead here for KPL. Gave them one of their other turrets as well, so another huge play once more by KPL. No fear, stuck in here with Wrong, but I feel like something is not going to go wrong here.
The reaction times there for Wrong is so clean. Being able to use the ultimate to stop the engage from Luna, then using the flash away to get away from Byron's knock-up as well. You can just tell by the reaction times of these players that they've been playing this game for so many years, and they know so much about this game as well. Again, Wrong, one of the only players in this tournament at the moment that's playing this Yu-Huan in the mid lane, but it's working out so well for the extra sustain. That double sustain from the Dolia and the Yu-Huan, and also the ultimate as well, being able to surprise factor the Weibo game inside, but KPL Dream Team, they're looking to play even more aggressive.
Yep, Pang's in there. He's doing a lot of damage. He's going to get that second kill onto the board. That is a 2-0 trade over to the KPL Dream Team, and we could see Byron getting caught out here. There's a lot of low health. He does have his ultimate. The shield is not going to be enough. Dolia and Mai Yi gets the kill onto the Byron. So 8-2 Stu, and 5k gold difference right now onto the KPL Dream Team.
Yeah, I feel like Weibo Gaming, they had a little bit of a chance in the early stages, like the first few minutes. But man, KPL Dream Team, every single time that they get that little bit of an advantage, every single time they can see Weibo on the back foot, they're going in. But like, look how aggressive Yinyo is playing. He's playing super aggressive in that front line, using the different elements, using that extra bit of splash damage as well, just pushing the lane and just not allowing anyone from Weibo Gaming to try and defend that tower. They're really focusing on this mid lane at the moment, and no one on Weibo Gaming is here to defend it, with Musashi going in the back line.
Yes, Musashi trying to focus the back line of Weibo Gaming. They do take down the Mai Shiranui, and Byron is able to escape into the turret, but is it going to be enough? All he has there is Luna, but no, the damage coming from Loon is just too much. And then the Lian Po may have overstepped and given another kill over to Loon here. Can he get enough damage off? The CC coming through, no! Again, another kill being given over to KPL. They are being punished for overstepping, Stu.
You know, I was mentioning about how I want to see the KPL play long compared to everyone else. This is what I was expecting to see. The aggression from Yinyo this game is absolutely insane. He's playing so far up. He's basically playing in the front line as a farm lane carry, which we do not see a lot. We know that Long does have the ultimate to get away to safety, but you can just see the confidence from KPL Dream Team here as well, as the Tyrant actually gets stolen away. But it does mean, potentially, Luna gonna actually stay alive in the end. Fly gonna try and jump over the wall, try and flash in, but no. So the crucial theft in the end towards the Tyrant and being able to escape. So a little bit of extra damage here going on the side of Weibo Gaming, but I'm not too sure that's gonna actually even out with that 6k gold lead that KPL have at the moment.
Yeah, it seemed like Luna getting away there was a little bit of a warning from Fly there saying, hey, look, don't crucial kill theft again because I've let you live this time, but next time I'm going to flash in and just completely shut you down. But I'd like to go back onto the point that you was talking about earlier, Stu, about Lung being a front line, and I think it's all aided by the Hugh Huan and the Dolia, and as you can see there, it's just so much healing from those two heroes.
Yep.
It's kind of like a hyper carry. Yep. They're just funneling everything over to Lung right now, and it's being played beautifully, but here we are, Mai Shiranui trying to shut down Inyo on the Lung, but it's not going to be enough. There is a dragon up into the sky. We see Huan get a kill onto the Lian Po, and then Fly punishing Mai Shiranui.
Beautiful play there again. I get the reaction time of these players. Yinyo, as soon as Lian Po dashes in, instant click on the ultimate, instant click on the dragon, and this time Dolia, instead of giving the ultimate, double ultimate over to Musashi, gives it to Long instead, and it's kind of the adaptation of knowing what ultimate to give over to your team, because you do have a choice with Dolia. You can go for the Musashi, you can go for the Huguan, you can go for Long, but actually understanding what ultimate to use at what time is so good. But you can see here, just the end of this fight, the burst damage that you're able to get with that Long pick is so important. The Tyrant now being taken by the KPL Dream Team. I have to say though, we are above the 10-minute mark at the moment, but I'm not too sure that Weibo Gaming are going to survive much longer.
No, are they going to be able to get a third kill on the board and really outshine our AG Global's potential against the KPL Dream Team? But no, they are literally keeping them at that double kill. That's it. It's like, no more kills for you, Weibo Gaming. We are going to get 17 kills. We are almost up ahead with 11k gold difference. Luna almost getting the dash in. They do. They get the third kill on the board. So far, Weibo Gaming, who did beat All Gamers Global, are currently looking like they've lasted longest and done the most bloodshed to the KPL Dream Team.
Yeah, I think Weibo Gaming, they've got their work cut for them at the moment, though, unfortunately. They've done so well to try and take trades in the early game. You know, Luna taking a few kills in the early game. They've tried their damn hardest, but KPL Dream Team are just way too good right now. Coming into this, we know how well, you know, Weibo Gaming can perform. This team from Malaysia, a lot of players are really surprised about coming into this tournament so far, and us talent as well, also super surprised about how well they are performing. And I think this just shows as well, even though they are so far behind in gold, they're actually coming up in the early game, looking for their own invades, being able to defend the invades as well by Pang in the end. Just that extra bit of confidence that you need. And I think even though Weibo Gaming are losing this game, they do still have another game to play, and they can still secure that second place. But the Shadow Overlord is going to go over here to the KPL Dream Team. They're most likely going to use that in that clash lane and try and take that third high ground tower.
Yeah, or they could just stop Byron's effort down there into the farm lane as well, because they're kind of pushing that one and just like it would negate it. Yeah. But I do have to give it over to Weibo. I believe that this is probably the furthest in the turret game that they've gotten against any team as well, because that's a second tier turret gone down for KPL. I don't think we've seen that yet, but there is a lot going on here. There's a huge engage. There we go. Musashi onto the Moi Shiranui, and then Ino is not quite done yet. Ron gets a kill. Is this going to be a 5-man wipe? It is a KPL going in with a triple kill at the end there, Stu, solidifying that first seed.
Triple kill for Yinyo in the end. Long and KPL, the perfect pair in the end. This was the excitement that I wanted to see, but it was such a back and forth early game between these two sides. I feel like Weibo Gaming should be proud of what they've come up against the KPL Dream Team. We know how strong the KPL Dream Team is, but it's all about who would surprise them. Who's going to be the team that's going to perform best against the KPL Dream Team? So far, it has been Weibo Gaming. And it gives me a good sign, because we still haven't seen the KPL Dream Team come up against the likes of Team Secret, the likes of LGD, which means that with this game being as close of an early game as what it was, yes, they were able to, you know, kind of roll away with it in the late game with how aggressive Yinyo was playing with the flashes forward. But it makes me even more excited for the rest of this tournament, knowing that the KPL Dream Team can draw a little bit of broads.
Yes, so the Giant does bleed. It bled an extra death. It definitely was going for a much longer game than they were probably expecting as well. So I do have to give it to Weibo Gaming. I mean, did I expect anything less than that? Probably not. I think that's probably superseded my expectations of them in that matchup, because they just did so much better than I feel like that everybody was expecting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, incredible performance from everyone on the side of KPL. Doesn't matter what jungler they pick, doesn't matter what ADC they pick. But we're going to hear from the man himself, the long carry himself, Yinyo, on stage at Amazon Arena.
And this is another win for the Wreckers. Congratulations for this match. Now, I've been hearing that pretty much this could have been the most challenging match so far in this tournament.
首先呢，一诺选手，恭喜你们再次拿下了这局比赛的胜利。但是在对局当中呢，感觉比起之前的比赛，好像今天的对决会稍微有一些困难。在对局当中，你是怎么看待这件事情的呢？
是的，今天的对手相比于昨天，我觉得打得更好了，所以我们今天就打得更久了。
Indeed, you're right. Compared with yesterday, I think Weibo Gaming, going against the other opponents we had yesterday, they are more powerful. So they are giving me such a challenge. So that's the reason why the game actually lasts longer. And there's a very interesting thing happen in the game where you are having those 1v3 on the top lane with the Loon, with the ultimate. So what will be the communication of that? 刚才对局当中呢，有一波你在上路啊，一个人被3个人包围，当时你是一个遨影嘛，是怎么和队友沟通做出那波决策的呢？
当时就让对面引狼入室吧，让他一直追我，然后把对面勾引过来，勾引到我们的地盘，然后让我们再形成一个围剿吧。
Okay, actually, I was a lure, trying to lure them into that very risky area. I was like a bait, trying to making sure that they can chase me back onto the top, and we as a team can make it a counter fight on the top side.
Oh, wow, a lot going on. Shows a lot of experience, definitely, when it comes to the game itself. I guess we're going to see more of KPL Dream Team in this tournament, ladies and gentlemen. And now, back to the studio.
Normally, I would say congratulations to the KPL Dream Team, but boys, let's be realistic. Let's congratulate Weibo Gaming on bringing this to a moment where we didn't know exactly what was happening.
Yeah, I mean, they had a great early start. That was kind of, you know, not really the norm of Weibo, who tend to have played from behind from some of the other games, but they actually took it to the champs, or the Dream Team that we're talking about, and they made them a little uncomfortable.
Yep, the draft was pretty spicy. I really like the Luna pick. It did show up pretty well. And they also created a lot of space for JD to take advantage of the map. So this was a much stronger showing from the rest of the teams, at least for today.
Come on, man. I do believe that the Luna was a great pick. On the other hand, I don't know about that Lienpo, man. I have my questions about that Lienpo pick. Like, was it really that necessary?
I mean, they were looking to kind of have that tanky frontliner, somebody who can kind of, attract attention away from the Byron a little bit. But it was one of those things where they didn't really have enough CC to kind of deal with the enemy team here.
Yep, if we take a look at the goal graph. Now, I know it does not look like a very huge thing, but in between the 4-minute mark and, from the start of the game, there was a little dip in that goal graph. And that signifies the growth of Weibo Gaming. For a moment, it looked a little bit shaky for KPL Dream Team.
Yeah, it looked shaky, man, but let's pay attention to that. Look at the trend. It is very clear that Weibo Gaming was really in the game, but they never actually were able just to turn the goal to their advantage. And that was the key for KPL Dream Team, just to being able that even though they didn't look that superior, they still took the victory.
Yeah, it seemed like they were actually winning, but the goal graph says a completely different story.
Exactly.
Again, KPL was like understanding that, hey, actually, we're still going to get our farm. That's not going to be an issue. Yeah, we'll give up a couple kills or whatever, but at the end of the day, I'm still ahead.
Yep, exactly. And this brings us to the point where Eno was talking about, hey, let me be the bait, let me be the lure, right? It's always this situation where Weibo was kind of lured in, hey, we might have the chance to win this fight, and suddenly the entirety of KPL Dream Team is there.
I just kind of feel like they're not 100% comfortable playing against the Loom just yet.
Yes,
like, I think the more experienced teams have been like, actually, he still has his infinite vastness. He can get out of there at any moment. He has his Uber, so to speak.
Yes, yes.
But it's one of those things where they're not really comfortable yet.
And boys, like, let's just share with everyone. My key words for this while I'm watching this match is like, no need, just push back. Push back, there's no need. Sometimes I just feel like Weibo Gaming really wanted just to finish the fights when they did not have the HP for it.
Yep, it's like, marriage advice? Pick your fights wisely, right? Not every fight is meant to be fought. And at the same time, right, I would like to highlight No Fear. Right, No Fear made it really difficult for this side of Weibo Gaming because the ultimates that he refreshed were always different.
Yeah, no, they did a really good job of just balancing that one out. I think that this is still a team that you're seeing them in their stride. You know, they're finding that momentum. They're undefeated at this point for a reason. And my only concern is that they really haven't been tested. And going into the playoffs, are they gonna, you know what I mean? It's like the first time you bleed your own blood.
Of course.
Like, how do you react to that?
Come on, man. Like, the KPL Dream Team played really well. All the players from all the different lanes and different positions were at the top level. There's got to be an MVP. I believe it's going to be Inuo, because the way that he played that, it was a great show of skill for everyone at home. Like, everyone at home knows, look at that. Everyone at home needs to understand how to play that Loom just by watching this man play. Like, he's one of the best farm laners in KPL, and he's demonstrating right now to the whole world how to play these heroes.
Yeah. 909, let's take a look at the highlights for Mr. Eno here. I mean, if you're talking about learning from the best, this is the best example.
I mean, just doing all the damage, the farm, and the fact that you were just baiting it out. You had like a sliver of life, and Weibo Gaming were like, you know, they wanted it, they were chapping at their lips, they were kind of just thinking about going in.
Yes.
Just outplaying them. He was just dodging them out. He was like a Houdini.
Yep, exactly. And one of the things is, as a farm lane, there is a chance that, you will be focused on him, and he actually used that to his strength.
Like, one of the things about that, man, like, not only like the Yuhuan pick as well, because some people might just start believing like, oh yeah, it's all Eno. But wrong on that Yuhuan allows Eno just to be able to jump in with a big confidence boost, knowing that Yuhuan can actually just get you out of trouble if necessary.
Yep, not only soaking in the damage, right, but also healing the team. And take a look at how much damage they're able to do as a contingent against the likes of Weibo Gaming.
That's kind of what we expected. I mean, I think going into the draft, the Yuan as well as the Loom, I was kind of like, hey, they're going to be super elusive. The fact that they have the Dahlia as well, just kind of, just rounding up that draft, that is a tough 3 picks to deal with. You do need close CC to deal with.
Yep, and of course, we never forget you, Mr. Fly. He did not have that high of a team fight rate, but simply because he was an open ward for the team. He was consistently giving information by the lack of people in certain lanes.
Majin, man, like that Majin just coming in and just being able to lure Weibo Gaming into fighting him. Because a lot of times that's what happens. Weibo Gaming just starts just fighting Fly, believing that they can actually take him, and then there's 4 members of KPL Dream Team coming in to try to put them down. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here with us. We're halfway through all our games of the day. We hope that you guys are having as much fun as we are, but we need a little break, the same as you guys. Stay online, and we'll be coming back after that.
My cat.
Long time no see, hey no! Oh no!
I don't like harming the innocent.
This again? Did fate give you an answer?
Where the heck's my cat?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have some exciting news to share with you. We're launching the EWC exclusive skin, Heaven Blade Elaine. From today, August 2nd to August 8th, you can purchase this skin at a special offer price of 710 tokens instead of the full price of 888. What's even more exciting is that if you spend tokens to purchase this Heaven Blade Elaine through the in-game new skin event page, you have a chance to participate to get limited time tokens back. This is an amazing opportunity that you do not want to miss. Elaine, are you guys good at that hero?
I'm okay. I mean, he tends to be my Clash laner. He's my go-to hero when I do play the Clash lane, so I enjoy him quite a bit.
I'm not too good at it.
It's all right, man. You're here to learn, kid. Remember that, man. You're here to learn.
A lot of learning happening.
What about if you just keep learning from what's going on the B stream? Chuchu has a lot of information she wants.
It's Chuchu keeping you guys updated what's happening for the secondary stage matches. First, we have Team Secret versus VKS. Team Secret secures their win over VKS with the use of Elaine by Yuan, and that was an amazing play by him as well, securing the MVP for himself. So don't forget your Elaine skin for the EWC events right now. Next, we have LGD versus VKS, and securing the win is going to be LGD, of course, taking it swift and clean with over 9-minute match only. And last but not least, we have LGD versus Impunity, another victory secured by LGD, and that's pretty much securing their slot for the playoff, and they done for the group stage. Whilst LGD actually secures their slot for the playoffs, problem is VKS, are they exiting during the group stage? Can they still make it for the playoff? That's it for the update for the secondary stage.
Thank you very much, Chuchu, on that update from the Stream B. LGD Gaming, man, total clutch, 5-0. That's it. They're going to lock in that first place on Group B.
So definitely owning it, and that's kind of what you want. But I mean, if we're talking about the standings here, LGD all the way at the top, undefeated, no real surprises there. KPL undefeated on their side, but they still have one game to go. Who kind of stands out to you, Kin?
I think it has to be Team Secret at this point because they want to secure that second place and keep that safety net of going against LGD Gaming.
Yeah, look at the bottom though. Vivo Keen Stars, Impunity Esports, both of these teams really struggling throughout the day. I mean, they really haven't found their footing, but going into this one, I did not expect Vivo Keen Stars to be on the bottom of, day 2.
Yeah, it was a very difficult one to see over there, man. Let's hope and see what's going to happen with them. Moving forward to our next match, clearly we're going to have Team Falcons against Weibo Gaming, fighting for life, isn't it, kid?
Yep, this one's for the history books here. Team Falcons, even if they can pull off an upset, they have a tougher challenge for themselves as well. Team Falcons, they cannot afford to drop another game. One more loss, that's the end of their tournament life.
Like it is really difficult, man. It is extremely, extremely hard. But what about if we just go and see what Wawa needs to share with us over there from the stage?
Hello and welcome to the interview where I have the pleasure of having Wawa from Team Falcons with me. Hi, welcome. And tell me, please, these last 2 days have been rough for you guys, but we all need to know, is there anything special that you're preparing for this upcoming game?
We don't prepare really special, but I hope we will be better the other game. We didn't really play our game really well last 2 days, and I hope we can play our game better, as usual, without stress, and I hope it's gonna be better than before. So yeah.
Speaking of no stress, can you tell me, please, what is your secret? How do you guys keep your mentality so sharp?
I mean, we are still in the competition. We are still not out of the group. We can still go strong and reach the quarterfinals. So why would we give up if we can still go?
I love it. Yes, you still have games to play, so no time to give up. Love this confidence for you guys. Thank you so much for the interview, Wawa. Good luck in the upcoming games, and we are going to toss it right back into the action.
Thank you to you.
I love how Wawa has no stress about anything in this game, and that's it. They need to really go in with everything they have. STC play predictions: Weibo Gaming or Team Falcons?
Why don't you start first?
Weibo Gaming, they just lost to KPL. They've got what the doctor ordered, and Team Falcons up next. So Weibo Gaming.
All right.
Right, I will go with Team Falcons then. With all the coaching I've done for them behind the scenes, they should have the win.
It is going to be Coach Kin Let's see if it is going to be enough for Team Falcons to really upset everything and go and take a point from Weibo Gaming. They already saw how KPL Dream Team baited them, so what about if we go to the Amazon Arena and we enjoy this amazing match?
And we're back again to the Amazon Arena, back to write another chapter here at the Honor of Kings saga to see what's going to unfold before our eyes. Sky, we are ready.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, can we hear from voices for Team Falcons? I have no doubt that Team Falcons are going to be fighting till the very last end because this is esports. This is Team Falcons.
Well, let's see if the Falcons will be able to soar with victory against their challenger back-to-back right now. Again, hear it one more time for Weibo Gaming. Another match for the records. I am waiting to see what's going to be the outcome of this one.
The final glory awaits in the arena, and that the Honor of Kings clash commends. I believe this will be the time we give it to RG Studios.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the mid-season invitational, and we have a pumped-up, angered Weibo Gaming going against Team Falcons. They've just been punished by the KPL Dream Team. I'm pretty sure they're trying to reciprocate that onto this next team, Stu.
I kind of feel sorry for Team Falcons. They're kind of like next in line at the moment. Weibo Gaming were probably fired up after that loss versus the KPL Dream Team. Again, kind of mirroring what the analyst desk was saying. Weibo Gaming definitely did look very strong during the early game against the KPL Dream Team. Falcons, they need to win this game. They have to win pretty much both this and also they got another game later against All Gamers Global, which they pretty much have to win that as well. They have to pull up a huge upset here, though, because I think Weibo Gaming look like one of the strongest teams in this group.
Yeah, I mean, up until literally a few moments ago, they were 3-0, and they're 3-1. So they're currently looking like they're going to be the second seed in Group B, unless Loops picks up another win as well. But this, if they do win this one, 4-1 to Weibo. If they lose this one, then it's 1-3 to Team Falcons, which is going to be everything that they need right now. But less about that. This is where the magic starts to happen. There is our little clue giving a wave to the crowd. He can't see us, but we'll wave at him back. But here we go. The Chow ban on the side of Weibo Gaming. I mean, Falcons probably would never play that, but they're going to ban it just in case. And then the Dolia and Musashi onto the side of Team Falcons.
Interesting. Ban there as well. Ming also being banned on the side. Ali first pick, though. This has been a pretty high priority for the team so far, and that's going to be prioritized over the likes of the Orgren and the Lady Shen, which is the two power picks that get picked up here by Weibo Gaming. And Falcons for themselves, they banned away the Musashi, so they kind of banned away one of the counters. So bit of an interesting one that they ban out the Musashi this time, even though that they probably didn't want to pick up the Orgren as a first pick. Maybe kind of predicting that the Ali was going to get banned away there from Weibo Gaming, kind of playing the mind games.
Yeah.
Didn't work out, though, really for Falcons this time, and it means that you have the Orgren. Oh, wow. Lady Shen and Long. That is three of the most powerful picks at the moment in this meta, and it's looking incredibly scary.
Yeah, if you could see me on the caster cams there, I was wincing seeing that the Lady Shen and obviously the Loon coming through as well with the Orgren. We've already seen it play many a times together, and it's quite a feat to see and try and beat. But hey, Team Falcons have got a lot riding on this one, so if there's going to be a team to do it, they've got the motivation to do it. It's just whether they've got the plans to execute it. But the Byron coming through and the Motsu, I think the Motsu kind of helps with the Orgren away, especially with the Peacemaker ability trying to stun him in place. But we're looking at a Zhongfei ban as well by themselves. So they ban out one of Kalu's big picks, and they ban out Musashi as well, and then the Liempo ban also.
Yeah, with the Mosi being paid, we're most likely going to see that in the support, so banning out the 2 tanks, which I think is actually really clever here for Falcons. They're banning away the 2 tanks. They know that at the moment, Weibo Gaming have a little bit of frontline, you could say, with the Orgren. Charlotte now also being picked as well is pretty decent, but Weibo Gaming have to come up with a different support that is not the Zhongfei and the Lian Po, whereas Falcons already have that Mosi picked up for Clue in the support, unless it gets picked in the mid lane. We have seen the Bill player before in the mid lanes. There is that possibility, but we're most likely going to see a mid laner instead. We'll have to wait and see as it... Oh, interesting. Pei is being hovered here. Is it going to be locked in as well? Hino. Okay, these are 2 very new picks. This is what they've been cooking up this whole time. This is the first time that I believe in the Bill has played Hino, and the first time that Ray has even played Pei. That's a bit of a tongue twister, isn't it? Played Pei. But yeah, first time that we're seeing both these heroes on the side of Team Falcons. This is maybe something that they've been preparing for behind the scenes, and it's going to be super interesting because they have to leave it all out there now. All out on the Gorge. They have to win this game.
I mean, on broadcast, haven't seen it in EWC, but we saw it in, I believe it was one of the maybe the qualifying tournament. Ray has played it at least once. That's all I know. It generally goes well. Obviously, it's one of those really good early game heroes, very aggressive, but they're gonna just maximize their healing with the Cayenne, which kind of replicates that Dolia and Hugh Huan thing that we saw earlier with Lung in the last game. So giving all the healing over to Lung, so we could be seeing Lung and Orgren and Charlotte being the main front line here.
Yeah, it's one of the first times I think we've seen the Cayenne in this tournament so far.
Yes, I
think especially with like the likes of Lian Po and Shang Fei being banned, you're kind of going a little bit down the tier list in terms of the supports. But as you mentioned, we kind of saw it a little bit in the last game with KPL Dream Team. Having that support for the long is so important because yes, he is an immobile AD carry. I mean, yes, he does have the extra mobility with his ultimates, but you need to make sure that he keep himself alive. And that is what Cayenne is going to do. But it's do or die now, really, for Team Falcons. They have to pull up an upset, and an upset they're going to have to do because Weibo Gaming are looking incredibly strong in this tournament.
Incredibly strong and probably very incredibly angry as well because of what just happened there. But here we are. This is how you pay play. That was hard to say. I'm never going to say that again. But yeah, this is how you pay. I said it again. This is how you play Pei. Just super aggressive. Go in and invade the enemy jungle. Taking the blue from Orgren as well.
Your tongue's in a twist already. We still got a long way to go. We still potentially have tiebreakers after this as well, Blam. Maybe
I need some caffeine. I need some caffeine.
But nonetheless, anyway, it's going to be exciting to see as Wawa is in a little bit of trouble here. Clue is there to back him up, but Wawa is going to be taken down here for first blood. The rotations for Falcons didn't come in time, unfortunately. Clue was there to try and protect Wawa, but in the end wasn't able to escape.
But this is what we was talking about in their last series, is that there's always seems to be, it's either a communication issue or a time and a place issue, because Ray or Wawa are not always very close to each other. They're either opposite sides of the map, Ray's probably on the opposite side of the camp or something like that, and they never quite formulate it in a way that it kind of works. So this is something I think that going from EWC, Falcons probably have to just try and polish up a little bit here.
Yeah, for sure. We're definitely seeing that they are struggling. They're probably the team that is struggling the most at the moment in this tournament. It's really a tough time for them. They're the only team now, Team Falcons, in this tournament to not win a single best of one. And it'll be really hard for the team to actually go throughout the whole tournament not winning a single game. We've had even teams like Kagendra picking up games as well with that shock against Vitality. And that's the kind of sort of aggression and positiveness that I want to see from Falcons this game, because we saw it, Kagendra, surprise Vitality. It is possible in these BO1s, but it's not looking too well so far during this early game.
Not quite yet, not at all. But again, it's the same kind of coin flip as well. So there's been some teams that have really been upset as well. And it just shows you the caliber of the teams that have been invited or even qualified to EWC. We've got VKS sitting at 1-2.
Yeah.
They are currently at the bottom of their group. It's just like, what is going on? VKS are such Brazilian titans that even Loops is doing better than them. I mean, we could argue that maybe Loops has a little bit more of an easy journey so far, but VKS have definitely, it's been a bit of a surprise, but I think it just plays onto how great these teams are currently participating in EWC. But less about the teams, more about what's going on in this game. We're currently at the 3-minute mark. Weibo Gaming clearly have one kill on the board. I believe it was over to Wawa when he had nobody around him to help him. But then looking at the gold lead, they are securing that as well.
Yeah, a little bit of gold lead so far, but nothing too crazy in this early game. You're seeing at the moment the Falcons are prioritizing putting this Ollie in the mid lane with the Mosey as well, trying to get a little bit of extra play, a little bit of setup potential as well. But it's so difficult to lock down this Orgren. We are seeing the Orgren back in the jungle this time. We've seen it quite a few times in the Clash lane, but now we're seeing it back in the jungle. Clears through these camps so quickly and is able to rotate so fast around the map. Like, just look at this. It's so annoying to deal with. Orgren takes another kill. Just being able to go over walls like that, have so much burst damage with his unique auto attacks as well. And then look, hey, he's just going to glide away to safety. That right there is just a clip that really shows the power of this hero and why it's one of the most played heroes at the moment at EWC.
I mean, it implements the playstyle of Honor of Kings as a whole, right? Because it's such a fast-paced game. Even having to traverse just around a small little corner of a wall just makes the whole difference. But Orgren completely negates that. He's just like, oh, there's a wall there. No matter. I'm just going to jump over it. Parkour, baby. And then he's able to sort of secure the kills like we just saw there. We saw that Nabil fell short into the bot lane. And it was definitely an unfair 3v1. But Goy Yu here could be a victim of a 2v1 here from Pei and Byron. They are pretty much close, but here comes Long in here with the Cayenne to give some healing, baby. That's a turnaround. That's a bait and switch.
Oh, it's a disaster for Falcons. That's really the only opportunity that they had to really take down the Charlotte, but the Cayenne was just there in time, and now Orgren is there. The surprise factor onto Ray goes down Pei, and they're going to try and get even more kills as well. There's no escaping this Orgren. The effects of being able to just lift up your enemies, get them down into the verse. And he's going to go even further as well, trying to go for the tower dive. Nabil actually using his ultimate to stay alive, but he's going to go straight into Orgren. Is he going to get another execute? No, 1 HP in the end for Nabil. But time and time again, Falcons are trying to get these picks. They're trying to be proactive, but they're just not letting things work out this time around.
I mean, this is now showing why that Cayenne ban that we've been seeing throughout the first day of the mid-season invitational, why it makes sense. Because if you lock in the Orgren, if you pair that with the Cayenne as well, you're just giving it way more sustain. You can just laser beam people, lift them up in the air, knock them back down, and then Cayenne just like, oh, no, let's heal you a bit. Let's just keep you going. Let's just keep that juices flowing into you. And what's currently not flowing into Falcons right now is any kind of lead. They've lost their farm lane T1 as well. Goy Yu could be getting caught out here. This could be big for them. Okay, second kill going over to Team Falcons. We saw that Sofian is able to get that kill, keeping him on the line, trying to get the Ali activated, getting some itemization here, but the T2 is looking like it may fall victim here. And just the blessing that Orgren has within that kit, just being able to just completely just direct yourself somewhere else.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they were able to get one kill in the bot side, but that doesn't really mean too much because they're just losing pressure across the map. They're just trying to get little wins at the moment, Team Falcons, because that's all they can do at the moment. They're literally 3,000 gold behind. They're trying to get this Ali ahead, but the Ali is just struggling in terms of farm and everything else. And Ray, I think you are on the wrong side, my friend. Ray is going to get completely caught out here, completely blocked off as well. Got to be trying to dash away and also try and get away with that shielding as well. But Orgren jumping straight underneath the tower, as you mentioned, the sustain from Cayenne, and also the sustain Orgren has as well. You can't forget how Orgren also has a crazy amount of sustain with his kit, which means that he can dive dive in like that into the tower and just sustain so much damage. But now it's Falcons still on the back foot in this game. Wawa actually on the flank. This is a time to shine for Wawa, trying to make sure that he gets a few kills. Kaiyan, he's playing ring around the rosies at the moment with Kaiyan. Kaiyan flashing away to safety, being able to escape. And then again, it's the Orgren. It's the burn that's coming on through, and the execution in the end as well. And he wants even more. A triple kill in the end for Orgren. Is he going to get more? The Bill's using the ultimate to get away, but he can just go over to terrain if he wants to. He wants to try and get this quadra kill. He wants more. Kon Ying trying to chase, but I'm not too sure if he's going to chase anymore.
Yeah, no, Lung was looking for a little bit of a pincer movement there. We saw that he was chasing. Nabil was in the wrong side of the jungle, and here we go. It's a legendary, not quite the quad kill. There's too much time between it, and I think that's the literal only mission that Nabil could muster up there, was just like, if I can deny the quad kill, that can be a little victory for me. But this is not looking like a huge victory for Falcons here, because they have two of their high ground turrets pretty much susceptible to be taken down here, Stu.
Yeah, for sure. They got the bot wave pushing in. They have the mid lane pushing in as well, and Orgren's going up to the top side as well. But look at Wawa again. You can see on the mini-map, this is what they were trying to do in their game before against Boom Esports, yes. But it didn't work out. Look at this Wawa again, sitting in bushes, trying to get this flank, but this hasn't worked before, and I'm not too sure if it's going to work again. Ray's going to try and step forward, but Ray's just dead. Like, the flank's not even coming in. Again, it's miscommunication. Wawa's back in the base, and Ray's trying to step forward. Like, okay, Wawa's behind them. We can try and do something. And it's just not working out. Clue being taken down as well. And it's mission accomplished at the moment for Weibo Gaming. They had anger in their blood. They had anger in their bones. And they're trying to take down the Crystal in under 10 minutes. You lost against the KPL Dream Team already in under 10 minutes. You might even lose against Weibo as well. The double knock up from Lady Shen in the end as well. Charlotte dashing in for a triple kill, and they're just waiting for the minions to crash on in to end this game.
Yes, I think they can still do it within that 10-minute mark. It's going to be very close. The Winions are at the Crystal. We see that they try and stop it, but no. It is a crushing victory there for Weibo Gaming onto Team Falcons. And this is pretty much it for Team Falcons, right, Stu?
Yeah, I think it's pretty much them out of the tournament. I think they still need to try and beat AG Global to have a slim chance, but I think that is still going to be extremely difficult. But Weibo Gaming coming back after that defeat against KPL Dream Team, it's a must-win for them to try and secure that second seed, which is going to be super important going into the quarterfinals, which means you play against the third place or the fourth place, sorry, I should say, from the opposite groups. That is still super important. But unfortunate here for Team Falcons, again, still not being able to pick up their first victory of EWC.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not a good feeling when you've been the only team not to secure at least a single win within the group stages. So I do feel for the boys. They definitely tried their best, but day one was very difficult for them. Their first game being a bit against the KPL Dream Team. I mean, someone had to do it right, but unfortunately it was Falcons. And from that point, it just seems like they just weren't able to formulate a winning strategy in these games, like we keep alluding to. Wawa just being so far behind, just trying to get these ganks onto the back lanes when you're playing on the back foot and you have a hero like Modsu, which we know is a hard hero to maintain on that back foot play.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate here for Team Falcons. They tried their best. They tried to make some plays. Unfortunately, there seems to be a bit of a communication issue in the end for Team Falcons. But Weibo Gaming securing that win means that they're going to try and secure that second seed. They're not going to catch up to the KPL Dream Team because they weren't able to take them down in the end. But let's have a look and hear in from ourselves to see into the Amazon Arena and see what Team Weibo have to say after that crucial victory.
And congratulations for this win. Back-to-back matches, the first one against KPL, and now you got the win. How do you feel about this?
恭喜空灵选手获得比赛胜利啊！刚才呢，刚打完 KPL 梦之队，马上又接着背对背作战，感觉怎么样呢？
感觉特别兴奋。
Oh, really excited. And more? I'm sorry to stop you. I know you want to say more stuff.
Totally, I'm sure of it.
就能跟梦之队交手，非常开心。
It's such an honor and such a very happy thing to have the opportunity to actually get in touch and be an opponent for KPL Dream Team.
I'm sure of it, I'm sure of it. And it was like more of like a warm-up, you learned a lot, and then you went to the second match against Falcons, and you made the win. But how do you feel? Are you confident enough for the next coming matches?
我们其实今天的连续2局比赛呢，目前已经结束了嘛。在接下来的所有比赛当中，这2局的发生的所有一切，会给到你们更多的信心吗？
会的。
Definitely, you're going to be more confident about this. So yeah, jumping into the playoffs, any changes that we can expect from Weibo Gaming? 我们马上进入下一个阶段了。那下一个阶段在微博这支队伍身上，我们有什么可以值得期待的地方吗？ Oh, such a hard question. You have to think about it, right? 很难聊，是不是？
And I'm sure of it pretty much, you know, I meant a few words, but I got a lot to do with the battlefield.
要不这样吧，我们在这边呢和所有支持你的观众朋友们说句话，好不好？
感谢大家的支持。
Thank you for all the support from our supporters. We will try our best to do the following matchups.
And thank you for an amazing performance. And now back to our studio. Let's go.
Congratulations to Weibo Gaming on that victory. Almost there, just nailing down the second place on that group. 99% chances. Loops would need to win both matches there.
Yeah, tough position to be in for Loops, but of course, even tougher position for Falcons. They have not had their first win just yet, and I imagine they want to win the remaining games they have on hand.
I mean, they wanted something, right?
And at the same time, you can see over there on the audience predictions, man, 85% of the people thought that Falcons was going to be able to take the dub. Like, you can see like the power of the fans.
Yeah.
They did have some faith.
Oh, definitely very strong. I mean, I think that's kind of where they probably heard the crowd. Weibo Gaming might have been a little intimidated by that. But that said, yesterday we were talking about, or today we were talking about how whenever you lose, you learn, right? But Weibo Gaming, actually, they won yesterday, and actually they learned a lesson because today, after this win, they were able to put the flag the right way.
Totally, man. You can see in the match scoreboard, it was a one-sided victory. It was a one-sided game. Like, it was Weibo Gaming all the way. Like, we got multiple triple kills coming from Charlotte, coming from Ogren. There was no way that Falcons could actually do something different now.
Yep, this was a very hard draft to play against, right? Because you had not only the sustain of the Algren, you also had the escape mechanisms of JD on that Loom. And more importantly, Nuo with that Hyun, that him actually was so much heal offered to the side of Weibo Gaming. Like, if you're on Falcons, how do you deal with that?
Yeah, it was tough. They were not able to deal with this. The amount of team play that they had, they were feeding a lot of farm to Konglin. He was capitalizing. He had 9 kills, but Nuo, I mean, on the Cayenne was on point. His heals made some tremendous saves, really put themselves in the driver's seat, and this snowball just got big very quickly.
Yep, and
that might be just one of the things of the keys right now with the Ogren, right? Maybe an Ogren pick with a Cayenne support might just allow Ogren just a better ability just to be a little more aggressive when he jumps in.
Yep. Also adding with the Lady Chen as well. Destructive Deluge, you cannot run away. It's an instant kill. That 4% is going to be reached really quickly.
Yeah, the team is like a really well-drafted lineup. This is something that's kind of scary. Like, how do you deal with this? How do you isolate? Everybody kind of sticks together, understanding their roles, and they were just winning almost every single team fight. I mean, they racked up their KDAs.
Okay, so credits to the side of Falcons as well. They had that idea, let's play that early game, right? We saw the pay pick. It was really just, can we crush them in the early game, slow them down, and maybe don't let them recover? But they never hit that mark.
Like, I don't know, that pay over there, like, what are you trying to do? Like, it's just such a big gamble. You're trying your very best, just like a coin toss, just hoping that the early game is going to be completely for you, and there's not going to be a way for you to turn around.
Well, with high risk, there are high rewards as well, and sometimes you have to take it.
Sometimes you need to take that, man, and forever we can see that the match MVP is going to be Konglin on that Ogren. 9-1-4 KDA.
Yeah, 9-1-4, just completely, like, he was kind of fed a lot of those kills. I mean, not to take away the amount of, you know, great, like
it's
he
the
did
way that the heroes played, man.
Yeah,
That's your job. Like, you're supposed just to be in the right place at the right moment just for you to take the kills. Everyone else is clearly chipping the HP bar, but you need to be there. You're totally right on that, mate.
Technically right, but the thing is that in my own ranked games, that never happens. Nobody helps feed me. I'm always isolated. I'm playing solo at the end of the day.
Okay, I share that same experience, but I still get the stars, right? But in this case, you know, the process and the result makes sense for the side of Weibo Gaming. And you know, with that, this actually was a very huge team effort nonetheless. Augen, Kongling, he's a great player, but he needs the help of his teammates as well.
Yeah, and you're really starting to shine. This team is starting to gel. They're getting into the, you know, they're hitting the peaks at the right time. And going into tomorrow, when we actually start the knockout stage, it's going to be kind of crazy and kind of scary at the same time.
Oh man, like already Weibo Gaming has shown us that they are at the level of trying to make it all the way there to the finals. So Weibo Gaming already played against the KPL Dream Team. We know that since they're in the same group, they're going to go to different sides of the bracket. They might end up against LGD Gaming.
Oh, but this time they have shown they have immediately learned their lesson. So there was one play, I think, at the later parts of the game where it was the farmlane baiting the entirety of Falcons over, and suddenly it was surprise. The whole of Weibo Gaming is here. You were gushing about that play. That was a huge.
It was a good play, and this is why Weibo is starting to grow. Like the things that you're seeing are just next level. They're a very high level team. I understand that they're the qualifying team and they just got themselves here, but they're showing way beyond the level that I thought they were going to be.
Okay, so the next question is then, can they bring this performance against LGD and punish them instead tomorrow?
You know, I am really looking forward for that because tomorrow it's going to be already the quarterfinals of our tournament. And you know what? Everyone at home, you need to get ready to elevate your gameplay as well. You can do that with the brand new Command skin Yin and Yang. From August 3rd to August 9th, you can snag this stunning skin at a limited time discount price of just 1,350 tokens, down from the original price of 1,688. Grab the Command Yin and Yang skin now and show off your style in the battlefield. Now, we're gonna move forward to the next games. Before we do that, what about if we just take a little break and we'll be back right with you.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
Hey, no.
My name is Dolia. Call me Dolly.
Why do I always get chased by cats when I come ashore? Hey, no!
You're a high priestess of the Merfolk clan, and you're still afraid of cats? So, are you here to find the Song of the Merfolk, or just scavenging for scraps?
What scraps? These are clues. Why can't I find it?
Who set off the fireworks? Be careful! Tonight has to be perfect!
Wow, it's so beautiful. Let's go watch the fireworks tonight. Well?
As long as you don't wander off. I connected your conch to my threads of fate, so I can find you even if you get lost.
That sound.
The Abyssal Beast?
Yes, the pollution has caused its awakening. But I haven't found my song yet.
Is there no other way to stop it?
Only the emotional memories in the Song of the Merfolk can soothe the beast. But I've looked everywhere, and I haven't found a single note. What should we do? We're out of time.
We've got a crisis on our hands. Let me help you this time. Threads of fate, guide me to the Song of the Merfolk! Hey, don't forget about the fireworks tonight.
Look, it's blue! Gurney said that when blue lights up, I'll find the song! Hey, no, where are we?
The threads of fate have taken us to another dimension of time and space. We might find the answers we seek.
Hey, a note! Did he spend his whole life writing this song? The Song of the Merfolk! I found it! Hino!
Yes. The Song of the Merfolk. After all these years, I finally remember now.
What do you mean by remember?
That note. The one I spent my whole life searching for. It's you. Dolia.
Leave him alone!
Help me!
Don't be afraid. I'll teach you how to swim. This is for you. When it lights up, I'll be there for you. Help! You can't stop chasing me!
Hey! Get away from her!
La 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 la. La 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 la. For our people, it symbolizes being together forever. Let's go watch the fireworks tonight.
I never thought that. The price of calming the beast would be giving up our most precious memories.
Hino, that man. Was that you? If I sing the Song of the Merfolk,
Then our memories of each other will be lost.
then I won't sing it. Hino, I don't want to forget you. The beast, it's breaking out.
Fate says that we have to forget each other. Then I won't do it! Again.
Is there no other way?
There just has to be another way.
I'm sorry. Hey, no. I don't think. I just can't make it tonight. The fireworks. They're so beautiful.
One year later.
Ladies and gentlemen, remember the championship in-game mode kicks off this Saturday evening at 8 o'clock. Join us to unlock the brand new Wu Yan skin for free. Immerse yourself in the battle for your region and claim the glory of a champion. I'm your caster, Isaac Peña, with me,
Holler, and I'm excited to be here. And of course, we are with
your favorite kind of tofu, kindofu. Now we're gonna be talking a little bit more about the different games that are coming up. Now this is a spicy one because I think let's talk a little bit more about Vivo Key Stars. Your thoughts on them?
Yeah, of course, man. I always have thoughts on Vivo Kid Stars. At the beginning of the tournament, I really thought that they were going to be a force to be reckoned, but the results are not their way, man. Like, they are not actually really doing their best. Something is happening. We need to get some talk about the boys. Like, something is not clicking. What do you guys think it is?
To be honest, they just seem to be overwhelmed. It's not the team that we saw in Season 2 where they were 3rd, 4th place. This is one of those moments where they're kind of like, maybe they're a little underprepared or something because they're really not clicking.
Well, the pace probably was too fast. Bear in mind, they were Season 1 Invitational Champions. Season 2, they kind of dropped a little bit, and now they're struggling at the Esports World Cup. So it has to be the pacing of the game, right? They're not learning fast enough.
What about if we just watch a little bit more to learn about DKS?
Eu me sinto muito bem por estar aqui. Acho a organização que a gente está tendo muito boa. O hotel eu achei incrível. E sobre Riad eu achei um lugar muito lindo. Enquanto a gente estava indo para o hotel deu para ver muitas construções grandes. E eu achei muito bonito no geral. O jogo mais inesquecível para mim foi na final do Choque BR de 2023. Que a gente estava 3-3 e a gente conseguiu ganhar contra o Fluxo na final e foi algo inesquecível para mim porque eu acho que no último jogo eu consegui ter um desempenho muito bom e que me deixou muito feliz. Minha vantagem em competições é que eu acho que eu tenho muita afinidade com o palco, eu consigo jogar muito bem em stage, em presencial, junto do time e acho que isso ajuda muito a ter bons resultados. O nosso desempenho no EWC acho que vai ser muito bom, acho que somos melhor que muitos times. Um time que a gente tem que tomar cuidado é a KPL de Dream Team e os times da Malásia, que são os poucos fortes. De resto, acho que a gente consegue lidar muito bem. Levantar o troféu para mim significaria muita coisa, seria uma conquista enorme para o Brasil e para mim mesmo, então acho que seria um sonho realizado. Eu queria agradecer a todo o apoio que eu estou tendo pelos fãs, porque desde o Brasil, nos campeonatos, sempre tem muita torcida pra gente, eu sempre vejo nas redes sociais você torcendo. Então, continue torcendo pela gente, a gente vai dar nosso melhor e muito obrigado. Go Vivo Cade!
Vivo Kid Stars, as you could see right over there, they're ready to show, man. The problem is that they're not showing anything. We thought that they were going to be fighting for second place, and right now their next game is going to be their opportunity to try to really have an opportunity fourth place, not actually just having their trip just finish in group stage.
Yeah, I think, one of the things we could focus on is the action of Fleur, right? Getting into the zone. And I think maybe based on the interview itself, they put a lot of pressure on themselves. Granted, yes, they represent not just themselves, they represent their country, they represent their dreams of lifting the trophy as well. So there's a lot of pressure. And I think one of the things I've learned of professional teams that do really well is not that they throw caution in a win, but they take everything in their stride, right? Let's do our best, be in a relaxed state, go into the zone, get into the Fleur, and we will win the games.
I mean, it's not one thing to get into that zone, but I just feel like the other teams have really figured them out, right?
Yeah.
Understanding that Cesar's been that carry, forcing him to play heroes that he's not really as comfortable with. So it's more of like a reactive game for them. They've kind of struggled because of that, and I don't think that their game is really evolving as fast as it should.
Then I think the solution is let us take the stage instead, right? Let them be the first one to make the move. That could be one of the solutions that is possible for the side of VKS.
I thought you were talking about let us, as in us, and I was like, are we going in right now? Like, what do we do?
VKS, I'm not good enough.
No, I agree on the fact that a lot of teams have been analyzing them a lot. Yeah. They've been trying their very best just to watch the footage and then just try to find strategies how to put them against a corner. And one of them has been Kagandra for sure.
Yes, for sure. And now they have been on the main stage for a lot of times. Chalk BR, Season 2, and now at EWC. So definitely a lot of research going into it. Now Kagandra, this is going to be a spicy one. We didn't have the best hopes for them, but they have shown up. That was a beautiful draft in the previous game. Will they be able to repeat that kind of draft once again against VKS?
Yeah, they're going to be on 3 times today, so we're going to be seeing a lot of Kagandra. There's still a lot of potential that they can have. They did very well against Team Vitality. They beat that out, almost an upset, I would say. So I expect even bigger things for Kagandra, and they have a team that's reeling in Vivo Keat Stars. This is a great opportunity for Kagandra.
Kagandra is going to take the spotlight right now, so what about if we just get a little bit more insight from them?
I often play together with my jungler and also our captain, the strongest mid lane in Indonesia, and also movers and 0-0 always play together in their lane and strong in lane. Before the competition start, I usually do reading mangas and comic to calm my nerves. Yeah. My prediction movement is, I think, KPL Dream Team, because they are from their mainland. They are the strongest right now, I think. Halo Balagendra, dukung kita terus di EWC ini. Semoga kita bisa memberikan yang terbaik dan doakan terus supaya bisa juara lah. Thank you. Kak Indra, juara!
Kagendra, the representatives from Indonesia, they're ready to fight. As you saw right over there, they calmed their nerves just by reading some manga, just kind of like reading, trying to calm down so they can actually get into that mode.
Yeah, Kagendra Juara. I don't know what that means, but yeah, I'm gonna repeat it for you as well. Right, but here's what they have on the side of Kagendra, right? Not only do they have calm nerves, they also have the potential to pull games out, right? So I think one of the players that really impressed me upon Kagendra was actually Senku. Right, Senku does really well in the mid lane. He's really scary with the Mai Shiranui as well. He's known for that major aggression, and that could be one of the things that we could watch out for Kagendra.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that Kagendra, the biggest thing is that you have nothing to lose at this point. Go all out. I mean, I know it's the group stages. It doesn't really matter about strategy. Everything is about survival, making sure that you get to that next stage. I mean, we need a lot more from 0-0, who really didn't have the greatest of games in the past, correct?
Well, we did have some fun with his IGN yesterday, but I think he's going to turn that 0-0 into 0-0-7. Mr. James Bond.
Get some kills. That said, I do think that there's a lot of expectations on him. There's going to be a lot more pressure on making sure that this team delivers. They have 2 more games. They can dictate their own fate, basically.
Yep, for sure. I mean, Indonesian pride, this is one of the things that they do really well is also if they can fix Hans. I think Hans has been on the receiving end of a lot of punishment from the rest of the team. They recognize that, hey, if we give the Clash Lane a tough time, the gold is not going to be able to be funneled into their farm lane.
I believe that Team Kagendra right now, as you just mentioned, they've got their fate in their hand. Like their destiny is in their hands. They have 2 more games just to see exactly what they can do. Like if they win these 2 games, they probably are gonna make it through to the next groups, right? Like we need to make that. Well, what about if we just check real quick on how the schedule is looking like? We have some more games that we're gonna have. Kagendra is gonna have 2 more games for them to try to defeat everyone. They have VKS and they have Team Secret next.
Right. If you get one last chance, will you miss it? I don't think they want to miss it as well. Kagendra now in a comfortable 3rd place, but they can seal this position in the table if they can take the last 2 wins as well.
How crazy is Group A, right? You're in 3rd place with only 1 win, and only because of the fact that you've played less games than everyone else. I mean, at this point, there's going to be so much at stake. Group A is pretty much up in the air. Getting into that top 4, key for Group A, but getting in might be the toughest thing.
Yeah, so VKS, I mean, like we mentioned, right? Kagendra has the fate in their palms.
Yeah.
Now VKS wants to do something against them. If they can give some Brazilian flair, it's going to make the world's difference in this table.
Okay, I like the way you said Brazilian flair, by the way. But go on.
It's a flair.
The Brazilian flair you need, right? Hopefully that Brazilian flair is going to be right over there. Hopefully it's going to be an amazing match. It's going to be do or die for both teams. They really need this. STC play predictions. Who are you going for?
I'm going to go with the Kages. I think they have it in them. I think they're more in this zone than VKS at this point.
I'm going to have to agree with you, unfortunately. I'm going to go with Kage as well. I think that this is a team on the rise, and it's going to be kind of scary moving forward.
Hopefully it's going to be Team Kagendra, the ones that they're going to take it all the way through. Let's go and see them at the Amazon Arena.
Do or die indeed. This will be another survival match. A lot of moments to be seized and owned what the capture is. And the question would be, will they capture it or let it slip? The moment is yours right now, Sky.
Both teams should be fighting their way out of the danger zone, fighting for that 2nd win on their scoreboard. So with no more time waiting, let's hear it from Team Kagendra. Still remember that post-match interview with you? With Verov, they're actually having those momentum rising, booming up because that the beautiful comeback versus Team Vitality. Just hope the Vitality stays there.
I got that. Definitely still remember that moment. But now let's see what's going to happen with their competition taking place right here. Here comes Vivo Keat Stars. I am hearing the hype here, but one more time, let's hear it for Vivo Kid Stars, everybody!
Love it.
The pride of Brazil. This is gonna be an unpredictable one. Let's see what's gonna happen.
A new chapter is there about to be unfolded together with this. What will be happening? Let's check it out in the real game. Back to you, studio.
Thank you very much to our incredible stage host throughout the week. Group A is wide open, Blam. It is there for the taking for all of these teams. We saw it just before on the analyst desk as well. Team Secret beating Team Vitality, meaning that the standings are so close. And I'm super excited for this series to get started. The first time that we're actually going to be seeing Vivo Kid on the main stage as well. And it's a team that I know you've covered a lot, Blam.
Yes, knees weak, arms are heavy going into this one, Stu, to just completely go that one back off Barra's little quote there. But Vivo Keystars are definitely one of my favorite teams to watch, especially within the Brazilian team. They were part of my first literal intake of Honor of Kings Esports. I was literally learning from Chuck BR23 and watching these teams just kind of shine from there all the way to now. And going against Kagendra, I don't think they're going to have the same issue as what Team Vitality had, where it's if you aim on Shanks, goodbye. Whereas VKS have a wider range of hero pools and sort of strategies to go with it.
Totally agree with you. They have a wide range of carries, but look at this for a first pick. The first time I believe we've seen Heino as a first pick priority over so many other heroes, even like the Long, the Lady Shen, and the Shang Fei. I really like this for Kagendra, taking away the Shang Fei, because we know that Maynard is a very strong tank support. He loves to play the likes of the Liam Po, the Shang Fei. He wants to be the one that makes the plays for the team. We saw it in S2 Invitational. We've seen it in Chok BR. Remember, VKS are the back-to-back Chok BR champions as well in 23 and in 24, but they've struggled a little bit so far, but now they're going to be able to pick up the Lady Sun and also Lady Shen as well. So the lady duo there for the farm lane and the mid lane.
Yes, the double ladies. That means that the Heino is more likely to go over to Danny Witch into Season 2, and obviously Chuck BR24 was definitely one of his staple picks. It was the first time I ever saw it actually go into the jungle, and I was pretty bewildered by it, but he plays it so perfectly. It really suits how he plays as well. But looking over to the side of Kagendra, they go in for the Angela, so wave clear is not going to be a problem for them. And obviously, as you say, the Loon, but also taking the Zhang Fei from of Maynard as well. And obviously, Dolia goes down. They ban out their own Maynard's other picks. So it's going to be really interesting to see what they go for into that support lane. Is it going to be a Liam Po? Will we see Sun Bin come through?
Yeah, for sure. We'll have to wait and see as the Ming actually gets banned away. We've already seen today that Lady Sun and Ming is a very scary combo to deal with, but VKS prioritizing that mid lane pick, prioritizing Lady Shen instead, probably knowing that it's going to get banned as well. Guan Yu as well. I mean, we've seen it a lot. It's a very strong pick over in the Chok BR. We have seen it a few times for Niab on that top side, so it's going to be banned away. One of the pocket picks really for the Brazil region, but that's going to be banned away. So the likes of the Liam Po are opened if Maynard does want to go for that tank route. As you mentioned before, the Sun Bin as well. We'll have to see what Kagendra picked first, but they prioritize the Angela instead to make sure that the mid laners don't get banned away.
Yes, and focusing the Orgrin, I think, on the side of VKS is probably a good call, because I think Kagendra would actually pick that up again. We've already saw it with them once, paired with the Lung as well, but they do pick up the Dharma, so going against what 90 drafted against them, and arguably probably the best performance on the side of Team Vitality when they were playing against Kagendra was 90 on the Dharma. But that targeted ban on the Guan Yu for Niap, that shows you that Kagendra's actually done some studying, not only onto VKS and not only onto Team Secret. It really shows that there is a lot going on behind the scenes for this Indonesian team. And as I was saying, that Sun Bin has been highlighted, and we're getting the Shuang Yu come through, which is a Brazilian pick. We haven't seen this for a while. This normally takes place in Chuck BR, but never on the global esports scene. I'm very excited this pick for Niap. This is brutal.
A really, really strong pick, as you mentioned, a pocket pick over in Chop. It was mentioned about the Guan Yu. They banned away the Guan Yu. They were like, okay, we're not going to let you pick the pocket pick. And VKS is like, hey, buddy, I have 2 pockets. I have something else up my sleeve. With that Zhang Yu as well, going to be a very, very strong, more of a tankier hero as well, being played towards the top side, which we normally see a lot of these bruisers played towards the top side. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they adapt with this kind of tankier style in that top side. That's going to be their kind of tank. Well, they do have Hino as well, which, as we know in the jungle, can also play tank. So, I mean, this is going to be a super exciting game. First time, I believe, this tournament, from what we know, that we've seen Zhang Yu. But as you mentioned, pick the VKS have already picked up a few times.
Yeah, it's a great hero, to be honest, because one of his skills, he can basically barge you around. So if you're thinking you are safe in that turret, he can literally come from behind, barge you out of it. He has a great zoning ultimate as well, just literally places where he's going to literally swing his sword onto the ground, and you better hope that you can make your way out of it. But pair that with Sunbin Silence from her time-lapse skill, I think it could be pretty deadly. And also having Danny on the high note as well is going to be super interesting. But it's at that point in the standings, VKS have to pull these kind of things out.
Yep. Just to remind everyone of the stakes of this game, Kagendra at the moment sitting at 1 and 2. That surprise victory against Team Vitality that we saw earlier today. Vivo Key sitting at 1 and 3, the big surprise factor at the moment in the EWC, and this is such an important game for both of these two sides. If Kagendra can bring out another surprise here, because I think a lot of people would go into this and say that Vivo Key are probably the favorites, but with them also losing to Vitality, like, everyone's beating each other in this group, which I think is super crazy and also super fun as well.
I mean, we've got to think about as well that this is the first time we've seen VKS on the main stage. It could be main stage buff. They have been waiting for this moment to prove themselves in this main stage, and the draft is looking like they are here to prove it. They're like, yo, take the Zhongfei, take away some of our pocket picks, but we have something in our front pocket for you. And it's so far going okay for both of these teams. Yes, it is a very, very calm early game right now. We're seeing a few trades here to 0-0 from the Lady Sun as well. But that's going to be the thing, right? Lady Sun just making sure that itemization gets in place at the right time.
Oh, 100%. I totally agree. And I mean, for the side of VKS, they have just so many slows as well. You know, you have the slow from the Sunbin, you have the slow from the Lady Sun as well. You have Lady Shen that can also slow with her ultimate. So there's so many ways in which they can slow down the likes of the Dharma, the likes of the Luna that like to, you know, rotate around, that like to be super mobile. It's going to be quite difficult for Kagendra to try and, you know, make things work in this game. But they do have the Angela, which, as we saw earlier on today, Angela can be a very, very strong pick with just sitting in the bushes, trying to catch them off guard. But I feel like this time around, VKS have a really, really strong front line with that Rangju and also the Hino.
Yeah, one thing I've just noticed on the common spell, so we see that they have taken 2 Purify, so 1 on the Sunbin and 1 on the Lady Sun. I'm assuming that's because of the Dharma, so if they get crashed into the wall, they know that they're not going to be stuck there onto the Dharma. They can try and get out of there, but Movers could not get out of the attack from VKS, taking the first blood Mana on the Sunbin.
Yeah, really nice gank there as well from Danny, being able to get onto the back line there of Mufas. And with, you know, with Smite being picked up here for Zhongfei, can't really do too much to escape that one, unfortunately. And that's going to be a really nice first blood here for VKS. They keep that momentum going so far in this early game. As you can see, they're trying to defend at the moment. You know, one is trying to defend the jungle for VKS, making sure that no sort of invades happen as well. And one thing that happened during the S2 Invitational, which I loved, is the Brazilian players on Lady Shen. As we can see, the play into the mid lane again, the bombs are not going to tick over and do too much damage. But a comment that I made during S2 Invitational is both Loops and Vivo Keed, both their mid laners, like one, 2 of the best Lady Shen players I think I've ever seen, like even throughout even Malaysian teams as well. They play this hero like no other. They play it super aggressively. Sometimes you'll see them flash forward on Lady Shen to try and land the knockups, to try and land a huge amount of crowd control. So I won't be surprised if you see one trying to be the main setup for the team, even with the likes of Niap and Danny playing the tanks.
I mean, one was the FMVP of Season 1 as well, so it really just shows how good of a mid laner he is. But this has been a team roster that's been around for some time, and it's really showing here. Yes, they haven't had the best standing in EWC so far, but Danny is able to use the recall ultimate there on Heino to keep himself alive and keep him in this battle a little bit longer as the Tyrant comes up. But as a double stun from the Dharma, but there is that Xiongyu push away that VKS are doing right here. That is a 2-0 trade right now for the Brazilian Titans. Yara Habibi, you better run.
Insane play there. The push away in the end from VKS. As you mentioned, that Guan Yu pick coming up absolutely huge here for VKS, making sure that he can get the extra damage in there as well. As we take a look back at the replay, because it was actually at first it was Kagendra the ones looking for the engage, but the counter engage was so good. You had the pushback and then you had the second pushback towards the wall as well. So many ways in which Niap with this pick can create space for his team, which I think is going to be so crucial when you have the likes of Dharma and Luna, which at the moment just can't do enough damage to take down the members of VKS.
Absolutely. If you can kind of control where people can go, and if you can be in control of what that team fight's doing, that's probably the best situation you can be in, and that Xiong Yu is able to do that as well. So Dharma really thinking he had the control in that first part of the team fight, and then Niap was just like, nah, I'm coming in, baby. Coming in, pushing away, and they did get the T1 turret as well. So that was overall a fantastic fight for VKS, really showing that even though they took an L from Team Vitality, they're now 4 up to Kagendra, who's just beaten Vitality, and they've just taken the first Tyrant as well.
Tyrant secured here. You can see how this tank Heino pick can be so frustrating to deal with. Just going to use the ultimate to get away to safety. The CC immune as well. But Dharma, the ultimate against the wall again. One being completely caught off guard, but it is going to be traded back by Seiza on the Lady Sun. The extra slows in the end as well. You can see how annoying it is for Kagendra to jump away. The double kill, but as it is going to be traded back by 0-0. The shutdown gold going over to the long as well. And you're just seeing already in these team fights how annoying it is to play against this squad of VKS. As long as trying his best to try and defend off against the tower, he's going to try and go for the 1v2. Niap is super low on HP. The flash forward, the flash away. Angela, oh, it was so close in the end. Flash is going left, right, and center, but Niap survives on 1 HP.
Yeah, Niap pulling out the Hail Mary play just to save his life there. But I feel like that Lady Sun double kill, even though we got the shutdown there for a 0-0, I feel like that's going to be a great thing for Lady Sun to just pick up some more gold and just basically further that gap so far between 0-0 and Seiza. But again, we just saw that Kagendra was able to get the Overlord, so a 50-50 split in that early jungle phase is better than losing everything to VKS. Just got to make sure that they maintain this composure and tempo on the side of the Brazilian team, or else Kagendra are definitely going to exploit it if they do see a way in.
Yeah, for sure. You can see that they were just overstepping a little bit there, the trade kill back. I mean, yes, you are going to get the double kills. You're probably going to get more gold onto Lady Sun. But look here, you can see how annoying this Heino pick is. This is a sort of Heino that we was expecting to see, and something that we saw a lot in the S2 Invitational. Yes. This tank Heino. This Heino that can just dash forward and just be in your face, not doing too much damage because he is building tank, but just being super annoying and creating that space again for his team, like the likes of Lady Shen and Lady Sun, being able to do enough damage in the end. But you can see the Juanju trying to do enough damage there, but not going to be able to push back the Luna just yet. She's going to be able to dash away for now.
Yeah, T2 looking to be traded here in the clash lane for that farm lane T2 here, but we are seeing Niap looking to give a save grace to his lane. It is Hans against Niap, a true 1v1, but we can see a little bit of a Brazilian rotation coming around here. There's that Zhuangyu ultimate coming through, but it just did not connect, forcing that flash out of there for Hans.
Yeah, really nice flash there in the end, being able to escape there from the Xiangyu knock up from the ultimates. but is going to be able to keep that momentum going. They're going to try and push into this top lane at the moment and secure another tower for them. And that is 4 towers at the moment over to Vivo Kid. They have full map control at the moment with this 3,000 gold lead. But as you mentioned, Kagendra still not out of this game yet. This is still going to be a very, very close affair, and it really comes down to who are the carries that can keep themselves alive, because I feel like both these teams have so many defensive mechanics to be able to, you know, CC, try and defend their carries, like the Sunbin trying to defend the Lady Sun with the extra movement speed, the Zhang Fei trying to defend along with the extra shielding. So it all comes down to who can protect their carry, because for Vivo Kid, Weisacer has been the main carry for this squad for quite some time.
Absolutely. I mean, his performance in Season 2 was phenomenal. He was such an aggressive farm lane player, but it's also, I think it just must be within the Brazilian region, because of Zerion Loops as well. He's a fantastic early player also. So it just goes to show that the Brazilian scene, even though they haven't done as great as we thought they would in EWC, but it could be down to the actual quality of the players of the other team, but also just the matchups. And obviously, as the game goes on, it seems like a little bit more of an easy matchup. One almost getting caught out there, but it was thanks to Sunbin just recalling that health onto the Lady Chen. And now we could have a 4v5 here in this mid lane, but a big push down into the farm lane. They need to clear that up before they try and take some fights, or at least try and take the Shadow Overlord, which they're trying to do now. And as you can see, Kagendra going for the Shadow Overlord. They want more priority in these lanes, Stu.
Yeah, for sure. Just the trading objectives, pretty standard at the moment at 10 minutes into the game. Really nice adaptation there for Kagendra, making sure that they at least get one of the objectives, because sometimes you can funnel onto that Tyrant a lot. We haven't seen other teams just fighting around the Tyrant and losing even though they took the Tyrant, which is something that Vitality did earlier today against Kagendra. So really nice adaptation here for Kagendra, making sure that, hey, we can't get the Tyrant, that's totally fine. Let's take the Shadow Overlord instead, and let's see if we can try and push one of these lanes. I don't think it has been used yet. It seems like it hasn't been used in any lane yet. So it's going to be curious to see what lane actually gets used on, and you'll see kind of the rotations happen when that Shadow Vanguard gets spawned.
I think they're just probably going to wait till there's like a clear push. Like mid lane. But okay, Dharma with a few dashes there, but it gets nullified thanks to Sunbin's healing capability. Seiza coming through with another kill. And that Tyrant, that Shadow Tyrant extra damage buff is huge into these team fights right now. So we see the Kagendra's forcing that Shadow Tyrant into that clash lane, because if they didn't, they would have lost another T2, which would have been crucial for them. But it looks like Wero is looking to take a T2 from VKS in that farm lane. So a little bit of a trade here may happen across the map.
Yeah, you're seeing that Kagendra using that Shadow Overlord defensively rather than aggressively, knowing that they lost the trade. They still lose the tower though, so even though they tried to use that Shadow Overlord defensively, tried to get that big massive Vanguard into that lane to try and defend off that tier 2 tower, they still weren't able to in the end. But as you mentioned, Luna, Roa going to be able to take that tier 2 tower on the bottom side of the map. So Kagendra still getting trades across the map. This is not like a complete stomp or anything. There are ways in which Kagendra are trying to get back into this. They're trying to take...
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia? by Sony.
Welcome to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, home of the Esports World Cup for 2024, week number 5. And Apex Legends kicked off with Group A yesterday. 20 teams entered the arena, 9 advanced to finals, 1 has already been eliminated. Team Falcons with a back-to-back champions.
I was honestly expecting, to be pretty easy, even though, last night we were TDMing and we were getting slammed pretty badly. But we know that every time we play a tournament, we're going to show up. So, as usual. Just focus on the finals. Job's not done.
Rainbow Six Siege also had teams eliminated, as we see Space Station Gaming taking on Bliss. Groups A and B are concluded today. The quarterfinals commence.
Of course, we are working a lot to be the face on the SI, São Paulo, and we are going to be very strong in these tournaments, in the playoffs, in the finals. Yes.
That's not all, as the Honor of Kings dream team from the KPL obliterate, dominate, and absolutely storm their way through their opening games of HOK.
So the biggest goal for us is finally, of course, the final glory, the final champion, and tiny little details and goals is for us trying to maintain a very good mentality, stable health and stable conditions, and keep fighting for every single matchup in the future.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the second day of the second half of the Esports World Cup. Apex Legends, Rainbow Six Siege, and Honor of Kings continue towards their championship, their finals, and towards crowning 3 more champions here at the Esports World Cup. 21 games, 22 tournaments, 9 of them have been completed. And in the back half, we'll wrap up the next 13. My nickname is Quickshot, and you're watching EWC Central. We'll be with you for the next 4 hours, breaking down all the action across all 3 arenas and all 3 respective games. It's time to introduce my guests for the week. Once again, it is, of course, Sam, Jordan, and Gabriel. Sam, how are you doing today?
I am doing really well. I've been very excited catching up with all of the HOK action, making sure we're all up to date while we come into this, and there's been some really fun matches, which I'm really excited to talk to you all about.
I know the games are going on right now. We'll jump into those in just a minute or two. Before I do, Jordan, I was stalking your Instagram today and I saw a fantastic photo of Handlebar Moustache. When is that making a comeback?
Hey, I mean, let's not talk about next year just yet, but if we lock it all in, maybe I can sort something out.
Oh, I like that. I will tell you this. For a man with such beautiful elfish figures, that Handlebar Moustache, it goes
pretty hard, eh?
And then go from that to and a phenomenal beard, one that I'm jealous of.
Thank you.
Gabriel.
I'm doing great. I'm doing as good as I possibly can. I got some pretty good sleep
last night. After an amazing show yesterday, I'm excited to kick it off again today.
How much would it take to get you to shave that into a handlebar mustache?
So
can we have a
Can we all go for one aside from
So
Trev?
actually, funny enough, I shaved it after my most recent Manchester major in Siege, just to kind of see, you know, what it would look like. And honestly, the beard makes me look like I have a chiseled chin. I did have it. I was like, yeah, we're never doing this again. I went from 27 to like 20.
That's amazing. The thing is, I will say this. The reason I focus on the facial hair is I can't grow any like the three of my guests can. Let's take a look at what is on the docket for EWC today. As I mentioned, we are in week 5. It is the second day of week 5, and this is, of course, the back half, week 5 of 8. Group Stage 2 for Honor of Kings, Group B for Apex Legends. And Rainbow Six Siege is already into the quarterfinals with only 8 teams still standing. Let's go first. I don't know, what's the biggest surprise thus far? Maybe Rainbow Six will be the one, the biggest one?
I can't say Rainbow Six is too much surprising me, because if you looked at like my predictions so far and like where these teams are lined up, everything's gone pretty much accordingly to what I thought it was going to be.
Except one team. One didn't make it through.
Except one
That's
out of 8. I'd say that's pretty
good.
solid.
87.5% accuracy in your prediction.
Trevor, I feel like just you know, Gabe yesterday, I remember some, I don't know about who's actually going to make it. I don't feel like ranking them. I'm not sure about this.
I'll say this because, Sam, you and I have sat on the sofa for several weeks now. I've already got all of his bracket predictions before games have been played, and we'll see whether or not I manage to keep
I'm proud.
before I keep Gabriel on the sofa or not. All right, it is the top of the day, and several of the games as well as streams continued past the end of our show from last night. So this is where I turn to my EWC catch-up powered by STC. As I mentioned, 2 of the 3 games ran later into the evening past our 8 p.m. cutoff. Rainbow Six Siege was doing the elimination games for both Group A and Group B. I'm going to be asking Ian Chambers to give us the Rainbow Six update.
Rainbow Six Siege finally took the stage at the Esports World Cup in tremendous fashion. Before we got into the server, we met each team on the stage, concluding with our first 2 rivals of the day. The lads from Down Under were faced with a tough challenge in NA's SSG, who've recently picked up Siege Starboy Benjamaster. One of the 2 would make the playoffs, the other catches a flight home. It ended up as a rapid 2-0 series, with the astronauts taking their 3rd consecutive win over Bliss. That also made SSG the first NA team to make the playoffs and the first to crush an opponent's key. On a sad note, how good does Milosh look in that builder's helmet? Our second do-or-die best of 3 was EU's Into the Breach, taking on the dangerous Brazilians in FaZe Clan. ITB kicked things off with a cracking chalet, with FaZe being absolutely unable to adapt. But the Brazilians fought back on Skyscraper to take us to a 3rd and final map. It was Bank, where FaZe crushed ITB's dreams, and then after, their key as well. So much happened, and there is plenty more to come from Rainbow Six here at the Esports World Cup today.
That was a tip-top update, Ian Chambers. I was thinking about trying the accent. I bailed out immediately. The quarterfinals obviously are on your screen right now. All 8 of these teams have accrued points towards EWC Club Championship, and those matches will begin at 6 p.m. We'll be breaking down each of the games, talking about what to anticipate, and looking into some of them on broadcast here in EWC Central. Let's turn our attention to Apex now. Group A concluded. Of the 20 teams that took 2 of the matches yesterday, 9 have advanced to the finals. 1 has been eliminated. Let's find out how it played out from Lace.
The sun has completely set here in Riyadh. We just had 10 passionate games of Apex Legends here at the Esports World Cup. Now, you're probably going to be able to guess this, but we saw Team Falcons absolutely dominate the competition today. They have had exceptional games from start to finish with several wins, but that's not without Twisted Minds giving them a little bit of a run for their money. The Apex South team that dominates the top of the charts there came in second with a fair few kills from them. But we do have to unfortunately crush one key today, and that is Reject. And we say goodbye to them, but not without a great effort. And this has only been day one. So do not stress. We have some more Apex Legends action for you tomorrow. So make sure you tune in then and see Groups B battle it out and see who can take.
Thank you so much, Lace, for tying that up in such a nice bow. Obviously, Falcons and Twisted Minds ran away with the top of the table and those highest placed points. However, the race for top 9 and therefore a spot in finals was incredibly close. 53, 52, 50, 49-48. It quite literally came down to the final 2 matches. Later on today, 10 more games will be played for Group B, but the first team eliminated from Apex Legends was Reject. Let's turn our attention to Honor of Kings and Solari. How did it play out?
Hey guys, welcome to Amazon Arena, where we have some amazing games of Honor of Kings 4 behind us already, and those were amazing. But let me wrap it up for you guys. Boom played 2 super important games today. Unfortunately, they did lose versus AG Global because these guys play so well. But Boom played versus Team Falcons, and that was such an important victory for Team Boom for our last C qualifier. Then we had another game. Team Kagendra played against Team Vitality. That was such a long game, but in the end, Kagendra did find one very important team fight and got the victory. And then last, but definitely not least, the match of the day, the week, the match of the century, we had KPL Dream Team playing against Team Weibo, 2 teams sitting on top of their group right now. And KPL, these guys, I'm telling you, they're made of something completely different because they smashed through their competition. No chance for Weibo Gaming. 1-0 for KPL. These games were so good, guys. I just can't wait to see the other 4 games that we have planned for today, and maybe some tiebreakers right here at Amazon Arena at the Esports World Cup.
Thank you so much, Sorry. I have to say it again, your enthusiasm is infectious. Now, of course, this was an update filmed a little bit later today as well, and a reminder that Honor of Kings, the matches have been started since 12 o'clock. So the scores that you're seeing here reflect all but one of the completed games. LGD still remain undefeated over in Group A, with Team Secret very clearly the second strongest. Over in Group B, the KPL Dream Team still a sub 10-minute average game time. That's 4 games winning in less than 10 minutes. I cannot wait to break that down for you a little bit later on the broadcast. That does it for our edition of EWC Catch-Up, powered by STC. We are back with the boys, and I'm going to quickly come to initialize. I mentioned that the tables reflected all but one game. What was that result that just came in moments ago?
So Loops, the second seed from Brazil, just got upset by AG Global of all teams. Well, a team that people were a bit uncertain about, and that win locks Global into the top 4. Loops are still there, but it's a bit of an upset for them, and it also means we'll be saying goodbye to Boom and Team Falcons from Group B.
Ooh, now that's a big upset, I think. For Team Falcons, they've picked up very strong rosters in many games. But if I'm going to be honest, as far as the club championship is concerned, that means there's opportunities for other teams. We actually have a live look in right now. This is on stage.
Yeah.
So tell us about this, because this is a team that is not expected to do well. Team Secret currently 3-1. You would anticipate them to be the heavy favorites.
Yes, you should. And this is a big deal as well, because there's still one final slot in playoffs remaining in this group, and Kagendra are in competition. Unfortunately, to be in that conversation, they need to beat Team Secret. Yeah. And that's going to be really hard. So we need to see how well they do in this one. They've already locked in a few fairly potent heroes here.
Now,
so that, yeah.
Of course, you can see here, this game is ongoing if you want to keep up to date with it. YouTube.com/@EWC. And I have to ask, would a Kagebunshin no Jutsu help them in their chances against Team Secret?
Well, obviously. Come on now.
Okay.
What just got said?
That's called miles.
What the non-anime viewers among us?
Completely over my head.
I'm obviously a bit of an anime weeb, and for weeks I haven't had anyone to bounce anime off. So Sam coming back.
It's good to be back.
I'm going to explain
You could talk about cricket with me and NFL with him. And
That's it. And anime with Sam. I have a conversation.
Confused when you just
this is the job side of the couch.
Obviously, we are looking live at this game right now. Do you have a comment on the draft? Is there anything standing out? It's still about halfway
Yeah,
through.
so I'll note here that we've already seen a Footy to Chow combo for Team Secret. It's a special combo for them, but in order to get a hold of those heroes, they've given up the Orgren and the Lung, which are the 2 newest heroes to be released on the global server, and they're both busted.
I do have a question. Are you able to pick the same character that the other team has?
No,
or no?
unique.
Okay.
You have to take it away. This is obviously one of 2 streams. There are 2 HOK streams, Group A and Group B. Both respective streams are in draft right now, and you can find those under the live tab at youtube.com/@EWC. Woo! We swapped over. That wasn't even planned. Well done. Okay, give me some expectations here. You said Falcons are eliminated. AGG are locked. So is that just for bragging rights?
Yeah, basically it's at this point.
Man, that's fantastic. Okay, very exciting. Will AGG step up? Will Falcons finally be able to get some points on the board? 0-4 at the moment. We are going to have to keep an eye on that one. Gabriel, how are you feeling about Honor of Kings as we're covering a little bit more, we're seeing some gameplay?
It's kind of making me want to like test out my MOBA skills and just see how bad I actually am. Because like from top down looking at this, it looks kind of easy to some aspect, but obviously I know what it takes to actually play this game. Is the furthest thing from the truth.
Now, also, the thing that you don't know is we actually have mobile phones from Honor downstairs. And I might be making a note for the producers to film you trying to play this game. I tried to learn to play Free Fire, also on mobile, Battle Royale. I honestly thought I was doing so well. Only after about 6 kills did I realize I was playing against bots.
Oh. So it's funny you say that because I actually played PUBG Mobile and I was like, oh, I'm doing great. And then someone was like, I posted on Twitter, they're like, you were playing bots.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh
dear.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I'm very thankful that I had people around me that told me I was playing bots before
I had no idea until I posted it.
Egg on face indeed. Right, let's turn our attention to Apex Legends. And before we jump into the results, let's talk about this Falcons roster. They did pick up 3 wins out of the 10 games yesterday. And Elfish Guy, I'm coming to you, man. Pretty much as expected?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe even better than expected. You know, we talked about them a lot.
That's a lot, though, because expectations were ridiculously high.
Expectations were definitely high, but there was always that sort of caveat in the back of your mind that you're like, it's Apex Legends, it's a BR, anything can happen, but they did what they were.
Hang on, are you saying that just for hopium, or because you actually thought it may be a reality?
No, I just want to say, just because I'm learning here, that's God's spot right there, right up there.
More or less, yeah. No, I think at the end of the day, like, you know, when you're looking at a BI, you do always have to sort of have that little caveat in the back of your mind that, like, there is a 10% chance that something just goes completely wrong, zone pulls away from you. The thing is about this Falcons roster is that they're just good enough to kind of make those sticky situations work anyway. So even if things aren't going necessarily super well for them, life gives them lemons, they're making lemonade.
I'm going to ask a question to Sam, because Sam was here during week 1, Call of Duty Warzone Resurgency. And one of the things that we saw also with the Falcons roster, the individual fragging capabilities of the players is ultimately what defined their success. I know you've been watching the games, we're taking part, like we were sitting backstage watching the co-stream. Do you feel as a viewer, it kind of has that same emotions?
Oh, yeah, I mean, watching Hal, who's on screen right now, pull off the numbers he did, it was like, I felt like I was back in week 1. It's just another Falcons BR roster who were just mechanically better. Sometimes it's not down to luck, it's just I am better at shooting than you.
I mean, that's honestly, as a viewer, what it felt like. And I formally apologize and retract all of my doubts that I cast before the games yesterday.
Yeah, I think, again, you have to look at those players and you just see the individual talent that those guys have. You put them in a 1v1 against anybody, they're probably going to win it. Now, funnily enough, we heard in the interview that they were struggling a little bit in their TDM, which was against Mizuchi. Which
was the co-stream,
Yeah, the co-stream that we had. But again, it's a bit of a different ballgame, TDM to actual BR.
One of the things that I do find fascinating is that if, let's just say, aim and let's just say game sense is the defining factor, faster paced, let's say action shooters, arcade shooters like the Call of Duties, like your Apex, it benefits. I don't believe you can put 3 of just the sickest aimers in Rainbow Six Siege and just expect them to pop off in the same way. Because the challenges that you have to overcome, the amount of knowledge you have to apply, you can just have a bad read. You can't pull yourself out of a situation just with aim.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the difference with this team is that these guys are not only just the sickest aimers, but they are also very, very intelligent players. You've got basically the 2 best IGLs in the game now together on the same team. We can look at this on the graphic here as well. And this basically shows the wins that they've gotten since ALGS has started. So that's like the official competitive format for Apex Legends. And so when we kind of look at it here, we've got 3 for Zero, 2 for Hal, 2 for Jen. Now, Jen and Zero will be combined. They're both from the same team. Jen would have actually had that 3rd one as well, but he was out of that event with COVID. So he missed out. He had to get subbed out, and he still would have won that one.
I got to say, Imperial Hal right there, like that photo alone just looks
remarkable,
like
isn't
it
it?
looks intimidating.
There is a certain amount of, like, Mr. Burns' excellent energy going on.
Okay, let's talk about the fact that these players have come together. They were rivals, right? They came from different squads. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's right. Yeah, basically they played head-to-head. Like TSM, was where Hal came from, and then it's either Dark Zero or Reignite, depending on the timeline there for Zero and Gen. But they were basically the two best teams for probably the last 2-3 years when it comes to Apex Legends. They've been really butting heads, and now they've sort of joined forces in a sense to kind of build this super team. So it's bad luck for everybody else.
Build the super team. Okay, before we actually hear from Imperial Hell, I want you to explain to me where the CEO comes from. Just before he answers that question, reminder that that team secret match is starting right now, youtube.com/@EWC. The game is live, and we're taking a quick look at it. So why is Imperial Hell called the CEO?
Well, I guess when it comes to Apex Legends, if you've ever heard the terminology, he is him, Hal is him in Apex Legends. So
I'm 37. I don't know what he is him means.
basically it means he's,
Come on, man.
he's the guy. He's the guy that everybody watches. He's the most famous streamer. He's the best player. He just kind of is the best Apex Legends player to exist, and therefore he's been given the moniker the CEO because
pretty dope.
He's
title.
the best.
That's
He's at the
a great
top.
name.
He's
But it
the
doesn't
boss.
make sense that the CEO is not always here. Let's hear from the CEO. He is him, the man himself, Imperial Hell, in the ALJ interview.
What up, everybody? I am here with the CEO, Imperial Hal. Before we get started, how's the hand?
Hand is good. It hurt when I slammed it, but I'm good. I'm good.
All right, you guys won 3 games, almost 5 in a row. What happened in those 2 second-place matches?
The Overlook game, I thought he was going to fence me because I was playing a knockdown, but he just instead fenced his feet. And I also didn't reload, so it was, yeah, I just messed up pretty bad there. But, and then the other game, I can't remember, but basically we suck. We should be winning 5 games in a row.
New maps, 10 games, a lot different of Apex than what we're used to, right? You guys dominated. Was it easier than you expected?
I was honestly expecting, like, to be pretty easy, even though, last night we were TD-Deving and we were getting slammed pretty badly. But we know that every time we play a tournament, we're going to show up. So, as usual.
My man. Some might say levels, but truly a home crowd for you guys, right? What do you want to say to the fans here in the STC arena and all the fans back home?
Thank you guys as usual. Always, we can hear you guys through the headset. We can hear you guys. Thank you guys. We love the chance. It helps us a lot, and just keep doing it. We appreciate it.
They're chanting CEO right now. Well, you heard it here from the CEO, Imperial Hal, from the Falcons.
Thank you so much to Imperial Hell. Fantastic interview. I really like hearing the crowd reactions there. And I think in particular, the fact that Waltzy was on our sofa saying that they dumpstered Falcons in TDM and he wasn't sure how good they were going to be. How good were they?
I mean, that was above and beyond, really. 14 points average a game is kind of crazy, not to mention the fact that they basically almost won 5 games in a row. They went first, second, over the
I also
string of
believe
5 rounds.
the second and second, I believe they still outscored first because they had more elims as well.
Probably,
so
yeah.
I was looking at the scoreboards. I do have one other clip that I just want to set up before we jump into it because I think we're going to... I'd like to pause talking about Falcons and maybe Twisted Minds to a degree because first and second was really locked. But in that race for 9th, it became very, very close. One play in particular got me excited. Disguised was almost making it into the top 9. This 1v3, when you're looking at your screen, I mean, Jordan, explain to me just how phenomenal this play is from Designful.
Yeah, for Designful, I mean, the unfortunate reality here is he's basically going to be on his own, so his teammate enemy's going to get knocked down. They're situated right now in 10th. I think that even ticks over to 11th as this clip plays out. And what they're looking for at this point in time is they're looking for a top 9 in this group so that they don't have to play in the last chance qualifier, and they automatically qualify through to Sunday in that final lobby. Now, unfortunately, what that means is there, as it ticks over to 11, they need to find themselves probably like 3, 4, 5 points. The thing is, when you're a solo, when you're outside the zone, when you're in a position like this, it is very difficult, in fact, impossible almost to get those points.
It is expected that Designful gets tagged. There are 2 squads waiting at the edge of that circle, waiting for him to step back in. And when he does, he has the high ground. When he got this knock, I'm like, okay, cool, he's gonna die now. There's at least like 3 to 5 opponents that can take him out.
Well, the beauty of it is that the Twisted Minds, which is the team he's kind of terrorizing right here, was focused on another opponent as he snuck his way into the zone.
He third-partied them.
Yeah, so his timing was perfect, and here he almost essentially kind of 1v3s them. This is a 1v2, obviously, but he took down the other Twisted Minds player a little bit earlier. Great jiggle peeking from him, great positioning as well, and he gets those extra points. He does enough to actually get them up into 9th position.
Yes.
So you believe...
Yes, so they're in. They're going to make finals.
Unfortunately, though, the swing comes through here, and he gets taken down by another team. Ultimately, that's as many points as they're going to be able to get out of that game, and about a minute after that clip ends, they got taken over in terms of overall points anyway. So they didn't make top 9, but it was a very nice attempt.
It was so close. It was like the second to last game or the last game of the night. The thing that I really appreciate, and this is something a little bit for Gabriel as well, is like the fact that he isolated the 1v1s and then he won them. Yeah, the high ground was fantastic. But it did make at least that race for 9th very close.
Yeah, and that's part of what I've been loving about watching Apex and some of these other BRs as well. The drama of those kind of qualification rounds and trying, especially when the points are so close, get those last caps to pull off those clutch moments is so huge.
I mean, I have the Group A final standings to come up. So, Elfish Guy, what was like your main takeaway here? Because we were talking about it. It's Disguise that placed 11th. It's 1 point from 10th and 3 points from 9th and making it to final.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to focus on that for a moment, obviously you can see how many teams are kind of just jostling for position there. It really can be 1 or 2 kills being the difference, or maybe a placement in one of these games that makes the difference between you going 9th or going 10th. On the other side of the scoreboard, obviously we have to say goodbye to Reject, which are the team, or the organization at least, that won the last international LAN. So that's a big loss. They're done. They are eliminated. They don't even get to play in the last chance qualifier.
There's one other thing I want everyone to draw their attention to. If you look at the kills on the right-hand side of the leaderboard, the top is, what, 25?
Right.
If you look at the kills on the left-hand side of the leaderboard, you're still talking high 20s, low 30s. Now, the reason I'm asking everyone to pay attention to those numbers is...
Well, Hal, again, as we are speaking about him, he being him, he actually basically individually outfragged 14 teams. So
you get it now.
There we go.
Correct. There was 14 teams that didn't even manage 33 kills, and he got 33 on his own.
And again, just to make that clear, Team Falcons accrued 74 eliminations of kills throughout the course of the 10 games. He got 33 of them alone, right? Which is mind-boggling. But I do think, in terms of how teams are designed, how Waltzy was kind of explaining a little bit that like your kind of point man is kind of the fragger.
Yeah.
I think it is something that I'm definitely not taking anything away from the accomplishment. Please don't misunderstand. But he delivered on what is expected of him.
Absolutely, yeah. But I think the craziest thing is, like, you've got basically the equal best 2 fraggers on your team anyway with Zero and Gen. Like, these 2 guys are nuts as well. So for you to be even out that far ahead of them, at least in this lobby, is kind of nuts.
Exactly. He is him. You can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
To kick off Group B, which will be happening later today, another 20 teams will take to the stage. Let's hear from the Apex stage host. We are the people in the ALJ interview.
All right, here with We the People from the Apex Legends broadcast team. Mate, we want to talk about Group B, we want to talk about Day 2. Obviously, Day 1, fantastic stuff. But what are we looking forward to for Day number 2? Have you got any predictions for who's going to do well in this group?
All right, so I'm going to give you a top 9 of who's making it straight to the finals.
All right, let's go.
Right, I'm going to go TSM,
sure,
Mizuchi, Space Station Gaming, Fnatic, Riddle, Alliance, NRG. How many is that?
I'm not counting, but I think that was 6.
That was 6?
5 or 6.
So let's go Elevate Gaming.
Okay.
And Navi.
I'm not hearing many APAC South teams, and I don't know about you, but I'm from APAC South, so I want to hear at least one APAC South.
I hate, you know what?
You're going to do it to me?
We're going Virtus Pro. That was going to be one of them. And then Blacklist International.
Awesome. All right. Thank you very much, mate. We'll see whether or not you're right, and we'll come back and find out on Day 2.
We'll see. We'll see. Thank you.
Right, another 20 teams are taking to the stage. Waltzy and Mizuchi are one of them. We heard from them on EWC Central yesterday. Space Station Gaming are there. Fnatic are there. One of the teams that you yourself had high hopes for. You've had a little bit of time to digest and think, are you going to change any of your thoughts or feelings on who you're favoring in that group?
No, not really. I mean, I think Fnatic, Mizuchi, TSM, Alliance, maybe you could throw in Na'Vi. I'm throwing a lot of names out here, obviously, but look, there's 20 teams, so you kind of do...
I will allow it.
Yeah, you do get to go down the list a little bit. I've heard a lot of good things about Space Station as well. They're obviously from North America, which is traditionally the strongest region when it comes to Apex Legends.
Aussie.
So they're actually not an Aussie team.
I know,
There's no Aussies on that team.
It's the Aussies that make NA strong.
You are right. I mean, I respect it. I respect
I'm learning, okay?
One of the other teams I think to keep an eye on here is Weibo. They are from my region. They're actually a Chinese team that plays in APAC South, and they didn't do too well this split, but they are a very explosive team, so if it's their day, they're going to do very well.
You were telling me about Virtus Pro in that interview, though. What's going on there, man?
Yeah, they've been a bit, they've been a little bit up and down, honestly. They've been a little bit up and down. So
we'll find out, because they also were pretty good in CS, if I recall correctly, but my brain's frying.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the team that I have heard from a number of other analysts and experts about. It's Fnatic. What are you expecting them to do? You know, this is an APAC team, at least the players, despite the organization being British.
If nothing else, I would expect them to be an extremely consistent force, right? Okay. They may not be the biggest in the world in terms of, you know, massive games, something akin to the Falcons. We're not expecting to see that kind of level of dominance, but we're definitely expecting them to see a probably at least a top 10 team. They're definitely expected to make the final 20 lobby and do well in that lobby.
So when you say consistent, it's the upper end of consistency, because you can be consistently mediocre and that gets you knocked out.
I think that's fair. But in terms of consistency, if you look at this team, 3 seasons in a row, or 3 splits in a row as we call them, they have won their regional competition, APAC North. They've gone overseas and they've been within the top 5 or 6, say, for that international playoffs, whatever it may have been, whether it was split 1, split 2 championship. So they're good domestically and generally very good internationally as well.
I'm going to be a little bit selfish. I'm going to pick 2 more teams to talk about. Teams that I'm familiar with. No, let me rephrase that. Clubs that I'm familiar with.
Right.
Let's talk about TSM. How good are they? Because when I was doing my Apex research, TSM was a name that came up a lot.
Again, they are a very good team. The problem is that they play under the shadow of Falcons in a sense, right? Because Hal used to be on TSM. He was the in-game leader for this team. He's now departed, and a lot of those storylines, a lot of those conversations naturally are about the Falcons. So it's kind of a question now of TSM kind of forging their own path. You've got Reps and Verhulst there, who are both very experienced players. They've been around a very, very long time, and there's no doubt that this is still a very good team. I believe they even took 2nd or 3rd in North America in the last split, and that was minus Hal as well. So they've still got the chops. They're still a very good squad. It's just that they don't get the same hype or same excitement maybe now that they don't have Hal.
Does the community not have the same level of expectations on Hal's replacement that they did on him?
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. There's no way.
Replace the CEO.
It would be unfair on this guy to come in and...
In actual fact, in corporate America, CEOs get replaced all the freaking time, I'll have you know. Let's turn to one last club that I'm particularly familiar with, Alliance. What are our expectations here?
Yeah, again, they're a little bit in that same vein of discussion as Fnatic, where domestically, they're quite a solid team. They do very well. They're from EMEA. We're looking at Hackers here, the guy in the middle there on the screen. He's a real veteran of the roster, someone that's been around for a very, very long time. He's kind of been there, done that when it comes to Apex Legends. He's a consistent qualifier for the international tournaments. They are consistently one of the better group stage teams as well. They almost always make it through to the finals, and they do very well generally in those finals. But again, because of the dominance of the TSMs of old, the Dark Zeros of old, they have not been able to find themselves an international title, though they are one of those teams alongside Fnatic that you'd probably be thinking their time is coming. It's just a case of when, not if.
Would you consider them a potential dark horse? You haven't seen them play. There is some level of expectation or understanding of what they could do. Are they a dark horse, let's say, for you specifically?
I definitely think they're a dark horse. I mean, the thing with Apex is that you can probably throw a few dark horses in the mix just by the nature of the game, because there's so many
The thing is, you said that yesterday, then Falcons get 140 points.
Yeah. But Twisted Minds was leading that lobby for quite a while. I haven't actually done the math, but if we were playing the match point format, there might have been a world where Twisted Minds actually won it before 10 games was over,
Can we try that as an experiment later?
We can look into it.
Play with that one. The other thing that I want to do for later in the weekend, how many titles or how many events have the players on the Falcons won collectively in a certain instance? Do you know what I mean? Because it's going to be a lot. Consider the coverage that they have.
Just quick, I mean, it depends. Are we doubling up on Gen and Zero because they would win the same ones?
Yes, we should.
So that would be 6 or 3 rather, and then Hal's won 2, and so the thing is, an easier way of saying it is they have won every ALGS event bar 1.
Right.
Wow. Between themselves.
Now, that also means every single team that is here in Group B already has a target that they're aiming towards. We need to see if anyone else can get close to that 140 points. I mean, that's what we're going to
That's going to be tough. 14 points a game is tough. Yeah.
So reminder, all 10 teams will take to the stage. 9 of them advance to the finals. An additional team will be eliminated. And then the remaining 20 will fight off in that last chance qualifier. Before we move on, let's find out what caster Vicky Kitty thinks about today's Group B in the ALG interview.
All right, Vicky, how's things going? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good time here at EWC. But I want to know from you, expectations for Group B going into today. How do you think things are going to play out?
Okay, so I feel like it's so uninteresting because I just have like 5 teams in mind, right? Because it's pretty stacked. I got TSM, Blacklist, Riddle Order, Alliance, so many amazing teams really coming out on top. But I'm a big E fan. I gotta say it, TSM, I need to see this team really show off.
So you're going to back TSM even without Hal?
Yes, absolutely. I've seen Verhulst pop off back then when he was on ESA. I know what Verhulst has and what he adds to the table. And of course, we can't ignore Reps.
Okay, this is a bit of a curveball, but I know you're from North America, so I do have to ask, is NA going to stay on top, or are we seeing maybe EMEA or APAC South or something at the end of day 4?
I want to see EMEA because that's one of the only regions I think that we haven't really seen like find that momentum. They're always very good when it comes to the Pro League, but when it comes to finalizing that W at the end of the day, we have not seen EU really come out on top. And I think this is the tournament that they could do it.
Ooh, okay, well, we'll have to find out when we get to Sunday.
I absolutely love that interview from Vicky Kitty, and also I'm a huge fan of her casting. Last night, the final few games, she got real excited. It was a beauty to hear. I love the fact that you antagonized her enough to get a prediction for EMEA, but you rolled your eyes at that. What do you think of it?
EMEA's never won an international event. So.
Look at this, the cheekiness here.
What are those ranks? So you said NA is like the powerhouse, then what does that rank down?
As in, what's the tier list, if I'm to go with that? Well, the thing is, see, again, I'm a little bit biased when it comes to APAC South because we are the region that's kind of carrying NA.
If they haven't won, the title goes to the region that holds the
not
trophy.
Not talking imports, not talking just down the list.
Yes.
So NA's on top, carried by APAC South. I would personally put APAC South as second just because of our imports being so strong.
Do you have silverware at home?
Yes.
Okay, great.
So the Reignite roster was playing from APAC South
bronze?
when they won.
Who's got bronze?
I think, look, you probably have to make the argument that it's APAC North at this point. APAC North did just win the most recent
Where does EMEA sit?
4, and then South America is number 5.
We're not even on the podium.
Wow.
Okay, well, listen, I want to unpack this a little bit more because I also want to discuss kind of regional strengths between the maybe not your game.
Yeah, it's very obvious.
Before we do that, though, something else we do every single day, we like to teach our viewers, teach everybody from Rainbow Six, as well as Honor of Kings, and everyone else watching EWC Central, about the games that are competing. So, in Apex Legends, there are teams of 3, and they are made up of legends. How are the compositions constructed? What are the roles? What do you see?
Yeah, so obviously there's quite a lot of nuance when it comes to the role selection, and the meta changes quite a lot. And when I say nuance, that is true for most cases, but at the moment in the current meta, Bangalore, you're pretty much seeing is a 100% pick rate character.
And what role is Bangalore? Because we got Recon, we got Controller.
She's a skirmisher, so
Skirmisher,
she's going to be running around just basically taking the fight. She's going to be providing some util, doing stuff like that. You don't necessarily need to worry so much about the role that Bangalore provides. I think the bigger, more important discussion, the kit is important, definitely, but the more important roles to really focus on are the recons and the controllers, because these are the ones that basically give you all the information around how the ring is pulling, how players are playing and where they're moving and that kind of thing. So those are the ones that you almost always will see. Bangalore's just in there at the moment because she inherently is just such a strong
the baseline
character.
expectation.
Right. That was literally about to be my question. Why does she have that 100%?
I think we'll actually do a Bangalore in-depth dive at some point.
Yay, we should.
Can get into that a little bit more. But basically, the TLDR is she kind of just does it all to a very good level. Now, what we want to talk about here is the controller characters. So this is where you get a lot of the information, as we've been talking about the ring scans, we talk about the circle, we talk about the zones. When we're talking about that, basically what people are looking for when they're playing controller characters is the ability to reveal the next location of that next ring. So that's basically a position on the map that you go to as one of these specific characters. You scan the ring, and then you'll see in advance where that next ring is going to pull, and obviously that advanced information is going to be quite useful for you.
And just clarify, when it says with perks, that's one of like the upgrade trees in the game, right?
Yeah, so again, we're getting a little bit in depth when we're talking about that. But
everyone knows a level up in a video game.
There's a level up, there's a skill tree, there's a perk tree, whatever you want to call it, and Pathfinder and Fuse, while they're not actually controller characters, can scan the ring console with a specific perk, and they can essentially act as a controller.
Got it.
This might be a dumb question, but is that kind of like an IGL type pick, your IGL pick, because they then get the information more freely, or is it kind of still whatever you want to play?
It will depend on the team. Certain teams will pick certain characters based on comfort and that kind of thing. So,
what's the next one we got, Praved?
Yeah, so when we go ahead and take a look on the recon side of things, this is, again, very much in the same vein of thought. We've got Seer, Crypto, Pathfinder. Pathfinder, again, he's a bit of a flex. He can swap between recon or controller, if you will. But these guys can scan survey beacons, so you're almost always going to be seeing at least a Seer in most comps, 75% pick rate for him, but Crypto maybe picked up from the APAC North teams. APAC North, for some reason, really just loves Crypto. And failing that, you will occasionally see a Pathfinder to flex in there as well. But what the survey beacon does basically is that will give you the opportunity to see where everybody on the map is on your mini-map for 30 seconds.
Ignore my joke, but I thought it was only NA teams that like Crypto. Talk to me about the most picked legends,
Yeah, so we actually don't have the most up-to-date statistics from this event, but this is from the North America split, from the last split, and it's the same patch more or less. So again, you've got Bangalore 100% pick rate. That's a lock-in for almost every single team. most teams are going to be playing Seer. If you're not playing Seer, you're either playing Pathfinder or Crypto.
Explain the lower, the small text, beacons, ring consoles, and that's what you're talking about, the things that will make the decision, right?
Yeah, more or less. So like you always want someone that can scan a beacon, you always want someone that can scan a ring console.
Okay.
Obviously, I know you've got kind of the two different maps you talked about. So it was Stormpoint and
World's Edge.
World's Edge, that's the one. And do you kind of pick Legends based on map particular, or is it kind of map agnostic?
To an extent, you do. There are some teams that will just run the same composition the whole time. There will be some that like to change up.
I'm curious that Watson is solo, just for the fact, like, seeing the little bit of gameplay that I have been, like, Watson seems to be strong for locking down positions.
Correct.
Stopping teams from being, you know, jumped upon.
Yeah, again, it depends on the play style of the teams and the players, but if you're the kind of team that likes to rotate early, likes to lock down a building, definitely you want to play a Watson because then it's harder for you to get pushed out of that position. C essentially allows you to fortify and stronghold a position, but doesn't necessarily assist you quite so much when you're pushing into a position. So if you're an edge-based team, for example, you're doing a lot of rotating, you might not like to play the Watson quite so much.
Anybody that was watching map 10 last night would have been looking at Makers and going, they were playing the edge a fair amount until they got quite lucky with the final circle. Nevertheless, let's move on. For our final Apex Group B prediction, here is caster Genome in the ALJ interview.
All right, I'm here with Genome, again, obviously from the Apex Legends broadcast team, and we've had a pretty fantastic day one. Got to give a shout out to Twisted Minds, repping Apex South. We love that. Great stuff from the boys. But we're here to talk about Group B. What do you think? What's going to happen? What are your expectations?
There's a lot of good teams in Group B. I think it's not quite as stacked as Group A, and I think that means teams like Alliance and Fnatic are going to stand out a lot. I think also NRG. It's been a bit of a downward slope for them for a while, but we're back into Pathfinder meta, which, you know, they were the only one of the teams playing that in recent times. So I'm kind of hoping that we get to see some vintage NRG off the back of Pathy.
What are your thoughts on TSM? That's been a name that's come up in the conversations with the other people we've spoken to. Are they a contender for you as well?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they always should be. I think they've kind of slipped under the radar a little bit. I'm pretty sure they finished second in NA, and it was like almost like no one was talking about them because so much attention gets taken up by the Falcons. But they are still a fearsome team, and I mean, it'd be awesome to see like the rivalry between TSM and Falcons continue like it was with Dark Zero, even though Hal has, you know, betrayed his old teammates.
That is if they both make it through to the final lobby, but we'll have to wait and see, or maybe they both make it through the last chance qualifier. I guess that's a conversation too. But either way, we'll wait to day 4 to find all of that out.
Thank you so much, Alpha Sky, as well as Genome. And just two quick shout-outs. Number one, that is an amazing jumper, Genome. And number two, your cast with Vicky Kitty last night was fantastic. I hope to hear more of you today. We're not done with Apex yet, because the next segment is still one of my favorites that we do every week, and it is the Pepsi Cold Takes. And this is an Apex edition. We will have more for other games later on in our broadcast. The rules are simple. We're going to listen to a take that has been recorded by someone somewhere here in Riyadh Boulevard City. We're then going to get a temperature check from Elfish Guy, and the rest of us decide if we agree with his take or his evaluation of it. So let's play the first one and see what's said.
Hey guys, my name is Vicky Kitty. I do casting for Apex Legends, and my spicy take is that EU is going to come out on top. I believe in Alliance to come through and take the W.
Well, I actually would say I think that is kind of spicy, right? Especially after what we saw last night from North America and Apex South dominating that first lobby.
So you're saying it's hot. Do you think it's a spicy take?
I think it's hot. I think it's hot. EU has never won.
I want to get the pro player take first.
Well, I asked you guys like what the rankings were, and you guys listed everyone else.
Yes.
That's definitely a hot take. That's definitely a hot take.
I just think Jordan's biased, man.
Yeah.
It's cold. Are you clearly going to make
biased.
it? This guy, Apex.
Come on, it's got to be a
hot take.
I have a bit of European in me, by the way. So there's no reason.
It doesn't show.
Apparently not.
Okay, we got another one coming up, so let's listen to the second take.
Hey guys, I'm Genome. I'm a color caster for Apex Legends. My spicy take today is that Matafe and Na'Vi are finally going to show up at LAN because Aurora have been giving them so much hate that they're finally going to use that to fuel themselves to have a good performance and do as well as they have been online.
Yeah, once again, I'm going to have to go ahead and say I think this is a bit of a hot take personally.
Yep.
EU, again, it's an EU roster, so there's obviously that caveat involved, but even for Na'Vi...
Are they applying for visas or something? Because they are on the EU hype train
They
as a
are,
duo.
they are. But what I'll say for Na'Vi is they are one of those teams that's done very, very well domestically, but a lot of the time when they play internationally, they don't do so well. They're even,
Listen,
I believe...
Can I simplify it? Anybody who's an analyst who goes, they're fueled by hate, it's a hot take. I'm sorry. There ain't nothing there.
He's just trying to set up some nice storylines for us.
Gabriel, would you be fueled by hate to win a tournament?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember you yesterday going, earlier in your career, you would have chosen the petty option for the keys. That's the level of hatred earlier in the career. I believe it.
Final thoughts for
Well, what I was going to say is Na'Vi, I believe one split finals, they actually came dead last, which is what we saw from Reject earlier yesterday. So they went out in like 40th place at one point. So to say they're going to win is a real stretch.
Is a real hot take. Okay, so that's meteorically hot. No more buts. We're going to move on. Twisted Minds has a strong second place finish today. But let's see how they're performing in this 5-second rule game.
Welcome to Riyadh here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Rain Day. We've got another one of our 5-second rules. This time, we're featuring Twisted Mind, Strafing Flame, and the player K. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Let's do
Happy
it.
to be here.
All right, so you know how the game works. 5 seconds. I give you a topic. You name 3 things that come to mind. So let's do a warm-up. Care packages.
Crabber.
Evo.
Wingman.
Oh, okay. Older seasons, but yes, that's exactly how it goes. So easy, name the 5 things that come to 3 things that come to mind in 5 seconds. You guys ready for the real ones?
Yep.
Let's do it. All right. 3 drop zones on Broken Moon.
Cultivation Zone.
Pods. Elysium. That's not the wrong. That's not the right map.
Oh, dude. I'm getting exposed. I don't play the game, bro.
That's a tough one, man. You know, this tournament is throwing Broken Moon at us. Normally, Storm Point, World's Edge is where we live. All right, let's do the next one. 3 pistols.
Wingman, Mozambique, P20.
Fair enough. Mozam's a shotgun.
Yeah, it's a pistol.
Okay.
It's definitely a pistol.
That's close.
Is the boy a sniper?
That's true. That's true. Okay, I don't know. We'll give you that one for now. So Mozam lover is going to be upset about that one, though. All right, here's one. 3 skirmisher legends.
Wraith, Parthy, Altar.
Yes, Altar. I love it. There you go. Karen, player K coming in. You were nervous?
Carrying me, bro.
I mean, here it is. All right, Strafing, here's your time now.
Oh, no.
3 grenades.
Frag, Thermite, Arc.
Boom. Easy. That's all it's just like that.
That's a freebie.
That's why, you know, that's success right there. You guys know what it is. Coming in first in your region. All right, last one. 3 weapon attachments.
Barrel, heavy mag, and stock.
Boom. Boom. That's it, fellas.
Well, I
Wasn't that
appreciate
hard,
you
right?
for making it easy for us, man.
The hop-ups count.
The hop-ups count. I don't know. If you had said the anvil receiver, I would have let it go.
Anvil receiver.
That's still my baby. I
That's been
still
gone
miss
for
the
years,
anvil.
bro.
I'm such a fan of that.
Thanks, guys. It's been so much fun. Good luck in the tournament. We hope to see you have a lot of success in there.
All right. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
Oh, I love seeing those games, and I particularly like the fact we get to watch those games with specialists who get to say, I would not have got those on right, which is a lot of fun.
To be fair, that is a map that is not in the competitive pool, so I'll just excuse myself that way.
Excuses. You're labeled as an expert, bro.
Expert on the esport.
We're going to move on. We've done a little bit of look into Apex Legends. Right now, you can see KPL Dream Team taking on Loops on Stream A, if I recall correctly, on youtube.com/@EWC. KPL Dream Team are still completely undefeated, already have first blood by 1.5 minutes, and likely to continue their reign of dominance. But there's 2 streams, and over on Stream B, it is a significantly more important match.
Yes, it is. It's the big one, because this will decide our last playoffs team. Vitality going up against Impunity, both only with the single win. So whoever wins here cinches that last spot.
Is it that do or die?
Yeah, do or die.
Win
Big
and you are
time.
in.
Yeah. So this is a massive, massive deal, and everything on the line here in this one. We're still in draft phase. If you want to go catch that now, guys, you can get in before everything kicks off.
And of course, reminder that the Honor of Kings professional games, the competitive games, they did start at 12 o'clock today. So while that's going on, I think it is important to just look a little bit back earlier in the day. There was one particular matchup from Group B that had my eye. I didn't buy into the KPL hype prior to seeing Game 1. I then ate my words, apologized, and ate my sock and said, yes, they will win this whole thing. But I wondered how much of a fight Weibo Gaming would have put up against them How did they do?
It was looking pretty good for about 5 minutes, and we've got a replay here because this is basically where it all goes very, very wrong. You can see the gold is pretty even, but Weibo are about to overreach.
Okay, so it was 1.5k just before those few kills and extends again. I mean, if Weibo are overreaching, break down exactly how is that? Like, did they...
So it's right now, you can see they're jumping onto this blue character here who's called, it's like the AD carry player effectively, and they all went looking for him, and he times his escape with his ultimate ability so perfectly well that he gets out alive, he gets loads of gold, and from this point, 2 of his other players have got ways to buff him up, and he's got all the resources now. He can step forward, and no one can touch him, because every time they do, he's just healed back to full.
The crazy thing was that fight up in the top lane that Weibo started was a 3v1. They weren't able to conclude it. It bought enough time for the rest of KPL to arrive, and it was Weibo that lost 3 members.
Yep.
Now, Weibo play with the players on the KPL Dream Team, right?
Yeah.
And they are still being styled on like this.
Big time, exactly that, and it was close for what, 5 minutes? And then in the space of about another 5, the game goes from even enough to completely over.
Well, it makes me question, did they give them a little bit of hope? You know what, we were going to take this a little different, give the team a little bit of hope here, and then just absolutely crush them.
I think it's probably part of that. I think it's also that Weibo probably felt like they had an opportunity, and as you will often see in MOBAs in general, the windows you see are often a lot smaller than they actually are, and teams are much more ready at higher levels for plays you are making, and they just react faster, and you get punished.
Yeah, unbelievable. The skill discrepancy between the individual players and just how much of an impact it is having in Honor of Kings. So right now, KPL Dream Team remain undefeated and are looking like a shoe-in towards the finals. As you mentioned, we do have those 2 games running on Group A and Group B. Impunity versus Vitality. Give me again the stakes.
Yeah, so this is the big one. Again, guys, whoever wins this goes to playoffs. Whoever loses is going home, and that's a big deal. Still not the easiest thing, so you're still going to be 3rd, 4th seed. It means you're going up against the big boys from the other group, and that's a scary point to be in. We've just about got our drafts locked in. We've got one final pick to come on through. Impunity.
Can I change the top very quickly, just to bring in Gabriel on this one? Can you read the character names? Because I'm not asking you to say them out loud. How much easier are your operators' names, or harder, than the characters in Honor of Kings?
Is that Xiaolin?
That looks like Xiaolin to me.
Xiaolin, well, wait. Is the top one the character's name or the player's name? Now
I'm assuming the bottom one is the character name and the top one is the player name. Correct me if I'm
That's
wrong?
correct. Top name is the character, bottom is the player.
Yes. So it's done.
Okay, done. Okay, so I was reading the player's name. Okay, man.
Okay,
pretty good there reading the player's name.
That was pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. But, I mean, some of the character names are quite crazy. The heroes.
They are, exactly. But part of it as well is it's like they are not Westernized names.
Yes.
These are very much Chinese names. A lot of them are tied to Chinese mythology and that kind of things as well. So it's just a very different way of speaking in general.
I played an old game growing up back on the PlayStation 2. It was Dynasty.
Oh, of course, yes.
So there are some names in terms of like pronunciation that like I do feel a little like good on saying, and then others probably not so much.
I just want to give a real shout out to the HOK talent team as well. So a lot of the KPL casters actually gave us a pronunciation guide to work with as well, which was super nice.
You didn't share that with me.
I didn't. I'm
Thanks.
sorry about that.
Yeah,
honestly, having watched you say Licky-Fack multiple times wrong, I kind of wanted to set you up again.
Day one, yes, it was awful for me. All right, before we, send viewers to go and watch this game, explain to viewers maybe a little bit, what do you expect from maybe the compositions, and can you infer stuff like you can from Dota or League in terms of when power spikes and stuff come up?
Yeah, you can a little bit. I'll note here that probably from my money, I think we got Imp here have got for a slightly more early game comp for large portions of it.
Okay.
Their jungler is very much all about the early fighting. Their support teleports your allies to a location. So their whole idea is to find someone isolated and jump on them. Whereas, of course, over on the side for Vitality, they're going to want to try and use their mid laner Highland on that Might, which is an assassin, to get out of there and make something happen elsewhere on them.
All right, Jordan, I see a Fiora there in the top lane. That's what that looked like to me.
All I'm seeing is just a lot of early game skirmishing, right?
Yeah.
Like,
is that normal?
I mean, I don't really know. I don't know this game very well, but I would have guessed as a mobile player that it's not necessarily standard, but I'm starting to realize.
I will say this. I had a fairly heated debate with Sam Initialize Hapgood yesterday around the importance of farming in this game. And I will stand by. When you play mobile MOBAs, the skirmishes and the kills and champions are significantly more impactful and important than the farm.
So I had a conversation with a load of the HOK talent last night in the player rooms. I was chatting on game prep for today. And basically what it is it is more about denying resources from your enemy to get the big level discrepancy and the goal discrepancy.
So kill them.
So kills are absolutely part of that.
Yeah.
But the big deal is getting the gold and levels. The kills are somewhat immaterial. And you'll often see only 2 kills for a player.
Can I tell you?
The resource differential.
You consider kills are immaterial. Kills give you gold. And the fact that CS is not tracked anywhere in the HUD, anywhere on the stats, it isn't there. It's just one of those things that if you are a MOBA head, it is a different thing.
The lane phase is different.
It's more impactful because it is more. And like, when you see these players engaging, we're 2 minutes in, and there's been 5, 6
Yeah, so what this is they are invading for that camp there specifically. That's what they're fighting over.
But what they did was fight first, then
yeah, exactly. So yes, part of it.
What I'm seeing is 3 heroes on the top side of the map at like 2 minutes into the game, which is
now
that's
thing
a
is,
roam. If
what
I'm
I'll
in
say-
a normal MOBA.
What I'll say as well, and like for Gabriel, if you do watch a game of League of Legends, on average you're talking 35 to 45 minutes, right? Maybe 30 to 40 now. Everything becomes condensed. So what takes 0 to 10 in League will go 0 to 5 in this.
Yeah.
And Dota can go 45 to 60 on average.
Yeah. Are
and
those-
that's then 15 to 20.
Are those maps bigger? Because like I can tell just by the maps in
Significantly
itself
bigger.
that like almost you are at each other's towers
Yes.
with a few steps going down one lane.
And the Dota 2 map has grown in size over years as well.
It's also worth noting that because the map is small, the other thing is, unlike a lot of PC MOBAs, there aren't any vision walls. There's no ability to put down, like, so for Rainbow Six guys, cameras or drones. So a lot of the map can be quite dark, and so things like bushes and tracking can be really, really
cameras
difficult.
or drones.
Yeah,
That's a
no,
great
it's
reference.
I did some
that's
thinking
huge.
on this one.
So for me here, how like when you get into these 1v1 situations, is it like an auto lock-on or is it pure mechanics of you lining up your 1, 2, 3, 4s?
Depends on the hero, but a lot of it's skill.
I'll say this very quickly. On the left and the right, you've played mobile games before, like a PUBG and stuff
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that, right? You've got the joystick on the left, depending on the game, it'll adjust. There will be a plethora of buttons on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
Most of the MOBAs will have an attack minions, an attack heroes button, and then your spells or your abilities, if they have a skill shot or an indicator, you then have to activate like a secondary joystick.
Aim it.
I will tell you this. You will try this, and you will immediately appreciate there is a significantly higher skill level to play this game than you may assume.
Well, this is what I said in the beginning. Like, looking at this, like, it does look easy like, when you get into these fights, but I know that there is so much that goes into it that it is not that simple.
We got to go to break very quickly. Final thoughts.
That's a much more even game. Go look in right now because it's still going to be very neck and neck.
Where can you watch it?
You can watch it over on YouTube at EWC. Go watch right now. It's important stuff.
Oh, yes, they grow up so fast. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, Honor of Kings and Rainbow Six playoffs preview. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Unless you're going to watch the game.
healing, the damage is so persistent. And I feel like, who's your MVP pick on this one, Nora?
For KPL Dream Team?
Yes.
Oh, it's really hard to pick out one MVP.
Yes, definitely, man. I feel like everyone did a good job, and I feel like, you know, the great engagement from No Fear, he did a lot of good job. I feel like he already have like one MVP already, so yeah, I feel like the MVP should be someone else right now.
We just wait and see and give it over to Sky.
Well, not a surprise, another win for the KPL Dream Team. Now, 5 wins pretty much since you started your journey right here in Saudi Arabia, the EWC, for the mid-season invitational. What's your evaluation for your team and your performance?
首先呢，恭喜 Fly 选手又获得胜利。那我们今天结束了所有我们这一个赛段的比赛，是5胜0负的战绩，非常漂亮。可以评价一下，你觉得这2天梦之队整体的表现，在你眼中是个怎样的赛赛吗？
这2天的话都是按照我们训练赛的一个训练成果去进行的吧，然后表现的话也是比较满意的。
We did just like we practiced in our scrims and practices, and wow, we were quite pleasant and pleased with what we have performed to the audiences across the globe.
Great.
All right.
So now, I think so far Weibo Gaming gave you the most challenging moments pretty much when it comes to a competition. Who do you think is going to give you the same kind of challenge beside Weibo Gaming?
目前的所有比赛呢，感觉其实微博给到你们的一些压力可能会最大一些。那在你的眼中，将来的比赛会碰到的对手当中，会不会有一个给你们感觉是最难战胜的对手，或者说有一点难度的？
其实这几天比赛的话，像老干爹啊、微博啊、TS 这种队伍的话，其实都是比较厉害的。然后后面的比赛可能也会碰上嘛，就是希望我们也能够保持好状态，然后去迎接每一场比赛吧。
Honestly speaking, I think personally LGD, Weibo, and one more TS, they are extremely good. So we might have encountered each other in future matchups. So we are trying our best to do our best conditions to fight for that glory and, you know, win over to the opponents. Something happened in the real game which you have been taken super care of on the top. It's 2v1, 3v1 all the time. How do you cope with this? 我们今天在上路呢，其实过得挺难的哦，要不是2打1，就是3打1。你当时在局中的这个大司命是怎么考虑这件事情的呢？
其实，在开局的时候，就是有想过他们那个真机跟小满以及宫本，它是3个点位，可能是对上路有点针对吧，然后就一直来，然后也打得比较频繁，然后他们战术也比较成功吧。
Okay. In the beginning, we thought that Lady Jin, Musashi, and the Mai is going to be coming for me on the top side. So yeah, I think very nice execution with our opponents. They did a great job.
I'm sure they did. Definitely more to see as well with KPL Dream Team. And more thoughts with the studio. Let's go.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. I love these drone shots, and as you can see at the bottom of your screens, Rainbow Six as well as Apex Legends will be starting in 1 hour. And our coverage will of course keep you up to date with all of the live action. Right this very second, a do or die match between Impunity and Vitality is still ongoing in honor of Kings. Just before the break, we looked at the draft. We highlighted a little bit of Vitality's comp, if I recall correctly, maybe popping off a bit early. And we'll actually take a quick look in on the status of this game.
Ooh, still
it is
very close.
Dead even. By this point, KPL would have won a game.
Yeah, so this is what it's normally like in HOK. You get a little bit more even. It's a bit more back and forth. This is actually a very, very tightly run game. I think that probably favors Vitality because they're not the one with the slightly earlier comp, so they should be doing pretty okay here.
All right, so I think we are going to spend a few minutes on this, as this is a do or die, get your flight home, or you qualify for the quarterfinals. As we stick with this game, Elfish Guy, you're somebody with a bit of MOBA experience here, and you've been awfully quiet while we're watching HOK. How do you think and feel about the games?
I mean, I think it's, if you've got MOBA experience, it certainly seems like it makes a lot of sense, right? You get the general understanding.
I am confused.
You've got the... Yeah, but you don't have MOBA experience, right?
That's what I'm saying.
So the thing is, like, I don't have too many questions because I kind of look at it and go, okay, well, this makes sense. Like, they're fighting over mid lane. They want to take this mid lane tower. This is a fairly mid-game kind of team fight, so it all sort of makes sense, right?
big moment just happened there on screen as well. Vitality got one of the major neutral buffs there. The Shadow Tyrant gives you huge damage buffs. So the game was very even. The gold's still even, but right now Vitality have a lot of power for the next 90 seconds. They're going to start trying to look for fights.
That's such a great update, and I think crucially for Gabriel, when you're watching this, so viewers who don't know MOBAs or obviously Honor of Kings, when you see those circular spells, we've had guests in the shows that have described all MOBAs as just lots of colored circles.
It is, right?
It is a lot of colored circles. But more importantly, those are the types of abilities that when you click the button on your right thumb, you'll then extend it, have a secondary joystick to aim at the max range, to predict, anticipate where your opponents are going to go. The thing that always surprises me is the range, the width, the size of those spells. Like, it covers,
right there.
That's them, exactly. They cover significant areas of the map, and that always surprises me because I don't feel like I have that same range in traditional PC games.
It must be.
I just saw an entire team teleport and disappear, all in like 2 seconds.
That's going to happen.
Those are abilities you can do. Yep.
So, yeah, it's cool.
So, for example, in several games, individual characters can move themselves around the map. Sometimes there's spells that can do that, like as over and above the character kit. And then sometimes you have just AoE warps that act like a Stargate, basically.
Yep.
I'm seeing this one character, and you can touch up on this. It's this character that like goes down like half HP and then goes into a dragon and flies in the air and completely escapes and goes behind their back line and like recover.
It's busted.
It's probably that and Orgren are the two new heroes in the game. It's a farm lane champion, and everybody who's doing well at the tournament is doing really well with that
Also,
hero.
can I jump in very quickly here? Because just a moment ago, Vitality, they did get that Shadow Tyrant, but they lost a member. After they lost the member, they've lost complete control of this bottom lane. So they've lost that inner turret. I'm going to presume some form of super minions, mega creeps, whatever it would be called to spawn.
I actually want to shout Gabe out for really good eyes, because that team teleport was very clutch. So the support, the roam player Megumi for Impunity, he's playing a champion called, or hero rather, called the Chow, who's her ultimate ability allows you to teleport your team somewhere. And did a really good job of jumping on someone from out of vision and getting something against the run of play, honestly. It was really well done.
Is there a concept like the inhibitors in League, or is that just take down the tower?
So it's tied with the tower. So basically the moment you take that high ground tower, that tier 3, you get the super minion spawn.
So how come no one's going for that as the Overlord? Right?
Yeah, so we've got ourselves a Shadow Overlord. So it's a very different buff. And what the Shadow Overlord does is it sends a wave of empowered minions down the lane called Vanguards. And earlier on in the game, it's actually not all that useful, because what it ends up doing is giving more gold over to your opponents, which is not great. And as we've said, whoever gets the kind of XP gold leads is generally going to do pretty well.
So does the buff that you get from the Overlord change sometimes?
It does later on into the game at the 10-minute mark. It's upgraded to the Shadow variant.
Is it always the same?
And also, what I will say, just before he jumps into that one, in terms of like the barracks in Dota, the inhibitors in League, when you go to mobile MOBAs, it's tied to the turret.
Yes.
They're effectively bundled together. Similar to Mobile Legends Bang Bang, those neutral creeps, they have different impacts. They do different things at different stages of the game. So
yeah, exactly that.
Yes,
so
pretty much.
What you'll notice in this game, because we saw the Tyrant get taken earlier, that's generally prioritized earlier on in the game. Later on, when you've got the ability to potentially end the game a bit more freely,
This could be game winning.
The Shadow Overlord is a big deal. This could be our big
Also, what you're noticing here, Gabriel, is the fact that Tyrant takes a long time to kill. It's quite risky. Vitality were at least zoned away. They were unable to interrupt. The members of Impunity pushed them out of that pit. So it's a difficult beast. If you know WoW, it's basically the raid boss.
WoW.
It's a raid boss, and that's why you don't just dive into it too early.
So what I've seen in League of Legends, like quite often, is it's called the Baron, to my knowledge. I will see teams like completely fight the Baron, and then the other team will come in quickly to just steal it.
Yep.
Does that happen a lot in MOBA?
It certainly can do.
I mean, not MOBA, in
mobile.
MOBA.
So like generally in MOBAs in general, it absolutely does. Objective steals are a huge deal. In fact, there's even a pop-up in HOK that says critical steal or critical flank or whatever that comes across, depending on the move that's pulled out. So yeah, very big deal.
Oh, it's very important. The thing is, this game has swung. Even though the metrics are close, if you look at towers, couple extra towers on the side of Impunity, couple extra kills, a couple thousand gold more, and with those empowered minions, you can see that looks like a wyvern or something in the middle lane. That's pushing in favor of Impunity.
That's the Vanguard.
They might eliminate Vitality, and Vitality have been a little bit cursed with their mobile MOBAs.
They really have, and actually they're about to have a really good fight with Impunity.
This might be game.
I think this is it. Yeah, I think we're about to see Vitality going home and Impunity locking in that final remaining playoff spot. It's over.
Oh my words. No members of Vitality left, just one, Benji standing. All 5 members of Impunity are immune to damage.
Oh my day!
It's the crystal, right?
It is the crystals about to go on down. You can see the Vanguards, those dragons that they got from beating the Overlord, coming on in. What a game. A flank down to the bot lane to get that advantage back after the Tyrant went down. A great Overlord play, and the game's just over.
And they're just confirming then that means Vitality are eliminated.
I just want to say, and I want like every professional club to take note of the attire that these teams have are so sick.
Yep.
No one has that in FPS. Not a single team has that.
I will tell you this. If you are referencing the bomber jackets, those bomber jackets are EWC gifts on behalf of the Esports World Cup. They are tailored for every team. They feature the game, the club, and their player names branded onto those bombers. So in actual fact, even your FPS players have those bombers here right now.
They're just not wearing them.
Just so you know.
I retired at the wrong time. I retired at the wrong time.
I also will unashamedly admit, I tried my darndest for 4 weeks to get one for
No!
myself.
Where's the love for the talent?
Was very close. Bro, it's about them. We are here for them.
It absolutely
and
is.
A year or 2 ago, it would have been about you. Welcome to our side. It is time to move on with the show, and I think crucially, because of Vitality losing that, it's going to have an impact on our EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the teams who are fighting neck and neck for second place. It is Team Liquid, Na'Vi Gaming Gladiators. At this point in time, it is obvious who is at number 1, but Liquid has 2 teams this week, with their Rainbow Six team already securing top 8 and playing in the quarterfinals later today. They have at least 60 points. Na'Vi Gaming Gladiators are participating in Apex, with the Gaming already in finals. Na'Vi will be playing later today in Group B and hoping to match their rival clubs. That is the standings for your EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC.
Man, it is rough not seeing Vitality on those standings, and another rough showing here in another game. That's difficult.
I'll tell you this, last week for the MLBB Women's Invitational, Vitality was sitting at 600 points, and my number 10 place was at 660.
Yeah.
All they needed was to win the game that they had won for 20 tournaments and for 1,000 days. They didn't, so they didn't make it into my top 10. They've now been eliminated from Honor Kings. What did you see any other clubs that maybe were in top 10 that are still in HK? Because there's not a huge amount of them.
Yeah, so not in top 10,
right.
But I wonder whether LGD might be in with a dark shot. And the reason I say that is if to those who are paying attention in the break, there was an interview with Fly, who's like the goat of HOK and the KPL Clash laner, who was saying the Malaysian teams, including LGD, if there's anyone who might give them some stress, it might be them.
One quick update, what about Rainbow Six? I mentioned quite a few teams there.
So we saw Liquid there already, but out of the other 7 in the top 8, those teams are not there. So there's a good chance that we could see any of those top 8 instantly skyrocket to the top.
1,000 points with the win. Of the 8 teams in Rainbow Six, how many do you think have a real shot at running the bracket and winning it all?
4 of them.
4 of them. Okay, yes. I want to unpack
4 of
that
them.
later. I want to unpack that. Those quarterfinals will be starting at 6. Of course, HOK continues.
Hi guys, it's your favorite kind of talk.
YouTube.com/EWC. Now, it is time for some more hot takes. This time, it is Honor of Kings edition. Reminder, we'll play the take. We'll evaluate. Is it hot, spicy? Is it cold and just wet? We'll find out. Let's listen to the first one.
Hi guys, it's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. My hot take is that the talent team can take 1 game off of KPL Dream Team. What do you guys think?
Ice cold, I believe him. I've seen those guys on the mobile. They could do it. It's easy stuff.
Dumbest thing I've ever heard. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Look, this game has been out in China for 9 years. The broadcast talent work on multiple games. There is no way in hell that's true. It's the hottest take I've ever heard.
All I'm saying is honorary HOK talent, the analyst here. I'm just saying we could do it.
Okay,
it's easy.
FPS
Easy
boys,
stuff.
you make the decision for us.
Bro thinks he's on the team.
Hot
Bro thinks he's on the team.
Hot take.
It's a hot
It's the hottest take
We on him.
we've had today.
I think that could go down in like the World Guinness records for hottest take. By far. I'm brand new to MOBA mobiles, and I already know that by far is a hot take in every aspect
That is
possible.
the most. And listen, that was the worst flavor of tofu I've ever had.
Ooh!
Moving on. Take 2. Let's listen to what this is.
How's it going, everybody? I'm Blam, and my Honor of Kings hot take is LGD Gaming are going to beat KPL Dream Team. What do you think?
Can I pick up on this? Normally you do. Normally you do. I broke the script. I apologize to production there. I think I want to go to FPS first because Weibo looked meh. They were okay. They were still outclassed, but I think it was more of a 60-40, 65-35. The other Chinese team, LGD, undefeated in the other group. Based on your limited experience, hot or cold? Come on, Gabriel. Trust your gut.
Cold take.
You're going to say cold. So you think it's possible? Okay. Jordan, what do you think?
I mean, lukewarm's not really an acceptable answer, is it? But I think I can see where he's coming from. You know, if it's going to happen anywhere, it's probably going to happen at
That's
one
where I'm coming with it.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. If anyone's going to do it, it's the Malaysian #1 seed. It's the Season 2 champions.
Yeah.
They are the other undefeated team from the other group. They were deliberately seeded apart. I still think it's a hot take, but...
No, cold.
It's cold because if anyone's going to do it, this is the one. I could see it.
Three of us are saying cold. You said hot. You're allowed to have your opinion, but we've outvoted you. Okay. 3 cold takes. Saying that, you know, I don't know. We'll have to see how this pans out.
I mean, I guess the thing is he said will.
Yeah,
that's
like,
it.
On the mic, but...
Ooh, I like it. I hope it happens, though.
I just see it on both sides. It's a win-win for me on both sides because it's like, if it does happen, great. This is why, like, it would happen. But if it doesn't happen, it's KPL.
Yeah, exactly.
So brief spoiler, but I managed to get Sky to ask some of the KPL players some questions for me. And one of the things that came back was actually they're under quite a lot of pressure that if they lose a single game, they're going to get a huge amount of criticism.
Oh, yeah.
So as we get later into the tournament and the competition gets harder, you begin to wonder, don't you, having traveled to a stage like this, a long way around the world, how many teams have we see do really well in groups, and as the pressure mounts, they start to do silly things. If it does start going wrong, it could go really wrong.
Final thoughts there?
I've seen it. I've seen it so much in Siege where teams start out super strong, have those high expectations, and then they get to the end and fall immediately flat.
I will tell you this, in terms of being a mixed team of superstars from a region, especially a region as fueled up and fired up with their fandom like China, the only region I think that is even remotely close is like Brazilian fans. And if you have experienced and seen what they have, like they are powerful in that environment, you know, it is crazy. Obviously right now we still have those Honor of Kings games ongoing. You can see down below exactly which games, where the streams will be starting. Less than an hour is Rainbow Six Siege and Apex Legends. Keep an eye on the @EWC YouTube.com page for those live streams for Honor of Kings. We're going to move on because we, again, like to teach, I like to educate. I'm terrified about this next one.
Oh, yes.
Because Sam has prepared this game for us. The way that this will work, specifically for Jordan and Gabriel, a skill will be introduced from Honor of Kings. It's up to us to hopefully get a multiple choice guess, and I'm going to be leaning on you two to start, because I definitely don't want to put my name in the ring. So for the first one, common skills.
Before we go to common skills for the record are abilities that any character can take. They're not unique to a character, they're unique, you can pick them whatever hero you are playing.
The first one's an easy for me.
Go on then, what do you think it is?
Blessings of Dash.
Nice, fun. Jordan, what do you think?
Blessings of Dash. Did you just pull that out, or?
Yeah, I just pulled that out. It kind of like...
Am I supposed to guess a name for it?
Guess a name.
That just looks like Flash to me, so I'm going to go with Flash.
I like Blessings of Dash.
Okay, so it is Flicker in other games, Flash. I'm going to go Blink.
Jordan gets it.
Oh, wow, okay.
It is Flash.
I actually heard the caster saying Flash, so I had to sort of take a little bit of a cheat code
Number 2, I'll jump in. I'm going to just call it Run.
Okay, that's very fun. Yeah.
Okay. What's your guess?
I guess I'll go with like Sprint. It definitely looks like a running sort of thing, so I'll go Sprint.
Disengage.
Ooh.
Jordan, my man.
Is that right?
Oh,
there is no
today.
I swear I'm not cheating.
2-0, baby.
Okay. Right.
I know this
what
next
can we
one.
say?
I know this next one.
Yes.
Go on then.
Just got done playing KPL.
Bonus point, but no.
What even is that meant to be? Is that
Exhaust.
like a helmet?
My guess is it's a version of Exhaust, so I'm going to stick with Exhaust.
That's correct, but that's the correct idea.
Okay.
I won't say what the name's correct. Go on.
Synonym for Exhaust?
Deplete.
Deplete. Okay. I don't think a Chinese person would come up with that.
You're not wrong. Nice idea, but no, it's called Intimidate, guys.
Intimidate.
Also worth noting, unlike Exhaust, it also
is that the aura that's going around?
Yeah.
So what it does, it's interesting. It's like Exhaust, and it stops other people's damage a bit, but importantly, it also reduces damage to you. It's a tank spell as well.
Okay.
It's a little bit different.
Got it. I mean, they're the same thing, technically.
Similar.
You reduce someone's damage,
but it does
take less
both. So
damage.
from everybody around you.
Okay, got it. Okay. Number 4, what do you think, Jordan?
Lightning Storm.
Ooh.
Zap.
I'm going with Zap as well. That was my
double zap.
Yeah.
Too deep. Stun.
Done.
AoE stun. Stuns nearby enemies for about just under a second.
Okay. I'm going Vampire Bite for number 5.
I think it's like Rage or Enrage or something like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say like.
I'll go Rage.
Oh, that's what I.
So close. Frenzy.
Well, I think
I'm sorry.
You would have said Frenzy.
Okay. But sorry.
But I was.
Yeah, it's true. I'm sorry.
Okay, so Gabriel, what's number 6?
Glass cannon.
Hold on. I'll give you a hint that I think it might be. The ability that you noticed in that bottom lane where everyone magically
teleport.
Okay, that's what my instinct is telling me, but maybe a different synonym.
Vanish.
Ooh.
Blink.
Oh, I think Blink's too short range, so I'm gonna say supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Portal.
Trevor.
Yeah.
He's correct.
You have been led so astray because teleport isn't in the game.
Oh!
It's Smite, baby.
I'll take the L for you.
I did say glass cannon in the beginning.
So it's worth noting, there is no teleport in the game. That's a normal summon spell for League. There's similar in Dota from scrolls and stuff. So that ability you saw was actually unique to a particular champion or unique hero. So big deal.
I think coming up with names for an image is super.
I know, it's funny though.
It's super
for a bonus point for the Frenzy one.
Yeah.
Is that a melee class specific?
I bet you it works for any because I think you can also Frenzy and shoot my arrows.
Okay, I guess so.
So if you want to know what it actually does, so it's increased your damage for a bit.
I figured.
Gives you some resistance damage, but it also gives you physical and magical lifesteal.
Wow.
So you hit people and you regen health.
So in other words, Vampire Bite wasn't too
You
far
weren't far
from
off,
the
you were the right
money,
concept.
You could have given me half a point.
No,
now,
just because I like being
I'll tell you this. Initialize is a terrible game show host. He is a much better expert. So please give me your playoffs preview.
Yeah, so big deal with this one. We are expecting, with the way this is working now, we have groups. Your first seed from both groups will be selecting their opponents for quarterfinals from the 3rd and 4th seeds of the opposite groups. So KPL Dream Team will be deciding between Keed Stars and Impunity, LGD between AG Global and Loops.
Oh man, Keed Stars and Impunity are just holding their thumbs and wishing the other squad gets selected by KPL.
It'll be a whole deal. And what we are expecting is it's best of 3 for quarters, but realistically, our finalists should be LGD Gaming and KPL Dream Team. I am expecting the other 2 Malaysian teams, from what we've seen from them, Team Secret and Weibo Gaming, to be our other semi-finalists, respectively, because they should win their quarters.
Interesting. So then, of course, it does depend if any upsets come in.
Yeah.
But I think crucially, what you are saying, 1 and 2, KPL, then LGD.
Yeah.
Weibo and Secret was your 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's about as simple as it goes, at least based on what we've seen from the 5 respective group stage games each. Not too surprising. Now, we are going to transition away from Honor of Kings and focus our sights on Rainbow Six and their playoffs. We've asked the players, why are they here and what their ambitions are.
Why we're here, I guess, it's just we proved to be the best team in our region. So we're here to prove ourselves.
We're here to be the world champions. I mean, it's that simple. We've tried our best this few months that I've been here, and now it's time to prove everyone that we can actually compete.
Because we want to show we're the best team. So last major we were second. Now we came here to win.
We want to make our region proud. We want to fight, and we're going to show everybody what we can do.
Compete, be the best in the world. To represent the MENA region, the EWC, and we'll do our best to win the title.
We're one of the best teams in Europe, and we deserve to be, so.
To win the trophy. The logistic reason, I guess, would be because we qualified. But in the big picture, I guess, because you know, we made some changes after our last major with adding Benja, and we were able to kind of change what we needed to change on our team and then be good enough to qualify.
Because we're the best in the world right now. So, of course, we're playing the Esports World Cup of Rainbow Six Siege.
Welcome back to EWC Central. Of course, we cover 3 games here over the course of the weekend, and we've done deep dives into Apex Legends as well as Honor of Kings. It is time to look at the top 8 from Rainbow Six Siege. And while that video was filmed prior to games being played, prior to eliminations coming in, more than half of the players you just heard from are already back home, crying and hugging their parents, asking why it went so wrong. I'm going to turn to my expert, Gabriel. Tell me about quarterfinals, tell me about the 8 remaining teams, And I want to immediately acknowledge your superior predictions. 7 of the 8 teams you did say were going to be here have arrived. So kudos to you.
Yeah, I mean, again, this wasn't very surprising to me. Into the Breach actually going out, that was a little rough one, but it was either them or FaZe. So obviously FaZe losing to Bleed, which ended up making it, that was probably the biggest upset of all. But to be fair, their coach that they recently just received, Julio, he is also a former world champion. So it's actually helping these regions improve, whereas before they weren't. So again, getting those top 7, not surprised to me. Obviously the odd one out, ITB, unfortunate, but still deserving from FaZe, coming back, winning that series last night.
I want to start with a question. When you give me the answer, we will pull up the entire bracket for your predictions. Who will win this tournament? And then tell me why you got there.
You know, I was avoiding these questions the other day, but I'll definitely say BDS. I have taken it all the way.
Break down the bracket for me and why.
So BDS, again, going back to most recently Manchester, they were the runner-ups to winning that event. They were very close. Unfortunately got stomped by NA, but so NA on top, but again, they are here. They are looking the best in my opinion still. I have them beating this FaZe clan in a 2-0. FaZe honestly have been a little lackluster to me. So obviously then following up into the semifinals, they are going to be going against Furia, the current world champions. But
oh
even
man,
then,
that's a spicy match.
It is spicy, and I really want to see these two play against each other because the thing is, BDS was not at the 6th Invitational. They ended up not qualifying. This was a very huge upset for all of EU that this team, that a powerhouse team like this was not there. So these two have never played against each other. So this will be a first time for me, but I think just based off how the teams play and BDS's new roster, I do feel that they will have that advantage going against Furia and then going into the grand finals and playing Darkzeo. I just don't think Darkzeo has it in the tank to beat BDS.
So 2 thoughts really quickly. I'm with you on the FaZe. They were obviously the only team from this elimination series that went to 3 games.
Yes.
I think you have a blind spot for Darkzeo and you just sound like a fanboy because they putting them all the way to finals. They dropped a game there to go to the Elim series. Do you have more faith than you think maybe fair?
No, I think they're a fair team to put up there for NA specifically. I think they have a lot of hopes and dreams for the NA because Beast Coast couldn't be here. So if there is going to be someone to pick that up, I am going to have to put it on DZ.
Okay, well look, you did predict BDS to win. So while we break this one down just a little bit more, Sam, I know you had a question just a second.
Yeah, it's basically because obviously you're saying you haven't seen them up against BDS versus Furia, but that those two teams never played off against each other for various reasons. What's giving BDS the edge in your mind? I mean, seeing them on screen right now, what's giving you advantage over the world champions of all time?
When I watch BDS play other regions, just like I watch Furia play other regions, what BDS does really well is reading what teams are doing and quickly adapting. And it's not to take anything away from Furia by any means. Furia is just a very aggressive team, whereas I feel if BDS really just punishes them for their aggressiveness, that is exactly where BDS is going to run away with the game. But if they just simply cannot stop Furia, in this instance of me talking about it, then Furia is just going to instantly run away with that. I just don't see that happening.
Don't see it happening. Obviously, Rainbow Six will be coming up later. I know we have a lot to talk about, but I do want to move us along because Laxing went out tasking his colleagues to explain Rainbow Six Siege in 30 seconds. Here's the first explanation attempt.
All right, guys, I am here with Fox. We're about to be playing a mini game. Can you explain Siege in 30 seconds? So, Fox, can you explain Siege in 30 seconds?
Yeah, I'd probably say it's like a 5v5 attack defend shooter where every operator in the game has their own unique ability that can help impact the round. And that's how I would explain Rainbow Six in 30 seconds.
All right, well, there you go. That's Fox's explanation of 30 seconds of how to break down Siege in those 30 seconds. Back to you guys.
Okay, I gotta be honest. He made it sound easy. Elfish, what do you think?
I just feel like I know everything about the game right now. Like 5v5, attack shooter.
I gotta be honest.
What more is there?
I think he's underselling it because the piece that I'm missing is just how many layers there are to this.
Yeah.
Quite literally and figuratively.
I feel like you could literally copy
To be
paste
fair,
that.
I should have had
Valorant as well.
I should have had them do like 10 seconds. That would have really rapid fire where they would have had to think of the most like important details.
I'll tell you this. I'm putting my like caster review, VOD review hat on. And I think there's glaring holes here of just how complex this game is.
Yeah, I mean, people underestimate Siege for what it actually is. And obviously we did the introduction yesterday and how I broke it down.
But I'll tell you this, that single delivery, that would get me to install the game and try it.
To be fair, and Fox is a former teammate of mine. I've teamed with him the majority of my career. He was a long time at IGL. He just recently retired. He's actually also on the desk with me. So he has tons of knowledge on Siege, so it's no surprise to me that he could break that down as well as he did.
Okay, well, let's find out what the next one is, and let's be hypercritical on the exact words chosen. Second explanation.
All right, I am now here with the one and only Ian Chambers.
The one and only.
The one and only. Woo. All right, here's the mini game. It is explaining Siege in 30 seconds, in under 30 seconds. Do you think you can do it?
Yes.
All right, go now.
Rainbow Six Siege is the greatest tactical shooter of all time. It relies heavily on environmental destruction, team play. It's 5v5. You got attackers, you got defenders. There's a bomb to defuse, all that good stuff. It's pretty straightforward. He's not very good at it. And yeah, that's it. Done.
All right, well, that is Ian Chambers' take on how to break down Siege in 30 seconds.
Look at his muscles.
Back to you guys.
Ian, my British brother. Pretty straightforward is a lie.
However,
why are you like this?
However, not to make it a competition, but of the two that we got, that's my gold medal.
I agree. All I'll say is everything he said in there was correct.
What? Yes.
Apart from the bit about it being the greatest tack shooter of all time.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, but
we know.
Hold on, you guys are just ignoring the fact that he roasted me and said that I wasn't good at the game. We're just completely ignoring that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That means he likes you because he's British. This is their love language. British people can't show their emotions. So they do it by bullying other people.
Yeah, your hair's mid today, Kate.
But you were saying, Jonathan.
See us on top. That's all I have to say.
No. Hang on. We are, you know what, you're allowed to have an opinion. People's opinions are valid.
And they're wrong.
And my
And you know what I love so much about this? After this very spicy introduction, I have a whole bunch of Pepsi cold takes. This time, Rainbow Six flavored. So let's run the first one and then continue the debate.
My name's Ian, and I think that Furia are going to win the entire thing when it comes to Rainbow Six here at the Esports World Cup. And I also think that within 2 hours of lifting the trophy, they're going to be in the closest designer store available because they love their designer gear. That's what I think. What do you think?
I'll let you guys go first.
No, you have to give us a judge. Give us a judge.
It's a hot take.
It's a hot take?
It's a fair, if you're gonna, like I said, obviously I said BDS, but Furia is the world champion, so it's a hot take.
FPS boy?
Isn't a hot take if it was one that was unlikely? I
Yes.
feel like this is a cold take, actually.
Yeah. I think so too.
Saying Furia would win
is believable.
If they're believably able to win, I think is a cold take.
It's both like previous champions in recent history. I think it's cold. I think that's...
Well, for me, it would be hot because I picked BDS.
Okay,
that's fair.
That's fair.
So I tell you what, because we have a producer who can make this decision, it's cold. Cold take. So we have overruled you. We have overruled you. All right, don't forget, explain this next one once it comes up. Let's play the second take.
My name's Fox. I'm on the Rainbow Six broadcast team, and I think last year's BDS was better than this year's BDS because last year they were a better team. Now they just have better players. What do you guys think?
Ooh. Do you know what I love? I can understand the terminology, but I don't have the context.
Yeah.
So, how spicy is it? Is he right or is he wrong? Commit, come on.
Go on.
Do it.
That's a hot take.
Hot take?
That's a hot take. That's definitely a hot take.
See, the thing is, I don't have the gameplay knowledge, so I have to trust this one. Hot take coming up from Gabriel.
Definitely a hot take.
So you're saying Team of Champions is better than Champion Team?
They haven't played against each other, but I feel like fundamentally, BDS is...
I'm going to just balance this out. I'm going to balance this out. I'm going to do my own little hot take, right? You predicted BDS to win.
Correct. We
agreed that Furia winning is cold. It's plausible.
Could happen.
And we just heard last year's BDS better than this year's BDS. You're going to be wrong if Furia's going to win the championship. That's what the math checks out to.
I still have to stick to, my predictions.
Yeah,
and I'm staying
Can
strong.
anyone follow my logic?
Look, all I'm saying is the hottest take was the host BM along the way.
That's also true. Yeah, that's definitely it. I'm on fire. Okay, we have another game and another one that terrifies me. Laxing's Rainbow Six sound quiz. Can you explain this quiz to me? How's it going to work?
So there's unique abilities in Siege. There's special gadgets in Siege, and some of those gadgets have sounds.
Okay.
And you're gonna.
So all we're doing is listening to the sound. We've not done this before. Just by the way, so we are being thrown in the deep end here. Okay, so I guess let's play the first sound.
That's a classic.
Oh.
This is classic.
Oh.
Can I go first, Sensei?
Go for it.
Is this the walls being put up, the reinforcements?
Wait, but what's the thump at the end?
No, this sounds like a grenade launcher.
This is a mortar. I think this is
you are correct. It is a grenade launcher.
An emplacement mortar is where I was going. So what was the gadget?
But what is it doing though?
It's blowing something up. I don't know. It's a grenade launcher, man. What do you want from me?
I'm going to go with a...
How would you say it's being used?
I think a remote-controlled smoke mortar.
No.
See, the thing is, I don't think you would be using this to try and kill someone because that would just be too difficult. I think it might be like to zone an area of the map with some kind of utility, or to break some part of the map open, something like that.
Well, let's get the answer, because we've got a few of them.
Yes. It is the Fuse gadget. So you'll see right here, you put it up against, you can put it against soft walls, you can put it against windows, you can put it against reinforced walls. And initially what you said, it's not really used to like kill people on the other side. It's really to clear space. It's really to force people out of position. So you were pretty much spot on with that.
So it literally is more of like a space, because the sound effect to me was like the...
But if you stay within the proximity of it, you are absolutely getting annihilated.
Right, but you're not going to do that.
Okay.
No.
Well, no, you shouldn't.
You shouldn't test it out and see if you can dance around it.
This is actually fun. I like that we've got the audio of the next one. Okay, so let's quiet down and let's play the second one.
Ooh, this is a good one.
Okay, I have an idea. Sam, do you want to go first?
It's the government drones. You can hear the birds.
No.
Okay. I'll jump in. I believe there is some sort of material being placed on a wall, and it sounds like a nail gun going in.
No.
It sounds like some sort of electric material fence type thing, like they've set up some kind of electricity wire or something.
No.
Holy moly.
Bad.
Not even close.
Okay, let's just go with...
Okay, so play the sound one more time, just the end part.
Okay,
Just focus on the end part.
Okay, we'll try one more time.
Don't focus on this part. Focus on that part.
Is that like a Gatling gun?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's...
Tink, 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 tink.
The kaplunking and then the exploding.
Haven't got a clue.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
Haven't got a clue. Let's go with C4 being attached to something. No?
No.
Okay, let's see the gadget.
It is Ying's Candela. This is actually a flashbang, a unique flashbang that is unique. And this is what I mean about special abilities, is Ying has a visor on her face that she will not get blinded by this. But everyone in the proximity will get blinded, whether that's on attack or defender.
I'll tell you what the problem with this game is that in Rainbow Six, it seems like literally anything can happen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, at any given moment.
It's sci-fi futuristic. Okay,
It's
we've got
like-
another one. Look, we got like 2 or 3 more gadgets, so let's try to run through these ones. What's the next one?
I got to hear that one again. Oh.
Honestly, this just has to be a crowbar smashing a window.
No.
Or, okay, I got one more. Okay, you guys quickly guess, and let's move this on.
I mean, my first thought was some sort of broken glass as well, so I would have guessed a window
Smoke
too.
grenade launcher through a window.
No.
Okay, shield bash.
It does involve a shield.
Okay, so let's play the clip. Because I think us listening to audio is not the greatest cinema.
So again, unique ability, Blitz. This is a shield operator, and in front of his shield, it flashes you. And he can run at you like a train while flashing you.
I will say this, when a flashbang sound can sound like glass smashing and birds screeching.
Well, you got to think about it. Think of like a whole bunch of projector lights instantly turning on.
Yeah.
Like that's exactly what is happening in front of the shield.
That does make sense.
I just
Okay,
wouldn't
let's
have guessed flashbang shield.
Let's go to gadget number 4. Or 5. It's a lightsaber.
Electric fence.
Someone's got some.
Oh, I know what that is.
It's like a ray gun or something.
So, okay.
Yeah.
So, lightning gun in an aspect, you are kind of right.
I'm going with the Zeus. I think it's the Zeus, the taser gun from Counter-Strike.
It is similar.
Okay.
But
what does the effect do? Come on, give us
Is it like a trip mine version? So you put it down and someone triggers it? Okay.
No?
I'm
guess?
thinking it's something to open up like a hard breach or something like that.
Ooh, let's find out. Okay, let's bring this one up. So what is it as we watch the video?
So again, this is now another shield operator named Clash.
I've seen this guy.
She is from the UK, and what it is, she actually slows down the opponent with that electricity, so it pretty much stops them from running, keeps them in place practically, and it takes away damage. And again, it's another shield operator that has a unique ability.
I mean, considering...
And she's a defender.
That's wild, because considering how much of Siege I've seen people jumping out of windows to rappel down, if you could lock someone down, it feels like that's really, really valuable in a game that's all about those
You'll be
angles.
dead before you get a chance. All right, we got one more gadget.
Oh, okay, I know what this is.
That sounds like a Zeus charging.
No, I know.
Oh, okay. I'll give you my real guess second, but I believe this is the BFG 9000 that's been pulled out, and the thing is charging up. And if you're too young to know what that is, Google it. I think it's a remote control car.
No.
I think it's a drone.
It sounds like a tripwire or a trip mine or something.
No.
I have no idea.
It's a webcam. It has to be a webcam.
It's
security cam.
No.
Okay.
We're so bad at this.
This is awful. One last guess.
A spy grenade you throw and you can see through the grenade. I have no clue what the
Wait, what did you say?
So it's
See-through?
it's like something you can see through walls or something.
So you are pretty close.
Okay.
You are pretty close. So what it is, it's Warden. It's an operator. Again, special ability. He has these glasses that he activates, and it allows you to see through smoke grenades. So it's pretty one-sided, and he's on the defender's side. So when you think of a team as attacking, he instantly pops that, and he can now see you through the smoke, and you have no idea he's on that other side. Which is why information game is so important.
Yes.
Because if you don't know Warden's there, you're essentially, and he also blocks flashbangs as well.
I will tell you this, if I wasn't so terrified of being so awful at the game, the gadgets are very compelling.
They are.
Very exciting.
They're so unique.
That James Bond moment, like with the glasses, that was really cool. Okay, kudos. That is one of the hardest games that I played in 5 weeks of being on this podcast. But nicely done, nicely done.
Because I was very wrong in all the other ones. I think 1 in 5 because of how bad the other ones were.
I hope that we get to watch some Rainbow Six a little bit later and then actually try to pick out some of those gadgets.
You will see Warden a lot.
That is a challenge. That is a challenge. I would love, because I know that when we do get players to watch the game, I'd love for you to break some of that down. I may not be on the sofa, but where I am on the sofa right now is I get to ask Gabriel to explain to us which players to watch for the remainder of the Rainbow Six Siege playoffs. Where are we starting and which team or player? You're obviously going to go BDS. So who on BDS do you want to watch?
Yeah, so I want you to say that name right up there for me real quick.
Okay, Licky Tongue, Licky Fack. That's how I have to remember it.
Yes, Licky Fack. Licky Fack is a player from BDS that, again, I've talked about him in the early introduction of Siege and talking about the teams, introduction of the teams. Licky Fack is a player here that he is making a name for himself with every single year that he's been going. I believe he came in 2022. And the beautiful thing about Licky Fack is he kind of reminds me of how I played Siege. It's a very unique style of play. And what I mean by unique style of play, you can really watch him just dissect around and dissect the play and truly understand his split-second decision-making. And that, to me, is so remarkable in any possible player that you watch. And again, there's tons of different play styles in Siege, but watching Licky Fack, you can truly understand his each and every single move is calculated. It's similar to chess, thinking like 18 moves ahead and him playing out throughout every single bit of that round.
I'm feeling like I've got to step up a little bit here, because when someone can actually go, oh, you know, a unique playstyle like I had, it's like, that's kind of cool that you could say that. It's so cool that it is.
Like, I've played against tons of people in Siege, and I don't find a lot of people that I can relate to or understand, but Licky Fack is like, it's someone that just comes so close to my style of play that I can truly understand. And again, watching it prospectively for someone that doesn't understand the game, that would be a player to watch to truly understand the fundamentals of Siege.
Okay, so we got another one here. I'm just gonna have some fun with all of these names. So tell me about Furious, the group man.
So this is their kill leader. He broke records for kill leaders, I think, at 363 in an entire tournament. That was actually most recently at SI. This is a mechanically gifted player. This is a player that if you want to learn how to aim, you want to learn how to take engagements, this will be the player to watch. And even just watching in the games, you will see this. He is not scared of gunfights. He is not scared to bring the aggression to you. So again, if you want to learn just at a mechanical level, Herds by far is one of the best players in Siege that will display that.
That does I find that fascinating to think about, because especially when watching Apex, the time to kill difference between the respective games is significant.
One bullet through a wall. So like when you think of a game like CS, you can get wall banged but you don't die instantly. Siege, one bullet, no matter could go through 2 walls, you are instantly dead.
Wow, that seems cooked.
That's very low time to kill,
I mean, I will say that
it doesn't happen all that often, but it can.
Again, that's also, you do see the players like spamming walls. The information is key. Communication. Like, I really wish I had Apex's team listen-ins in Rainbow Six here, because I would love to hear it. Right, we got one more. This one is Nafe. N-A-F-E. What's that? Nitrous ferrite? Where are we going? No, salt ferrite.
Nafe.
Yeah.
So again, Dark Zero, I have them going all the way to the grand finals. This is another player. He is an import from EUL. He just recently joined as of the 6th Invitational that just recently took place not that long ago. And he is their support player. He is their backbone. He is their anchor. And for an anchor player, for any of that passive sort of play style, this is a player to watch. He understands the game fundamentally at that level of knowing when to get aggressive, knowing when to play passive, and also knowing when to set his team up for success. So again, this is a player that I wanted to specifically highlight for the passive players out there that don't like to get necessarily in crazy gunfights, but want to read a situation better, that puts you in a situation that you are winning those gunfights, that you are winning these engagements.
See, whenever we get into these explanations and we break down the individual players, I'm very appreciative of the way that you framed those individual players.
That's why I did it. They have entirely different play styles.
The thing that I want to try to learn is, like, until you actually play the game and get a feel for it, it's very difficult to fully comprehend, right?
It is.
And I think in a game like Overwatch, which is still chaotic to watch, you can understand a Lucio ult that knocks everyone away and like positioning. That's simpler to understand because I think the hidden elements of Rainbow Six is that knowledge, that information, that scouting, and the communication that's missing. And so that's something that I love to hear so that I can learn how to look
And that's truly the beauty of Siege, and that I even just found in my career, is that I'm not the craziest aimer in the world. I have pretty good aim, but where I excel is actually in my fundamentals and how I play a position or how I work around the map. And that just is how in-depth Siege is that there are players that are mechanically gifted that just do really well with aim, but it's not all about aim. It takes 50-50 to be able to have really good
I can tell you this as well, as somebody that's worked with you for 3 days, okay, if that. You're a studious colleague, and I imagine that that element of your brain, applying it to takes, to defense, to positioning, to the operators and the amount of gear available, I can tell how excited you are just by kind of thinking about those things.
Absolutely.
So that aptitude and that learning is huge, you know?
And again, that's what I love about Siege, the just diversity of play styles and uniqueness of it, is that you can be a passive player. There's passive play styles here, or players to watch. There's aggressive play styles. There are aggressive players to watch. There are the people that are the in-between that are doing, you know, a little bit of both that you can watch, and that's what I love about Siege.
Okay, gentlemen, I get to throw you three into the deep end in a segment that our producers have come up with. The control room invented this and surprised our entire show more than a month ago. This is the casting switch. We have Honor of Kings, we have Rainbow Six, and we have Apex Legends. Now, I am going to finish with Gabriel and Apex, okay? I'm going to start...
You should let me start in the mobile.
...with Jordan. No, I want to go to Jordan HOK because this will happen a couple times over the weekend. I want to ease you into it. I want to give you FPS jobs because I don't know how much like actual casting experience you have. So, when I count to 3, I'd like to bring up Honor of Kings, and Jordan, you have to cast the game using Apex terminology.
Okay.
Yes! That is the trick. Okay, so we've got the rules here, right?
I was feeling really confident until you said that.
I know you were. He has to do Rainbow Six using HOK terminology.
To me.
Okay, so we're going to bring up Honor of Kings. And Jordan, you're going to use Apex terminology in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we are on World's Edge in the middle of the ring right now, having a look at some of those legends trying to use their abilities. Looks like we're going to get, well, all manner of things, it looks like, potentially. Some of those guys are maybe not so... They're maybe not so accurate, though, unfortunately, because I'm not seeing anyone going down just yet. It's looking a little bit rough across the board. Maybe a couple of cracks coming through here. Some of the shields are getting a little bit low, but we've got a couple of guys in the back lines looking to drop some bats down on the floor and heal back on up to full HP. They'll rejoin back on into that fight, and ultimately a triple kill coming through on in here. That should be a whole team wipe. For some reason, we're not playing Apex Legends.
I will
That's
say
hard to beat. That was actually really good.
That was top tier.
That was
sincerely. I am impressed. I've seen this tried many times with many games. Kudos. Very nicely done. Right, we are now going to have a Rainbow Six clip, and it's going to be casted using HOK terminology, which, by the way, I know is hard because you don't cast this game regularly. So I wish you the best of luck.
It's going to be fine, guys.
2, 1, go!
Well, as we all know here in Honor of Kings, there is no such thing as vision and drones and anything like that. Clearly not a thing. So everyone is very blind in this game, and immediately the farmer in a fight to kill skill 1 coming on down as Loong. So dangerous. We've seen it turn into a dragon going down. The verticality, which is such a key part of Honor of Kings. And that ability, of course, to destroy the map is a very significant part. And someone throws in the Footsie ultimate to lock people down, and it's just all over. It's the KPL Dream Team who are winning in under 30 seconds.
Really nicely.
That was good.
Honestly,
that was good.
Bringing the actual narrative of the tournament into it, that was a good call. That one I appreciated. Now again, I've thrown you a low ball on this one. Can I just ask, have you actually done any shoutcasting? Like live casting?
Ever.
Can I make this clear? Your debut as a shoutcaster.
This is not fair. Like, this isn't setting me up for success in any way.
You could get hired
I
for
also
this.
will say this, thank you so much to my production team. If we do this over the next 3 days, I will make him use of Rainbow Six terminology in all 3 of our respective titles. Let's bring up the Apex clip in 3, 2, 1, Go.
As you can see, we're already underway here in Oregon. In Oregon's basement, it is currently a 1v3 right now. Obviously, Ying right here is trying to take map control here, throwing down, taking a huge gunfight, throwing a smoke grenade, ends up hitting a cap can, trying to get into that site. It's all over from here. We're going into another map. Now we're looking at Bank. We are holding the position. We are holding top floor currently inside of Bank. This is a CCTV hold, a regular hold going on right here. This is pretty standard setup. You got Jaeger right here blocking those grenades coming in. Now they're gonna push through the smoke with the Warden right here, taking the gunfight onto a Monty. Shields everywhere, shield classes. This is the shield meta that we've been talking about in Siege for so long. You see the Ying play going right now. I mean, not the Ying play. You see the Jaeger play. You see the position being taken in CEO. They are destroying the Jaegers to push down those nades, on those defenders. I don't really know what's about to happen right now. You see the attackers trying to take the play. They're about to take the site. They're winning every single gunfight. Shields are down. Utility is down. It is coming down to a 1v1. Now, here in this final second, the defenders actually end up closing out the round. Attackers didn't stand a chance. They got rid of the util. It didn't matter. All came down to the defenders. Closing that out on Bank. Top floor CEO could not get it done from the attacking side.
I thought shield meta was great.
My head right now, like my face is like tingling.
How much adrenaline do you feel? Because
a lot. Everything that happened yesterday and today doesn't even top. Like, I'm still in the voice of it.
Welcome to broadcasting, my friend.
That was a lot. I will do a little inside baseball here. Obviously, our control team comes from so many games, so many areas. There is a previous professional connection between Gabriel and members of our control team. So the moment that clip came up, through pure laughter, I heard, "1 minute, it's 1 minute." I will say this, that was exceptional. As somebody that's never had to do that before, you are a natural nonsense talker. You did very well.
I can definitely go forever. I was trying to take like key points of like things that I could try to relate to Siege. So,
also,
like Watson's ultimate, I was like, okay, Jaeger stops utility with nades coming in. That's Jaeger. Then I saw someone pushing through a smoke. I was like, Warden can see through the smoke.
As soon as the member was down and the shield was up and you had that push in front, I'm like, that actually looks like a Siege 2v1, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Jordan, what do you think of that?
I thought that was great, actually. I thought you, obviously, you know a little bit about Apex, so that helped. But I really liked first the shield meta, I talked about that, but also the hold call and the fact that when we swapped to a different spot on the map, we were now on a new map.
It was
I thought that was pretty
good.
I had to swap it.
Can I tell you something again? And I'm not saying this because I have not said this before. This is the debut. This is the best caster swap that I have done out of the 5 weeks. We've done this several times. Yes, congratulations.
That's the world champion confidence. You love it.
Okay, we have a few minutes to go before we move on with the show. Let's take a look very quickly at that Rainbow Six playoffs bracket in case you've forgotten exactly how it's going to pan out. I think Jordan and Sam, I'd love for you guys, what question do you have? Which team would you like to focus in on when we do look at the bracket? Because we've started to absorb, where are some of the parallels?
I would be really interested to see what's going with Dark Zero, because they've had such a weird opening few sections, and there's been some close results. And you say like the overtime memes with this team are real. And you said you were expecting to make the finals still.
Just last night with Scars, right? 7-5, 7-5. That easily could have went to an overtime.
And they had 15 the day before.
Yes.
The only reason I pick on you for them is the excitement and the tone we had during rehearsals prior to the games being played. Then I watched the games played and I listened to the broadcasters and I'm like, oh, I think you have a soft spot for this organization.
No, I actually don't. No, I genuinely, if I'm being completely honest, I hated playing against Dark Zero. Dark Zero, for some reason, I could smoke every other NA team, but Dark Zero just, for some reason, would just, like, they could go on a losing streak. They would play us or play me, and they would just instantly power up. And I'm just like, dude, I'm tired of this team.
What I'd like to know is, because we've had a look at the club championship standings, Team Liquid's kind of up there, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I'd like to know what is the likelihood that they're actually going to do well in Rainbow Six?
So they've had a great history throughout Siege. As of recently, they're kind of having a little bit of a resurgence of like getting back to the top, but still, I don't see it being enough.
Are they in the bottom 4 of the teams that you anticipate winning or expect winning? Because you said to me, of the 8 teams, there are 4 that you can make an like sort of defendable argument to win.
Yeah.
They are?
They would have to be in the bottom 4 that could make it.
That could
but
make it.
Obviously, look, they aren't the top 4.
Surprises can happen, right?
Absolutely. Siege is a game, like I said, like the minute details and little idiosyncrasies in Siege, those small minutia details can completely change maps, change rounds, everything. It's being on top of your game as much as you possibly can, which that's obviously, that goes for anything competitive, but Siege is very, very the minor details ruin everything.
They really, really do. And of course, remember that the Rainbow Six stream has already begun. The games will commence at 6 o'clock. We will actually be having a co-stream later on. Before we get to that, I want to turn our attention to Apex because we've done deep dives in all of our games. Apex will be starting in 10 minutes as well. When we bring up the Group A standings, I'm going to ask Gabriel and Sam a similar thing. Like, what do we want to, talk to Jordan about? And maybe how can we learn when we look at these standings something from Group B? Because first of all, the obvious one is I don't think anyone in Group B is going to get 140 points. I think that's fair to say. I would like to see how much of a delta there is between Twisted Mind's score and whoever wins Group B, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I'm also looking like that kind of 6th to 9th ranking is pretty close in points, certainly contestable. And then you're looking at the players who are the teams rather like 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, who really aren't that far off. Is that normally how tight it is to get in? And like, what kind of round differential is that, if you see what I mean, in terms of one good round makes a difference there?
You can reasonably expect to get maybe 10 to 20 points in a round.
I'll just say very quickly, every Battle Royale that we've had on this stage, when you go to those deciding points, it is that close.
Yeah. What I really want to see, and again, you can talk about the top spots, but like those ending spots that they're all within 1 point of each other, going down to like maybe a max 5-6 points, where that's like a 2nd place finish, 3rd place finish, you skyrocket past everyone. I want to see what Group B looks like and how close those numbers are and what teams are in that position.
I cannot wait. Obviously, those games will be beginning at 6 o'clock. For Battle Royale, it was not a game mode that I necessarily was very familiar with or comfortable with, but throughout the course of these 4 weeks, every Battle Royale has had an insanely close fight, the highlight of which was the actual Free Fire Champions, where all 4 of the teams that were in contention to win the entire event were in the final zone.
It's lovely when that happens.
And then they dropped...
That's insane.
Then they dropped monster trucks on one another. And remember what they yelled when they won the game?
Booyah!
We are going to an ad break. When we come back, Rainbow Six co-stream will be kicking off with Wi-Fi, from Luminosity Gaming. He'll be on the seat. We'll take a look at Rainbow Six, much like we did yesterday with Apex Legends. We'll be right back.
Ready, set, go.
Extra bit of wins because at the end of it, they get to talk
to at least one of our two hosts here, Ian from the radio, and myself, Milos, of course, playing for this big trophy at the end. You see some of the keys that have been crushed, and over the next couple days, we'll be showing them even closer up how they've been destroyed.
I witnessed it for the very first time yesterday, the key crushing experience. It is devastating, but so satisfying at the same time, isn't it, Milos?
You know, I feel like there's some players and some teams, they're just going to squeeze a bit harder than others. And at the end of it, teams, the victorious team from the entire tournament, can pick 3 keys to be forever immortalized in their trophy, cast in resin that they can keep. So if you're any team that's here, you think, oh, these 3, they're the top in the world, or they're our big rivals, we just want to keep them in our trophy forever.
Which of our teams will become legends forever? It is time to get into our first quarterfinal. Let's introduce Team Liquid. Often referred to as the nearly men in Siege, but make no doubt about it, this is a star-studded roster full of immense talent with the ability to get the job done. Can they progress into our semis?
And their opponents, Dark Zero. The North American squad is star-studded in its own right. Pro League champions, major champions, multi-time world champions at the Invitational, and they're missing something extra to top it all off. This is a match of giants, and I think there's many of them on the Dark Zero side. Please, Liquid, Dark Zero, deposit your keys in their places and take your seats.
There's an atmosphere in here right now. The tension is palpable. So many megastars here on the stage.
We got Neskin Canadian in this. We're getting Bolo. When does he play? Well, right now.
It's crazy. Bolo plays right now. Milos, who's winning?
We are.
We are. We all get to enjoy this. Let's get right into it right now.
Everybody, how's everybody doing today? I hope you're doing well. We're back in the
Welcome back, everyone. We are here back at the EWC. You can see all the games that we have going on over here. We got Apex Legends starting. We have Siege finally kicking it off. Honor of Kings, you see, has clearly finished. Now, we are going to be kicking things off with some Rainbow Six Siege. We are here welcoming Wi-Fi from Luminosity. Anything you want to say?
Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here. Watch the games.
No, it's gonna be fun to break down these games, especially getting your professional take on everything. Obviously, this event, it did come to a close for you, but still a learning experience nonetheless. I mean, what's been the biggest thing that you've taken away from this?
I mean, this tournament's been so much fun so far. It's our first one, like, ever, to be honest, on a LAN environment. It's just a completely new experience, you know, out of the country, cameras everywhere, so it's been fun. It's been a real eye-opening experience of what this game can give you.
Definitely, definitely. Is there anything that you want to ask him?
I just wanted to ask, especially because the stages that you can't just see behind us, actually. Right? Obviously, the Battle Royale stage, the STC Arena, is massive. Like, the scale of it is kind of unreal. Have you played many LANs on a scale that big, like, ever?
No, this is our first one.
Yeah, no, it's just that experience must be like, seeing for the first time, what was that even like, walking into the building going, oh, that's where we're playing?
Yeah, it was very bright. You know, I'm a little sad that we didn't get to play on the main stages, like the Cube one. But, you know, it's a goal to get there, so.
I mean, the important thing to take away from is the fact that you guys did make it here. There are teams that were sitting at home from the NA that did not make it here. You guys obviously are constantly improving, and that already is a feat in its own, and it's something to definitely be proud of. But don't settle for that.
You want to be at the next one. You want to constantly be competing and making these events because it's only going to make you better as a player and then the team better as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I think we were disappointed with how we played in our first day against Bliss and Talon. Even though we won against Talon, I think it was not the performance we wanted to put up and show everyone, especially coming to represent NA.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, I mean, we got a lot of work on, a lot to look forward to, and I'm excited to keep playing.
And as you're looking on the screen, we're seeing the live walkouts right now of Team Liquid, now with Dark Zero, I should say. Now, if you're in this situation, you're seeing both these teams match up, and you've watched enough Siege, who do you have winning this game?
Honestly, I think I'm going to have to go with Dark Zero here. They, especially playing against them, there's something about them where you can't beat them strategically, and then they pick up players that, you know, they're the best gunners in the world.
He understands it. I said it. Dark Zero is just an annoying team to verse.
So context, just before you came in here, I was questioning, well, look, Dark Zero have been so wild. They've been playing late rounds and overtimes. I'm not a Rainbow Six guy. I'm still very new to this, and, you know, Gabe's been teaching me, but I was like, are they really that good? And your community was like, yeah, they're really annoying to play against. You just said somehow they find a way, apparently.
It's not to take anything away from them and say that they're not good, but their utility game and their drone game and their information game, they are probably by far one of the best teams at it in Siege.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like on their attacks, they will get drones on you, and you'll have no idea. It's crazy.
All right, sorry to cut you off there. Now we are looking at we are jumping into Consulate right now. Team Liquid is going to be starting on, I believe, the attacking side here, while Dark Zero is setting up on the defensive side. I mean, Wi-Fi, if you want to break down this map a little, give a little tidbit to the viewers here. What a regular setup of this top site looks like.
Usually you want to hold all of top floor. You don't really want to give up admin too early, but you know, it's okay if you do because you still have that vending shield to play on. You're usually going to stack that with my discs and the Jaeger ADSs to delay more time. But I mean, once you give up admin, I think, like if you give that up in a reasonable time, I mean, you'll be good.
Noob question: why the top floor?
So, and you can answer this too after me. So it really depends. You pick the site whatever you want to start at. You aren't locked to one specific site. There's a bottom floor, there's a mid floor, there's a basement. It's kind of where you want to start, and you have the best chance at maybe setting the tone for the match. So getting a top floor, it is a lot more difficult for the team to, the attackers to initially push in. There's a lot of lanes and a lot of crossfires that you're just at a disadvantage in. And he said it best. You give up top floor. He's already prefacing that the top floor is a key area. So if you even want to touch up why they're starting possibly on CEO.
I mean, CEO is kind of just a basic site, I'd say. It's not like a teller's site, like a split one. Yeah. It's not a basement where you have to roam 3 floors deep.
So as you can see, they're actually trying to go for a pretty quick plan here, only 2 minutes into the round. Actually, only a minute into the round. Kind of want to see how this shapes out.
I like the use of the Amaru on the connector window. That window is a devious window because it's got that little half wall there where it's kind of hidden if you clear out like the split player.
So I want you to give we'll just watch and see how this ends up playing out. Honestly, for everyone at home, this should be a Liquid round. DZ is actually doing a good job trying to fight this back, but given the setup right now, this doesn't really look like DZ's in favor here. Liquid is covering the bomb. Oh, and I say, oh, wait. I'm eating my words now, okay. So again, the devious window that he was talking about, this is where they actually planted the bomb. It's pretty hard once that bomb goes down there. You'll see the top floor specifically. A lot of those windows are where the bomb is going to be planted, and then from there, attackers can play from the outside, which will be a very hard retake for the defensive side.
I'm excited to see the next rounds because on attack DZ, they like their one-off attacks where they just like to throw you off guard and do it fast, and Liquid just did it to them. So, I mean, I'm excited to see what they bring.
So if you're saying DZ tends to be a little bit more of the creative, chaotic team who have these wild strategies coming in, how would you characterize Liquid on the other side then?
So for me, having this experience with going against Liquid, they play an aggressive game. They're more of a traditional BR team in how they play. They do have their strats. They do have their one-offs. I would probably say that they're a team that has a lot more one-offs than the other Brazilian teams that stick to pretty straightforward setup. They will switch things around a little bit, but they do keep that initial aggression overall.
I mean, if you want to even touch up on anything, I know you don't have that much LAN experience, but obviously watching this game, you understand it better, you know, than
Yeah,
the
I mean,
person.
just from watching them, they definitely play a little, I think, more strategically than like a lot of teams, a lot more structured. But you know, in this meta, you have to have like your Blitz and your Monty, so they use a good bit of that.
Okay, so yeah, again, pretty standard stuff right here. You're going to hear me say that a lot for a lot of these setups. These are typically your standard setups, so when you are going to be watching these and repeated sites, you are going to see a lot of teams kind of do the same thing with very minor details changing. Wi-Fi, I do want to talk to you about just the in-depth of Siege here. Is when you look at other game titles, for example, you know, there are strict callouts for certain areas of the map, but how in-depth are the callouts of Siege specifically?
Honestly, I think it can be in-depth, but it can also hinder you.
Yeah.
If you have that many callouts, because you know there's 9 maps in the competitive map pool, and you know there's so many situations you have to prep for, and you know if you make a callout for every single corner of the map, it's not really gonna, you know, that's not the best use of time. So.
For sure.
All right, so I just saw like a random little flying droney bee thing on the screen. What is that? What does it do? I had a sound effect. What is it?
You want to take that over? I believe he's talking about Deimos.
The Deimos? Yeah, the Deimos is a great room clear op. It's, oh wow, they just picked him off. That's a big pick. No, but the Deimos is so powerful because you can literally track anyone if they're not in mute jammer or if they're Vigil.
And remember, if you want to explain it in a way for, you know, this is someone that you're explaining this for the first time, their first time watching, like, how would you explain that Deimos gadget and, like, what it's used for?
It's like you're looking at the enemy through walls, to be honest. It's
that
so
sounds
good.
kind of busted. That makes a lot more sense to me.
Yeah.
I suppose especially from my end as well, and for potentially people who've like not necessarily FPS guys. So I'm a MOBA guy by trade. You know, I watched some FPS games, been teaching me Rainbow Six over the week or so. But as attack shooter, we're seeing attack rounds, defend rounds. How many rounds are you generally having on attack and then defense? Is it first to a certain round score to win? What's the kind of like layout of a game of Siege, I guess?
The best way to put that, and feel free to chime in here, when you are starting on attack, right now the meta is pretty heavily favored in defending. So if you can find a lot of success on the attack round, so if you, best case scenarios for both teams is you go 3-3.5. That is best
so
case.
half is 6 rounds?
Yes.
Okay.
Half is 6 rounds. So best case scenario, you are going 3-3. But if you're on attack, if you can muster 4-2, 5-1, you are setting yourself up for a very high success going into those defensive rounds.
Yeah, I think with the game progressing and in this like year, the attack has been, you know, way more prevalent in winning rounds. So, you know, it's getting a lot easier to win them.
Have you guys changed anything in your strat book and how you approach your attacks versus maybe, you know, last stages, for example, or anything like that?
Maybe not necessarily too big of a change so far. I think we're still kind of adapting because we just picked up a new player, so we're kind of still forming those habits together.
Yeah.
But no, we're just trying to, you know, we're trying to keep on hammering it and kind of adapting to the meta.
So you've just both been telling me that attackers getting rounds is a big deal. And we've just seen Liquid get 2 in a row on attack. And like, I'm assuming they're in a really good position right now.
Yeah, so you can take that at face value. You've seen a 2-0, like, yes, it is looking good, but you have to keep in mind is you're going to have to go to a tertiary site at some point if you even do go 3-0, and those tertiary sites are really hard to fight for. You're not going to guarantee that you're going to win it, but again, you do go past that, they may get that win, but now you're going back to the same site, and it's up to you to either play the exact same default setup or have something in a back pocket. And Wi-Fi, even for you, for example, how many setups do you have for one bomb site?
Usually we'd have about around 2 or 3, and then in the game, you know, we can always change anything out that we need.
And would you say in those, when you are making those changes, is it just swapping out maybe 2 operators, or is it an entirely different setup in how you're playing it?
Usually it'd be around 2 or 3. You know, first off, you want to do the site player.
Yep.
So you might switch.
What is a site player?
The site player is the guy that's just going to be anchoring and holding down the bomb site, so they can't just rush and plant.
Gotcha. Okay.
So usually you switch that out for like a warden who can't get blind.
Yep.
Because teams like to ying rush and blitz rush, so switch that guy out or.
And speaking of blitz right there, and this is
I saw this earlier. I see.
I've talked about this throughout, you know, the introduction and kind of where the metas are, the shield meta. The shield just recently got a big update, so you will see a lot of shield gameplay throughout this tournament. and this is what I was talking about, with Blitz chasing. There's nothing scarier, and Wi-Fi can attest to this, there's nothing scarier when a Blitz is chasing. You hear this clinking sound.
How do you deal with it? What's the game plan into something like this? I mean, aside from dying like that, I guess.
That's how you deal with it. Shooting him in the back. That is the best case scenario of you dealing with the Blitz, is being able to have someone coordinate with you and shooting him in the back. That is really the best way of handling a Blitz.
Yeah, I mean, using your teammates and establishing the crossfires.
Yeah.
Just to force them to fight two of you guys at once is probably the best way to go about it.
Wi-Fi, I guess while we've got you here as well, a quick personal question as well. Like, you're saying you're a bit newer to LANs and all this thing. Any of the players here, or just the tournament in general, like, yo, these are the guys I looked up to. These are the guys I wanted to be like. I wanted to be on this stage, like, and they've been doing it a lot longer, right? Who are your heroes here, I guess?
I mean, Canadian, of course.
Oh,
I mean,
he's a
staple. On the plane right here, I saw him. I was like, wow, that's Canadian. That guy's got aura.
It's so
a plus 100, yeah.
It's so interesting to hear you say that, because you know I'm as old as Troy in terms of how long we've been in the scene, and like seeing you guys come up, knowing your history of being in Challenger League, now making your way in Pro League. I mean, it's so unique to me just to see you guys grow as players and like what your career can look like depending where you take that. And again, kudos to you making it here, man. I mean, like I said, I know where your career was, I know where you are now, and you are doing tremendous things by even just getting here.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I really do. I mean, obviously, I look up to you as well, because I remember watching you on
I wasn't saying that.
Oh, yeah,
to compliment me.
His feelings were getting hurt. Thank you for that.
You are coming on here and saving me, 'cause I'm a little bit by my fellow colleagues here.
Look, we razz you out of love, mate. That's what it is.
Have you been to any LANs as a viewer?
As a viewer, yeah, I went to the Charlotte LAN.
Okay. Oh, amazing.
The one where Dark Zero won.
And what was your experience being at that LAN event?
I mean, it was electric. Being in the crowd, that major especially, because it was Stralis versus Dark Zero, and in the NA major. So 2 NA teams in the final.
I don't want to say that. I mean, I was playing at that one. I think the BDS and us was probably the most hyped match, because we were the ones sending EU home. That was.
Wow. Okay, thank you. Great.
That was EU's hope of like doing anything in that event, and we sent them home. I have a clip of that, actually.
I don't.
Now, for the tier list of weapons that you see in this game, what would you like rank some of the weapons here? Like when you're running, a hard breacher or defender, like who would you put at the top for a tier list in these weapons?
For the weapons wise, I know they're not bringing it right now, but Ace probably has one of the best guns in the game right now, and he's a hard breach player.
Right.
So support players are, they're licking their lips to play him.
I mean, I guess a question in a sort of slightly different angle. Obviously, operators, a lot of them at this point, still getting more all the time.
Yes.
Are there any ones you go, man, I wish they were back in meta, or man, I wish they ever got a meta option because they just never really seen the level of play you'd like?
That's a good question.
That is actually.
I tried.
That is actually a good question. Truthfully, there's been metas. So, for example, the Ying Glaz meta. That was a very insane meta because it was almost a one-sided meta for attackers.
Right.
Ying, like I was telling you, can not be blinded by her own flashbangs, and then Glaz had a thermal scope that could see through a smoke grenade, and that was before Warden ever came through. So as a defender, you looking through a smoke, you were almost guaranteed that this operator of Glaz was on the other side sniping you.
And like, I guess on top of that, if you bring any more utility on top of that, it just gets really tricky, I'm guessing, because you're just like, well, they can't do anything to my utility, and we're free to shoot everyone who dared sit in a room.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, how much of those metas did you play in?
I mean, honestly, a lot. I've been playing for a while.
Okay.
Just not at the pro level. But
when did you get into Siege?
Probably around 4 years ago.
Okay, so that's roughly new, given how long Siege has been out.
That is true. That is true.
So when would you have came in? That would have. What season would that have been?
That was the season I think where Coastline came.
Okay. So Jackal and.
Yeah, Jackal. Yep.
So give me the breakdown of this map really quick. Sorry to cut you off there. Give me the breakdown of what's happening right here.
I mean, Liquid are looking good right now. They have 2 attacks on a Consulate. Like, Consulate's one of the most defender-sided maps in the game right now.
Yep.
And getting 2 is, you're already winning your half, to be honest. So any more right now is just a bonus.
So what you're saying is this is a defender-sided map and a defender-sided meta. where they've got an early attack rounds. That sounds like a really big deal.
Yes, and I mean, I want to ask you, I mean, what's the reason for the C4? That we obviously saw that C4 pre-placed on that ceiling. What's that for exactly?
I mean, usually you have info up there, so your teammates can get on the cam, and then you can 3-2-1 that C4 and get a free pick.
3-2-1, just for the that is not nomenclature I'm
So
used
yeah,
to.
there's a lot of different calls that can be made. So you can, and again, the information is key in Siege. It is heavily reinforced in Siege in an information game, and getting those pre-play C4s. You have someone sitting on a cam, and you'll say, hey, watch this cam for me. Let me know when this player goes over this destination. I'll say now. I'll count 1, 2, 3, and you are the person that is on that cam or the person holding that C4, you are waiting for these exact sound cues while everything is going on. You can be in a crazy gunfight, and your teammate is telling you, now.
Someone times it for you because obviously they can't see the cam. That's got to be so wild. You've got to have someone checking the cam while someone else is setting that up.
It's very satisfying to get
I imagine, yeah.
All right, this is a question for you. What are your 2 favorite operators, both on attack and defense?
I mean, a classic one is Ash, of course. You're 3-speed, get one of the best guns in the game. I mean, another one is, I mean, Demos is a lot of fun. You get the pistol.
Okay.
You can kill people through floors.
True.
That sounds annoying.
On defense, I'd say, I mean, Smoke's a good pick. I like Smoke. You bring the shotgun. You can make your rotates for yourself. You can make 4 holes. You get barbed wire.
Now, what kind of, I mean, well, go on with the next one, and then I'll ask the question with you saying Smoke specifically.
Okay. And then on defense, maybe the Valk. The Valk's a good pick for the info.
And Valkyrie, yeah. So like he said, another good info op. There are people called info ops that just bring a lot more util, that bring info. Valkyrie, for example, has 3 cameras that she can throw around the map. They can throw on the ceiling, throw underneath, a little piece of utility. Siege, like I said, Siege is a very in-depth game. Another question for you. I literally just had it. If you have some.
Yeah, well, I guess because you were just talking about the info op stuff. On this map, which you're saying is Super Defend decided nominally, even if Liquid are having a fantastic round so far.
Yes.
What are your kind of big info points on this map? What are you looking to scout out? Where are you looking to put cameras and why, I guess? I mean, that might be a big question, but considering how big information is in Siege, it'd be lovely to get some insight on that.
Okay, especially on this map, you want to drone the site and see who their anchor site player is. Like how I said earlier, where
who are the anchor site players? Like what operators are those specifically?
So usually it'd be like the wall denial, so the Cade, the Bandit, to make sure they can't get the walls open into site, or it'll be like the Warden or the Smoke to deny the entrances or not be able to get flash. So droning those out and seeing if you could rush him or rush a site and cheese around is crucial.
Now, if Gabe's taught me right, Warden's one of those operators that can't get, if he's using his equipment, can't get flashed, right? He's able to see through stuff. So I can imagine why that's really good.
Yes, can't get flashed and can see through smokes, which is pretty one-sided when you're trying to go for an execute. Explain the speeds of the operators and how those play certain roles in, like for an entry or a flex or a hard reach, whatever that is. Explain the speeds.
Okay, so I'd say the speed of your operator will depend on kind of where you play. So like the Legion that Pamba's bringing right now, that's going to be like a 2-speed or a 1-speed. I can't remember.
Are there different levels of those speeds?
Yes, so there's 3. So there's going to be the 1-speed and the 3 armor, which would be like the more tankier operators.
Right.
You'll have the 2-2, so the 2-speed, 2 armor, which would be more like the balanced, and then the 3-speed, 1 armor, which will be more of like your roamers.
Yes. So I remember this. You were asking guys on the desk. You were asking about this spot specifically. Why are they fighting for this spot? This is a very highly contested spot. This bomb goes down, and you see everyone will apply this pressure. Wi-Fi. If you even want to explain why this spot is so important, both for the attack and the defending.
Sorry, the CEO window?
The CEO window, the CE one.
Yeah, I mean, that window is honestly really, really good because for the attack especially, just because it's one window into the site and there's not around it, there's not a lot around it where you can defend.
Yes.
You're gonna have to use util to deny that window with a smoke or a Tachanka fire. So attack, they have it pretty easy to get into the site there.
But how hard is it to get into that spot?
How hard? I mean, it's pretty easy to get into, but it's hard. It's hard to stay in.
Yes.
Right, because people will like absolutely throw everything in.
And like you'll see, they're throwing C4, they're throwing their smokes, they're doing everything. They're fighting people. Like you see 3 people literally rushing this guy, trying to go for this bomb plant. They end up closing it out. Doesn't work that way. That spot is probably the most contested spot in all of the 3rd floor.
Everyone hates a corner camper. That's all I'm saying. You know?
You got a corner camp there if you're planting.
Oh,
that
that's
bomb.
cute. Look at that.
Very cute. All right. So again, best case scenario here is that Dark Zero is going to end, well, not Dark Zero, Liquid is going to possibly end here with a 4-2. That is really good. Best case scenario, they ended on a 3-3 half, now going into that defensive. Absolutely. So Dark Zero really need to get this round here to really set themselves up for success. But actually, funny enough, Dark Zero is one of the best teams on their attacking half. And
Even on Consulate?
Even on Consulate. The not SSG, Dark Zero does a really good job with their attacks. And like Wi-Fi can attest, like their strategies and how they play Siege fundamentally, it is their best weapon that they have as a team, but their biggest weakness, and you can chime in on this, if you throw a wrench in their setup, they are lost.
I mean, yeah, I mean, Canadian set these guys up for success so much. You know, he goes over the plane with them almost every day, I'd imagine, and gives them like the ABCs of each attack.
So what operator are we seeing right there, and what is he doing?
So the Capcan is a trap operator on the defense. Usually the Capcan gets brought out on the bigger maps, just like Consulate, just because there's so many doorways that you can hide them pretty easily and get a free pick.
And what do the Capcans do specifically?
So once you walk into the Capcan traps on the doorways, you'll blow up.
Oh, that sounds unfortunate.
So,
okay, yeah.
So again, how chaotic Siege can get, especially when the time is crunching down, it's super intense, you don't have any util. Not only are you having to focus on gunfights, what's happening in front of you, you have to worry about a doorway that if you hit this explosion, 40 HP is gone, or if there's 2 on it, you will instantly go down.
So how long is a round, out of interest? Because I'm assuming you've only got so much time to play, right?
3 minutes.
That's pretty short, especially if the map is big.
So, and that's the thing, like, there's been arguments to reduce it to 2 minutes and 30 seconds, but realistically, you need that first minute to gain as much intel, to understand your approach, and then try to take map control. And if you want to just dive in on map control, how important that is both for an attack side first, and then a defensive side of holding certain map control for an extended period of time.
Yeah, I mean, map control is everything on the attack. You got to get map control to set up an attack. You have to hold it to set up the execute on the site. I mean, it's everything. I mean, teams are bringing Blitz, like the Shields and Monty, just to get the map control because it's so risky and it's so hard to get it nowadays.
Absolutely.
Just to clarify map control, I'm assuming that's just like space that you occupy on the map?
Correct. Okay. Correct. Yep. It's the best way to put it. And yeah, I mean, you said it best here. It's just, especially in the shield meta right now, those shields are what allowing the attackers to get faster map control than just taking a straight-on gunfight, because as a defender, you aren't going to want to keep shooting a shield. You know someone's going to be following up. You really want to hold on to those positions. And then especially on the defensive side, if you can, you really do want to hold some power positions. And in those power positions, if you can hold those for a minute and a half and get out and still leave it as a 5v5, great. Now, if you can get a kill while also rotating off of that, you are doing your job exceptionally well. But giving up position right away, like you were saying that Troy was doing with those ABCs of Siege, that is really how it is on both attack and defense. You have your ABCs to get the round to where you want it to be on both attack and defensive half.
Having a plan for the attack and the defense every round is crucial for this level of play.
Absolutely. All right, and did we end that on that 3-3 half here?
I think so, yes. I saw NJR got a little shout out there, so I'm assuming that was, 3-3.
So, yeah, so again, best case scenario for Liquid here, that they could muster out 3 attacks, get that on. Now the pressure is really going to be applied on Dark Zero, but again, I did say Dark Zero has some of the highest success rate on their attacking halves. So as long as Liquid can keep the pressure applied and not give Dark Zero any headway, realistically, Liquid should be coming out of this map taking it 1-0.
Okay, so question for both of you then as former pro and current pro. You've both been saying, look, really big shield meta right now. So many people are drafting operators that have those shields, both on offensive and defensive, to try and get that map control. from your perspective, what would it take to move the game away from that? What would you do? What would you need to buff? What would you need to nerf? What operator would you even need to introduce? Is it a weapon thing?
If you want to get away from it, well, I'll let you go first.
Okay. I think the shield meta became popular just because of the shield change that just happened. So the change where the Monty, he can pretty much run and hit you at the same time. So it's just like a blitz shield now.
Yep.
And
That's
then,
scary. Yeah.
And then the hidden thing pretty much that's crazy about it is that whenever you knife the Monty shield, he gets the priority.
Yep.
So the Monty gets a priority of the knife hit. So you'll never be able to knife him and move his shield out of the way. That was the usual way to kill him.
It's very one-sided. So if you were to ask how would you change that to like fix the meta, you would have to completely rework how the shields function.
So I'm getting this probably from a little bit of fighting game stuff. The priority means like even if you attack at the same time, the shield wins
Will
that.
always get that. And then on top of it, when you do get meleeed by the shield, there is an animation that follows through with that melee. So it's not an insta-kill where if you knife someone, if you just straight up melee someone, it's an insta-kill.
Okay.
With the shield, it will take 50 HP away. So essentially, you're at 100 HP. What will happen is you'll get knocked by that shield, and in that animation, you are flying backwards, and you will lay back on the ground, and you won't, like, you're stuck there. There's an entire animation. And pretty much any shield player that puts you on your back regard, you should be winning that gunfight as a shield player 9 times out of 10 at that point. Whether you ADS and go for that kill, or you just hit another melee again.
If you're a pro, you're
cooked.
In a 1v1 with a Monty or a blitz, like it's unlosable.
People shouldn't have bad enough aim to miss that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. If you're losing in a 1v1 as the shield player, unless, like I said, there's some instances that maybe, could change depending the util that you're going against on a defender. But for the most part, 9 times out of 10, shield players should be coming out of that 1v1 almost every single time.
All right, so I know you were both chatting about Dark
And right
Zero.
here, this is a perfect display of shield being so massive right here, getting these kills. And see, just an overextension right there of Troy misplaying that instead of just keeping the position and allowing his team to push up. So huge play from Liquid stopping that. And what was your question?
I was literally just about to ask, I know you were saying that Dark Zero's attack is going to be pretty good, and then the moment I do it, I clearly cast a curse. I'm sorry about that, Troy. But like, even enough in terms of the kills right now, but what would you need to see from Dark Zero to bring it back, considering the shakier defense half, I guess?
They're going to have to match Liquid's energy and come out on top in these engagements because, again, Liquid, the Brazilian playstyle, they aren't scared to take a gunfight to you, and that's always been Dark Zero's hindrance to their play is when a team doesn't give them the position. And that's literally what faults them more than anything. But again, Dark Zero is so good at controlling a situation that it is very hard to find that opportunity.
I mean, that was just a classic DZ round where, they do the chaos with the blitz, like the one-off plays, and then, their star players just clean it up. I mean, NJR is just, he's been incredible so far this tournament, and he's been saving them.
And that was some of our beautiful Siege people right there. We had
I recognize a few of those.
We had Ginny, so
I know Ginny from League.
Honorable mention, seeing them in there. So yeah, this is just the rundown of the breakdown of the chaos that the shields do create. No one wants to take that 1v1 engagement. They're going to double up. Troy misplays that here, but still, he has great fraggers on his team of what is that? Is that Pamba and NJR? No, Bolo and NJR. 2 phenomenal players. You're in a 1v2 situation. I mean, these are 2 strong players to have in this situation. So tactical pause. So this is an important thing for all you viewers out here. You only get 1 pause. So your coaches need to be using this wisely, whether they're using it on your first half or your second half. Most coaches, I would say, are using it on the second half, unless you just absolutely need to give your team a break. But for the most part, you only get 1 tactical pause throughout the entire thing.
I mean, with that in mind, Wi-Fi, you're in this match. When would you be calling a tactical pause? What's kind of your moment to go for it? And what are you looking to get out of one, I guess?
I mean, a tactical pause can save you the game pretty much.
Sure.
It's a good reset for the team. I know when I played this tournament, like a few days ago, we had a tactical pause in our second round just because, we were nervous. It reset us, and I think we got a round out of that.
Got it. Yeah.
And the thing is, when those tactical pauses happen, the coach only gets 45 seconds to say what they want to say before you immediately have to get back into the round. But no, he said it best. Just getting that mental reset, allowing you to cool off, allowing everyone to gain their composure, it really can change the pace of the game. And that's why it's so important that you are using those timeouts at the right time and place and not just wasting it.
What's the worst timeout you've ever had?
If you're happy to both of you, because imagine there's one of you gone, that one was not a great call.
Worst timeout I've ever had, we were actually just stomping a team. It was 6-0. We were about to swap halves, and then our coach just called a timeout, just kind of like for fun. And it kind of iced us. I mean, we ended up winning regardless, but we were just on this tear, and we were just so ready to get this game over with. And then all of a sudden, the ref just comes in, and we see the timer stop, and we're like, they call a timeout? And then come to find out, our coach just called it and was just like, oh, I just wanted to, just have fun. And I was like, nice.
And that throws you.
And which, it was funny in retrospect, but we were all taken back because we were just so focused on closing this out. So that'd be mine. What about yours?
I'm not in Pro League. I definitely haven't had a bad timeout. My coach is just he's so talented.
Vivid's on top of it. I will say that because he was my coach at the end of my career.
Was he the one who made the call?
So no. So with Vivid being my coach, that was at the end of my career. So I did play one more season on a newer roster with a lot more rookies, and this was his time of stepping up, of coming into T1. So it was also brand new for him to take the step up. But to see how much he's improved from when I was with him, and then obviously now with you guys on Luminosity, it's good to see that he's getting some recognition here, and then also you guys placing higher and making this event. So kudos to Vivid if he's watching this.
Question from me then while we're here. We mentioned the shields and how they're kind of warping the meta, but from your perspective, is there any other operators that not shield ones that you go, I just don't enjoy playing against that. It just makes my life really miserable.
I could think of several.
Yeah,
I had a feeling
there are a bunch.
Feel free to say more than one. That's fine.
Oh, I could go down a whole list.
It's gonna be one of those co-streams, right?
No, but I'd say it's definitely having played international play. I'd say it's region based, to be honest. I'd say more of those LATAM teams and Brazilian teams, they like the Dokkaebi, and they like to get in the building fast and kind of just lurk around. So the Dokkaebis, it's obviously the presence is just crazy there. You'll get overwhelmed. And
this is a huge round actually from Liquid and this is a typical DZ round of trying to just get in quickly. And I mean, I say that, when it's 30 seconds, but when they commit, they commit. And then it turns into an immediately slow down if things don't work out. So it really just comes down to Liquid here, not overextending. No reason for Maya to be peeking that. They need to just play this. That character you just saw right there is such a heavy intel character. That character allows you to see bombs, and the update hasn't came yet, right? That she got nerfed in the beginning, right?
Oh, she got nerfed. She did. Her range is a lot more limited now, and she can't use it in the prep phase.
Can you explain Dokkaebi and then explain that operator I was just talking about?
Sure. I mean, Dokkaebi, you get 2 phone calls at the beginning of the round. You can call the defender's phones, and every defender on the map he'll make a noise, pretty much. So you know
where they are just from the sound?
Yeah. Yes. So you can walk into.
Think of your phone vibrating and buzzing really loud.
No.
5 operators. That's what's going around the map at any given time.
Yep.
It's like, there's that scene in The Matrix where they start calling you. It's like, I know where you are. I was like, oh no, that's going to be a nightmare. I mean, is that just a gimmick specifically for Dokkaebi, or is it do you use phones in the game? Is that the way you communicate?
So phones, yeah. So phones are you will go through an animation to hop on cameras, check your Twitch drone. Well, check your drone. So
Twitch drops.
So no, Twitch drone.
Okay, sorry.
I
said Twitch drops, which is fantastic.
Drones, there's different. Yeah, no. There is an operator called Twitch, and her drone is a Twitch drone, and it actually shoots.
That makes so much more sense.
Yeah. Okay, I'm glad we clarified that. No, not Twitch drops, Twitch drone, but there are Twitch drops, so you definitely want to tune in and be sure to get your Rainbow Six Twitch drops.
Oh boy.
But yeah, so Dokkaebi, yeah, there are other operators that do have a global ability. Dokkaebi is one of them, and a global ability is something that everyone is going to be affected by on the round. So attackers are the only ones that have global abilities. Those abilities are either going to be Dokkaebi, which is a phone call, Lion, he calls it a big brother, that's what the utility is, and that will actually ping players if they move. So they essentially have to sit still. It sends out this giant shock wave, and if you move within this timer, then you are going to be pinged for the next 3-5 seconds while you're moving around the map. The entire team will know exactly where you are.
That sounds really potent. So I guess from my perspective,
it used to be a lot worse. Yeah, it used to be the most broken thing because it put an outline on you and it followed you the entire time.
So I mean, that's got to be right up there. But I guess coming from a MOBA background where unique abilities are
the core part of the gameplay, really. Everyone's got unique abilities. That's largely what the game is balanced around. What, from your perspective, is like the highest power ability in Rainbow Six? Like that single one ability that's like, wow, that's strong.
Azami.
Yeah, Azami. I was about to say that. Azami for sure.
I'll let you take on that.
Azami, she gets, I think it's 5 Kiba barricades now in the entirety of the round, and you can place them anywhere on the map.
This is what Quick Shot called.
Oh, the blue walls. Yeah,
the blue
okay,
wall,
I'm with you now.
wall.
Yeah. You had like the one that you throw a kunai and it pops into a wall. Yes,
correct.
See, I am listening. There we go.
She is by far made the biggest impact, in my opinion, in Siege because she takes away LOS's line of sights for anyone at home. That's what LOS is. It's a line of sight. It's what allows you to see what's in front of you and past. She's created tons of different line of sights. Her ability alone has changed many different ways a certain map or a certain area within the map is played entirely.
I mean, there's a reason DZ banned that operator every map.
I actually love that you say that because Dark Zero, if you can see the bans right there under Liquid, you see a Flores.
Oh, yeah, I see them, yeah.
Yeah, so you see a Flores and a mute ban, so that goes into what I was talking about in the beginning. Huge pickups from Liquid here. So this is what I mean about matching the aggression. I'll get back to what I was saying. This is a really good trade game. This is important for every team to be playing a trade game in any situation. You always want to be even man count if you possibly can. Worst case scenarios, you're down a person. If you're down 2 people, it's rough. But back to what I was saying with the map bans and with the operator bans. So Liquid obviously having the Flores and the mute ban, that's an attack and a defender. DZ, you will always see throughout every single tournament, every single league, they will always get rid of the Azami and the Dokkaebi. They just
don't want to play against it.
do not want to play against it. That has stayed 100% since the joining of Bolo and Nafe.
Well, we literally just spent 30 seconds going, Dokkaebi's really annoying to play against. Oh my days, this Azami is really busted. So understandable why they've been got rid of. So I feel like I have something valuable for once.
So watch it right now. This is extremely important, again, that the Liquid players here are still keeping within the man advantage. Well, not the man advantage, but the even man count. And keeping their ground and stopping DZ here and not over-peaking, not getting overzealous here. Again, this is what an average round should look like from top teams that are trying to beat the other team and play it to the best of their ability. Because I've talked about this to them with Siege. The minor details in Siege and the minor misplays, whether that's a mistake moving, whether that's just taking the wrong gunfight, that can truly make or break a round in Siege, and let alone even a map entirely.
Yeah, I mean, Siege is a game of the small mistakes, to be honest.
Absolutely.
I guess question, and feel free not to answer this one's a little bit raw, but have you got any examples of like small mistakes you've made that you go, yeah, that one, this small thing changed the game?
I mean, yeah.
I'm sorry not to put yourself like, yeah, I'm sorry to stick my finger in that way.
No, I mean, it's okay. I mean, I've accepted we lost. So, no, I think I can give a good example of on Clubhouse. I got off an angle for maybe 2 seconds. I was off an angle for 2 seconds, and the guy peeked and eliminated my team.
There's such a thing as Siege timing, that you can watch an angle for 30 seconds of a round, 45 seconds of a round. The second you give it up, someone immediately comes through that lane. And it just...
It's got to be intuition at that point.
Yeah, 100%. It's wild, and I mean, there's so many things that play into a round of Siege. Sound, audio, I say sound and audio, it's the exact same thing, information. There's just so much going on in Siege, and again, this is why, like I say, this game is so unique, because you really can't just focus on one thing when you're in a round of Siege, especially at a professional level. You are probably taking in, I'd probably say on average, 7 to 8 different things going on at once, and you're having to oh my God, I can't even say the word right now. It's too much, but you're essentially just putting everything into one and deciding what takes priority over the other, and then kind of trickling your way down until the end game or until you get into gunfights, whatever that is.
So I just heard that sound. I think I heard it earlier in the quiz. Is this the Warden one with the blue screen that stops the flashing?
So
or is it similar?
This is kind of similar in terms of the sound that it makes, but this is Jackal. Jackal is an operator. He said that this is the season that he came in. What Jackal can do, this is another operator, how he talked about Deimos to clear roamers. Roamers is someone who lurks around the map. You know, they rat around, do whatever, stall time, you know, try to hit you from the back. This Jackal will deny this pretty heavily because he can track footsteps. So with the footsteps that are being tracked, that's any operator within the vicinity for, I think, like a minute before the feet disappear?
Yeah.
Or it's 45 seconds. It's something like
it's
that.
around there.
But yeah, so you really got to pay attention to where you're stepping around the map, especially as a roamer, because if they do end up bringing the Jackal, your footsteps, even if you're on the far right side of the map, now you're being tracked on the left, and they instantly are going to know where you are until those pings fall off.
So, Siege Boys, I got a little word from production. Apparently, W7M just won their first map, by the way, and it was apparently on Consulate 2, if I heard correctly.
So, again,
do they play SSG?
They do play SSG. I believe
Bleed, apparently.
No,
Oh,
Bleed.
Okay.
So, again, I'm not surprised by that. I actually do have W7M winning that in a 2-0 fashion. Do we know what that scoreline was by chance?
I mean, honestly,
7-3. Okay, so again, I'm not too surprised by that. I mean, I don't know if you
got a different day because you've been scrimming and playing these guys, yeah.
I mean, we played W7 yesterday. They hit some nasty shots. I'm not gonna lie, but Bleed this tournament they've been on fire. I'm not like they beat Liquid. I'm pretty sure, and
they did,
and they made it 2-0 into the playoffs.
They beat FaZe. They beat
FaZe, right?
They beat
That's gonna be a pretty big deal, right?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't want to write off FaZe.
Sure.
FaZe have always been a wonderful Brazilian team, but I would say this event, like I said, they're very lackluster to what we're used to seeing from them, but that's not to take any away from Bleed. Bleed have been performing extremely well, especially, like I said, getting their most recent coach of Julio, who is a former world champion and has Brazilian influence. Yes. So again, as you'll see in these, they're doing a really good job at playing this trade game.
Oh my days, that's close. Oh man, that was a 4v3.
And this is what I said, if Liquid can really bring that heat to DZ and stop them in the fronts of pushing and keep them on their toes while also playing a good trade game, Liquid should be coming out on top. And I mean, both teams are doing a really good job at pressuring one another, but you're always going to have more pressure on that attacking side because you're either trying to eliminate the other team or you're trying to get the bomb down, whereas defense, you just have to play a good defensive game. And I think Liquid is truly realizing that they just need to pump their brakes when it's down to these 2v2s and let DZ come in and take those initial gunfights.
I think Liquid they're frustrating Dark Zero.
Oh, 100%.
I think with DZ, they brought the roam clear ops for the basement. They cleared from top down with the Jackal and the Demos, so they had live pings on all the players that were roaming. And then they couldn't transition it into the site.
They had the info but couldn't just actually shoot people.
And that's the thing, you know, info is important, but sometimes you can't even work with the info. The only thing that the info is really giving you is that you just know something is clear. You still have a big, heavy lifting to do to still finish out the round.
So, I mean, this round looks like it was pretty wild for Team Liquid.
And you will notice, this is another thing to make a point, a lot of rounds, a lot of the action and the high-octane gameplay will happen probably within the last minute of the round because both the attackers and defenders have gone through their A, B, and C's of how they want the setups and the defenses to go and to get to the last minute, and then same for the attackers, like Wi-Fi beautifully explained. You know, they're clearing from a top down. They're getting all their P's and Q's of who can be somewhere, who's not going to be there. Now we're here. Let's focus on the execute.
I suppose not. So Liquid currently on match point, correct here as well, right? So I'm assuming we want to like see Dark Zero pull off something a little bit spicy on the attack.
Yes, and you know, I gave kudos to Dark Zero and their attack halves, but I did say if Liquid can focus on keeping that pressure applied and keeping a man advantage or at least playing a trade game, the best case scenario of being on a defense is playing that trade game. And in any case scenario, but defense, again, you're always going to be in that advantage because you need the attackers pushing into you, not vice versa. But in the early game, if, like I said, you can apply this pressure, you can stop DZ at initially getting that foothold or getting this map control and walking away with some kills or at least walking away in an even man count, you are doing good on a defensive side.
So I guess considering this could be the last round of this map, what are Dark Zero trying to do here? Because I obviously, I'm looking and going, well, this is very pretty, but I don't actually know what their thought process right now.
So I don't believe they've attacked this bomb site yet, so it's more so going to be an approach of what are they doing wrong, what is not going in their way, and how can they change the outcome of that. So whether that's having someone hit a flank late, whether that's just playing with together better, whether that's just waiting for Liquid to get overzealous and get a free pick and then keep doing that trickling down of a man advantage, that's what DZ really needs to be focusing here and maybe not so much just trying to spearhead something.
You can kind of tell how DZ want to play just by their operators. So the ops they're bringing right now is the Jackal for like the roam clear. They're bringing the Ram for the vert. they're bringing.
What do you mean by for vert?
So
what does that mean?
So when you throw a ram drone, it'll open up the entire floor.
So it lets you go right down.
Yeah. So the ram drone, it goes in a line.
It'll go straight across.
Yeah, it'll go straight across.
Anything that's underneath.
Oh, that's convenient.
So like this is a soft breach operator that they will just destroy a ton of the soft floor, soft wall, whatever that is.
So not used to verticality on
Yeah,
this
no,
level, but it's wild.
It's insane. But anyway, so go on with what you were saying.
Yeah. So they're bringing the ram and they're bringing all these ops to take the top floor, and it's just a different play style that I think DZ don't really. I don't know. I'm not really sure. They're instead of going for the one-off plays that I've seen them do, like with the shields and everything, they're opting for like the top-down clears and the more slower play style against Liquid. And I mean, they got the first pick. The first pick's the biggest one.
Is it going to be enough, though, do you think? I mean, they've got their 2 men up, and you said they want to try and keep the trades even, so that's 2-man advantage, right?
So yeah, this is important, but again, this is still a. No, okay, now this should go to the next round. DZ's in a very good position here. I believe they have the bomb down on the bottom floor. Yeah, so this should 100% be a DZ round. This will be pretty much impossible for Liquid to bring back anything. I mean, crazier things have happened in Siege, so I don't want to write this off, but realistically, from a professional standpoint, this should be a DZ round.
Yeah, in a 4v2 post plant, I mean, you drill these type situations where you want to play trades, and yeah, they locked it out.
And the beauty of that, you can see how Dark Zero, how well they're playing it, because you aren't seeing anyone over peak here. Even if the round looks like they're 100% going to walk away with it, everyone was playing so still and playing a crossfire that there wouldn't ever be a scenario unless someone just hit some crazy flick. That can happen, but DZ was playing it to make sure that there was going to be no possible scenario that even if something happened, that they could still close it out and get these kills and go into this next round.
Okay, so at this point, we're actually getting quite close. Liquid's still on match point. Do we have like overtime rounds at this stage, or because I know like another attack shooters, like you have to hit to a certain like game score difference in terms of beyond someone to win and that kind of thing?
Do you want to take that?
Sure. I mean, it's what is it, 6-5 right now?
Yes. Yeah.
So Dark Zero have to win just one more attack round to get to 6 rounds, and they'll bring it to overtime. I mean, that's very doable.
And it would be pretty on par with how DZ gets things done. They like to either go very close one round in regulation of a 7-5, or they like to push it to the brink where you are then possibly going to an 8-7. It's going to be first to 8. You can win by 2. You can win by 1. No one can exceed past that. Sometimes best case scenario is that you do go overtime. You can start on the stronger side first, but that totally goes off, you know, so the ban phase that I was talking about, whoever picks the map, then the person that didn't pick the map will choose what side they want to start on. So there is a little bit of an advantage of picking a map, but also you now get to choose the OT side, which is also very important.
Which side do you prefer if you were on this map? Which side would you be choosing in overtime?
Defense for sure,
right?
Especially on consulate.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, we did have that conversation.
Some maps, I will say, like if this was a map like Clubhouse, I would definitely want to start on attack on my OT side. Even starting, I would like to start on attack. Some maps. And personally, like I said, going into those maps, the nice thing about attack that you don't get the same on defense is you get the comms really going on an attack side because you have to be a lot more coordinated, where on defense, you're kind of just playing your defaults of where you know you can be flanked from, or where you know you can pass without taking a lot of gunfire or whatever that is. Attacking will always have it a little more difficult, but there is, like I said, for me in some maps, attacking start will essentially get you more prepared for going into that defensive half.
You like to set the pace.
Exactly.
Setting the pace with the shields, with the Ying.
100%. Comms, everything. Like, comms are so important in Siege. I know we talk about comms in other games and how important it is, but Siege comms are really, really important. It's very rare on an attacking side that the comms are very dull. Someone is always asking for something, whether it's to be droned, whether you're bringing util somewhere. There should never really be a situation where it is just no one's talking.
I mean, one of the first things you guys taught me was the 3-2-1 calls on the C4 and stuff. So like even that kind of thing, you need that coordination and comms for.
And there will be 3-2-1s of just hitting a site.
Right. Yeah, it's all going at the same time.
Everyone getting on page, the IGL setting everyone up and saying, okay, we're going to go on this. Is everyone ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
5-2. Are they doing it?
This is like the epitome of the meta right now.
Absolutely.
They went from a slow round where they took top down into a fast one with the shields.
Big misplay with the shield again from Canadian here. I'd like him to just play shield up, not having to try to take these gunfights, or at least wait for a teammate to be close for him to go for this trade. So again, this is still a very winnable situation. The smoke player right there on the left still has one smoke canister, I believe, in the tank. Yeah, so this is still a good situation. And those smoke canisters are, they waste 10 seconds of the board. So essentially, he can knock off 10 seconds of them trying to get in, or at least having to take damage. So this is still a winnable position, even if it is a 3v1 here.
It's very doable.
That sounds wild to me. A 3v1 that's doable. That's got to be. Oh, okay, never mind.
If he hit that guy and connector and down him and just immediately rotated in and fought that guy at the window, that easily could have been winnable. But this is massive now. This is overtime. And Troy, you'll see him. He is the most vocal player in all of Rainbow Six Siege. As you can see, everyone
the guy with the hand
board,
movements.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
There is history with Troy and the things that he says. Nothing bad, but like he is a very
passionate man.
Yes, very passionate for sure.
Intense. Intense, and he wants things done in a certain way.
Absolutely. All right. Well, Wi-Fi, I want to thank you for sitting down with us, breaking down Siege. You have been a wonderful guest. Thank you so much. And also, guys, thank you for our stream. If you want to keep watching, be sure to switch over to twitch.tv EWC_gold.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Down to Bo in an awkward situation, but who else would you want here in a 1 versus 5 with a crazy, crazy gun? He won't have to reload for any of these gunfights at all unless he overcooks it a bit. He's taken the info away from them, minus the black eye cams that are more than likely around, but he doesn't know the positioning of the player inside of CEO, and Liquid will take the defense.
That round played out how I feared it would for Dark Zero the previous time. And it wasn't a top 4 attack, but that was a default yellow execute that just fell apart entirely. And I mean, it starts off with Pambasu seeing an opportunity. And I think it's very important to note here, I think Panda made the right play, as you said as well. You hear the pulse, rip the C4. If you drop down and shoot him, you know you're safe. But the issue is the C4 trajectory, it got stuck in the beam. That's what happened. I was gonna say, I think it actually went up and then down again, but it got stuck to the beam, which takes out Panda and keeps Pulse alive. unlucky.
That's no other way to put it.
And you see this smile there from MDR.
So unlucky, yeah, and little smirk there, but not going to be all smiles if they end up losing this. It's going to be a pretty frustrated Dark Zero as they come so close to being successful here. And all giggles for Maya. I love that guy, man. I really do. As a player, as a person, he is a truly great dude and a hell of a Siege player. I mean, my God, man. Two of the Dark Zero guys having a little bit of a complication, guys. We're going to get this sorted out before we head into what could be the most important round of this entire consulate.
The thing about Maya, because you're right, like right now, great dude, great player, but when he first joined Liquid, he was not it. He was not the solution. He almost looked at the problem, and Liquid's had this issue for a relatively long time, similar to G2 as well, where they have their 4-player core, and they just get a new 5th player, and it doesn't work out. New 5th player doesn't work out. And Mayo has been a star player on all of his previous rosters, who just excels individually and to enable his team and be enabled himself. He joins Liquid the first month, 3 weeks, I don't know. He drops 1 kill a game. He looks like he is completely lost, doesn't fit into the Liquid system.
There it is.
And then all of a sudden, there he is.
Yeah.
He's showing up. He's being enabled, enabling the others, and Ness got into that entry position again, and things got much better from there.
Well, it's that man right there. It's Lagonis that changed all of that for them.
Yeah.
Because what you said, that very last thing that you said about Liquid, that's why, for me personally, that's why Maya was having such a struggle. Liquid played such a different version of Siege than he did. You look back to what he was doing on Los, you look back to, you know, like the Atlanta Major, completely different guy. When he came over to Liquid, he was still trying to have a few of those tropes, and I mean, you know, all respect, Maya is fantastic when he gets to play like that, right? It's just that that was not Liquid's game. That's not how they looked at the game of Siege. But hey, things change, people have to evolve, and two of the players that exist on this Liquid roster know all about that. It's going to be Palu and it's going to be Nesk. We've seen them do everything except true hard support at the end of the day, right? We've seen them do everything.
Hello, good evening, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Please let me apologize about skipping out on the Rainbow Six overtime that we did need to move on with the show. I have a very special guest who I'm moments away from introducing, but you can see on your screens right now, Twitch.tv, EWC White for Apex Legends, EWC Gold for Rainbow Six Siege. Those tournaments are ongoing, and we will check back in with him in just a few minutes. For now, it is my pleasure to introduce James Huang. Thank you so much for joining me. I believe you work for Tencent Esports. Can you tell me your role, your job, and maybe a little bit about what you do?
Yep. Hello, EWC fans over the world. I'm James Yang, Senior Director of Global Esports Center, Level Infinite, which is the publisher of PUBG Mobile and Honor of Kings.
Well, fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. Before we talk about the games, that's the obvious topics. You've spent 10 years, nearly 10 years with Tencent, right? So nearly 10 years with us. 2015, I was reading your LinkedIn. How much has the mobile gaming scene changed in those 10 years?
I started working in game industry since 1999. So
okay, so how about we go even further back?
26 years going back, and at that time there's even just online game just started. So before the StarCraft was so popular in Korea, and then there are some PC online games started from Lineage from Korea, and that time just everything started. And then things all focused on PC online game, and 2000. Just around that, when I joined to Tencent, mobile gaming just started booming from China and Eastern area. So that, it was just so fast. And gaming genre was also very changed at the beginning. At the time, it's all like just a puzzle or very simple casual game, or using some social graph over the kind of the chatting apps. But now it's getting more and more deeper, more and more serious, and more and more core. So now you can play almost all genre of games, even on mobile device.
It's amazing to see. Amazing. Just before we talk more about mobile gaming, I will tell you a joke or a story that I heard. So I grew up in South Africa. I watched GSL. I watched StarCraft. That's what got me into esports. I then started to learn Warcraft and play games. I heard that StarCraft 2 was so popular in South Korea that if you wanted to ask a lady for her hand in marriage, you had to defeat her father in a game of StarCraft. Is that true?
Thankfully, that didn't happen to me, so I could get married. Lucky, I'm lucky. But that's really true. It was just not just the name of the game. It just launched in 1994, as far as I remember, and 1995, I just entered the university. All my colleagues, they didn't do any study. We all went to the net cafe. In Korean name, it's so
PC Banks.
Yeah, PC Bank. You really know that. Yes, right. So that we are just using this stopwatch to check all the strategy, how long it takes to make the lever drop, and how long it takes to starting from the CV. So
this I know is a fact. For the viewers at home that maybe are not as familiar or haven't been involved in sports quite as long, StarCraft 2 voice lines are used to teach English language. It's that prolific. But we're not here to talk about that. StarCraft 2 comes later in the tournament. We'll both be watching. I know we will. How much of a difference is there between, let's say, the mobile gaming market, the amount of acceptance, the amount of people playing games? When I see Honor of Kings, when I see PUBG Mobile, and then I see the teams, and I see how big it is in Southeast Asia, in South America, and then I compare that to, let's say, Central and Western Europe and North America, to me, there's giant levels of difference. Am I wrong?
It's up to the difference in the definition of East and West. And also it's up to how you see the market in a different perspective. For example, if you just see the overall market size, then already mobile gaming market is bigger than the total of PC and console market.
I mean, that is incredible to hear. I've only recently come to appreciate that.
So that mobile, actually almost everybody now having mobile. Some country like Southeast Asia, penetration is almost more than 100%. That means one person having not only one phone, they have two phones.
Wow!
That's if you count the overall number.
That is ridiculous.
So mobile gaming is really big because there are so many people having, because not everybody having PC or console at home, and even you have one console, but family like 4 or 5 people sharing together, so that the penetration wise it's much less. However, mobile gaming, it's big, right? But now I'd like to talk more the mobile esports. Because at the beginning, we started mobile esports 6 years ago with PUBG Mobile. At that time, many people asked me, hey, mobile esports has any potential? Is it even real esports? Because for them, esports means sitting on the desk and the PC.
It has to be StarCraft tier.
StarCraft or CSGO or League of Legends. So the mobile device is small and controlling like this. And how can people show their skill there and just device-wise? But then I already say, tennis is a sport, then ping pong is not sports. Table tennis, they are using the different device, but they are all great sports. So the different device doesn't mean esports is worse than mobile esports is worse than PC esports.
I agree with you entirely. And also, as somebody that, I used to play Battlefield 2 and I played Call of Duty 4 on PC and Quake and whatnot. So I've seen that argument over the 30 years that 25 years that I've been involved. And I will say this, mobile sports and mobile games that are competitive have been in a little bubble. To me, at least my understanding, this is the first time that we're seeing multiple games side by side. PUBG Mobile last week, I fell in love with it. Honor of Kings was happening. We just saw some footage on screen. I have to ask, selfishly, you started PUBG Mobile, you're wearing an Honor of Kings t-shirt. Are you preferring Honor of Kings to PUBG Mobile? Are you picking a favorite?
Wow, are you killing me? I really love both games because they are different genre and they are all published by us. But at least PUBG Mobile, I think most of you already heard about that because the game launched 6 years ago. And that's one of the most popular game in the world. And I can say that's the most popular game in Saudi. However, HOK, Honor of Kings, we just launched it globally 2 months ago. So that's the reason why I wear this Honor of Kings t-shirt.
It's a marketing reason.
Promotion.
Okay. I mean, we obviously see the games on screen. Something that's been really so fun for the Esports World Cup, and this is more for me than for you, but I have got to see so many MOBAs here on the stage. We got League of Legends in week 1. We have Honor of Kings this week. It's been so exciting to teach viewers and show viewers the differences. Just earlier today, we came from a Rainbow Six stream, and one of the experts that's on my show has never played a mobile MOBA. So we're going to get him to try it out tomorrow and see how hard it is, because I think a lot of people that have never tried underestimate just how challenging it is to do what these professional players are doing. And it's just like, it's just what esports was 20 years ago. Nobody believed it. You just got to give it time. Let people grow up, let people experience it and grow. Anyways, the love story's over. I want to talk about, you mentioned PUBG Mobile is the biggest esport in Saudi. That's a fascinating sentence. I haven't heard that. I know that here at EWC, the investment, the development, this area that we're in has been called the Disneyland of esports, which I think is lovely. And we'll have some footage flying up. How much have you seen the Middle East region and Saudi and Riyadh growing? Because I think you were saying you've been working here for what, 5 years, 6 years?
Yeah, so by the way, PUBG Mobile is one of the most popular game in Saudi.
Yes.
But esports-wise, still there are so many big esports here,
Yes.
right? So
Got it.
as a game-wise, yes,
got
PUBG
it.
Mobile is one of the most popular game in Saudi, I can say.
Yes.
And here, the first time I came to Saudi for esports was 2019. At that time, I thought the Uber driver dropped me in a wrong place. There's nothing. It's just totally nothing. Only one building. So is it really right way?
Yeah.
So that's just 5 years ago, right?
Yeah.
And every year I come to Saudi, and every year I came to the same place. Every year I just have been surprised. It's unbelievable, frankly. So for me, Esports World Cup also, before that there was a Gamers 8.
Yes.
Before that there was in the Gamers Without Borders. So
Yes.
I have seen all the changes, improvement and growth. So for me, Esports World Cup means
hope,
surprise.
Yes,
in a
hope,
good way.
surprise, excitement. I will say this, I can hear in your voice how excited and passionate you are about esports. I want to say thank you, as one of the people that gets to compete and play in games, to have somebody at a corporate level that is looking after developers, that's investing in the esports scene. It means so much. I have a graphic here that shows the prize pool for EWC that goes to the clubs, and it's the club championship numbers that I want to focus on. How important is it for you to know that the clubs that are competing in your games can earn a piece of this prize pool to go towards funding and building this industry that obviously we care so much about?
Even last year, many people said, "Oh, now it's esports winter. It's really hard to survive, and many big clubs has a big trouble." But I think actually Saudi and this Esports World Cup just brought us into the spring.
Yes.
I cannot say winter is totally end up, but still this big investment to the esports is really helping all the publishers, pro teams, even audiences.
Yes.
For example, Honor of Kings, we just launched 2 months ago, as I mentioned, Honor of Kings.
Yes.
So that
I need to get my own one, all right.
it was not easy to bring popular big pro teams to join to our ecosystem. But because they knew Honor of Kings already selected as one of the 21 titles to Esports World Cup, so there was one very big reason for them to even decide to join.
Yes.
So Esports World Cup or this kind of big prize pool investment would be definitely be appreciated, and it will be even more greater if this can go sustainably, continuously, so that people can have some good idea that Esports World Cup, this is going not just a short time, it will go long time.
Yes, I mean, look, competition is always going to be there. People always want to be the best in their video games. James, thank you so much for your time. I'm just going to ask you to say one last message to the camera, something from the heart, something for Honor of Kings, because I'm such a fan, and then I'll let you get on with your evening.
Okay. PUBG Mobile, Honor of Kings, but overall mobile esports, I'm so happy to work this industry. I'm so happy to play games. I'm happy to be here to watching this Esports World Cup on my bare eyes. And you also have a chance. Please come on in. It's still ongoing. Honor of Kings finals is happening in 2 days. So please come and please enjoy with us.
Yes, please do. It's absolutely amazing. Kamsahamnida. Thank you so much for your time. We're going to head on to the SDC Arena and take a quick look into the Apex Legends. We'll be right back after that.
If they do split it, because those POIs separately are not great, so we could see that happen. TSM already looking strong. They're probably favored in that one. Then we go over to Lava Fissure and Mirage, another one that I'm not fully sure if they actually fight for it. Both teams kind of in the middle ground so far, so fair game. But then at the bottom of the map at launch site, we do have a team taking Dome, so this contest is going to happen, and it's going to be a fun one because we get to see Gugu, aka Jackie Chan, in action. He was beating TSM last LAN on contest. he's going to be a superstar to watch.
Okay, I got to get Ben in here as well. Not as Vincere, team from EMEA. We talk about Alliance. Oftentimes, this team is actually the team that we talk about right next to them. They were known as Vexed before this, and obviously have had so much trouble getting over the finish line, specifically at LAN. What do they need to do to be successful today with 8 more going?
Obviously, with the changes that we've seen to this roster, of course, this last split for them, it worries me into a contest because it's not something that they could particularly excel at. Dragons, though, I will say, maybe not in their driver's seat as well. Either or, though, when we talk about this position that they're currently stanced in, especially within reference to leaderboard, it's not a place you want to be. A potential donut on its way for either one of these rosters could be potentially cementing you in our last chance qualifier tomorrow.
Now, Lauren, you focused on Fnatic. You see they're dropping over there in that top right near Overlook.
Yep.
Noticeably, for me, this is actually a good spot in World's Edge. But if you're a Fnatic fan, where are you hoping this zone ends up? What are some typical circles we would love to see for a rotation that might work there from an Overlook side?
Well, Overlook is perfect for something like that because we constantly are getting the zones that are right in those rocks on the northwest corner of Overlook, or even right over on concrete. We've got anything on that track area. They have so many options, whether it's just a little bit east of even Epicenter. Like anything that they can do up here in this northeast corner, they have so much space and no one in their pathing that they would have to be worrying about if we can get it on that side of the map.
I do worry, though. We do have SSG above them, and while they have not been a highlight yet of our day's matches here, any kind of zone that finds its way over towards that particular region could be something that, well, they have to figure out.
SSG on Climatizer, obviously Fnatic, a team that might be rotating to them, but you compare that to, you know, starting at Dome, having to go all the way to Sky West, which, let's be honest, Sky West, the #1 picked location in terms of our POI draft you'll see in Split Pro League. That's going to bleed. The story of bleed is interesting. Zach has redefined this idea of Mazer moments, going from something that might be a little comical or something you might want to pass when your Twitch clip reminds you of maybe not your best play, to something iconic, something that might say this is a saving grace. Jayhawk, bleed have a lot to prove, missing out, I think, on Split 2, and then obviously have a chance to get champs, but this is $2 million up for grabs. You know they are going to be fighting for it here with a great POI.
Absolutely, and this is a crucial lobby for them because they're banking on the fact that these strong POIs, they got Mill on Stormpoint, those are Falcons POIs. These are going to carry them through to the finals. They're not going to get...
And welcome back to EWC Central. The next match of Apex Legends will continue in a moment. I'm going to throw you in the deep end, Jordan. Have you been keeping track of the results? How's it looking out?
It's kind of looking pretty crazy at the moment. Alliance on 44 points after 2 games. They came first in the first game, third in the second game, but with 14 kills. So when we take into account the fact that Falcons got 140 points out of 10, these guys are at 44 out of 2.
Okay.
They're kind of farming.
Oh my word, we even have the standings for this. Yes, this is fantastic stuff. Did you have Alliance in your top 8?
I don't think they were in my top 8, no.
What was your thoughts about EU earlier as well? They're not going to make it. This group's not going to have to
Hang on, it's only 2 games. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
I will say this. I think at the end of the first 2 games, Falcons were like in 6th or 7th, and then they bounced back, right?
They
so
were, yeah.
let's not you and I count our European chicken.
But I can only poke right now.
Okay.
Marathon, not a sprint, boys.
What I will say is this. You may have noticed when we went to the shot of both sofas, as you're seeing right now, we're missing a Rainbow Six expert.
Finally.
Now, before I introduce him, I want to make something incredibly clear. Throughout the course of the last 90 minutes, Gabriel, who is not a particularly experienced broadcaster, had to shoutcast his first game that wasn't his game. He had to do a live co-stream with a professional player who didn't say he looked up to him. Laxing was heartbroken. And now we're throwing him in the deep end to give us a walkthrough and explain a map to 3 non-Rainbow Six people. These are challenges that I only do to those that I love. So Gabriel, I would love for you to teach me Clubhouse.
And that is exactly what I'm going to do here. I'm 100% going to be breaking down Clubhouse for you to the best of my ability. Clubhouse in general is a map that is heavily favorited in the pro scene specifically across all regions. This is a map that you will see quite frequently in the Pro League. I personally, it's a fan favorite just to even play ranked, casual in. This is my map. So if you're going to break this down, you're going to be spawning. This is considered to be the strip spawn. You're spawning on attack. The reason why this spot is so key is because you can destroy that camera that you saw in that top left-hand corner. You're going to be entering into strip here. This is a spot where roamers will specifically be, and a roamer is someone who's lurking around the map. They're going to be a little thorn in your side, and this map is so small that when you're in these areas, you really have to be clearing through this strip club. So this is... this is
I was going to ask, why is it called that? But I think we know.
Well, got it right there. This is why it's called strip club.
Oh boy!
But
sorry.
To be short and concise in the Pro League, we call it strip.
Can I make it? Is it very obvious to the viewers that we had no idea this?
No idea.
So
Round of applause.
So that's even better. I love that. So so strip club, you're going to be clearing this out. They can be tucked away, hidden away, anyone here. This is going to be a common spot that you're going to be clearing out on this attack side. Then you're going to push through. So this is a soft one. I've talked about soft breachers, soft this. Buck is a soft breacher. He has a skeleton key. That is his unique ability. It is a shotgun underneath that you can use for close range gunfights, or like you just saw, instantly going through the wall.
So you're calling a skeleton key a weapon that destroys soft materials?
So it opens every door.
So
and the doors
this
of walls.
will be B1. This is the first floor bathroom. That's just what we would call out B. If someone's there, you'll say B1. This is going to be a highly sought after spot if you're an attacker here, because the basement below is where the defense will be, where the bomb site will be. That will be heavily reinforced to make sure that it is going to be a pain. You have to watch for C4s. So Buck is actually doing a terrible job at explaining how this is supposed to be done at a pro level. I wish I could have went through this. But this is stock. This is going to be another area, very highly favored spot for the defenders to be holding or maybe just reinforcing. Now, this first floor in general, this spot right here, garage, this is going to probably be the most sought after spot for a defensive hold if they are holding cache or server. These rafters right here, we did talk about Kiba barriers from Azami. Those spots, those little open areas that you see, if we can just continue this going just a tad bit. So these open areas, those little containers right here, those Kiba barriers end up blocking that line of sight. So that allows you to go back and forth to see all of that. And I talked about callouts. So in those areas as well, there's double, there's single, and there is 90, and then window. So now we're entering into red. This is called red. Red stairs, top red, bottom red. Now you're going to be bucking into here. This is called cache. The bomb would actually be to the left of that green barrel. Now you are in con. This is called construction. This hatch will eventually lead back into bar. That was where you originally went through. So there's a lot of funneling that you can do in Siege, that you can drop down, a lot of tactics that you can play. So for example, if we can just pause right here really quick just so I can say that, if you're a defender, this is what I talk about with your initial setup and holding positions. You will hold this position for probably about a minute and 30, and this will be your direct line to getting safely back down into the site, because you will have a setup below and bar that is going to keep you secure of getting down into a basement.
Do you take fall damage as well in the game, like from one floor to the other?
No. Okay. So it depends totally on height, but you will not on any hatch, you will never take any falling damage, and even then the falling damage that you do take is very minuscule unless you're falling from a roof, which only attackers will be in that position.
Completely obscure question, but like you've showed us, what, 2-3 floors already?
Yes.
Is this what, half of the map that we've seen, or is this a lot of the map that we've seen?
This is about half of the map. There's still an entire basement.
That's
unreal. And there's still an entire, so going into this, now this is called Den. Every team calls it a little something different. That is called gold. This is how intricate callouts can get at this point. That spot right there that you saw in that corner was bookshelf. Now you are in master. This is the master setup. This was where another bomb site will be. Bomb, and then there will be a gym. So this is B2. Bathroom floor 2, B2, B1. That's how it's deciphered, what floor that's going to be on. Again, I love the util here, usage of Buck here, showing you the destructibility of how fast you can clear things, get into the next room. That is called gym. Again, another hatch that is dropping you back to where you originally started at pool table. Now we are going to dive into the basement. We saw that when I was talking about in kitchen. Now there are stairways that connect to the basement. There are 2 stairways that connect to basement. There is a ladder that brings you down from garage into it, and now a hatch that also drops you down into the basement. There are many different avenues that you have to be covering as a defender to make sure that your common areas are not going to be pushed upon the attackers. This bomb site, typically basement bomb sites in any of these maps, are going to be heavily reinforced.
Right.
A lot of crossfires, a lot of gunfights. Defense should be set up here, but that's the thing. a lot of soft destructibility. A lot of the soft destructibility that you will see, they all typically look alike. So you'll get a general understanding that that wall can in fact be destroyed or reinforced for that matter.
So what kind of, obviously I've seen like the wooden panels for the hatch and stuff are pretty obvious. What's it, I'm seeing the black lines along those walls. Is that the kind of thing you're looking for the soft? Yeah, what are the indicators, I guess?
So
exactly that.
honestly, it looks like you can shoot it. Like that's the best way. If you play Siege, there are walls like you aren't going to look at something that's concrete and be like, I can shoot through that. You're going to look at something that looks like wood or plaster on a wall and be like, I can definitely shoot through that. So like when you're looking at these, it just looks like a wood panel. That's exactly what it is. You can shoot through it. You aren't going to look at this metal right here and be like, let me shoot through that.
Sure.
So that will eventually just fundamentally come into your brain what can and what can't be done, and that then leads to outside. So you see all the different avenues of getting into the building, get outside of the building. Something to keep in mind as well, if you are on defense, you actually cannot be outside of any given map at any given time, because there will be a marker that will instantly notify that someone is outside the map, and then you're kind of putting a ping on yourself the entire time.
Unreal. Do you know, I mean, like, sorry to cut you off, Jordan. I know you've had a question for a little bit. It really puts into perspective the complexity of the maps, because you legitimately need to mentally know the entire blueprint of every single floor just to be able to play the game.
How many call-outs is that, like, in terms of the call, like the location?
Like I said,
so like 30, 40, 50?
Just to like put it into perspective. So if we can go to garage, if we can just speed up and get back into garage, if that is a possibility. Okay, well, we're back in strip club. It's pretty quick. This
we know where the observer wants to be.
Yes. You know where the party's going to be. It's going to be in strip club. This is, so the couch is just called couch. We don't call it a sectional. We don't call it anything like that. It's just the couch. Okay. He's playing in strip club. He's by the couch. You're going to know exactly where that is. But yeah, so in terms of callouts and what is done in Siege, some areas you don't want to overcomplicate, but then in other areas, like garage, it will be a little overcomplicated because, like I was saying, those kebab areas block certain line of sights, and then on top of it, like I said, you will have little spots within that top frame of it being a single, a double, a 90, and then a window.
Okay, I want to pause right there. Obviously, we've just taken a little look here into Rainbow Six. We interrupted our Rainbow Six coverage for that interview. So let me bring up map number 2 between Team Liquid as well as DZ. And when we are looking at that footage, you can make your way back over, Gabriel. Going into map 2 obviously is interesting. Just before we talk about the game, let's briefly just unpack. We've just done a full fly-through on Clubhouse. You mentioned it's a popular map. Jordan, you've had your hand for a few times. Like, what's your immediate takeaway here?
Well, what I wanted to actually know, because we were talking about how big the map was, right? And obviously, I've got a lot of experience with other FPS titles. It does seem kind of huge. I feel like I remember that you can only attack one site per round. Is that right?
Yeah, so a defender, when you're on a defending side, you will choose one bomb site, but in terms of that bomb site, you're still able to go everywhere on the map. You're still able to hold at any point.
Yeah, it's not as if you can, as the attacker, go on a completely opposite side of the map to what has been reinforced or set up and kind of take that side.
In some ways, this might be a tiny bit of an oversimplification. It almost feels like the different points in like an Overwatch series.
Correct.
Where it's like you have to play progressively through different areas of the building.
And we did talk about like the ABCs, Wi-Fi said it best, that sometimes on certain maps, because it's top-down, you will do a top-down clear. You'll clear third floor, you'll clear your second floor, and then you'll get to the first floor. You'll know exactly where everyone is because no one can possibly be on the second or third
Okay,
floor.
I need to move us along. We could literally talk about this map for the rest of the evening, but we don't have the time and we got a lot more to get through. So I just want to give you some breaking news that has come in while we're in the midst of our coverage. The Honor of Kings playoffs bracket has officially been revealed. As a reminder, the #1 seeds from each of the respective groups were permitted to pick their opponents from the opposing group in seed 3 or 4. So what do we make of the bracket?
So first thing I'm going to note here is LGD Gaming have chosen Loops. They chose to play Loops, who were supposed to be one of the better teams. So there was a second team from Brazil, and they've decided, actually, from what we've seen, you're the team we want to go up against, and that's a big deal. KPL Dream Team took Impunity. I think that one's not that much of a surprise. I'm expecting with what we've seen here, it'll be the Malaysian teams, it will be the KPL Dream Team going on through. If there was going to be a close matchup, maybe Secret versus Global.
I mean, listen, if you needed to warm up and get as much practice as possible for KPL, pick the stronger opponents. You know what I mean? No, I don't think that's how that works out. Okay, the Honor of Kings quarterfinals will be starting tomorrow.
Yes, it is.
At
midday local time.
This is why I have experts here. 12 o'clock, youtube.com/@EWC. Those quarterfinals will run throughout the day. And of course, we'll keep you updated once we do start at 4 p.m. I do want to move on. Again, one of the other goals is just teaching terminology, teaching slang. So we're going to have another teaching session here. And I'm going to start with an Honor of Kings term phrase. It's called funneling. Now, I'm going to presume Jordan and I may have an idea.
May have an idea.
May have a guess. So, Gabriel, in a MOBA, what do you think funneling means?
I think it can mean two things. You're either as a unit, as your team, funneling together to take a lane, to take a fight, whatever that is, or you are using abilities to funnel said team into, like, you know, ambushing them or whatever that is.
I appreciate the thought process.
Those are awesome. Is it the same as LoL?
It is exactly
Okay, wait. Then I'll give you one extra chance because we're not going to guess in this one. If you think about the resources and itemization, can you give me a third potential idea?
You're funneling your resources into said abilities.
You are totally picking this up.
Bingo.
So the official term, we'll get the actual graphic on there. It's when one player will be giving up resources, or normally more than one, to another member of your team, traditionally a hyper carry, somebody who needs the gold, needs the items, and effectively you play a comp to protect that one particular one. There's a very famous player in League of Legends and a very famous comp called Raise the Puppy.
Oh, yeah.
Which is just, they built it around like their AD carry and farmer. Nevertheless.
The big thing with that as well is the way they've done it in HOK is it's jungle funneling. So they've got rid of that in League of Legends. They patched it out, whereas in Honor of Kings, you actually have the farm lanes giving up their farm often to jungle. Of course, also your AD carries, but jungles often get that additional feed.
Okay, so now the next one. I should know this. For Apex Legends, the term is tap me.
Yeah, I just want to clarify as well. It's not necessarily a term, but it would be something you would say to someone.
You would say to somebody.
So it would be like, what would that mean when you say that to someone?
I feel like this could be three things.
Okay.
Well, I'll start off that either if you are Lifeline, you are getting tapped to be res because that is just a mandatory res from Lifeline without actually having to be on top of it, or tapping if you are down, you're getting punched and getting pushed into, or I mean, into a spot or out of a zone.
Can I jump that one as well? In Call of Duty 4, when you played on PC, there would be a love tap. If you jumped in the air and got shot in the back by your teammate, it would propel you forward. You would get enough momentum to then get past like rush grenades. So that was my instinct. I think it's like a teammate hit to move you. Yeah. What was your third guess?
Honestly,
all right. What's your guess?
So I think it might be tapping someone with a buff. It's like it's a tap on that, but I actually really like your mobility one. But I'll stick with this one.
So I like the mobility one, but unfortunately that's not what it is. That would be really cool. That's unfortunately not a mechanic, although punching someone is a mechanic. But again, that's not what this is. Tapping would be when if I'm down, for example, I say to you, tap me. You would tap res me to make the sound cue to potentially bait your opponents in to come and push you. But you're actually not reviving me. You're already.
What's the term in CS? Is it also tapping? If you do a tap defuse, like if you want to.
Yeah, tap the C4. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh man, tap plant, tap defuse, just get the sound cue.
Debate.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely should have known one. Okay, Rainbow Six, impact tricking. I'm going to take a wild guess that when there's an impact sound for something that would breach a wall, but you don't blow it up, assuming there's two different paths to it.
There's been a collaboration with a famous skater, and this is one of the operators pulling off their unique ability.
I would guess impact tricking would be like you're sort of trying to make noise somewhere on some side of the map. More like essentially like faking. If you're faking a site, for example, but you're faking an entry into.
Is any of us even close?
None of that.
What is it?
So when you saw those walls getting reinforced, sometimes over those walls, or if the wall gets blown open on one side, it is when, right there. So essentially when a hard breacher is putting something on the wall, any bit of util, that you then, the util that a defender would have was an impact grenade, and then you will actually throw the impact grenade to destroy what's on the opposite side of the wall due to the blast radius, and it's called impact
I think your skateboard trick was close.
That's ironic. I'll take it.
Now, out of interest, do any of the three of you have StarCraft experience? Please say no.
I've literally never played the game.
I've played StarCraft.
Okay, so I'm going to come to you guys then. See if you can figure this out. Because of my previous guest, James Wong, I wanted to throw an extra bonus one in here. So what does the term 2-racks mean?
It has to be like some kind of strategy where you're like building two of something, or you're like teching into two of a building or something like that.
Honestly, that's what I was gonna say. Or it's like farming material and having like two things.
You guys are really close. You guys are really close. Listen very closely to the word.
It's 2 barracks. And I'm assuming, is it a rush strategy where you're building 2 barracks to like rush minion mobs to like attack someone really early?
I'm exceptionally impressed. That is exactly what it is. It is both a literal definition of having 2 barracks, but it is traditionally used in a term that means you are doing a 2 barracks rush. If you play StarCraft 2, you have to build up your base, you have to develop your technology, you need to research to unlock more advanced units. So investing those early resources into 2 barracks, it really commits you to an early game type of strategy. Think of it, win lane, win game, if you're a MOBA person. Well done, I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
I'll take it.
All right, we're gonna take another quick look at the Apex Legends Arena, and we'll be right back after this.
Someone taking balloon. Bro, fucking tunnel picking Bacchus. Bacchus, big tunnel. Watch tunnel.
Okay, I'm just gonna play the one.
Someone just jump over the balloon there. Lay down my thing.
Out there. Forget that.
I'm going up here a bit. They pulled another mob. They're not resing. They're not resing. Just calling in for cover.
Yeah, I'm holding tunnel here. You need to watch my left though.
Yeah, watch.
Drone here. Try to break it.
I'll play up here, B. 3 to 1 in this corner. Okay, I got the one.
Nice. Just get the third to play slow. Get the third to play slow.
Where you knock him? On the right side there. The Bengal rest. They have Gen.
Yeah, watch your left too. Watch your left.
I'm dodging Bengal right now.
Yeah, I'm only watching tunnel. I'm watching tunnel until I'm.
Don't forget the left, okay? They got him. Please got him. Coming up. They got him up. Okay. I'm watching left. This team here. Someone behind us.
It's a solo thing.
Maybe.
Solo Watson.
I'm within like a... He's deep over there.
He's crafting.
He's unlucky here.
Okay.
Shoot behind.
No damage, rolling. Back him.
Yep. Back again. Nice, good shit.
Okay, can we look left there?
Look, like it. Back in ladder. Chill now. Chill going in. Drone got broken actually.
Oh, you got.
Yeah.
Left side 3. We're only track.
Can we find out what it is?
Only turn.
It's on the right over there, I think. Yeah.
Shoot out.
Look at my top.
Rocket. Yeah. They went other side again. Fuck. Bengal died. I'm pulling up. Above. Yeah.
Trucks outside.
No less to this guy.
Yeah. Watch out.
I'm just holding tracks.
I got. Watch out, I can move you.
Yeah, I'm going back.
I'm only holding tracks. They see.
Yeah. I'm batting, okay?
Play outside it.
Balloon left, watch left, like a hack semi.
Okay.
They're both in the knockdown, like a unlike I'm breaking Jen. Cue that.
Yeah. He's going down. 18.
Tunnel.
He's one. All you guys.
Yeah. It wants back. It's last one.
Yeah. He's here. Careful tunnel.
Where's the clip?
He died.
Okay. That's so solo though still.
Watch that tunnel, hacks. Watch that.
Yeah, I'm watching that. I'm watching both.
I'm going to pick tunnel hackers, okay? I'm picking tunnel.
Can't really watch that.
I'm back.
Okay,
Alliance, textbook in the way they held the space behind them there, making sure Hackers is on the back line, keeping out those teams at tunnel while they start working on the teams in front of them. Not necessarily a lot of KP going their way, but they have managed to make a lot of space, and it will very much come in handy in the next zone.
All while Riddle Order was able to get a res when they were pinned between 2 to 3 other teams. Let's not forget, Alliance had them in their line of sight, and Waltzy has been a menace north of this respawn beacon right in front of Alliance. They're playing by the edge of the southern part of the zone, and currently after losing effect, Hockey's from afar with the Nemesis. Riddle Order do get eliminated after trying to get that res, and Mizuchi are taking advantage of the crates in front of them by the respawn beacon, so that way they can actually take advantage of this to get out of line of sight of heroes that still have to come out from the corner of that building, because this circle is pulling away from them. SSG, Phony, only 1 year to try to wrap around, but they immediately get eliminated here. LGD, you heard Alliance in the comms. Where's this crypto drone? It was LGD flying around them the whole time.
Zip lines flying everywhere. It's not just the drones. All around this final circle here. Alliance still alive with 2. Unfortunately, an ill-timed face check from Effect means he goes down to Mizuchi, who are looking very good on the south side of this zone now. Looks like they're getting into it with LGD. Oh my god, everyone else is just focusing on the other teams right now. Does this mean the duo of Alliance could actually walk away with this?
No
Sure
way.
not.
No way. And as a duo, last 2 spots here, Alliance versus Mizuchi. Trying to back away here. It's just Timmy and Walty. Walty's away though. He cannot help Timmy. He's bumping the shield back. Nice reposition here from Timmy. He's got the high ground now. Playing around from the other side. Mizuchi! The water deities themselves taking the game.
And of course, the Apex Legends games will continue over on twitch.tv/EWC White. You know where to find them. We've once again interrupted our coverage because I have 2 very special guests who are joining me. Before I introduce them, these 2 gentlemen come from the Philippines. They are known for their travel blogs. They are nerds, biggest nerds that you can know. However, what they don't know is that I have become somewhat of an expert on Filipino and Indonesian rivalries in games like Mobile Legends Bang Bang, in Free Fire. I even had a Malaysian guy sitting here getting super excited because the Malaysian team won in MLBB. We'll talk about some of that in a second. could I ask you each to introduce yourselves to our audience? Tell them where you're from and what you do.
Hi guys, it's your boy, Junie Boy, back here again for another interview. I'm from Philippines and I do vlogs.
Thank you so much.
Hi guys, this is Boss King. What's up sa inyo mga kaibigan? Hindi pala ako yun. So, I'm from Philippines. Mabuhay.
Oh, you guys are awesome. Can I tell you, we just met 5 minutes ago, and before we went live, I swear I asked my producer what my time limit is, because you're going to keep me very entertained. Tell me about your travel blogs. I assume you're traveling and you're making a blog about this. That's obvious, but what else do you guys do?
We do lifestyle vlog. We do games.
Yes.
So listen, let me get this right. Junie's obviously going to be doing the lifestyle blog for sneakers, because his sneaker game is on point.
Hey.
Wait, where's the fly sneakers, my man?
What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm sorry.
Your shoes, Your shoes are awesome.
Yes, it's awesome.
Yes, but Boss King's shoes not so awesome.
Not so awesome.
No. This is good for walking.
Come on, these are good for walking. They're much nicer.
How much is that?
We'll say off air. I don't want my bosses to know.
Hey, nice shoes.
Thank you.
Nice shoes.
Junie, talk to me about the games that you play. I mentioned earlier, specifically the reason I said MLBB, learning about that, learning about Free Fire, PUBG Mobile. I didn't know how massive these games were, especially Philippines, Indonesia, Southeast Asia, South America. They're huge.
Yeah.
Is it something that when you hear me say that, you're surprised?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really, because I know it's huge.
Yes.
And Mobile Legend is all over the world.
Yes, and
I know it. I can feel it. That's why the EWC has a Mobile Legend.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Because it's famous.
Yes.
How good are you at the games?
No, we are the best in the Philippines.
Oh, that's what I like to hear.
Number 1 and number 2.
Number 1, number 2.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, for the Philippines and Indonesia, Malaysia is better than both. But hey, they won the tournament.
Yeah.
They won the tournament because
just lucky.
they won the tournament because we didn't play.
I get it now.
You get it?
Also, I heard that you're only 12,000 MMR in Dota 2.
No, 13,000.
Listen, my research said 12,000. Guys, I heard you suck. I'm 13,000.
He's 12,000
Yeah.
when he's in the Philippines, but when we came here, we play, he reached 13,000.
In just 2 days.
What's your rank in Dota 2?
Rank?
Yeah, what's your MMR?
Malunggay.
Yeah. I'll pretend I know what that means. We'll have to get that.
600.
Okay. What's your favorite hero to play in Dota 2?
Puck.
That's it. Okay, I like that. Puck is a good answer. I'm an Invoker main.
Hey,
yes.
Invoker main.
Yes.
Invoker. When I was in 2000 MMR,
Yes.
I play Invoker.
Yes.
When I reach 600,
Yeah.
I hate him already.
Stop.
Exactly. Gentlemen, tell me about Blacklist, international Blacklist culture. Like, what's the relationship with you guys and the organization?
What's the relationship?
Yeah.
Boss?
No.
We are supporting Blacklist because they are Filipino.
Yes, and then
That's just our reason.
I'll tell you something. To all the children watching this and aspiring content creators, this is not the way to get a job, okay? when you have earned the position, you can have this much fun. No, but more seriously, I assume, are you guys here with Blacklist to cover EWC?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And actually, our talent management is Tier 1 and the Blacklist is part of Tier 1. So,
Tier 1,
Yes.
Blacklist,
Yes.
connected together.
Connected, yes.
Then
That's it.
Yeah.
And then 13,000 MMR. That's
13,000 plus 600.
That's all.
13,600.
I want to keep this interview going the whole night, but I only have 15 minutes of my show left. So, what message would you like to send your fans and your viewers? I want you to say one in English and then one in Filipino.
Okay.
So tell your camera for me.
Uh,
Number 1. There you go.
To all my fans out there, stay put, stay safe, hydrate yourself, and have fun. GG.
And now something in Filipino. Come on.
Si Bossing, goal sa atin to, guys. Bento ko sa inyo to.
Next
Palak
one.
pa kayo para kunyari,
Hi guys, so thank you for supporting us, and we are so Glad that you guys are supporting us. And that's all. We love you so much from the bottom of my heart.
Now listen, I have to be honest, okay? Oh wait, Filipino, I cut you off. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Tagalog.
Yes.
Okay, hindi niya tayo naintindihan dito. So, big shoutout sa kanya. Hayaan niyo siya, hindi ko rin sila naintindihan talaga. So, buti na lang nandito si Juni Boy para kausapin siya.
Now, I would like to come to my boss, okay? The one thing was, when I was told I was going to have this interview, I was warned. They said, be careful. And I went, I don't know why. Now I know why, okay? This is fantastic. It's really fun. But could you give a shout out to EWC and to come out to cover the event?
Yes, big shout out to EWC. Yes, thank you for inviting us here at Riyadh. And we're having fun. We're having so much fun here.
Yes.
And I hope, guys, you invite us again.
Every year, please.
When you're going to have this kind of event, don't forget us.
Yes.
Just keep on inviting us. We're coming. Just invite us.
Just invite. On the condition you have nicer shoes. Boss, last one.
All right, EWC, thank you for inviting us. And just like what you said, invite us yearly, maybe, or twice in a year.
How do I say thank you in Filipino?
Salamat.
Salama.
Salamat.
Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. We're going to head to the Kidia Arena where Team Liquid is still taking on Dark Zero in the quarterfinals do or die series. We'll be right back after this. These guys are awesome.
To be the winner of that gunfight, not Canadian. But right now, he's the big bad.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the one thing, right? You get Strat Nadian or you get Big Bad Nadian. And the alternative is a little scary. That's the thing. This guy has never been the dude where you're like, oh, Canadian's mechanics is what wins him games. But when he starts feeling himself, I mean, sometimes he looks indomitable. It's truly something to witness. So maybe, fingers crossed, we get that here at EWC.
Oh, he's here. You look at that.
That's a hockey player right
Those
there.
fist bumps as well, they hurt, by the way, but it's Canadian. I can only imagine. I saw that power behind that fist going, yes, Nave, yes, Panda, I win that round for myself. Actually, Panda, thank you for the help, but like, that's on me, you know? 11-3 in Panda, by the way. 5-2 in Canadian. Canadian on Constellate was like, what, 3-11, 3-9, something like that. It's like, he played shields, he tried to plant, he died a lot. Right now, he's taking gunfights, and I think it's great because on Cafe, especially on defense, you don't have a lot of choices right now. And I think sometimes Canadian, he loves to roam and get around the map, but it's so often we see him just kind of die. And sure, he stalls some time, he kills a couple of drones, maybe his teammates trades him, but right now in Cafe, you play in your corner, you make things work. And right now, that is just going really well for somebody like Canadian, where he's not going to get stuck somewhere on the map without any help. He always has somebody next to him, just like we always have a dog on team of defense right now, because once again, the third time in a row, it's Panda on dog duty.
Yeah, no promotion. He just is Doc. He just is. He is indeed Doc, and he's still going to be in the exact same space. Honestly, you probably didn't even need the cam, Lagonis. We probably could have all assumed he's going to be over towards Christmas trying to handle business. That's exactly where he's going to line up. Ash round out, and that's going to be able to at least handle one of these black mirrors that we have been set up by Mira. Pambazoo's just going to switch to the alternative. I really like this setup from Dark Zero because Christmas is one of the biggest issues in all of Cafe. This is the starting point for a lot of offenses, and that's why you see Liquid trying to deal with this so much, and also why you and I talked about utility clear earlier, because you're trying to deal with everything on these windows, trying to get your team in successfully around the red hatch. It's just all really problematic at the end of the day.
They finally brought the Monty. I feel like I would have liked to see this like 1 or 2 rounds ago just to try it out again, because again, you can shut down Pambazoo maybe with that operator. But now it comes, Paolo finds Panda, so a great start for Liquid right now. That's almost like 80% of DC's firepower gone from the lobby.
Yeah. That's a scary thing to say when you have players like Bolo as well as NJR in the lobby. I mean,
we've not seen them yet. They weren't needed until this moment, but now they got to stand up to this final challenge on this final round of defense.
100%, and it comes down to this last minute right here. The shield out for Lagonis, Liquid going to some of their older antics too, and this is the one thing that Liquid has always been very solid about when they...
And welcome back to EWC Central. That is one of the wildest interviews I've ever done in my life. But now that we've calmed down, we've entered the final 15 minutes of our broadcast, it is time for the EWC catch-up powered by SDC. And I would like to start with Honor of Kings. It's the only game that is completed here on day 2 of the second half of EWC 2024. In order to do that, before we remind everyone of the bracket, I want to hear from Solari and what she has to say.
Greetings from the ACC Gaming Hall. I'm Solari and I'm here to recap the last 4 matches of Honor of Kings for you guys because they were something else. First of all, we had Team Falcons who had to face Weibo Gaming, and guys, Weibo are on the top of the world right now. 0-1, Weibo took this one by storm. Next, we had Team Kagendra playing 2 games in a row. One of them was against VKS, and guys, these Brazilian guys, they bring in some Brazilian spice and they won this one. That was a beautiful one to watch. Next game for Kagendra though meant it didn't went so well, I gotta say, but it's because it was Team Secret on the other side of the field and they have some secret. I'm telling you, they won this one. But the last game of the day, KPL Dream Team versus another Brazilian team, Loops, and KPL living up to their name, winning this game, still staying on top of their group. And this is the end of best of ones. We are going into best of 5s tomorrow. You don't want to miss it.
Thank you so much, Solari. I think the real question that I have when we look at the playoff bracket and look ahead to the rest of Honor of Kings is it possible to even take a game of the KPL Dream Team?
Oh man, I think realistically we are looking at the finals, which I'm expecting to be pretty cleanly LGD Gaming versus Weibo. Not sorry, Weibo versus KPL. Thank you.
Yes.
And it's worth noting LGD has spent the last month scrimming in China. They've been putting in the hours to make sure they are as good at this game as they possibly can, getting the most best practice in as they can.
And you mentioned they're Malaysian, right?
They are a Malaysian team. So yeah, it's worth noting there is an LGD in the KPL. Exactly. This is their Malaysian team. This is the global team.
Got it. Well, we'll take a look at those quarterfinals starting tomorrow, though. For now, Rainbow Six, let's take a look at some of those win moments that has come through. And I'm going to come straight to you, Gabriel. We're taking a look here at Bleed versus WCS.
Jeez! 7-1? Holy. Yep. Oh, I'm not surprised. I mean, I have W7M advancing. Clearly, 7-1 is...
7-3 in the first map, if I remember correctly, and then 7-1 in the second?
No. Yes.
I think so.
Correct. Yes.
I was
Correct.
listening. I was listening to your content.
Yes. 7-1, 7-3. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty convincing. That's in fashion. That's in remarkable fashion to, not have a game go the distance or even go to a regulation win. I mean, that was beautiful nonetheless. So again, not surprised by that W7M. We're obviously still in the Dark Zero Liquid game. That one is still a doozy here. I didn't, unfortunately, get to catch how that overtime went, but it looked like Liquid did come out on top nonetheless. But now looking here, DZ up 4-2 on this Cafe side. I mean, I'm excited to see what this ends up to be.
The question I then have is, like, with that shocking result, 2-2 is already locked in. Let's see if any of the upsets happen. So far, you're on par for your predictions and reading this well.
I'm, I
feeling good.
I like to be the analyst, right? I'd like to think that, my work speaks for itself with the predictions I'm putting in.
We'll find out. There's 2 more series to come in. We'll find out. Let's turn our attention to Apex Legends. As those games have been live, we've only had little snippets of information. So I'll come to Elfish Guy. I think we've got the final circle of map 3. Tell me what you're looking at here, and then we'll go to standing.
Well, first thing that I see is Alliance is still alive, so I believe they don't actually end up winning this one, but that's still going to keep them well and truly at the top of the scoreboard after game 3. Mizuchi will be the team that actually ends up walking away with the dub here. Timmy maybe ends up clutching it out 1v2. Well, he did get the bat off though, so was a fairly comfortable win in the end there for Mizuchi. Nice little,
let's go, Waltzy!
It's
the
the high ground again. I'm telling you, every
high ground advantage. Yeah.
I will say this: Mizuchi in second. On this broadcast, when we have had players join us who are still active in the tournament, we have unfortunately cursed them.
Yeah, well, I mean, not so bad here. Mizuchi sitting in second overall, although it's quite a convincing second given the fact that Alliance was up there on 55 points. After 3 games, Alliance...
And they've only got 1 winner chicken dinner to the name?
We don't call that in Apex, but yes.
Sorry, the booyah. They've only got 1 booyah.
We don't call that
either,
sorry. But, but either way,
one game.
You get the point across, and you're right. I mean, they've got a huge amount of points, and I think
27 kills.
Yeah, that's the big interesting thing for me is like now the storyline kind of goes from how good's Alliance going to be to can they actually equal what Falcons was able to do yesterday?
Unbelievable. As a reminder, especially for Rainbow Six and Apex, those games are still ongoing. But that does it for this episode of EWC Catch Up, powered by STC. Okay, so with both of those games still going on and moving on, I think before we start to wrap things up and maybe set some expectations for especially Apex and Rainbow Six, let's talk about some of the best moments that have happened here in our Qiddiya Plays of the Day. As usual, we've picked out at least 3. We're going to start with Rainbow Six Siege. This is Haven from Bleed. Hoven? This is other games getting to my head with the 1v2. Tell me about this.
So this is back, we were watching this in the co-stream. This is on Consulate, very defender-sided map. Huge. So this is what really sets players apart here, is being able to read those situations and taking those initial gunfights and eliminating a possibility of being double teamed. He was running into that person to take that 1v1 and not allowing that teammate behind to catch up and hit him on the flank. And being able to read situations like that, especially in those clutch situations, to force an engagement, even if it's not the best decision, but to make it the best decision, it's so imperative for players to be in those moments that can read that.
Well, we'll find out whether or not DZ can actually do that against Team Liquid after losing map 1. We'll find out in a little bit. The number 2 clip comes from Honor of Kings, and this is from Yin Yuo from KPL Dream Team. How did I say it? He escaped from
Yin and it's the escape. So this is the one we saw right at the beginning of the day, where Weibo Gaming, in a really close game at this point, tried to get the AD carry player, top left. And then he pulls the ultimate right now, and here comes the rest of the team. It is so crisp. The coordination from the KPL Dream Team is just on another level, and it's so well played, so well timed by Inoue.
The more I see that Dragon, the more I think it's disgusting. That was
It's so it seems. Is there any point to even chase after that character? If you know that they can get away?
Unpack this after, because the number 1 play in Qiddiya Play of the Day is from Apex Legends, and it's Alliance taking the Booyah winner chicken dinner. We are the champion in map number 1.
Yeah, we'll take it. Take a quick look at how things are going here. DMS actually up on the high ground, but they've lost a player. So you'd normally look at that and say they should win from high ground. Being down a member, not so ideal. Alliance able to actually get up on top there as well, so they sort of steal that gold spot away from them. That's a nice little tricky move from Alliance, who picked up an 11-kill win in that first game, got themselves off to a fantastic start, and seem to have kept that ball rolling throughout the first 3 games of the day. And obviously right now we're live in the 4th game, so we'll see if that continues.
This is just a joke just for Sam, but obviously the high ground means a whole lot in Apex Legends.
Oh, yeah, it does.
And no, Gabriel, I don't think there's any point in chasing that character when his ultimate's available. I think you have to somehow try to bait it.
How do you know if the ultimate's available?
It's on a timer, so you'll know what the cooldown is, and when you see it used, you can plan around.
I was about to say, so kind of like an Overwatch, like you know when someone's holding onto their ult.
It's worth noting, it is an ultimate ability, so it is a longer cooldown. The issue is that this is a character you really want to kill. So everybody tries to do it, and he's just got so many tools to make it out himself, which most heroes in that category are normally a little easier to kill.
I'd be
that's
so
really
frustrated in those moments, like right there and then gone.
Well, listen, isn't that true for every competitive title ever?
There's no escape card in Siege. Like once you're pretty much dead.
I'm sure there is.
I think this is wrong. We'll challenge you to that one. Let's take one last look from EWC Central's perspective on the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. And of course, I want to start the Club Championship update, taking a look at Team Vitality and Team Falcons. And the reason why, I like to bully people. They've been eliminated from Honor of Kings. That means no points for them. Crucially, however, Team Liquid is fighting right this minute for more championship points in the Qiddiya Arena in Rainbow Six Siege, taking on Dark Zero. They had a strong opener to that series. Can they keep it up against what many think Dark Zero are the favorites? And of course, for Apex Legends, it is the heavyweight class as far as the Club Championship is concerned. Falcons, Liquid, Na'Vi, Gaming Gladiators, Fnatic, Space Station Game, the list goes on. They have 40 teams. It's a bit of an unfair advantage. So, who will qualify for the finals and be one step closer to earning points towards that $20 million prize pool? Keep tuning in to find out, as this was the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC. Now, of course, because we have just talked about Apex Legends, and I think at least for the last 2 hours, it has been a little bit on the simmering side, I'd like to take a look at the STC Arena, check in on this 4th match of the evening, and then, you know, maybe Elfish Guy come to you and just get your take on this. How has the games developed? I mean, Initialize was kind of memeing a bit earlier about Alliance's impressive opening to this group stage, but what do you make of it?
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. It's kind of, I will say it's not really much of a surprise. Remember what I said earlier on today about Alliance being like
you just don't see them winning it.
They do very, very well in the group stage. A lot of the time, they make it through to the finals, and you think, great, they're going to dominate there as well, but that's where they tend to fall off a little bit. I mean, you can't fault them, though. Obviously, you can only say how they've been going so far, and so far they've been doing fantastically.
When I look at the minimap, and I can see the zone, it was going southeast and looked like a pretty dramatic one. Did you catch the minimap in your last look?
I didn't quite catch it. Yeah.
Okay, so whatever zone we're on, I think you can see it up there now. It's going even further south and east. So what kind of, tournaments, I guess you didn't see the team's layout. Unfortunately, we've got a guy who's got terrible eyesight in the
Well, it's a bit of that, but it's also just like, when you are just trying to catch up with what's happening on Apex, it's quite difficult to sort of get an overall holistic look just from like a 5-second little peek into the game. So you do have to sort of sit down for like, a couple of minutes to really get a good understanding. But it looks like we're going over towards Ghost Town, which is just outside of Fragment. So this is perfect. That'll be what you would be looking for. And
now,
you'd be thinking,
take a breath. The question I want to ask you is, when you look at the circle and you look at this, if I were to direct viewers to watch this game, what sort of thing or which sort of squads would you highlight in this position?
Yeah, I think it depends on obviously which way the next zone's going to shift. If it goes south, North Epson's in a great spot. If it continues to go out towards the east, which is probably where it will go, over towards Overlook sort of area.
Okay.
Space Station Gaming, Fnatic, maybe 2 teams to kind of keep an eye on.
So glad you said that.
Those are the teams that
How many teams are there in the group stage?
Of Apex Legends? 40.
And this particular day, how many are playing?
20.
Do you want to know what ranks Fnatic are? 17th right now.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up.
Set up a dramatic point.
Fnatic are definitely in a position where they actually, remember, we talked about them earlier on today and we said, we're expecting them to be consistent. They've been consistently good at these international events. Well, unfortunately, that's not kind of come through today, and they haven't really found their feet at all. And especially with,
I mean, there's a lot of ice around. It's hard to find your feet.
Well, that's true. Yeah, this is over near
Sliding
Epicenter.
down the hill as we speak.
Yeah, slip and slide. That's the nature of the game, and then you go back up, have another turn. It's like going to the ski slopes.
And that's why Fnatic are 17th. You need to stop skiing and start shooting. Okay, STC Arena, this is match 4 of 10. Those games will continue on EWC White. We're going to step away from Apex and take a quick glance into the Kiria Arena, where Rainbow Six Siege is currently in Game 3 between Team Liquid and Dark Zero. Now, I think if I recall correctly, Whiffy earlier said Dark Zero should win. That's what I said, Whiffy. I believe Lei Xing, also Laxing, as some might know, you were also predicting Dark Zero to win that as well. What do you make of it going to Game 3? Is this just Dark Zero's energy?
Yeah, 100%. This team definitely goes off pure vibes. They are a team that if you can get in their head, it's definitely not going to look good. But this is also a team that has massively strong players, and the resilience is strong. So obviously, having a game so close and losing it, they did start out here very strong. This is kind of rough because I did talk about if you can get good defensive halves versus a good attacking half, that's what really sets the tone. They didn't have the best defense. I mean, no, they actually had a really good defensive half because they've been up, but now you're on attack, and Liquid is sitting here on the defense, and this is where actually Liquid was doing really well on that console.
Oh, by the way,
because of that defense.
I have to apologize. I introduced this incorrectly. This is still the second map of 3. Yeah, the top.
Don't worry, I just ignored it. I knew that was your error. I just
do me a favor. Make sure you catch it. Like, seeing as though this is like rookie's day out, and I'm throwing in the deep end. When I make a mistake, just mention it. Oh, by the way, Trev, this is actually.
I never know when to correct you because I feel nervous that you might kick me off.
No. Okay,
that's only on predictions.
I only kick you off for predictions.
Okay, that's fair.
But more importantly, for something like that, I can't int that. That's terrible. That's also
honestly, to be fair, I thought it was too. I thought it was just a replay of what was going on. But yeah, so again, it goes into what I was saying. Liquid really should be in the favorable position here, being on the defensive half, and that's where they were actually thwarting a lot of DZ's attacks, was specifically on those defenses of keeping that man advantage and stopping DZ from gaining a lot of ground and keeping the pressure applied until they let go of that gas and then put DZ in the situation of needing to push or try to coordinate something that ended up not
working. Any nerves at all that Team Liquid could pick up the win and kind of pick up the upset? Or like, maybe not nerves is the right word, but how likable, how plausible do you think it is?
Both teams are strong. I do believe that Liquid can close it out here and make it a 2-0, but at the same time, the resilience from Dark Zero can easily push that into a map 3.
I mean, honestly, they've been forged in the fire of 1,000 overtimes.
Yes.
Look, those series are continuing over on Twitch and YouTube. You know where to find them. I would like to take a brief moment to look at tomorrow's schedule before we say goodbye for the evening. Honor of Kings quarterfinals tomorrow and eliminations. We'll also be able to talk about which of those squads will get one step closer towards picking up the trophy. Apex Legends. There will be 2 teams eliminated by the end of tonight, and tomorrow we eliminate 18 more teams. It is the Boulevard of
Broken Keys.
And tomorrow it will be littered with the legends of Apex. We'll find out which teams will be gone. Very briefly, let's go right to left. Gabriel, would you like to say goodnight and goodbye?
I'm not going to bed. I got to go hit the gym, so it ain't good night for me. I still got a full on night. I still got to eat dinner. I got to go to the gym, so I still got a long
Way to make it about you,
night.
Elfish guy.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Good night, goodbye.
Guten Abend, tschüss, bis morgen. We'll be back EWC Central, 4 p.m. until 8 p.m. Twitch.tv/EWC. Thank you for watching. On behalf of myself, the broadcast team, and everyone at EWC, we'll see you tomorrow.
That doesn't make any sense. Oh, they have an echo. That's how it is.
Oh, yeah.
But you see the confusion, right? Because you're not supposed to be spotted out there. But if you're quick with the space bar, you can go out of a drone hole or a door like we just saw and just spam space. The Yokai drone jumps up in the air. You cannot like do much with it, but you can see stuff, drive back inside. Yokai drone stays alive. But this is the way that they could consider a run-out later on if they wanted to. Like, there's an air jet now, so probably no run-out will be happening.
Yeah, most definitely. And just another good way of showing how Cafe can be played with such an important operator like that, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's just so many different creative ways that you can try and use something like this. We'll see another one on full display here. Round 11 so far, so good for both respective squads. Honestly, it's been a utility battle, and finally we get the duel. And wouldn't you know, it's actually going to be Canadian with the 5.52 this time around. It won't be Pambazoo. He's going to take down Palu.
That was so free. Great drone work. Canadian just dropping down saying, I got this one, boys. No support, no trade, anything like that. Palu just not really understanding what's happening in front of him. And that's a shame because when you play Echo, you expect Intel to be king, but they have no Intel right now for Liquid side. You're finding mostly blind right now.
Oh boy, Hideon takes out Nesk. He does have resets over inside of Christmas, but no, he did it prone completely. That means that they had to take an angle there on glass, and resets is going to get gunned through the wall. That was the easiest gunfight for Pambazoo this entire day. A highlighted player through a wall. Tracks and everything else in between as Maya will get taken down by the bees, and that's going to be it. Dark Zero with a dastardly Cafe will force us to Clubhouse.
Yep, and I mean, the big change there was just that they were actually fighting back and saying, guys, the game plan right now, shoot straight, play aggressive, and go together. Because even Canadian was about the second top fragger after Pambasu, getting 2 kills in that round, being the injury half the time. I love this version of the team, but they gotta find a consistent way to do it time and time again, because on Consulate, when it started getting too close, they would go back to their old ways of playing the game, more fundamental, more slow paced, and that's when DC started losing rounds against Liquid.
Well, this is where it gets exciting, because we got Clubhouse next. We're gonna send you down to the studio to break down the map that we just saw.
Hello, the studio here, and we will indeed break a DZ win against Team Liquid down, because something that you said, Jack, between map 1 and map 2 was if this was DZ 6 months ago, they would have lost it. They did lose the first map, but they won this time around.
Yeah, I think so. I think we wanted to see DZ just keep going with what was working for them. There wasn't really, it didn't seem like there was a big change in the approach to the game plan. They kept with the same mindset, the same philosophy they had, enable their better players, and we saw it. Pambazao getting, what, 14, 15 kills, whatever it was in the end. Absolutely unreal. And I think there's quite an art to this as well, where teams will play inside of a structure, and one thing that gets leveled at DZ all of the time, they're a super structured team. When Pambazao was feeling it, look at what he was playing. Loads of Doc, loads of good guns. Just get him in as many gunfights as humanly possible, and he can win you a game. And that's exactly what he did.
He's having the skills to prove it as well. I mean, you can claim those operators and then not do anything with it, but he was getting great plays all for himself. That ace as well to bring them back from, what was it, 2v5, I think? That was a great play from him as well, really making sure that these individual players are stepping up. We're seeing it from Canadian as well. I was slightly worried after the first map because
I think everybody was.
His performance wasn't where we were maybe expecting it to be. Like, we've seen him do very well on that blitz, getting those kills, like we said in the pre-show. This was looking a lot better for him as well. On the side of Liquid, I think they got a few very unfortunate moments in regards to the timing. Going back to that ace that Pambazoo got, I don't think there was anything really wrong with the post plan that Liquid were having, but the timing was just really unfortunate. They were missing the gunfights, they were whiffing the gunfights. It wasn't really working out.
Which to me is a little concerning, because you're looking at a team like Liquid, and it's a team that we touched upon a couple of times, maybe being a little bit emotional, a little bit momentum heavy, and it felt like they had everything swinging in their favor after the first map.
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think, you know, if you look at the difference between post-map 1 to post-map 2, post-map 1 for DZ was like, hey, yeah, sure, we've lost a map, but we've actually played really well. Post-map 2 for Liquid is exactly the same thing. They've played well. There was a couple of, you know, a mismanaged 5v2, a post-plant that they lost, which could change the dynamic of the game had they won those rounds. This is the 2v5 here, as you see. But Liquid are much more likely to react emotionally off the back of this loss and take that loss, still thinking about that loss going into a map 3, then DZ were likely to take that emotional loss going into the map 2. So I do have a slight worry for Liquid going into a map 3 off the back of that.
It might also be the nature with how they lost the map, because this one was just in regulation, the other one was in overtime. Dark Zero was so close to finishing that one out. It was a very, very late round in that previous, or the first map that we saw. Right here, though, on the attack of Dark Zero, I don't really think they had poor time management. It was looking a little bit better. On the side of Liquid, I think they had a lot of information. We saw the Echo being used quite a lot to scout for information outside, see where Dark Zero is setting themselves up, because we know that that's something they like to do. They like to go for this checklist, really make sure they have all the building bricks to go for their execute. And despite having that early information, Liquid wasn't really able to do anything with it. And oftentimes, I felt like these players were a bit blindsided. They were getting shot from sides where they weren't really expecting it from.
Yeah, you're looking at DZ against on their own map pick, and it's a 7-4. You're looking at Liquid, and it's an 8-7. I think it is a big contrast in terms of how both teams were comfortable on the maps that they each picked themselves. And I think that pushing us to the decider also kind of brings questions to my mind of, okay, realistically, who is the most comfortable team on this map, and who is going to bring that momentum into it? Because DZ, they were just able to brush map 1 off, but is Liquid going to be able to do the same?
Yeah, that's the concern. If they, and you know how it is with players and with teams, if you're not putting everything into the current situation, that's where you're going to struggle. If Liquid are still thinking about map 2 going into map 3, it's not a good sign.
No, absolutely not. And that's something that they should be worried about, because we have the third map of the best of 3 coming up, and we have Jackie ready as well to give us a little bit of an update in terms of what she thinks is going to be happening.
W7M dominated, stomping Bleed, and right now I am with Dash. How are you feeling? That series just wrapped up. I'm sure you're feeling fantastic.
I'm very proud of my team. What we could do, we did. And today was a special match against Julio. He won us last time, and today was our time. We did a great match. I'm very proud, and let's go. It's same final now.
A little revenge. I'm hearing that. We love to see it. And your team celebrating. Obviously, vibes are high. Going into this matchup, you guys were smiling and laughing. Can you talk to me a little bit about the mentality you had going into this match and during the match?
I think losing to BDS kind of turned us into a better team inside the tournament. Like how the way we talk with each other, it was better. Everything was better, and we were happy today, and that's kind of important for the game.
Definitely. What are you thinking for the rest of the tournament? Is confidence high?
I'd like to face all the Brazilian teams. I think Brazilian teams today are the better teams of the world, the best teams of the world, and I think it will be difficult. We are ready. We train with them in Brazil, so I think we are ready and we can get this tournament.
We are ready. I love that. Is there anything you want to say to the fans really quickly?
I'm sorry?
Anything you want to say to the fans really quickly?
I didn't understand.
The fans at home, do you want to say anything?
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're okay.
My English is not so good.
No, you're doing great.
Thank you, the Brazilian fans. I love you guys. Thank you for cheering for us every time. And Brazil is Brazil. We're gonna represent you, and that's it. Thank you.
Your English is fantastic. And congratulations again. Dash, thank you so much. Enjoy that victory. And we're going to go to break. We'll be back in a little bit.
I think like our region has been really good for a while, but there are many other teams in other regions that starting like trying to replicate it, and they develop it like a different play style. Every region has like a few teams that is like really competitive. And Maya joining us was a really big addition because we as a team grow a lot, you know. He is really a team player, you know. He's always like playing with us, like he's a good teammate, you know. Like we are like making fun every time, we are like joking. Yeah, like we are having a good time every time, you know. Yes, Nesk, especially in big matches, he likes to scream a lot. It's like when you see someone going crazy like that, everyone's gonna like scream, and yeah, that's make everyone go the same way, you know. When it comes to the pressure, I think it doesn't matter a lot. Like, especially since Maya joined us, we had so many times that we were like a match to go eliminate of the tournament. Doesn't matter, like, if we are down 0-6, like we can turn anything. At the major, we were playing really well, but we were tired. There wasn't like much we can do because as I said, like we had so much more games than the other teams. Like the bill arrived, you know, like we were tired. You can see like sometimes when we were preparing for the matches, we couldn't like do a lot of things because we lost our focus like really easy, you know. The qualifier happened some weeks ago, and we had a lot of time. Like we could rest for a week, I think, before like starting preparation for the preparation for the cup, for the tournament. And right now, I think we have done what we needed to the tournament, and we are on a great shape, you know. We are rested and we are ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the EWC studios here in the beautiful city of Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. My name is Stokes, and I'm joined, as always, for this event with Pengu. Had to steal him away from Intero for a little bit just to be out in the desert. Team Liquid versus Dark Zero are on our hands, folks, and we have had a barn burner in between these two, especially considering the first map that Liquid took in not such a convincing way. All 15 rounds required on Consulate. Quickly moving on over to Cafe, though. That was a very quick game there from Dark Zero. We're down to Clubhouse, kind of a melding of the two worlds that we just saw. So honestly, I think we're going to see some fireworks.
No, I was thinking the same thing. Like, Clubhouse is basically a mold of Cathay and Consulate in so many ways, and it's going to come down to everything now, because you can play for 5v5 executes, you can play those post plants, you can play for those entries, those early manpower advantages, you can play those cheeky operators like a Clash in defense, Monty in attack, the Cabins of the Grim, you can penetrate the walls. There is so much depth to Clubhouse, and how both these two teams have played so far in this best-of-3 series. I am so happy we got to see that third map, because Clubhouse is my personal favorite map to watch and cast. So
really
super stoked about this.
Really. Yeah. I'm Stokes.
I am stoked. You are Stokes. It's hard.
It's close enough.
It's close enough. With my accent, you probably couldn't tell the difference, to be honest. So.
But I will have to agree with you. Clubhouse, one of my favorite maps throughout history to not only watch, but also play on. I mean, it's just a hallmark of Rainbow Six Siege.
No, it's
that in Oregon for me, man. And that's why I was a little sad about Oregon leaving. I know. Everybody gets frustrated. Oregon's boring to watch. Oregon, right? Yeah. Well, you know what? screw you. I love that map, and I'm here to sin for it. I'm just telling you.
Aura gone.
Yeah.
Not here anymore.
Yeah.
But Clubhouse, like, let's say you want to trial a player for your team, right? Your fantasy team. Clubhouse and Oregon, it's like the fundamental checkers right there, where you come down to fundamentals, execution, communication, droning, trading, correct operators, counter ability, etc. This is where you will expose players' weaknesses on a fundamental core level like no other map.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. This is something that has stood the test of time, and there's a reason why. Past them finally connecting the upstairs to, respective areas. If you guys have been around long enough, for those that have existed like post year 4, I don't think you ever had to experience Clubhouse in its worst form. Was it like year 3?
It was like year 2 years. It was a long time ago.
Yeah. I'd be interested to actually look that up. But, just knee-jerk very, very early on into Siege's lifespan, they ended up connecting things on that top area. And it immediately turned Rainbow Six into, or rather, Clubhouse into an amazing map. And funny enough, they ended up naming that room Construction. I always thought that was very comical at the fact that they're like, oh, we need to construct something here. Boom, Construction. And hilariously enough, at least with your math, that's been going for almost 8 years now, and they've never finished the room. How long does it take to construct a room?
Clubhouse rework incoming. Emoji. Any leaks?
Oh man, did I just leak on the TL? Oh no.
Crazy.
I'll be getting a call here in a moment. Can't answer though.
Nothing too surprising here. I mean, so we started off Consulate with some interesting bands. The Flores, the Mute, a little bit out of the norm, I would say. Then Mute continued on towards Consulate as well. The rest was the same as Asami Dokkaebi. Now we've gone really default here for Clubhouse rather. Dokkaebi, Ying, Kite, and Asami.
I don't think you saw it.
I did not see
Just because, obviously you were doing your job properly, and I really appreciate you for that. But that camera angle that we just got, they had the reflection of Nesk in the trophy, and they backed it out.
I didn't see that.
It was spicy. It was a good one.
Run it back for me, please.
Oh, dude, yeah. We'll have to see it later, because enough, the broadcast is safe for us. We can go see it on YouTube and stuff like that. So look at that right there. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I like that.
That's an angle and a half. And production even did it for you. So you better give them a thank you.
Thank you kindly.
Yeah, absolutely.
We ain't missing out. We're eating good.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. Awesome experience so far here at EWC. I've been really enjoying my time. So 5 versus 5 here. Ying as well as Dokkaebi going to be the respective offensive bands. Kaid and Azami for defense. And specifically, a big fan of getting rid of Azami on this map. She can be such a huge deal to deal with, especially on that basement site.
Also, the first map that Liquid don't ban Mute, the very first round, Canadian, Mute inside a kitchen, is going to mute all of it off, open up the hatch and roam inside of the room itself. This is ridiculous. Now, there is one quote-unquote simple way to deal with this. You just take, a vertical player upstairs in the office, break the floor, Canadian is stuck in that case. But this is a great start for DC. I like this approach. It's not very common to do this, but it might just work.
He's already gone.
Yeah, but they don't know this. They can't drone it, right? Because the Mute jammer is so...
Well, they did drone him, actually.
Oh, was it actually drone inside?
He droned him through the kitchen door.
Okay, then they know. Maybe he missed the jammer. I don't know. But I guess the idea is to stall for more than that, because if you open the hatch for the attackers and you drop in the first 15 seconds, I'm going to say not worth at that point, right?
Yes.
We got to stall for more time or kill more drones. C4 goes out. Malcam gets shut down. Second... Is that a second C4 that went out? Yeah, it was. 2 C4 sprint already. This right now, strategically for Dark Zero, is not great. One of their big win conditions, fishing for a kill with those C4s, that's gone. Liquid, full map control in the first minute. They are way ahead of schedule. And as an attacker, what you want is a 5v5 execute. If you get a pick, 5v4, great. But there's one thing here. Bolo's upstairs. They could have no idea. If Bolo has the right timing, with the communication for his teammates, he can do some serious damage later on.
I was going to say, I mean, for lack of a better term, this has gone pretty crappy for Dark Zero so far.
Yeah.
But that might be the saving grace right there. I thought initially it was all resting on the precipice of what Canadian was able to produce inside of Kitchen, right? But no, this might have been a huge distracting factor, all leading up to the fact that Bolo has a potential flank in the works. He just has to be patient about this.
Yeah.
And the key thing is, if he gets warmed up, especially on Clubhouse, this could be a massive problem for Team Liquid. They're going to start to propel themselves forward. Goyo canister will go off and delay. EMP's out as well as these Selmos continue to prosper. Bo has been activated. He's coming down main stairs. Nave gets a big kill, a drop in here with the D goal of all things for Bo. He finally whips out the gun. I do believe he was more than likely doing that that strictly for the movement speed, but that's just a crazy way to try and handle things. Resets gets 2, but there's no way in hell he gets out of this, right? Has some space to be able to reload this AK-12. He knows where at least one is around. He's going to drop that Selma down, not to make a new angle, folks. It's strictly to make some noise so that these players don't exactly know where he's walking. Walks in, finds this little breach angle here. So a little mistaken by that, but that's perfectly okay. It tends to happen. Gonna run around and find the back end angle, and yeah, that's all she wrote. That's really all you need. A great decision there from Dark Zero, forcing the hand of Liquid, and the bow play working out. Yeah. That distracting factor, they had even us confused. We're like, there's no way that you're going to dedicate every mute jammer you have, practically a just plethora of utility. You got the Valk cams and Nitro cells, everything in between, and not get anything out of it. That's just not Canadian coded at all.
No, I mean, if Bo doesn't get that flank, I think that round might have been done for Liquid. Or at the very least, a bomb does get planted a lot earlier with Manamatch for the attack inside. And I don't know if Liquid just poorly droned it. I said, you know what, Canadian's the roamer. When he falls back, it's clear, because sometimes players and teams will make assumptions. You might be thinking, why would they think Top 4 if they didn't drone it? It's like, you don't have enough times and drones and, you know, brain power sometimes to do every single thing at 100%. You're gonna go, this guy usually the roamer, that's their pattern. If he's not roaming, they're on side. Yep. Easy peasy. And that's why we have those mini moments in games where, okay, Bolo is for some reason hiding in bathroom upstairs. That's not supposed to happen. And sometimes it works out and can single-handedly win you a round. When it's 1st to 7, one round is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, this is why prep phase drones are such a big deal, because if you can get things placed properly early on and not be found, and you see even somebody just running up a staircase, you're like, oh, I know Legion's on the top floor. We know that we have to deal with that. That time around, the biggest thing that affected Liquid was the fact that Bo was completely unchecked, and they did a very bang-up job of making it seem like Dark Zero's entire plan was to play around Kitchen. So hats off to Dark Zero. Let's see if they can continue their escapades here as they're going to move over to, I got a little antsy right there. We'll see if it still follows through with this player in Garage, but as they were going to look towards Master, you do this player over inside of Garage, Nick, and all 5 people have been discovered on the defense.
Yeah, that means that another bandit is tricking on the walls. Pamu's right inside the CCTV. First step, beats the walls. It can be tricky sometimes because Bandit versus Thermite, typically Bandit will win out in that engagement. You just like Bandit trick the wall, Thermite can't do much, he needs help, Sophia below, grenade, verticality, counterfire, anything right now. But this is just like before in Consulate, they're hunting the good old Canadian.
There's nothing he can do about this.
Oh, they can't get in. Yes, they have grenades on IQ, no breach charge.
Oh man.
Oh no, they punched it.
Wow, I really thought that they'd have that pressure from upstairs, and somehow, some way, Canadian is persisting in literally the worst room to be in this entire map. If you get found out in Oil Pit, you might as well call yourself dead. And that's why Palu is going to approach not with the true gun, but instead with the skeleton key, up close and personal, to take down Canadian. But honestly, for all intents and purposes, Canadian got away with murder on Maya.
Yeah, Pamela died though, so it is a 2-for-1 trade favoring Team Liquid. Not the best case scenario here for DC, but it's okay. Gym bedroom bomb site, I would say, as long as 3 defenders are alive, you can do a 3v5 easily. This is just a 3 versus 4, and Gurm is out for the count. The only real issue now is the Deimos tracker right now. One defender's position will always be exposed during this bomb site execute, and that means the LT players gotta work overtime and make up the difference.
Yes, indeed. Trying to get some footing over towards construction. They've done a good job of this so far as they work in from CCTV and Cash. Breaking open the windows here from Master Balcony so they can try and get access to those windows. A lot of these angles pretty heavy-handed at the end of the day, and make life a lot easier. Something that you have to really worry about on defense. That's why 9 times out of 10 you see a castle here. Obviously won't have it this time around, but DZ, they're up to snuff. They know about this, and they know that they have to try and make sure they have some creative ways to play around these windows, and that's one of them right there, at least for the construction door, as they have a nice little angle over the top of that deployable shield. I do believe that he was actually stood on top of the toilet or something like that over in the corner. Yeah, he's like standing on top of that bench. What a find there from Bo. He's playing the breach in the door on an awkward little angle, and now Dark Zero is picking Team Liquid apart.
15 seconds to go.
Nice little find there as well from NJR. Was wondering if it was going to slow down just a tad bit, given the circumstances, maybe just talk about things, but nope. It's going to be Dark Zero all day as Liquid give up the goods in 2 rounds.
One really big issue rather for Team Liquid is that they didn't take office control. Dark Zero had a mirror window inside of gold that oversees the entire bomb set of gym and master bedroom. Whenever you see that, your default go-to plan should be, let's take office, clear the mirror window, then go for a bomb set execute. The other option is, if you have a way to deal with the mirror window, smoke grenades, an ash breaching round, anything like that, of course, you can go for the direct approach from the window side of things, but Liquid didn't have those pieces of utility, so it becomes a bit of a brawl here, and it because both out their kill towards the gym window, all of a sudden, they can swing from gym, they can swing from bathroom, and they also have office. So 3 separate crossfires on towards 1 entry point of a single doorway. Liquid are simplifying their process too much in these rounds.
Yeah, and honestly, it almost feels like to me that Canadian might just be the leading factor in what Liquid has going on these offensive sides. He's distracting them.
He's being focused so much.
He's pulling them away from the primary story of these rounds. Like you said, if they were really, just really focused on that round and that, bomb site, they would have been like, okay, these are the default things that we need to do, especially with this mirror window implemented. Let's try and work things around logistics and see what happens. But no, instead, they're chasing ghosts downstairs inside an oil pit. They don't even have soft destruction to get the damn wall open to even try and get those top-down angles. As soon as that Deimos went through and he called oil pit, I was like, there's no way that he just doesn't get shot through a grate above him. And no, he doesn't. In fact, he kills IQ. Craziest thing ever. That's going to be one of the rounds that when Liquid goes back to it, there's going to be like, what the hell were we doing?
Yeah. I mean, I think you just gotta go back to defaults right now for Team Liquid. This bomb site right here is the most default of default attacks in the entire game. It is CCTV defense. Pop the wall exterior. That's your first thing. Second thing, you gotta make a choice. Either go for a catwalk garage attack right now like we see, with like a Capital, a Grim, and a Monty, exactly that Team Liquid have brought in this round, or you rotate over to Master Bedroom, Jacuzzi, and take the roam clear. And then you just gotta go with that. So right now, Liquid, they have one choice to make. Once they make it, it all comes down to good execution. You gotta pop Jacuzzi wall, but no one's actually playing there. That's fake pressure. They want DC to think, hey, it's gonna be a roam clear, but in fact, it's gonna be a direct garage attack.
Pamba?
With the bus G.
I'm so happy right now. I really am. This gun is so crazy. And I will say, I was a Boss G hater for a very long time. I just did not really respect it in the sense of like, dude, you have the K1A, you have more bullets, this, that, and the third. But I know we have some snipers in the game. That's the best sniper in the game. Canadian is an absolute just menace to society, and he's super short. He's Palu out of Billiard's window. We still have some fire to be implemented from Maya, just one. But I mean, if Bo just wants to give up the goods, then we can go down that way too. Pambazoo will lose his life to resets. He'd already been down, so the Bailiff, not really the true part of that tale, just the finishing end of things. They're going to try and move themselves forward, Selma out. He'll have to unslot in order to get through this, but the bomb is actually on Nesk. I think Lagonis is actually just going to try and occupy the door to make the cross a little bit easier for him, and life is good. They got that player downstairs as well, and what a play from Lagonis. He's blocking all of these smokes. They know they have to retake downstairs. Canadian has 2 rotation options. How is this going to go?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Resets finds him. And instead of securing that plant, because I think they were a little worried about these smokes, or maybe potentially a smoke getting through that we just did not see, it's been handled. It's been done. It's been dusted. The plant's down. It's a 1 versus 3. They know Nafe is downstairs, and he has to try and reclaim with one of the lowest ammo count guns in the game, up against not only 2 very solid weapons, but also his shield. Maya will take him out, and that's going to be Liquid's very first round.
I feel like actually a very scrappy round from both teams. Though I didn't really like what I saw. First, Liquid used their first Capital fire. They only have 2, mind you, on the garage stairs leading to lounge. So Pambazoo runs out of garage. They do nothing with that. Then they go into garage. They don't get to use a second fire because Bolo for some reason swings out aggressively and just gives them catwalk control basically. And then Pambazoo dies right after alone. The only good thing that happened was Canadian with that shotgun kill and puts up a window. The rest was a bit of a blunder, an odd couple of decisions from both sides, but ultimately with Liquid attack and CC, they got the right operators and they had the right approach to the round, even if it wasn't pixel perfect.
Yeah, I'm really happy that Liquid didn't pigeonhole themselves in this because they could have just tried to hardcore stick that plant, and I think it would have been ill-advised. They continued to try and roll around down low, knowing that there was going to be some influence from Dark Zero, and they did it in a proper creative way. You know what I mean? They were able to get control over that space. They even add more bodies down there when things start going wrong with that push in from, I believe, resets that was taking out Pambazoo. It's just all very well done, and that's the beauty of things like that stock room where you have quick access to the outside. You can just make that decision in 2 seconds, Pengy, drop off a plat, run right in the stock door, and you're like, I'm already here. I transferred floors, and I'm taking a fight in 10 seconds.
You can. Clubhouse does have a lot of avenues to rotate through, like hatches, the exterior as well.
Oh, my favorite, the stock to kitchen hallway.
Oh, yeah. You're always thinking, it's a long way to kitchen from garage, right? None of you go through stock.
Yeah.
It takes 4 seconds and you're there.
Oh, man, you remember Old Timer 2? Oh, my gosh, 5 seconds outside or whatever it was,
that's
the
a
original?
long time.
Oh, wow. So crazy. They went from 5 to 3 to 1, which completely understandable. Even 3 seconds outside, you're like, these runouts are ridiculous.
Yeah.
And they also implemented Oryx. So that would have just been, oh man, I can't even, don't make me start salivating, all right? That would have been crazy. So Dark Zero, they have to try and figure out for round 4 what they can do. Clubhouse still a defensive-sided map, at least in my memory. I'm going to look right now just to make sure I was right, and I was. 42% on attack, 57.7.
I don't think it tells the full story. I'm very much to believe that if you are a good attacking team, it's like you can get 5 out of 6 attacks every single time because it all comes down to executions and fundamentals. But the issue is, if you're not good at attacking or you're just insane at defending, that will flip. So I think Clubhouse is a very dynamic map where it can be attacker favorite, it can be defender favorite. I also think operator bans greatly impact this map as well. So I really think it's hard to say, oh, Dark Zero should get 4 rounds easy peasy. They might get 4, they might get 2, nobody knows.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Liquid knowing their angle so damn well. Don't know if you guys caught it there. I think we caught it on the third-person camera. Maya knowing that they're sprinting down main, just spamming the floor. Because again, beauty of Rainbow Six Siege, you just need 1. Now, I don't really like that when it comes to through walls. I really wish that they kind of nerfed the damage a little bit when it came to ballistics going through those, so you can get an automatic headshot for free. Because, you know, primary gunfights when you're actually both out in the open totally makes sense. But hey, that's besides the point. Right now, Dark Zero has escaped death and made it back downstairs. You said it yourself. This is a site where you're going to want all 5 ops, not only on the offense, but also on the defense.
Yeah. For the defenders, if you have 5 players alive, all 4 can lock down all the entry points. Blue, dirt, main stairs, and the hatches. For the attacking side, it's all about as many guns in one direction as possible. This is going to be Liquid gonna go.
Now, big moment here for Maya. He'll take out 2, make it 3. Resets will add to this fire as well. A triple kill for him. Some missed shots for Bo. He tries to turn on a dime, and Maya with the FBI pistol. Absolutely disgusting. Liquid will tie this up after Dark Zero get the initial pick with Nath. That's pretty crazy, actually, especially because you'd think they'd slow down just a tad bit. It was the exact opposite.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Liquid, they are known to, you know, really pay respect to the setup. Say, okay, we're gonna drone it, we're gonna do the 3, 2, 1 countdown, and then we're gonna go. They lose their initial opener of the Gurm, and they say, we're gonna speed up right now. They are not gonna expect this one coming, and they were right, because DC were barely holding any angles.
Yeah, 100%. They were actually all occupying the pseudo dirt to blue angle.
Yeah.
Everybody just stepping right in that line of sight, and that's why Maya was capable of popping off. That's what I love about having so many spectators in the lobby as well, is that we get to see everybody's perspective. And for instance, we got to see that from Nate's perspective there, and he didn't actually get to see Maya, right? This is what Siege is all about. It's all about what gets to see what. And he got to see the elbow, just the elbow of that Warden. And Maya's like, I'll kill him too. Don't even worry about it.
So last time Liquid attacked this bomb site, one big issue, they did not take office control, but of course you gotta get to the site itself before that even matters. Most teams will of course on defense do that the setup across the bomb site rather here on CCTV, and then you're gonna put a mirror window sometimes, I guess. You can bandit trick it, etc. You can impact trick, whatever you want to do really, just change things up. Liquid, they could go for a side rush, but the lineup, no blitz, no Munty, no Ying, because that's banned out. Doesn't really scream a rush for me. I think they're gonna go for a room clear take here.
I like how this is so snappy right now. Immediate identification that construction is available. They're gonna take that panel to pop open logistics. This is all things that we didn't see them implement before that I really, at least in my eyes, is a necessity to this top floor. You really want to try and battle for these things. We've even seen some teams in the past want that construction panel so bad that they'll just take a Maverick instead and torch a line. We're going to lose Bo here. I think that was kind of a little creative angle that we saw from the roof with him trying to step up, but very unfortunate circumstances befall him, and now Dark Zero will be down for the count. Double impact EMP, Selma for a side, and an exothermic for the other. That'll be Thermite down for his job at least, and now he's just another man with another gun. So you know Lagonis is very happy that he can take gunfights.
I get to have a gunfight now, guys. Let's go! Whee! But he might be first down a hatch and just die to enable Nest. I don't know. That usually happens, right? But it's a lot of utility still, but you need to get that Jacuzzi wall open up. They've gotten that, they've gotten connector, they shattered the mirror window as well. Liquid right now, they have the first 2-step of their 3-step plan done. Only now, drone out the bomber side and choose who's gonna entry in positions. Office hatch, gym window, into Jacuzzi breach. They could do a 3-2-1 countdown and just hit the site if they want to.
Nitro cell prepped. Maya, can you escape fate here? Oh, wow. He puts it away. He takes the gunfight instead, and Nesk will find him, and he barrels up main stairs. It's going to be down to Nath once again. We've seen in prior rounds. Not the last one, though. Is the one to start things off, but he'll be the last domino to fall this time around. It's going to be Liquid all day on offense, and when you know it, as soon as Pengu talks about how solid your offenses can be, if you start getting a roll here, if you start feeling yourself and you can start processing things properly, Team Liquid put together some dastardly rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that entire attack from a top-down perspective made so much sense.
Yeah.
They got the opening kill. That's like the cherry on top to make it so much easier. But at the right player locations, they did the right hard breach utility, and they cleared the mirror windows. And all they had to do, which is very difficult, is win their gunfights, right? Hit a couple of shots here, and they get it done. So connect the window, office hatch, Jacuzzi breach, and they had a guy on the master stage gym window. That's that who died right there. So they had everything covered that they needed to, plus meta advantage. The big thing now for DC, the final defensive round for them in this half, I think you have two options. Either disruption, try and do that early game roaming style, try and get a pick, or make something go wrong for Team Liquid. Because if it gets that 5v5, I fear for DC.
Yeah.
The other aspect, you really bunker up with a ton of different utility, like for example here, the Warden, the Mute, the Mirror, and the Goyo. That all screams bombs at util with bow on the roam. This is much more like the very first round. I believe Canadian actually, inside a kitchen as well, so it's gonna be a literal repeat of how this game started. And last time, Canadian fell back really early, he was cleared out, but Liquid forgot about droning out Bolo upstairs. They're not gonna make that same mistake again, I hope at least. And if they actually drone him out and take him out as well, this round outcome could be very different for DC.
Well, that's what I'm really scared about here, is because this all rests on the precipice of either Canadian getting to exist for an extended period of time, or Bolo being successful in the flank. But look, we're already jumping out the top floor. They see all of these breaches. They know. I mean, there's dedicated utility up here and all that kind of stuff. In fact, I respect this fully. This is exactly what Bolo needs to do. You shoot that drone, you dip. Because here's the thing. They still have to double check that you're not there later on, or at least have a flank cam. So, you know, if somebody does go down on Liquid, they're watching the camera. That doesn't even matter at the end of the day. So, Dark Zero going to try and persist here. I do believe that we've had our big bad. No, he's still there. He's in the corner sitting on top of
he's
the...
still kitchen.
Yeah, sitting right here on top of the cabinets.
It's smart strat. Basically, there's two roamers, and whenever you feel too much pressure, that person will fall back. You see, it's been a minute. They're still waiting for Bolo. The jammers are stopping them. They're holding angles. They gotta say, guys, can we confirm the top floor, please? Anybody, any drones? Well, the issue is they've lost 5 drones already. Just now they drone Gym. They gotta figure out Bolo's probably gone. Then they go downstairs. But guess what? Canadian now inside the kitchen with more mute jammers. They have a yellow ping. They got self-destruction. Canadian is a smart guy. He falls back immediately. Doesn't risk the overstay. This is best case scenario for DC. It could only get better if they get a C4 kill here in a moment.
And damn, brother, is this not clean siege?
It's pretty clean.
This is what you want to see. This is the beauty of Rainbow Six right here, folks. We just had so much happen, and nobody even shot at anybody, really. At the end of the day, nobody took any damage. Yeah, it's just so impeccable from them. And I love this from Bo.
He's AFK.
Yeah, he's just been sitting here for a straight minute. I think he wanted to be here in case Liquid wanted to try and press the hallway. We're going to have a swing here now.
No!
I'm at a loss for words that Bo is using the Deagle over the MPX, but he's so accurate at the end of the day. This thing does so much damage. It doesn't really matter. He knows that IQ's here. Oh my god. Oh my days. Oh no! There's absolutely no way. I thought we were about to see one of the craziest clips of my life. It wasn't the frag grenade. It was a nitro cell from Bambazoo. And has Dark Zero done it? Have they once again drawn Liquid's eyes too wide? I think they have. Liquid at a loss for words right now, but they have to start finding some answers. They'll at least get one for their troubles, but Maya's down to 13 HP. And Dark Zero, are you capable of tying this up? One sitting over in the dark corner, the default corner of Armory, but it'll be Bambazoo once again in this series to dust Liquid. And now it's a 3-3 half here. Is Dark Zero going to be the more dominant team on offense? What antics are we going to see out of Liquid? But before we get to that, Nick, break down this half for us, man.
Jesus.
What the hell just happened here?
So there's been a couple of small adaptations brought so far. That first round, as we just witnessed, in a similar style, Bolo did not get turned out top floor, so he goes for flank. Then 5 rounds later, the round that we just saw, they do the same thing. Bolo falls back super early, gives him top floor. Canadian falls back when he has to. Bolo sticks around main stairs, gets 2 deagle kills, dies, C4 trades him. That's the entire round. I've never seen something like this from any team really on Clubhouse, and I truly didn't think that anybody would fall for it either, because it seems so simple. Why don't you drone main staircase? Well, the thing is, Liquid was so busy and so occupied with all the mute jammers, with all that timing, that they didn't have enough drones or time to drone every single inch of the map. They didn't drone strip up either. They just said, you know what, this is probably clear. Let's just go for it, and it wasn't.
Yeah. And the key thing about that last one as well is that they know, because of the strategy that you've already seen, that Bo's going to be upstairs. But he makes the smartest decision that you can in this position, Pangy. And we talked about it very early on about roamers when Canadian was on Consulate. Guys, it's not about killing people. I promise you. I promise you. It's about wasting time and making it to where the offense thinks that you're somewhere that you're not. Because do you see what Liquid had to do? They had to go back upstairs and recheck everything. We had somebody sitting in construction on an angle for 20 seconds because they needed a drone to identify where Bo is. That's not a player that you can just willy-nilly walk at. Nesk is going to take down Bo. Pambazu will respond in kind on Nesk, and we've already got a 4 versus 4 in the first 40 seconds.
So explosive. The good thing is, with Vigil being taken out, that's gonna give your drones more true information, but there's a second problem, just like with Dark Zero. Reset's playing inside a kitchen with mute jammer assistance as well. So this all comes down to intel and counter intel. If one of those defenders go on drone for a long enough time, that flank late round will be a problem. DC though, they're pretty quick so far, and they got the monster. So 2 minutes, they can do a lot of stuff here. The big question for me is, will they actually commit to Dirt Tunnel and clear it out, or just give up the space for now? They're trying to breach the soft wall. It's a bit of a struggle there. Damon's trying to do his best at Pambazu. They're going kitchen now. They're going to fight resets.
Pambazu is going to take down resets as he was playing right in front of that shield. Great read there from Canadian, as well as just some, I mean, impeccable aim to not, you know, splash down Canadian in that situation. When you're dealing with one door frame and dealing with somebody jiggling off of your Monty,
it'd be hard.
There's so many ways that can go wrong. The mixture of Monty and clashes that I've killed over the years by accident, it's just too darn high. Pambazu is literally recreating the wheel right now with this revolver.
It doesn't work. He needs to go back. Get it right, Panda. Come on, one more time.
How many bullets does this damn thing have, man?
Oh, tons. It keeps going.
And it don't stop coming, and it don't stop coming. Yokai out, a little damage dealt to Canadian, but nothing that they can't deal with. They know that there's multiple players, or rather, yeah, multiple players, at least from the offensive perspective, pushing down this way. Yokai out, and he's going to try and get rid of it. Successful for Canadian, as that nuisance will finally be dealt with. And they've locked him in. That's the angle you don't want to see, and that's why he called for Palu there to handle Nafe, as he was occupying that dastardly resource there to try and handle that dirt rotation. Now Monty will at least be able to back them out. Smokes are going to go out. No Warden on defense here, but more than likely some Yokais still to be had. Have to see. 20 seconds remaining. Some nice shots here from Palu. A double kill for him. Still have a couple of different things to be activated. One of them's going to be NJR, and the case is actually upstairs out of all places. Canadian, oh no, that might have been the worst decision here for Lagona, as he allowed Canadian to have a 1v1 with Maya. He's going to try and run through, and they've literally switched positions. He'll take down one, and that is the craziest thing I've seen in this entire tournament so far. That is absolutely disgusting. It's not every day that you see a smoke criminal play in Rainbow Six Siege, but it literally goes both ways. At the exact same time, like ships in the night, they pass right next to each other, and they have no idea. Team Liquid win their very first defensive round with some fireworks to boot.
That smoke was for all intended purposes meant to escort the attacker down the hatch to secure the round, but instead became the sole reason why they actually lost in a 2v1, because Mundy was closing in, and once Mundy gets close enough, that's going to be game over for Liquid in that round. But you see right here, they cross. He actually meleeed in the smoke looking for him as well, but he missed just his shoulder. Huge clutch moment there. And sometimes you don't gotta do all the killing, but just good positioning, good coordination, and that right there is a heartbreaking round, because DC, they had it in the bag until they didn't.
Yeah, most definitely. Looks like we might be having a little bit. Oh, I get you now. I think we're in a tech pause, actually.
Yeah.
We do have things sealed up, so it wasn't so much of a Bo frustration moment. That is Bo just trying to stay locked in,
And
folks.
meditating.
That's it right there.
Taking a breather.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw the gymnast for the U.S. at the Olympics, but that guy did the I'm gonna mess this up, but it's the horse thing for gymnasts or whatever. And so it took him like 2.5 hours for his event to come up, and he the exact same way. He's just leaned back, sitting there on the bench, just locking in, just eyes closed, just focused on his breathing, and then he went up and won a gold for America. So go us, love that for us, and good on that guy as well.
Nice.
But yeah, there for Bo, trying to stay locked in. And the same thing can be said about Liquid, just talking things over, hand warmers out to try and make sure they're not too chilly. Yeah, it's a warm country, but I promise you, they might have the best aircon in the world.
Oh yeah, we're getting blasted with the cold air, and I love it, honestly, because otherwise, whew. But that's the thing about technical pauses. No one likes them. Fans, production, the players themselves, everyone wants to keep going, but you gotta make the best that you can that moment. There are some teams that they'll start tilting or arguing or just sit there and go like, oh man, this is so silly, this is so dumb, like, let's just go. Then your teams that they start meditating, they're laughing, they're cracking jokes, and of course, if you're an agile, if you're a brain player, you sit there and you take this moment to think, okay, our next upcoming round, what can we do? What has our opponent been doing so far? Is there anything that I might remember now from like theory or prep work that we have not yet utilized in this series so far? This is the moment we can dig deep and come out the other side with an advantage because of a nobody's fault tech issue.
You want to come out of the blocks flying after a tech pause.
You do.
That's the thing. And it's a very complicated scenario for everybody involved. And it has been for forever because you don't really know when this is going to end either.
Wait,
I don't know.
Wait, is it a toilet break? Did he pull the I gotta go right now and no one can stop me?
Listen, you either let me go to the bathroom or it's the chair. What do you want? Okay, like, and also I don't know if you guys saw the photo online for Bambazoo's chair. This guy is using like 7 of the secret lab pillows for his butt. Yes,
no.
And he's sitting on them. He's literally sitting on a throne right now of
he's
pillows.
Got the booster seat?
Yeah, dude, he brought the booster seat.
Oh
Exactly.
my God.
Exactly that.
I did not.
But hey, I tweeted at him. I was like, yeah, but I bet you're so comfy. Like.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Awesome. We're just checking things up real quick, folks. We are back in the server, but just give us 1 second here, and we'll make sure that everybody's computer's working, everything in between. We just don't want to bait y'all, okay?
No baits.
No baits.
No buts. We're just gonna go when we go. But so far, I mean, I think the big story has been the sides have been very close. First map was a 3-3 half, so tied up. Second one, Cafe, DC came ahead 4-2. Clubhouse also ending on that very close 3-3 scoreline as well. So there's been no one really stealing the show all too much. It's been a back and forth, and I think the big thing is both teams have been trying to set the pace and set the tone. DC goes fast on round, okay, they win the round. Then they could go, you know what, now it's our turn. Then DC goes to slow approach. They could say, okay, we can do that. Let's play Tuberao, Goyu, and Kaid and play that slow style game. Both teams are willing to take it to the other person's primary area of playing the game, and they're both finding success in different ways. I do always have this fear that CCTV bomb side is quote-unquote undefendable against like a Capital or a Munty or something like that, because you just cannot hold catwalk. But the thing is, DC, they've not brought the Capital, they've not brought the Munty, they've brought a Gridlock. And I'm just gonna think here to myself, what are they trying to accomplish that could be different? This could just be a good old, let's go master bedroom, breach the Kusi, or breach the Kusi wall, go master bedroom, and breach the connector wall to the bomb site, and go for a, you know, on a take. This one might be the case.
One of my favorite cams on all of Clubhouse, Pengi, right up on the aircon inside of the garage there. Pretty creative ways that you can get up there. I usually just do it by the shelf that's in the 90 of the catwalk, hop on that, hop on the window, hop up on the pipes. Always a good spot to be. Bo checking things inside of Logi, and they want to make sure that they cross their T's and dot their I's before they ever step foot inside of this map. And this is definitely a bomb site that you are most definitely going to want to do that. Bambazoo's over inside of Waits. They're going to track Stinger up every orifice of this entire map. I mean, practically everything locked down now. The only thing standing between Dark Zero and the site is themselves whenever they want to try and activate this. Going to try and peek in. Doesn't have the timing there, so he's just going to let it go as the Semo break down the construction single.
Okay, so now it gets tough for Team Liquid rather, because win conditional-wise, They can shut down the plant with a C4, of course. They got 2 of those in pocket, or of course hitting some crazy shots. But Dark Zero, whenever they want to, they can start getting down this plant. I'm thinking there's a mirror window, true, but you can't walk in towards the bomb site through that rotate. That's covered from the construction door. So you hit some faraway shots, you hit some V4s, or you just swing the breach like that, Recess. I mean, that right there's a hero play that's going to turn the tide of this round.
Just like Skillet, man. They need a hero right now, and it's going to be Resets. As he takes down 1. And Dark Zero, this is where you don't want to see them slow down too much. Obviously, recognition is a very big deal. They want to make sure that they know what they're doing before they go for it, but it's starting to hit crunch time here, and this is why you're seeing these Bs start to come out and things start to activate, but wow, they're just too good, man. Liquid, they've hit the timing, and sometimes it just doesn't go your way, does it? Right now, it's all Liquid all the time. It's down to NJR in a 1 versus 3, but he shouldn't get too far, even though he is probably one of the best players in the world, at least in recent history. NJR trying to step up to the plate. He's going to get gunned down by Palu in a rough round there for Dark Zero.
I think it was just such a good recognition by Liquid to say, we have lost this round strategically. If we don't do anything, we will lose the round. So it's time to be a hero. And yeah, Resets, he makes an individual play. That's never a good thing to see, but it works out sometimes. He finds 2 kills in the round, and all of a sudden, Liquid looked like they're in a stable position. Dark Zero are relatively locked out. No Capital, no Monty. They can't just cheese the plan attempt. They gotta win somewhere, but they just simply don't.
Yeah, 100%. And that's really it, is sometimes it truly just comes down to who shoots better and who gets the timing on these frags. And that was all Liquid right there. Catching Dark Zero completely off guard. Dark Zero was like, all right, Liquid is one of these teams that's really going to respect what's happening to them right now. Well, all except for Resets. He had a chip on his shoulder, he was prepared, and he was willing to take it to Dark Zero, and they find success in that. It's going to activate the timeout for Dark Zero. We've seen Mint seldom use these today. A lot of trust in the squad, but I mean, things are starting to get dire. Team Liquid has looked very successful so far on these defenses, and wearing different hats too.
I also think, like, looking at Team Liquid's prep work for the last, 6 months or so, I think they're one of the teams that bring a lot of prep. So whenever you call a technical timeout against them, they will always have something to talk about of good relevance. Whereas I think with some support staff, at least, maybe in the past, it's like, okay, these guys don't do a whole lot of technical timeout. We can, get a better, outcome of this. Because whenever we see it, they always have a talking point, they're going at it, and whenever a technical timeout ends, Liquid got a different idea or approach to these rounds, as well as Dark Zero. Playing from behind though, 3-5, the big question for me now is risk assessment. If Pamba sees an opportunity, a small gap, where there is a 40% chance of success, but you win the entire round, or a 60% chance of failure and your team can almost guaranteed only lose, I'm afraid he might not go for that play anymore. Because right now, you are 1 round away from match point, and then at best you go into overtime. But it's so important for players like Pambasu that when he sees a small opening, there is no hesitation. He goes in, he believes in his aim, he has the confidence, and get the best result with that. Because if you hesitate at this level of play, it will change the entire outcome of a gunfight.
Split-second decision-making and confidence is what Siege is really based off, man. Minus all of the knowledge that is necessary to play this game, and it's quite a handful. I mean, we've been doing this for 9 years now, almost 10 as we are in the latter half of 2024. Pretty crazy, actually. It feels like it just turned 2024, but hey, that's how things go when you get older, folks. I'm telling you. I thought it wasn't that way either. And then I hit 25, and I was like, this is flying by.
It is like that. It's a weird phenomenon.
Yeah, most definitely. Drone's down now. Trying to discover if there's anybody around this mirror. He's going to quickly dispatch that, just making their lives a little bit easier. But I believe they're going to break it open, too. And I don't know if they've designed this lineup to handle when the breach pops or when that mirror window opens.
I think that's the mirror window.
We're going to see, because it's going to have to be pixel perfect to get through there and not get soaked up by the electrification. So, going to be interesting. I don't think they exactly trust it. And, well, it won't get eaten up by the electrification, but it won't get any damage dealt either. So, very well done. And actually, now that I'm remembering, they took that away a little while ago for utility.
No.
Yeah, you can't break anything.
You got it.
Wow, you kids are so lucky.
Back in my day.
Oh, yeah, all the things I went through. God dang it. All right, well, AK-12 in hand here for Nave as he will be occupying the ace. And they'll finally get the breach open here for Jacuzzi. It just took him quite some time.
I was gonna say, this is my concern for DC, is that this happened also on Consulate. When it got to those like more dire moments, overtime, etc., or when your back's against the wall, they tend to go back to the old way of playing the game. They're very slow, they're very methodical, but with that, they also become incredibly predictable. You see Team Liquid right now, they're not worried about a flank or main staircase or armor up the hatch with the bombs at windows. They know there's nothing going on. They have Nesk and CCTV roaming, he's got that secured. You have Maya, Lagonis, Resets, and Palu all holding bomb side and office itself. So they're waiting for DC to make the first move, because they'll take this 5v5 and they'll make it a 5v4.
How in the hell is it Glass that dies first? Pamba's going to try and pick this up, and you said it yourself. Even if it's a 40% thing, they got to kind of try and send it, and he does. He'll down Lagonis, and this might be the best opportunity off the back of NJR's antics inside of Waits to try and pick this up. It's all up to him, and he can't get it done! Dark Zero lose to Liquid in the desert. Is it? No, I think it's
no. We got one more round to go. The Liquid players look so excited. I fully get what you're coming from, but it ain't over just yet. No, we got one more to go.
Yeah, you know what? It ain't over till it's over. My bad.
I gotta say though, it looked like the final moment.
You look so shocked. I'm so sorry.
I thought I was like, is that it? I thought there was more to go. No, I thought I saw two heads fly off their faces. I was like, oh, it is over. But no. We got one more in us, okay?
We got one
it's
more.
all calm down here. I felt the hesitation of Dark Zero though, like looking from that, what was the train of thought? Glass, smoke the window, jump on in and make the best thing happen? I don't think so. NGR, such a big hero in this round, but didn't really find the, enough kills. He found 3 in the entry, but he had to find all 5 individually. We need people to help each other on the attack inside to make these things come to fruition. Bola dies and Glass early, Panda jumps in, no one follows up, he flicks left, right, doesn't really know what's going on. It's not good enough for DC. And that's that slight hesitation, I feel. And now it's worse. Now it's no longer 3-5, it's 3-6. DC, you can go out swinging, you can go out with a rush, with a strategy where you say, you know what, we believe in ourselves, or you can do the slowest roam clear known to man and lose on time. And it better not be the latter.
Well, hopefully Dark Zero know that it's match point now, because clearly I didn't, so...
They're locked in.
Yeah, they're locked in. I was the one that was not. I needed to pay attention a little bit more to the top end of things, but, I mean, Liquids just look so solid. I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. There's a lot of potential here. I like that Dark Zero is trying to work their way around things, especially on this downstairs level. I'm going to assume that this has been castle barricaded down here. Let's see. It has been. There was no reinforcements on that. Buck just got to walk immediately into dirt off the skeleton key, so...
Imagine what would they played Blitz and they rushed third turn with like 4 players and just like took the bomb side. That's like, DC are so back. Instead, I set the world's slowest roam clear. Right now, DC aren't even roam clearing. Canadian is in strip hallway. Bolo is thrown in kitchen. NGR is just leaving spawn. And Nave is on the roof. I am worried right now because this pacing is not fast enough to actually have a legitimate chance in this round unless Liquid just fall apart in gunfights and making bad decisions. But looking at the spread of players from Liquid side, they have so much information. They know the only danger zone right now is kitchen and bar. They know they have the rest of the map at their disposal because there's no attackers there. And you see the Valkyrie cameras. Liquid are watching those as well.
Here we go. Nice little angle here from main stairs. That honestly, in my opinion, does not get used enough. We saw another creative one. I think it was actually from Liquid with a nice repel to handle a player rotating down main earlier in the tournament. But could have been another team. Either way.
PSG talent, actually.
Yeah, I think it might have been. I think it might have been you guys. Huh, I wonder who gave him that one.
Good old Fabian.
Yeah, the guy that knows way too much for his own good about this game.
And then gets first rounded. That happens.
Yeah, you know, hey, if Fabian didn't want that to happen, he probably would have just done it himself.
Look at the time though, 55 seconds. The Monty is a very big win condition right now, but the flank is open, upstairs open as well. Team Liquid, with the right timing, can actually attack from both sides, and they get them peek again.
Oh wow, what a find from Maya. Pambazoo can't even try and assist. That could have been it right there. They could have taken down Maya, and this round would have looked completely differently, but fortunately enough, they gave NJR an actual gun. He's got the 5.52 this time around, instead of being on the therm, but somebody had to do it, and he still made it look good at the end of the day. Have to try and find some space to get this plant down, though. NJR is going to want that one back. What a shot, though. He'll make up for it. Lagonis takes out Canadian. NJR, minimal time a lot to do. 2 players and an angle that he was going to have to worry about. It's right behind him. My entire back is literally sweating for him, but Nesk is still going to get it done. And this time, Liquid still turns solid. Dark Zero collapse in the desert.
When the pressure gets to them, DC, they slow down and default back to their old ways, and those old ways is not why they've been praised so much this tournament so far, because when they are fast, they are playing their best. The maps as well, Consulate, Cafe, and Clubhouse, not the best for the new Canadian playstyle of Blitz, Monty, and Clash, but they tried their best. Liquid only played 2 maps to this point, both Consulate. They've shown almost no strats this event so far, which sets them up great for the semifinals, and if they win tomorrow, the grand finals after that.
Yeah, so incredible. Liquid has looked so unbelievably good so far this tournament, and this is one of the better versions of Liquid that we have seen. I really like what we have going on, especially with Maya in the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, Maya in that final round gets the flank, gets the 2K, shuts things down, and so many times it feels like Maya is the guy who goes those opening picks, opening engagements, says, you know what, I am emotional, I'm excited, but I'm not afraid. And I think that's the big thing right now. Liquid did not look afraid in the server to make mistakes and go for crazy plays.
Yeah, and honestly, it might just be a little bit of this as well. It almost feels like that tech pause where Pamba really had to use the bathroom.
Yeah, what happened there? I still don't know.
Yeah, like whatever it was, I mean, oh, that's so sweet. Oh my God, I'm gonna cry. Stop it. Oh, that's so beautiful. Anyways, moral of the story of what I was talking about might have been potentially the worst moment for that to happen. Yeah. They had just lost that round, and then if you didn't know, tech pauses, nobody gets to talk, folks. Yeah, nobody at all. So might have complicated things there for him, might have had to sit on those emotions for a little too long, but pretty crazy stuff. I'm here with Baldu, and that was a hell of a best of 3, my friend.
It was. Honestly, the first map, you guys didn't see it, go back and watch, because that was, I think, the peak of this entire best of 3 series. Second map, Cafe, little bit quick, but then, of course, pretty good stuff in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said, folks, we're going to throw it down to Ian and Big Bad Nadian on the stage.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, Ian has changed shape, and so has Big Bad Nadian. Lagonis, victorious in Team Liquid in our matchup. I have to say, Lagonis, this really put us on edge. So let's talk about map 1 for a moment here. What do you feel got so close? Because, I mean, Consulate, the way that Dark Zero played it against you, it was a tough one.
Yeah, it was a difficult match, difficult first map. Like, they were repeating a lot of the plays, but even, like, we knew that they were repeating, but it was difficult the same level. But I'm happy, like, we're very comfortable. Like, we won 3 Consulates on this tournament. So, yeah, that's it.
And I felt like this game between you and Dark Zero is like very technical. There's a lot of small things that are happening. I don't want to pick your brains about something because, you know, Lagotness, there's a big brain behind it. Striker, Sentry, meta, yes, no, and why?
Yes, I think Striker is really good, especially when they don't have a Valkyrie on a comp, because you don't need to ping the cameras. So you have frag grenades and flashbangs, so Striker is very good, especially on attack. And about Deimos, you asked, right? Sentry, sorry. And about Sentry, like, you can have C4, bulletproof, so it's very good, you know? So, yeah, that's my opinion.
We're going to get more of it. But with this victory, you do make a bit more than just money. You get the key from Dark Zero. Canadian, please, will be getting the Dark Zero key over to Team Liquid. Thank you very much, Canadian. There it is. I don't know if you've seen others doing it so far. It's gonna get crushed in a bit. You ready for that?
Yeah, I'm very happy, very ready. I have seen like probably a lot of other games, not only Rainbow Six, so I'm happy to this moment.
Oh, don't worry, we've been crushing a lot of those. But you played W7M after they beat Bleed. How do you feel about that? You played them 1,000,001 times, even in their current form.
Yeah, they improved a lot. I think even Copa do Brasil, they were doing really well. And now they are in the semifinals on the EWC. So it's a big rival, like everyone knows each other. Like there's 3 players that I played together. So we'll be a good rival. And I'm looking forward to this match.
We all are looking forward to it. Thank you very much, Lagonis. Congratulations again to Team Liquid. They're playing W7M in semis tomorrow, but we got more to talk about here in the playoffs. So let's give it back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Milosh and Lagonis. What an incredible way for Team Liquid to close off the day today. They actually managed to get into the semifinals because, again, there is no other bracket, but also that It's great for the championship points, and in total for the prize pool as well for Siege, because they're now sitting at that, what, 6th, 7th minimum slot.
It's at least doubling from what they would have earned if they got eliminated today, so that's great for them. And of course, as well, having had the interview tomorrow with the R6 manager on the side of Liquid. So this is a great motivation for them. And something that you question, I think, as well, or you two talked about, is like, how is Liquid going to do this with their mental resilience going into this map? We hope this isn't going to be a very bad thing for them, that they have to come back from that map loss. But they took it very well. It was really good to see Maya being so active as he was once again on the stage. I think they really needed that energy here as well. One thing that I think was huge as well, a personal moment, we're getting on the defense of Liquid, was that clutch from Lagonis. The 1v2 that he got out of the time, it shows once again that Dark Zero were struggling a bit with those attacks and getting everything round in the time that they have. And even Lagonis said it as well, you know, they were doing the same things, or Dark Zero was doing the same things as what they've seen from them before.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the big thing for me that you touched on there, was we were questioning whether Liquid's emotion would actually fall into this game, whether they could actually reset themselves, because we have seen it time and time again where they haven't been able to. And I think this bit, it was a big map free, like you say, a lot riding on it, a lot of money. The chance to win, you know, to go through to play W7M, who they're used to playing, but also for their organizational point of view in the club championship. A lot riding on just one map. And when that happens, you need big players to turn up. Like you said, I thought Maya had, you know, incredible individual moments. Lagonis gets a 1 versus 2, which is kind of what we've known to see him for as well. You know, he doesn't get a lot of kills. You know, realistically, he's there to direct his team around the map. But when he does, he pulls off these huge clutches as well. And yeah, I'm absolutely over the moon for Liquid, you know, just to get through another semi-final and actually, realistically, a great shot at a grand final as well.
Absolutely, and I think something definitely to keep in mind as well is the dominance that we've seen from Liquid on this clubhouse particularly. First map as well was a very close one, second one more so in DZ's favor, and I think Team Liquid in general keeping it cool, calm, and collected and being able to close it out as convincingly as they have is something to take away into tomorrow's matchup, because it is going to be W7M.
That's definitely going to be something more familiar for them, I guess. As you know, Lagonis also said, they play each other back in their own region quite often. Now here, if we're looking at the scoreboard as well, I think something that we definitely noticed on the second map for Dark Zero was these individual moments from players. Pambazu was having a great time. We were saying how he was really allowed that kind of freedom to just do what he wants and just get kill after kill after kill. That wasn't really the case here, but we've been talking about Maya a lot on the side of Liquid, but it's not just Maya. I mean, we're seeing players around him step up a lot. I touched upon Lagonis having that huge clutch. He only got 3 kills in total on that entire map. One of those was in that clutch. Impact moments really matter for Liquid as well.
It's kind of crazy that we've basically gone through a whole Liquid best of 3 where they've actually played really, really good, and we've kind of not made Nesk and Palu the stars of the show, because that's kind of the old narrative of those two, that duo, you know, going through time. But now we're talking about this kind of new breed, you know, particularly Maya coming in, but also Lagonis having clutch moments as well. It just shows how many strengths these guys have got as individuals within that team environment.
Yeah, and we're talking about Liquid, a team that is hot on Falcon's heels when it comes to these club championship points. Slowly but surely, they are climbing even further due to the fact that they have now placed 6th minimum in R6 here. This is not the updated, but just a throw back as to what we were looking at earlier today. Again, I'm not going to do the math because I'm not good at it, but there is quite a big gap that they need to close in, but it feels doable from what we've seen right now, Fresh.
It feels doable. I think, you know, realistically, any orgs looking at this are kind of probably already thinking, hey, Falcons has got this. I know there's lots of competition to come, and I'm not going to get away from that jeopardy. But in securing that second place, there's still a lot of money on the line to at least secure that second place and then challenge onto Falcon. So it's big for Liquid. Like I said, now they've got a familiar opponent, there's a great shot at a grand final as well, and actually getting even more points, which will be, you know, only successful for the organization.
Yeah, and we're looking at Liquid particularly in how the performance has been this time around, and we've all kind of like put our thinking hats together to decide which one of the players we would give the MVP to. Maya particularly being one of the players that has genuinely stood out this time around, and we decided to just go with it.
I think the reason why is because he's been so consistent on all these maps. We've spoken about plenty of different players on either sides of these two teams, but they've been a little bit more inconsistent when it comes to their performance. Maya showing up consistently on these 3 maps, but also not just the kills, also like the whole atmosphere and the vibe that he's bringing to the stage, I think is super important too.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, look at the passion there in the communication, getting in his chair, bringing the emotion out of his teammates as well. And, you know, it feels like there was a piece missing for Team Liquid before he joined. He could be that piece, you know, absolutely as well. I said it just earlier. We've gone through a whole best of 3 really not talking about Palu, not talking about Nesk, which whenever Liquid play is, you know, pretty much a staple as well. This play here, I thought, really set the scene in this very final map. Not just to get 1, but to get 2 and to get 3. That was a real tilting round for Dark Zero because they did the right thing. After the first player died, the second player swung to refrag, the third player swung to refrag, and he killed every single one of them. And I think that's the type of plays that can just turn. When it's a big map like that, they can just turn it.
I love how we're singing the praises of Maya, and he has been so kind to join us in the studio. Thank you for joining, and thank you as well for joining for the translations. We do appreciate it. Congratulations, you are now in the semifinals. I want to talk about your reactions. I want to talk about your energy on stage. I want to talk about how every single time you get one of these clutch plays, you're just in it. You get out of your chair. What's it behind it?
Every teammate I ever had told me my greatest how can I say? Qualidade. My greatest quality is my energy. So I'm a very skilled player. I can do a lot of kills and kill a lot, but I think my energy that I can bring to the team is my greatest quality. So I love to screen and to give the team a good vibe, so we can play better every single hand.
Well, we've seen that you've been with this team for a little bit now. How do you feel like things are improving? What has been going very well so far?
I think if we have more time, we can always improve our map pool, our tactics, or our strategies. So I think with the time, we get only better.
What things did you focus on today when you was playing against Dark Zero? Did you see any weaknesses from them, or was it just about playing your game?
They are a very solid team. They have good strategies, very skilled players as well, Bolo, NJR, Pambazu. So we think that the map pool was great for us. So we had 3 maps that we like a lot. So I think that's the thing that got us the win today.
How much are you looking forward to tomorrow now, going against some of your old teammates? Big game in that semi-final.
Yeah, I had Lobin, Dash, and Dots as my teammates in the last year, so I like them a lot. And there's a kind of pressure in this match because of Vopes and Liquid, all the stars. So I think it's going to be a great match for both teams, and that's it. I hope to smash them.
I want to talk about the dominance of the Brazilian region when we look at Siege particularly. You guys have made it through. We have FaZe going up against BDS. W7M has already qualified. Fira right now, respectfully, they're kind of like stomping SSG a little bit. So what do you think sets Brazil apart? Not just from Siege as a whole, but players individually as well.
I always say that Brazil is a very strong region on every FPS game. So I think that, I don't know why, but generic it's a really good country on FPS games. So I think that's the point for us on the FPS games. We're very skilled players.
Tomorrow, do you have a prediction for your game against W7M? Because it's going to be skilled Brazilian against skilled Brazilian.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 2-0 for us.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate the confidence. Thank you for joining as well. We're going to be talking about the prize pool, the money that Team Liquid is currently looking at when it comes to Siege, particularly because with this win, 6 to 7 slot is already locked in. I mean, they are looking so great right now. $80,000 on the line, but there's only 4 teams left by tomorrow. $160,000. Quick maths, that's double.
Crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Like, hey, we've just won a best of 3. We get another 80K. We win a best of 3 again tomorrow. We get another 190K. Is that right?
I think so, yeah.
Can I do the maths properly?
Doing maths on the spot.
You know what? It's so pressured. But yeah, like this is absolutely how much this kind of stacks up into the late end of the tournament. Like I said, you're playing for so many things. the prize pool to win the competition, being the inaugural competition as well, and for your organization's points in that club championship.
Yeah, and we have unfortunately gonna have to say goodbye to Dark Zero. They will be sitting at the spot where they're at, and they're gonna be heading out of the competition. Their keys crushed as well. But before that takes place, we are ready to head over to Ian, who is standing by with Canadian to have their thoughts and opinions after this match.
All right, I'm here with Big Bad Canadian, the one and only Canadian. Listen, man, I know that you are one of the most competitive men in this game. That was a very competitive series, back and forth throughout most of it. What do you think it was about Liquid in the end there that gave them the edge?
I mean, they just kept fighting. I think they were playing a good game the whole time. Obviously, Cafe was our map pick, Console was theirs, so it's kind of expected to trade that way. I think things died down for us a little bit after some close rounds slipping on Club. And they, things never really ended up kind of going back our way, but that's just how it goes sometimes. Sometimes you just can't really pull the momentum back. You can't will that always. Yeah, stuff needs to go your way for that to happen. But yeah, I mean, they're a great team. I've always had the utmost respect for them. They got nothing but competitors there, great guys. So yeah.
I think ever since a couple of changes were made with Bolo and Nif coming in at Dark Zero, we have seen you guys very much on an upward trajectory. Do you have still tons of belief in this roster?
Definitely. I think when we're playing at our best, we can beat anyone in the world, no questions asked. So yeah, I think bringing them in definitely, took us to the next level, and I definitely think we're a top tier team that, like I said, can compete for titles and beat anyone in the world. So yeah.
You've always had so much incredible self-belief in you and whoever's beside you when it comes to your roster. Now it's all systems go ahead to the next NAL season and looking forward to the Montreal Major. What's the next few weeks look like for you guys?
I mean, we'll take the next few days, watch the event, enjoy some good Siege, try to learn from it, whatever. And then I'm sure we'll probably take, I don't know, a week or so off, kind of reset, recharge all that, and then just back to work. Yeah.
It's been amazing having you here, man, and commiserations once again. We'll see you at the next one. Back to you guys in the studios.
And with that, DZ is gonna have to say goodbye to their key, giving it to Team Liquid, who is collecting these like Infinity Stones.
I'm just really excited to see this once again. This whole it's crushing the key, but it's also a symbol of crushing the dreams of these teams that are falling short at the tournament. Very unfortunate for them, but it's always nice that the player gets to do it themselves. I'd like to see what it's like.
Actually, Tamu Milosh who's doing it, but yeah.
I think we spoke right on the very first day on the desk. We said, whose keys would you, if you win the tournament, whose keys would you put into your trophy? I think if Team Liquid win the tournament, the Dark Zero key is going in that trophy 100%, because that best of 3 out there was a real war of attrition.
Yeah.
It was a very close game. It came down to such minute details. It could have gone either way. They know they've been in a game today, and I think out of respect, they would have to put Dark Zeros in there.
That is a key to add to the collection. Maybe W7 NIMS as well. I guess we're going to have to wait and see. But I think with that, it is a chapter for Dark Zero in terms of coming out to another international. And it's a chapter as well for Team Liquid, because they can go home and relax and wait for the game tomorrow. But we have one more game coming your way, and that is going to be BDS up against FaZe, the match of today that you do not want to miss. So we'll be back after the break. Make sure you stick around.
educated, buzzing, riding the wave, spaced out. I left the room, came back again. It's almost noon. A sea of people, their hearts beat. They saw the sounds, witness the crease. They're impatient, couldn't take the weight. And after 40 days, they met their graves. From when a new generation rises, the truth in their hearts reside. From the east to the western lights, they'll rise up and claim their right. It's in the stars, my friend. Look up again. No time to pretend. Until we're dead, we fly when we can. Get down with the plan. Adrenaline. There's a million shining stars. I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us, but it's divine. There's a million shining stars, and I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. There's a million shining stars, and but it's divine. They keep on selling us dreams. It's in the energy all around us, all around us, all around us.
I'm Jackie Jing with the EWC, and right now I am with Team Liquid. Very honored to be speaking with Nesk and Lagones. So, how y'all feeling? Are you excited for the EWC?
Yeah, we are super excited. Like, we are so happy that we qualified. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to this tournament.
So, what does this mean to your team, this tournament, Nesk?
Maybe it's a great tournament for us because in the last season we didn't qualify for that. So it's a new chance, we have a new lineup. So for us, it's gonna be amazing to play here.
How excited are you all to show off the new lineup? I'm sure you all have been grinding.
Our lineup probably is like six months together right now. So we did well in the last major. So yeah, we're very happy. And I think like we can do great in this tournament. So let's see.
How do you think you all have been gelling? Like you said, it's been 6 months now.
Yeah.
So how have things come together since we last saw you?
We're getting better, like because like we have a lot of chemistry, like inside the server and outside. Like we're very friends. Like everyone likes each other. I think that's the most important things because like when you are so close to your teammates, like it's easier to work inside the server. So I'm really looking forward because I think we can do great.
Oh, I love the positivity. I don't want to be negative here, but we definitely need to address the elephant in the room. Y'all need a major win, for sure. Will this be the year?
Yeah, we hope so, but if we don't win, we don't have too much to think. We have a new lineup when we're saying in just 6 months, so we need to work hard, and after that, I don't know what to say. I know I have a lot of people want to me and Paulo win the major, but for us, I don't know how to speak, but we know that we can win the major, but we are just working hard. I like to enjoy the moment. I like to have fun with my teammates, so for me, that is good.
Lagones, do you feel any pressure? I mean, like, that's a big burden. You know, I feel like people look at your team and they have high expectations and they're like, where is this win?
Yeah, like playing for Liquid, like you has a lot of pressure, like especially in Brazil because we have the biggest crowd, like, so yeah, we have a lot of pressure, but as Nesk was saying, like everything's gonna be like on time, you know, like if it's gonna to win like this tournament, it's okay, but if it's the next one, like we are happy to. So yeah, we are just enjoying the moment and working a lot to.
I do want to look back at Manchester a little bit. So major improvements were definitely made, but didn't quite pull it off, right? Looking back, what changes have you made?
O que não aconteceu lá quais mudanças não rolaram lá.
Me ajuda aí, que eu não sei falar desse bagulho não.
Like, I think on that tournament, like, we were like probably just 4 months of lineup, so we need a little bit more chemistry. The thing that like needed on that tournament, like we needed to have a short journey. Like on that tournament, like we start playing on play-ins, like we won both matches, and then we go 0-2 on the Swiss stage. So we lost a lot of energy during the championship. And to like you reach the grand finals, you need to have a lot of energy. So we show a lot of intel about the maps. Like we played a lot of maps here in Brazil and on the tournament. So if we want to be champion one day, like we need to save a lot of energy, like got a short journey like during the championship, and EWC is nice for that because it's only 5 days of championship. So yeah, I think that was the thing that like we miss on that tournament.
I don't think a lot of people get to hear a lot about your individual journey. So I wanted to ask you as a player specifically, how have you evolved and what did it start off like and how do you feel about where you're at now?
Como você evoluiu, como se sente jogando agora?
I feel very good when I'm playing now because I talked with them when I see me in 2018.
2018.
And against me right now, I feel so much better. Maybe it's the time I'm playing. I don't know how to speak and how to say, but maybe my dedication of the game bring me here.
And the experience too, right? Yeah. Do you look back on any experiences and you're like, that was like a changing moment for me, pivotal moment?
Maybe in the 6th Invitational Paris 2021. Maybe after that, I changed something inside of me.
What changed?
I like to compete, you know? I don't lost that energy, you know?
You felt some resiliency,
yeah.
Like you were like, I want to play even more.
Yeah, I don't care about my age too, so I just want to compete and enjoy this moment because I know if maybe tomorrow can end it, so I need to enjoy all my life there.
And age is just a number.
Yeah.
Loginus, let's talk about your journey. Where did you start? How have you evolved? How do you feel about where you're at right now?
One nice thing to say is like my first international championship was on Paris 2021. So Nesk was playing like for long years and that was my first international experience. So since there, like I played on Team 1, I won a major there. And then after I came to Team Liquid and yeah, so like now we are working to win that championship like here on Liquid. So yeah, it's a long journey. Like probably if that there's a fun thing to say, like probably if I don't get injured, like I got injured, my dream was to become a tennis player, but I got injured, so I started playing video games. So now I'm here because of that, because it was a different journey. So yeah, that's it. That's some better things on our lives that like at the end of the journey, like turns to be a good thing, and that was on my life what happened.
Everything happens for a reason, right? I want to ask both of you, what are the ingredients for a solid squad? Like what makes a team the best of the best in your opinion?
You need to have a good like environment. You need to have a good like day by day. Your teammates needs to be your friend. Like if they are not your real friends, like things don't go well. So yeah, we have that chemistry, and I think that's the most important thing that we have right now.
I agree with that. We spend a lot of time together, more than our family. So that become our family too, you know. So you have to have that great relationship with them. So that's, and I really like to say I enjoy the moment. I have fun a lot of this guy.
And in Brazil, like we live almost together. Like we live in the same building. So like as Nesk was saying, like sometimes we spend a lot of time, more time with our teammates than with our families, because like we live in different cities. So everyone lives in the same city, like playing together. So yeah, that's really important and probably is our best strength.
What do you think opponents think of your team specifically? Like, what do they fear? What do they target?
So I think, in my opinion, what like teams think about us is probably about Nesk and Paulo, because they has been on the scene like forever. So I think they respect a lot them. In other side, like they see, oh, they never won a like super major champion. So yeah, I think there's these two opposite like points of view. So yeah, I don't know, like each point of view, like our enemy on that day is gonna like see. But yeah, we're a very strong team. So
you think people focus on you and Paulo?
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, what do you think they think of you?
I don't know, just
like you specifically, like.
Yeah, I know them capable of to play in the game, so I think that is that kind of thing they think about me and Paulo.
Do you think that you're a formidable force? Do you think people fear you?
Yeah, I think that.
I think the numbers don't
I like that. He's just like, yeah, they fear me. Sorry.
Like, Nesk and Paulo has like one of the best numbers like on Siege scene, so that shows a lot. You know, like probably like 6 or 7 years playing, and you were being so regular. That's very important.
What do you think they think of you?
Of me, I don't know. Like to be honest, I'm not like the best player, but I know I'm a good IGL and a good communicator, like inside the server. So that's my strength. So probably like people outside our team don't see that I'm that good, but like inside the team, I know my importance.
So humble. I love that. What's the best moment in Siege for you personally?
For me, is the winning the Pro League on Atlantic City. So for me, that's my best moments with the team.
Do you remember how that felt? Like what emotions you felt?
Yeah, I can feel the same emotion because winning for me is everything. So when we win that title, it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be recorded of my memories. So it's gonna be good.
So what is your ultimate goal? Like what do you want to achieve in the Siege scene?
Of course, we want to win everything, but if we didn't win, I just want to have a good career, a good friends, and I don't know, but just that, you know. Obviously, the winning is everything, but if you have a great friends, a good career, you are a good person, for me is good. Obviously, playing every tournament, for me is a good career too, and winning some things too.
Already doing pretty well, I'd say. What about you?
For me, like a good career, like we're asking. What's my opinion?
Ultimate goal, like to achieve in the Siege scene, yeah.
Probably like in this year is winning the Esports World Cup for sure, but like the ultimate goal is probably win a 6 Invitational one day. And yeah, another thing like adding what Nesk was saying, like for me, I think the happiness can't be measured only because like you win a tournament, you know, like as he was saying, like if you qualify for a tournament, like you need to be happy because like you are living that moment, like you are going to a new country, so that's very important.
So I think everybody thinks y'all are so cool, right? And they think you have a very glamorous job. What are the hardships that people don't see that you deal with?
For me, is to spend a lot of time with them and not with my daughter and my wife. So some people can see, oh, it's easy to play, it's just playing, but we know it's not just playing, we have some difficulties in the way. So for me, it's spend a lot of time with them and not with my daughter and my wife. But now I speak with them, so it's good.
Yeah, for me, it's like staying away from my family. Like they are in another city because we are living in São Paulo and I'm from Curitiba. So yeah, that's a little bit sad, but we know like in our job, like we need to like stay with the team and that's super important. And so yeah, staying away from the family probably is the worst thing on this career, but it's part of the journey.
How do you both deal with that? Like what keeps you loving Siege? Like how do you stay motivated?
For me, is have a good relationship with the teammates. That for me is really great because day by day, we enjoy it, we are fun, we are laughing. So for me, that's the reason I'm still competing.
Playing here like makes my happy family too. Like they are so happy that like, oh, we qualify to another championship. Like they see all the matches. So even I'm a little bit sad because I'm far away from them, but like they are seeing me on the live streams and playing. So yeah, that's like my happiness, my happy make them happy, so that's very nice.
Aww, okay, we're out of time, unfortunately. I've been having so much fun, but the last question, anything that you want to say to the fans?
Quer falar alguma coisa? Fala aí, me importa a voz. Por quê?
Não, você fala, pessoal.
Sure, for us, we are going to work hard for that. Thank you for all the support, guys.
Yeah, for everyone that is cheering for Liquid, thanks a lot for that. And yeah, as Nesk told you, like we are working a lot. And I hope to win this Esports World Cup, but let's see. Yeah, it will be a long journey.
And don't forget, buy the skin from Mute Liquid.
What a conclusion. Thank you so much for joining me. It's been a real honor and pleasure, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Flash hider is just more consistent, and muzzle brake, it's a weird thing with muzzle brake where, well, muzzle brake only affects the recoil of the first bullet fired in your gun, so a lot of guns with high rate of fire you'll feel the jarring difference between the first bullet and the next like burst of bullets that you fire. So for me, I'm an anchor player, defensive player. I use a lot of SMG-11 and other fast fire guns like the Vector. So if I use muzzle brake on those guns, it just feels really, really weird. So yes, flash hider for me.
Flash hider, of course. It's way better. I've been using it like since I started playing.
Flash hider, no question. It's like on every gun, so.
Vertical grip by a long shot, horizontal grip. I don't know. Whoever uses the horizontal grip either doesn't care about the recoil or just doesn't feel it at all.
Horizontal. I don't think like the vertical is that good, especially because like when you put in a balance, you know, like it has more like disadvantages than advantages, I think.
Vertical. Just because the horizontal, you gain a little bit of speed, but it's a one-shot headshot game, so you know having those pixel-perfect recoil is very, very important.
I think the OG Tachanka, as a long-time player for me, has a special place in my heart. Just because his gadget was really, really bad back then, that is part of his unique identity. That, you know, even though it's bad, the community still worshipped him and still trying to make ways to make it work.
It was fun to play the old one, but right now like it's way more useful the new one.
Rework, even though the rework's not that great either, I'll say that, but the original one was somehow worse.
Defense, because it's easier.
I enjoy a lot the attack because I think like sometimes you can play maybe similar to a chess game, you know, like if you move the right pieces on the right times, yeah, you can make a lot of things with
attack. Yeah, you can dictate the pace on attack, which I like, which defense is more, you know, reactionary.
I really enjoy the new consulate. I think it's, well, recent times one of the better designed maps along with Nighthaven Labs. But the old consulate was a really unique map in the map pool in the past because it is one of those maps that the attackers can play all of the bomb sites from pretty much the outside of the map. And as defenders, you have to adapt to that.
I'm gonna say the new one because I used to enjoy the old one, but like I have a couple of bad memories in the old one. Like I lost a final at SI to NIP.
New consulate, yeah. Old consulate, I just always think of now DZ, well actually they were DZ back then. Just playing those DZ type of strategical teams on that map was just a nightmare. Like you could just attack every bomb site from outside and it was miserable.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six Siege quarterfinals here at EWC. We have the final game of today ready to kick off. FaZe Clan going up against BDS. I'm Jeannie. We still have Anne on the desk, but we a little switcheroo. Welcome, Tristan. I was specifically told to welcome you to the stage, so please do pretend to be happy. Thank you.
I'm just happy you guys don't have to deal with Fresh anymore. That's all. That's the main happiness,
no, you're
right?
speaking everybody's mind. No, I'm joking. Fresh, right? We're joking.
Yeah, no,
yeah.
We're
All
really
right.
joking.
You know what's not joking though? This game, particularly FaZe Clan, BDS, because at the end of the day, both of these teams are on the chopping block. Not necessarily because they were not great, but there is just no lower bracket. So you snooze, you lose, you go home, and you get your key crushed.
Yeah, and we've seen a few of those key crushes now. It's a little bit dramatic. We've seen a few waves goodbye to some keys as well, so it's not a nice place to be in.
No, one of these keys I think definitely has to go in that trophy, regardless of who ends up winning. These two teams are teams that you want to beat going all the way to the final.
Yeah, when we're looking at BDS as well as FaZe Clan, these are two teams who have had a phenomenal history. BDS, particularly when we're looking at this region, I don't know what it is about the heat or the weather or whatever, just makes them pop. But FaZe Clan as well, when we're looking at SI, when we're looking at Manchester, I feel like it's a team that is always so close yet so far, and to be going out now would be a huge loss for them. But at the same time, BDS, you know, I don't know about you, Tristan, but I thought one of these two, like, I thought this was going to be the final.
Yeah, that's what we were saying in a lot of our prep. I think nearly all of the talent team put BDS, FaZe, Furia as our top three for the event, right?
Yes.
And it just so happens to turn out, not just as this BDS versus FaZe, but the next match is very likely to be against Furia as well, right?
I'm pretty sure SSG Furia was done and dusted, and Furia did come out on top. At least the first map was very one-sided. So yeah, you're probably correct. And that is crazy to think about because it's just so... it's just so quickly, so fast. These teams are going home. But when we're looking at BDS FaZe, if you guys want to cast your votes in terms of the team that you think is going to be coming out victorious, head over to secplays.gg and you can cast your vote and your prediction. But I would like to pick both of your brains about it as well. I'll start off with you, Anne, because we are looking at FaZe and BDS, but BDS particularly. What is that's going to be setting them up for success?
There's a whole lot of background, I guess, that goes prior to putting up a really good prediction for this here, but BDS so far, they haven't really shown a lot yet in regards of what they had to do. They just played 2 best of 1s and made it to the point where they currently are, and we have these high expectations for them, and we know that these players have these high expectations from themselves as well. As we said, you know, in previous iterations of an event like this in the summer, they came out victorious. A lot has changed for them, but I am going to put a lot of faith in them.
I would too. I see you nodding and shaking your head. You're like, in agreement, in disagreement, what is it here?
It goes both ways, right?
Right.
BDS have only had to show 2 maps so far. For some teams, that's a dream. You've got to show very few strats. We were speaking about it, weren't we? And Fabian would probably love that, only showing 2, the hiding strats, that whole meme, right? But equally, you kind of want to warm your way into a tournament before you get to a big game as well, right? FaZe were able to do that yesterday. They played ITB. They had that little bit of, honestly, a reality shock going into that first map, the 7-1 against ITB. I'm sure they weren't expecting that. We definitely weren't expecting that, were we? So is it going to be a little bit of a shock for BDS? Is FaZe too soon? Are FaZe warmed up? Or are BDS just really happy to have that great energy, a day off yesterday? It can go either way.
Teams say that they want to have that kind of reality check before going into the really important games, because you know that you're not invincible. You have to keep working on these things. For the side of BDS, I mean, of course, we've only seen them play these 2 maps. The first game they did was against Cruelty. There was a little bit of sloppiness sometimes, maybe on these attacks. Misdroning, miscommunication, maybe thinking a little bit too easy about that game. And then the game they played against W7M on Nighthaven as well. I saw players that are typically on the back line, like Bride, go for a swing as mute with an SMG-11 to a player that's outside the window. Those are kind of crazy plays. You're not really expecting them, but I'm not sure if you can pull them off against a team like FaZe as well.
But we said when it comes to FaZe particularly, when you throw crazy plays their way, they get a little lost and maybe a little lost in the sauce as well. But when we're looking at BDS, one thing to highlight here, Tristan, is the fact that they have not played a best of 3 yet. Yes, they can come in with that sloppiness. Yes, that first game could potentially be a blowout from the side of FaZe Clan, but they will still have 2 more maps to fall back on. And maybe for FaZe Clan, they're in the driver's seat considering they've already played it. I think you can genuinely argue it both ways.
Yeah, it's like you say, you can argue it both ways. And not just that, our map with FaZe went all the distance last night, right? It was quite a late finish. So that FaZe coach, I know for sure he will have been sitting there doing his work, going late into the night. BDS, nice and chilled. They had a nice day probably practicing, few maps here and there, and then went into things nice and chilled, watched the match. They got, 3 maps that they got to watch as well, so some good sort of feedback for them. For me, I don't think BDS will be too worried. But my sort of perspective coming into this match is we can speak as much as we want about the maps or the small details. These are 2 of the very, very, very best teams in the world. If this was the final of this tournament, like that's what you would expect, right?
And that's something that we would be looking forward to, if anything. But FaZe Clan is also going to have to prove themselves. After yesterday, they had that wake-up call where they dropped into that lower bracket and they had to fight for a chance to be here. They're now here. How further can they extend this legacy?
It's a good question. I was really happy to see at least FaZe be able to shut down some of the executes that Into the Breach were going for yesterday. Yes, that first map was really tough of them. I mean, KDS also said, you are playing against really good players. It's good that they're never, ever underestimating a team in that regards. But it was also nice to see players like Cyber come alive during that game. He ended up being our MVP of that match. We know that he's a great player when it comes to those entries. Definitely going to be seeing that here today against BDS as well, knowing that that is a side with players that all have such individual skill. But expectations from FaZe, I think they've been having a more difficult tournament than we and themselves probably expected so far.
But realistically, how much can we say that it has been a more difficult tournament due to the fact of it is very quick? It is very quick fire. You got best of 1, you're out best of 3. You could be out again, right? I think, yes, maybe a slower start potentially, but I think the amount of games that we've seen so far from FaZe and the amount of teams that we've seen from BDS as well makes it a little bit difficult to pinpoint on what form they are exactly on.
It's difficult as well because also their loss against Bleed, yeah, it's a massive upset. Like none of us predicted it. but it was an 8-7, and like that's a really close defeat, right? I mean, and then you saw it as well already. They didn't need a whole day to bounce back from that ITB defeat. They needed what, 20 minutes, and then they were back firing again. You know, so this is what great teams do. Like this is what the best teams do, and that's all you can say on it.
And great teams they are. I mean, looking at the two major events that we just had in Siege, these two teams were both the runners-up from those two tournaments. So they have a lot to prove here. They probably feel for themselves, but they know that they can be up there with the top dogs as well.
Oh, it sounds like a story I've heard before. What team was that? Oh yeah, Liquid. We heard that about Liquid as well. When it comes to these are the teams that are continuously making it to the top end of these tournaments, but there is just a hurdle in their way that stops them from doing so. And you're looking at this, it is FaZe BDS. They're each other's hurdles at this point, and it's going to make that a lot more difficult to move forward because there is no lower bracket where you can just thrive in and maybe not necessarily relax, but at least try and keep yourself in the competition.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we heard ITB's coach Kenny say it yesterday, right? They feel as though they could handle themselves against the big boys, and they put FaZe in that bracket. They put BDS in that bracket, and while, you know, the big boys, the big dogs, they have a big bite, you know? That's what we're going to see. We're going to see a scrap today, I think. We're going to see two teams really going at it. As I say, this could easily be a major final, an SI final, an Esports World Championship final. It could be whatever you want it to be. For me, I think
it's the quarterfinal.
Today it's a quarterfinal, and it's a shame for them. But equally, it's exciting in the same way because usually these teams will be going back and forth. They know exactly what each other's map preferences are. They've seen it the whole tournament. Now you're thrown straight into it. Okay, you're playing against BDS today. You're playing against FaZe today, and you're only in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, surprise! I think it's a delight for us viewers as well to watch because, as you said, usually we have to wait later on in tournaments to be able to see games like this take place. But now, day 3, we're already looking at FaZe Clan going up against BDS, and as much as this may be worrying from the side of one of these teams is going to be going out, it's also like, oh, we get to say some really good Siege.
It should be really good Siege. I mean, it is our match of the day. I'm expecting from both these sides, we know that they all have this individual skill to really be able to step up. For example, if it isn't Cyber, there's going to be someone else on the team to step up and really carry the logs. Same for BDS. If it isn't Shaiko, there's so many players around him that can really, really step up.
Yeah, and when we're looking at the maps particularly here, and that is something that I would like to dissect, we're starting off with an Oregon and Chalet. But I'm a little surprised here because I thought of any teams, it would maybe be BDS that would let Oregon float.
Oregon is a good map for both these teams, so it would have been one of the very first times that we would have seen Oregon maybe here. Is
Oregon's
what we were expecting.
Come on.
The border ban from FaZe, I'm not surprised by. It's the only map they don't play and haven't played since March. BDS play it, so not surprised to see that go here. For BDS, Nighthaven is one of the 2 maps they have shown so far in this tournament. They've got 2 wins in it so far ever since March as well. And I'm really excited to see Bang because both these teams since March have been unbeaten on this map. However, FaZe have definitely faced more difficult opponents on this map than BDS has. So FaZe have maybe the upper hand going into Bang here. Other side of Skyscraper is a great map for both these teams. So it's going to be good Siege, especially with the maps that we're going to.
Yeah, we spoke about this a lot, didn't we, beforehand, and we have so many talking points on these maps, but just to give you guys a couple of them, right? BDS so far, they've only played 2 maps. We just spoke about that.
Yeah.
Those 2 maps, Nighthaven Labs, and what else, Anne? Bank, of course. So again, they're going 100%, they're playing those 2 maps again. If BDS were to 2-0 here, or even get 2-0'd, they would only have played 2 maps this entire tournament, which is crazy from like a strats perspective or a preparation perspective. So that's an advantage for them. However, for FaZe Clan, I know personally from competing against these guys and also from what I've watched this tournament, their coach, their team, their IGL, whatever it is, they love playing teams on maps that they've already played. They did it yesterday against ITB. ITB the previous day had played Chalet and then played Skyscraper.
Yeah.
What did we see yesterday? Chalet and Skyscraper. What do we see today? The 2 maps again that BDS have played.
It's a kind of confidence for FaZe that they know what they're going to be going up against when you go on a map like Bang, if BDS has just played it. For BDS, I guess the kind of confidence for them to pick into a map like Nighthaven as well. That is the map that FaZe lost against Bleed, which was a big surprise, a big upset to all of us. But it was a very, very close map as well. We saw Cyber have a really slow start to that game. That could just be completely different today. It might be a risk for BDS. I get that they're confident wanting to play the map because it's such a comfortable map for themselves. But I hope both of these teams aren't falling for a sort of trap.
Yeah, you'll also be ruining one's winning streak. So one of them is no longer going to be undefeated since March. So that is something to keep in mind as well. A couple of bragging rights that you can add to the tally too. But in regards of who the public thinks is going to be the most influential or most likely team to actually take this win, it is BDS. I feel like we're not too surprised, especially considering FaZe Clan and how they have looked recently. And BDS, as you said, we've only seen 2 maps from them. They look like they're thriving. But when we're looking at FaZe Clan's coach staff, as you said it, they usually come very prepared. They love playing teams that they already know, maps that they've played before. They knew that they were going to be going up against BDS. That was already set the day before they went into that game that we saw against ITV. So prep could have been done beforehand when they're like, okay, well, these are the maps that BDS plays. We already know. So maybe couple hours of extra sleep.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the man on screen right now, Sunny Shaiko. That's the difference, right? Shaiko in Saudi, this is a different level of player. Yeah. Like, Shaiko's already one of the best players in the game, but Sunny Shaiko, now that's a different story. And FaZe Clan, how do you prep against that?
But the big difference is the roster isn't similar to what they competed last year with in Saudi. Like you wanted to talk about as well, like this team has gone through a massive change at the start of this year. They didn't participate in SI. They made the massive change from speaking a different language with each other, getting these English-speaking players on the roster. And ever since then, they've been really impressing us in Europe League, even in Manchester. I think everyone said BDS were the team to win Manchester, but they fell short. They have a lot to prove here.
Yeah, but I feel like as well from BDS, with the roster changes that they've had enough time to get accustomed to each other. They have proven what they can do in the UL. They've proven what they can do in Manchester. FaZe Clan, similar tale. They've proven what they can do in Brazil. They've proven what they can do in Manchester as well. And it's just a matter of, this is it. This is the moment for both of these teams to sit down and prove exactly which one is the top dog.
Yeah, it's exactly that. It's the top dog, the big dog, whatever you want to call it, whatever other teams are calling it. This is an exciting match. This is one of the best matches that you could possibly hope to see in R6.
And that is us ready to head into the final match of today. We have BDS going up against FaZe Clan in the quarterfinals of R6 at EWC. Let's get it started.
We are back on the Gadia Arena, getting ready for some more Rainbow Six Siege. The crowd's here for it, and that is because we have seen hearts broken, keys crushed. We've seen teams book their spots in the semi-finals, and we've still got another banger best of 3 coming your way. My name's Ian, and this is the one and only Milos.
Ian, I think we're spoiled for choice here.
We are.
EWC. We get 2 games back-to-back that might as well be grand finals quality. I mean, BDS FaZe. Are you joking? In any other situation, this would be the grand final of your event. The desk talked about it, right? These 2 teams have been in innumerable finals, especially this year. So this is a level of quality that we expect.
It's almost bittersweet that we're getting it now. You know, it's sweet that we get to see these 2 amazing teams on the stage here in front of our crowd in the arena, but it's bitter that one of them will exit the tournament here and now. It's tough.
Beauty of it is that neither one of these 2 teams will back down at any moment in time. There's too much on the line, Ian, for anyone to even give an inch.
Should we do this?
We should. Let's introduce our competitors. Let's bring in BDS. Our formerly French squad and now international. They've been to Riyadh 3 years in a row, and every year a completely different roster, either in play or the way that they are as a team. And this time, somehow, they make it look better than ever before, ready to lock in their semis.
BDS could be in trouble here, though, because here comes FaZe Clan. Arguably the most consistent team in all of Rainbow Six. Also arguably the best team in all of Rainbow Six right now. However, they were taken to the brink yesterday by Into the Breach. They've definitely got stiffer and tougher competition here in BDS. Gentlemen, please take your seats. Before you do so, place your keys into their holsters. This is cool.
It absolutely is. Again, grand finals quality level of play between 2 of the best teams in the world. Sure, they haven't won the trophies recently, but they both were in the grand finals. Invitational Manchester, you know these 2. They've been there before.
2 Siege Giants about to go at it. Let's get into it, Milos.
Grand finalists at Six Invitational. Grand finalists at the Manchester Major. Two teams that know what it takes to get to the very end. But only one will progress forward here in the playoffs to make the semi-finals. The other, we will have to bid farewell.
A tantalizing quarterfinal. Expected these two to face off at some point here at EWC 2024, but this early on, certainly not on my bingo card, but keen for this best of three, as we've seen the veto as well play out. Nighthaven Labs, Bank, Skyscraper, if required. I think both teams comfortable heading into this evening, and this should be one hell of a match.
Speaking of bingo cards, we got asked to do tier lists, by the way, coming into this event, and I put BDS and FaZe in my S tier by themselves, 1 and 2 respectively. The fact that they're meeting here in the quarterfinals feels like a bit of a tragedy. In saying that, for FaZe, I feel like they haven't lived up to maybe said power ranking coming into this event. Many regarded them as maybe the best coming out of Brazil, but Brazil has really stepped it up here at EWC. We've already seen Liquid, W7M make it through, both now playing off in the semifinals. Furia currently playing against SSG on the other stream at the moment. If Furia beat SSG, BDS will be the last hope for a non-Brazilian team.
Could be everyone in which we have 4 teams from Brazil in the semi-finals, and that will guarantee them success at the tournament and perhaps a bit of a rebound storyline for a region that didn't perform probably up to par at the Manchester Major, but still a lot of work to be done here over the course of the next few hours. FaZe, as you've sort of alluded to, have shown weakness throughout this particular tournament, but I think they, you know, showed some good resilience against ITB yesterday, who pushed them. They played fantastically in that first map, did ITB, but unfortunately outclassed by a very experienced FaZe clan roster.
Yeah, I mean, the weakness is not really too ingrained in a team that's incredibly experienced. I think they've certainly got the capabilities of getting back to their best. They've been able to just kind of scrape their way through. But, you know, 7-4 versus Scars to kickstart, you know, nothing too crazy out of the gate. Then they lost to Bleed, got sent down to the lower bracket where we saw them yesterday against ITB. Think back to Chalet, 7-1. I mean, that was a travesty. No Chalet today, though, so maybe no worries for FaZe. In fact, the maps that we do have, Nighthaven, Labs, Bank, Skyscraper. We go to Labs first up. What's your thoughts on that one?
Well, I'm a big fan of Labs personally in terms of the map specific. I mean, BDS starting out on attack. Onus will be on them to get the ball rolling. Probably some big discussion points in terms of the bans in the operator department that we're expecting so far this evening. Shields have been a hot topic at this tournament so far. On the most recent patch, they continue to be very powerful. We've even seen matches where both the Blitz and the Monty have been banned on a single map. We may well see that on Labs, although unlikely, but anticipate probably at least the Monty or the Blitz to be taken out. FaZe on defense, onus on them to stack rounds. But again, back to the operator ban discussion, how defend-decided will the map end up being? The tournament overall has been very, very, very defend-decided, even more so than Manchester, so...
Still expected, though, to a degree. It's not like we're sitting here maybe a little bit bamboozled as to the fact that it has been so defend-decided. We got an Oregon, by the way, as well in the other series. That was the first Oregon all-tournament. Not going to happen here, though, of course, for this particular series. Just taking a little bit to get into this opening game. Nighthaven Labs will be the first one up. BDS attacking first in that, and the play style factor of these two teams is going to be quite fascinating. You know, when we speak of FaZe, a lot of the times that more slow, methodical gameplay, Labs defense can certainly get off to a really good start. I would almost go as far to say it's like I'm almost expecting like 5 defensive rounds of Labs from FaZe. It's the kind of map, as we've already seen evidently and historically in Siege, that can have these big momentum swings based on defense on Labs.
Yeah, certainly so. FaZe will want to look to play their particular pacing, especially that we saw last night, and there were times where ITB were able to break that and they looked weakened. BDS might be able to throw that into the mix this evening, especially with some of the hard hitters that we know on their particular roster. Shaiko obviously goes without saying, play to watch, but users. I'll also be keeping my eye on him. As we finally jump into the match, we'll kick things off with the operator ban phase.
Alrighty, big game. Two teams that coming into this tournament, I felt like this could very well be the grand final. Yeah, FaZe haven't quite been at their best, but if they do get back to their best, certainly a competitor that could take down BDS, who have been flying as of recent. Of course, making the grand final at the Manchester Major, but falling short to Beast Coast. They get a chance at redemption. And of course, this is a tournament where they have already been successful in historically. Montaigne, once again has been banned and is up there with one of the most banned operators at this tournament. In fact, coupled with Ying, those are the 2 most banned operators.
Yeah, BDS took the Kaid off the board as their second ban back against W7M in that 7-2 victory. In the upper bracket, they qualified them here for the quarterfinal, so we'll see if that gets replicated. And no, it will in fact be the Azami. Oh, sorry, for FaZe, it was the Mirror actually exchanged out for BDS on this particular occasion. So the Kaid sneaks through, Azami off the board. Again, very, very prominent on this map, especially top floor. And with that unavailable, it's going to make things a little bit more challenging, I think, on the defensive side.
All right, let's head into this one. Keen to see how it's all going to play out. Best of 3 here in the quarterfinals of the playoffs. It is technically the last best of 3 to get forward in the playoffs semifinals tomorrow. We do still, of course, on the B stream have Furia and SSG playing it out in, I think, their 3rd map now, as they've gone the distance, and keen to see how this one does play out. Very quickly, Azami banned out again. Most banned operator. Do we need more changes to Azami? Do we need more nerfs to Azami?
Another 20% more damage.
Whatever seemingly is done to her is not enough.
Yeah, I don't know. Just delete her from the game maybe at this point. We'll see if that trend continues as we enter the latter stages of this particular tournament. But the stage is set and we'll jump into it. Round number 1, top floor we go. To reiterate, FaZe kicking it off on defense. And in terms of those operators and the most recent patch that we're on, Malusi already entering the fray. We've seen quite a bit of Malusi at this tournament so far, for those unaware, getting that secondary shotgun heading into the last week or so, and an additional Banshee as well.
Top floor command server to begin. FaZe on defense, and as I was speaking before, I think, you know, speaking candidly on it, for FaZe, 5 rounds might be the required mark on defense. Labs 4 rounds certainly minimum. You can't not be walking away, giving up 3 attacking rounds to BDS. We'll see what they bring to begin early. They do go double hard breach. I imagine they're going to look to try and open up IT, go for a bit of a direct hit, although we have seen teams go for more backwards push when it does come to command server. Handy just loitering towards blue at the moment, looking to deny any kind of maybe swift entry, as Liquifak is going to make sure he gets droned out on the mute.
Yeah, Flores has a pretty key role in helping clear some of this utility scattered around, such as those Banshees. If you don't know elect to shoot at them, and especially at this sort of level of play, teams will ensure that they place those Banshees in positions where it's very difficult for them to clear without entering a crossfire. Double hard breach means that opening up said walls isn't going to be too much of a challenge here for BDS. A lot of the groundwork here should be relatively stable for them. It is going to be the last phase of the round that really dictates how things play out, barring some kind of spanner being thrown into the works. From FaZe, they'll be the initiators if they are to aggress through the mid-round here. Although for now, they're rather content with allowing these lines of sights and entry points to be opened up. And they'll instead fortify on site.
Yeah, certainly command server, one of those sort of sites that can have a little bit more of a slow going pace to begin with, get through the checklist, open up the main breaches. There he is, Handy. Just loitering towards blue. Not a lot of presence has been shown from BDS in towards that direction. Solotov trying to just see if he can find some angles. Selma out, but that's going to get jammed off anyway. And KDS will deal with that one with the impact. 60 seconds, still no contact. Haven't really heard any shots, although it is going to be the opening kill to go the way for BDS. Cyber will fall, and that does open up this defense. Good start for BDS.
5 versus 4. It's the position you want to find yourself in. King with the lineup outside onto Shaiko. But Shaiko already ready and waiting. Should shoot that out. It does. Souls responds though, so Liquifak falls. 4 versus 4. 8 members up. 40 seconds then on the clock as BDS look to formulate this final push.
Quan Hive Launcher just being utilized as well, trying to get some information. Not a lot of time left in this round. 1-for-1 trades again continue out. No one able to get an advantage in this opening round of this series. Kit in hand, 20 seconds. A chance for BDS if they can get the next kill, open up the site, and they do that through users. KDS will fall. Low health for King. The response needs to be swift, and it is, but he loses his life. Handy now in a 1 versus 1 after dealing with both users and Solotov. Kit going down. Nitrocell thrown out. Does it land? Indeed, it does, and Handy opens it up with a bang.
Nice from Handy. Very, very clean. Finds the multi. Had that Nitro in pocket and timed it to perfection, held down the line, so made it difficult to run away from it in the end anyway, showing the volatility of that pillar position. Clean work overall there from FaZe, keeping the round even throughout the mid-round, and then tidy in the end. Good opening pick from Liquifak. able to disrupt that threat of the Nitro down below from the Valk, but FaZe able to still make it work. And they're a team with really strong problem-solving skills. There is that replay of Handy, able to march forward, perfectly lands the Nitro as well.
Good start for FaZe. They did lose with the opening player as well. Thought defensively could look a bit suspect towards the end of that round. BDS, I thought, were able to get through the checklist pretty nicely, open up a lot of the breaches. Got some decent kills, made entry into site, eventually almost got the plant down. A little bit unsuccessful. Decent chance for BDS, does go begging. Good job for FaZe. I think that's the kind of round as well, where as a collective team, as 5, they probably felt like they could have played that one maybe a little bit better. Ultimately, Handy with the 3K. A handy 3K indeed. They did drop a floor now. We do actually see maybe a bit of a roam game being employed. Vigil being brought out. Got the Legion too with KDS. Demos in response from Shaiko. Along with the Blitz and the Lion. So maybe fast pace for BDS could be the case in this second round.
Yeah, I'm pretty intrigued to see how Brede is going to employ the Mav on this particular setup. Perhaps to help open up walls above or line of sight.
Not often we see storage for the second round.
No, storage, bit of an unorthodox selection, but it is a site that has become increasingly more favorable. Probably, most certainly at this point, edging out Kitchen, for instance. But here is that Mav being employed, exterior wall up above on that terrace position. Elsewhere, Solotov probing top blue, and this is just a good amount of perceived pressure, at least for now. Souls, though, still able to collect the first, and it is the danger man of Shaiko. Limited impact in the match so far for him, and Solotov now looking to activate and find something back. But it is Brede to even out the man count.
Yeah, big kill from Brede. A couple more shots just flowing outside of storage. So quite a different start for this second round compared to the opening one. More shots ringing around the map. 3 HP for Liquefact, not ideal on the line. That's going to be the final E1D that has been deployed. Vidiking will finish him off. Advantage for FaZe, approaching the 90-second mark. And the creep push now from BDS not quite playing out the way that would have liked. Losing all of these battles. And users had no idea that KDS was that close. And right now, for the Blitz, for the Maverick, it's a very tall order in this second round. Too far away.
Yeah. I mean, Solotov never really been put in a playmaking position that round. Unable to find an advantageous play. BDS lose the first pick. Attackers then isolated. Not much pressure really on the top floor to enable any sort of vert if they wanted to try and play that, even though that probably wasn't really on the agenda. So overall, this round kind of petering out a little bit, whereas top floor far more competitive, comes down to the trade game and a nice little clutch from Handy. This time around, it's going to be a lockdown from FaZe, barring a miracle from Brede. But that won't happen, and FaZe 2 on the trot.
Yeah, very clinical round from FaZe. Thought they had really good map spacing and control. They were able to take fights on their terms. BDS never really at any point kind of looked likely in that round. Ultimately, the blitz play over towards blue really got them nothing. They certainly weren't able to really get any kind of spacing. Well, that opening kill from Solis is a really wonderful headshot. Not a lot there to look at, but he finds the angle. Yeah, there was a response from Brede, which did bring it back to 4v4, but yeah, as soon as that kill, yeah, and highlighting their users, just having absolutely no idea that KDS was even that remotely close to him. FaZe were on the move. They were moving around. They weren't stagnant. They weren't just holding positions. Yeah, and it just keeps BDS guessing. 2-0 start for FaZe. Decent. Now we go to Tank and Assembly. Thought we'd maybe get this in the second round, but we'll get it in the third. But again, the reminder really is for this map, defense, defense, defense.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe know better than anybody. It's not over till it's over on Nighthaven Labs.
They
so
certainly do know.
They'll be very eager to stack as many rounds defensively as they possibly can. On BDS's map pick, apply a bit of pressure, see if they'll crack. Some concerning signs in the previous round for the Europeans, but nothing that can be brushed off here on a basement attack. Just a single hard breach, at least primary, with the ace in tow. And it would appear that FaZe are going to employ quite a roam. It is just Vidiking on the basement floor in Assembly. Everybody else currently off-site. Hence the Fenrir being brought, who escaped the ban FaZe, can be used on the peripheral. And Leisure Mines as well to feed information to the rest of the team. The Goyo for site control. Oh, Cyber. You need to win this fight.
Oh no, that's a bit of a calamity. Cyber probably has to get that kill first time. He just wasn't quick enough on the trigger. Loses out, and an opportunity for BDS now presents itself, one that they haven't really had in this match. Deathmark activated. Logic Bomb as well on top of it. Puts the pressure well and truly onto Handy on the Fenrir. One down for FaZe, and BDS with a really good opportunity. And they are hunting.
Yeah, interesting there from Shako, right? So he jumps on the death mark, then doubles down on the drone, trying to feed information to the likes of Liquefac on the entry. Now on an island behind Pillar.
Gotta get this kill. Oh, what a shot back from Handy! And he got them both!
No way!
Despite the death mark, despite the pings, despite the logic bomb, and despite all of it, but no, eventually loses his life. But job done from Handy. 3 versus 2. And we're kind of back where we started in this round with 1 player advantage for BDS. 90 seconds left, and they can start to turn their attention a little bit more towards site, of which KDS is there, Vidiking close by. And so for BDS now, it's all about the late round site execution that's going to be forthcoming.
Yeah, Vidiking Cafeteria, perhaps contemplating some kind of roam here. And we can see right-hand side of screen, that's exactly what's taking place, but has been droned out. Position compromised. BDS may look to cut him off, could opt to try and go more direct towards site. Either way, Vidiking has been able to escape. Goyo canisters likely peppered around the objectives so they can look to stall out time from those particular positions. But BDS with the man advantage in a good position to flood and trade out these picks.
I certainly can't say for BDS, they've really got a lot of utility to help them with this push onto site. What's going to help them the most is the fact that they got the player advantage. A frag grenade available through Solotov. Outside of that, though, very little. Trying to play with some vert here at the moment from users. On the Dokkaebi, no logic bombs remaining. Not a lot of time remaining either, and the longer this game starts to dwindle down, the less this advantage is going to be beneficial. Head peek through the doorway, unsuccessful shot throw from Solotov, and the swing back really nicely done from Vidiking. 15 seconds left. Kid in the hands of Bride. They actually double stack together, super risky. But it does mean in any kind of fight here in this position, FaZe should be favorable. 5 seconds left, sticking the plant inside of assembly. They've just allowed them to get into sight and get the plant down. Now it's suddenly a 2v2. Post-plant retake. Huge shot from users. He's got 3 in the round, and Vidiking needs to find the final 2.
Doesn't get it. Clean from Bride. The double stack there from FaZe. An intriguing decision. Trying to bait the push through from BDS. But they themselves play tight. Allowed to get that plant down and then play it well in the post.
Took a gamble.
Didn't pay off.
Didn't pay off. I think actually once you probably get that kill and it becomes a 2 versus 2, maybe you have to split back, play site, deny that plant attempt. An intriguing round though, and we kind of, as we go back through the replays, Handy really salvaged it. 5 versus 3 from this position, getting tracked down, getting hunted. He finds 2 kills and keeps the round alive then for FaZe. Once that kill onto Solotov comes through though, it's time to reposition.
Yeah, they had the Goyo canister as well in this particular position to deny the entry for default. And because they were double stacked on the other side, they obviously couldn't activate it. So that risk doesn't pay off. Yeah, it was calculated in some respects, but BDS able to play around that nicely. Able to get their first round on the board as we head into the second rotation. Back up above.
Yeah, back over to command and server.
5 seconds to go.
So 2-1 in favor of FaZe, but a very important attacking round for BDS that has been acquired. They won't really need that many of them in this opening half. Tuberau has been selected by KDS along with the Kaid, so stall out attempt in towards IT, I would imagine.
Reload.
Double hard bridge in response, of course, for BDS. Amos once again.
Yeah, I'm liking this map from BDS. We'll see it here once more, and that will negate the debuff of the Tuberau. Also opens up an opportunity to create line of sight at the bottom of the wall, and someone can sit back on the stairs and get line of sight. Also opens up a route for users to get the wall with an exothermic uncontested. And that will be the option taken here by BDS. So within the first minute of the round, that's at least one key objective dealt with. Con will likely be up next. And I'm anticipating that they're going to stick to their guns, right? We think back to the last time they attacked this particular site. Outside of allowing Handy to sneak forward and find a multi, it was actually rather well played.
Yeah, just maybe like to see a little bit more pressure on the blue side. Didn't really offer a whole lot last time out. Also, I think they had the blitz too. Didn't really do too much. Good drone information in towards Garage. Rafters has been scouted out. Frost mats have also been spotted. So good information has been acquired now for BDS. And again, it's also the kind of site that you do not need to be too rapid. Oh, good shot, the push in from Shaiko.
That's
a little bit ballsy, and that certainly is, yeah. And Cyber will lose his life, 1 and 3. Not quite a start here, like, but here comes Handy again, 6 and 1. The standout so far for FaZe, who's been so prominent in these opening 4 rounds, continues to just keep them in these rounds. No more Dokkaebi, no more logic bombs.
That play from Shaiko, they're feeling somewhat esque to what we saw from ITB at times last night, where they find that pocket of space, quick call with initiative, find that pick, and then it can roll into more. Shaiko for another.
Straight in towards IT, but he does lose his life to Souls. So the trade is swift. It's certainly going to be an IT push. Users there with the kit. Now watching Liquefac in towards Con. 40 seconds remaining in this round. Okay, you got Rafters, you got Garage, but can you clear out Electrical? Handy's close by. And he's trying to find this kill. Shotgun, good up close. Okay, there's a good push in. The knife kill onto KDS is a successful one. But only 2 players to deal with now. Liquefac, he hasn't got kit. He hasn't got a lot of time. He knows where Handy is. That's a tough position to push in towards Electrical, though. The shield, so strong. 4 souls. He can play behind that inside of command. They don't really need to move. They can hold their locations. Don't need to peek. Don't need to play. Play the time, guys. Force Liquefac to push into you. And as soon as he does, and he tries to walk through the doorway, it's an easy shot. 3 to 1 for FaZe. A little scrappy, especially compared to some of the opening rounds. But yeah, FaZe do come through on the defense.
Yeah, you got to feel a bit bad for Shaiko there in that round. Gets the opening pick. Then able to produce yet another kill from an unexpected position. As we see on the highlight reel, there was the first. Oh, that was the one down below. Okay, so Solotov there caught on drone. Shaiko able to sneak forward for the second, but then FaZe able to bunker down on site, and then a really good textbook display in the 2 versus 1. Nobody over peaking, both players in sync. We saw the deployable shield utility here from Souls, played around perfectly as well. And BDS being shown that if they want to get attacking rounds here on Skyscraper, only 2 opportunities left in the half, they need to step it up.
And it goes without saying, but really well played there at the end from those 2, Handy and Souls. One's in Electrical, which if you're the attacker at that point and you've got 15 seconds and you don't have kit, you don't really want to be clearing that and pushing that and wasting time. And he's got SMG, he's got shotgun, close angle, he's favored. And then if you push Souls, he's playing behind the shield. So what do you realistically do?
Screwed.
So the worst thing that you could do there if you're FaZe is just get over Zealous, peek out, and try and take fights. And they don't do that. They're smart. They calculated. They're up 3 to 1. 2 rounds to go in this half. BDS, though, they don't need that many attacking rounds. So it's just all about perseverance. What we saw there from Shaiko, really good. 2 kills. Can they bring that same firepower here into this 5th round? The Deimos effectiveness, a little questionable maybe. It has been utilized quite heavily from BDS at times. We're seeing the death marks go out. We think back to when they tried to hunt down Handy with the death mark and the pings, and it didn't quite work out.
I wonder if they tried to avoid Handy here, knowing and sensing that he's threatening at the moment 6 kills, or do they actually double down, clear him off, and then know that the rest of the round will be, you know, alleviated in terms of pressure. Handy is up close, first fight.
Yeah, I like that. Handy's taking fights in different ways too. Close contact on the entry. We're seeing him roam when he got that kill onto Solotov in the previous round. He's holding anchor site positions as well. So he's doing it all right now. Being rewarded for it. Just trying to keep the pressure directly onto BDS and say, no, we're not going to allow the swift entry in through IT. Shaiko maybe, though, trying to see if he can just find an angle in towards Rafters. Oh, a random frag grenade, and Handy stays in a pretty dangerous position to then get that kill. Cross back, doesn't get traded. Huge kill onto Shaiko, taking out a big threat from that previous round, and a double down then from KDS. FaZe looking strong. Early days, but Labs right now is theirs.
Yeah, wow. Handy's looking so sharp at the moment.
Oh, Handy's on something. 9 and 1.
Double digits if he wins this, and he does. Frito falls off the back of the headshot. It's a quad for Handy.
Wow.
Wow. And I was actually watching on our overhead on the side there, right? We saw him prior to that on stream. Flashed, he falls back, immediately then responds, and doubly aggressors at the breach. BDS aren't holding down the line. They let him have that space. He's clearly sharp and not missing shots, and so you have to be spot on in terms of positioning in order to try and outmaneuver Handy at the moment. And BDS lacking that sharpness.
It has forced an interesting tactical timeout from BDS, and I think it's actually well timed. Even though I'm always one that it's around that 3-round mark that I like it if things aren't working well. But in a map like this, where pre-match I said 5 defensive rounds on labs, let's be realistic here. It means that for BDS you got one more opportunity to get an attacking round. Take the timeout now, talk things over, right? And give everything you got into this round. You find this second attacking round and suddenly game is back on. If you can't find it, FaZe get to 5 defense and they take a bit of control going into the second half. So this ends up being now a very pivotal and critical round to close the half out. We go to basement, tank and assembly. FaZe are looking good, but how much of that is down to Handy? Here is his POV in these replays. Good shots, but he is getting a lot of these shots outside of that one there onto users where it's unsuspecting players, right? But a lot of that then comes down to positioning. The way he's moving and getting around the map, great spacing, good control. He's not just holding a position, holding an angle. He's moving around, he's feeling confident. And that's where it's like the question you pose. Do you deathmark him? Do you double down? Or do you avoid him? I don't know what you do, but they keep bringing the Deimos, and we're not seeing, I think, the fruits of it.
Well, off the back of the tack, basement, we go round 6. Final opportunity for BDS to put up a respectable scoreline here in the first half. Otherwise, it is going to have to be one hell of a comeback for them. Again, I don't want to bring it up too many times, but FaZe have been up by significant margins here on Labs, and it has fallen apart before.
I've picked at the other stream as well. I was like, I'm going to see how Nade's performing as well. Maybe it's like Twin Moon at the moment. Nade's like 4 and 5. It's not quite the brotherly instinct going on. In fact, spoiler warning in terms of B stream, SSG right now 5-3 up against Furia. Yeah, and of course that is that's map 3. So kind of keep an eye on that one as we get through this one. Final round of the half. FaZe up 4-1. Big round coming up. Cypher's on the move in towards IT. Couple of sprays. There is that early logic bomb, and they've brought the Jackal too. So it's all about hunting down in this round now. If you're BDS, the Deimos, the Dockerby, the Jackal, and then you've got hard breach, soft breach potential to go alongside that. So understanding if you're BDS, you've spoken about this, you've just had your tactical timeout, FaZe are playing a roam game, let's double down into that. We need to try and take them out so that we've got significant player advantage then heading into basement.
Yeah, no final stand up above here from FaZe on the second floor. Instead, scattered first floor. Good work from BDS in terms of baiting out that Nitro. Won't have an impact, although there's still 3 in the pockets of the FaZe clan members.
Yeah.
So certainly something to keep in mind is...
I think they might fall back to side here, and an understanding for FaZe right now. If you're BDS and you've brought so much firepower in trying to clear out the room, well then you can probably then fall back, play side a little early. You've got the Nitro cells for that as well.
Yeah, execute utility will be really intriguing for BDS, what they'll have remaining at that point in time. Second Nitro utilized by FaZe, and again, not having impact. As we're into a critical phase of the round, BDS want to hold on for as long as possible, waste some time.
Play this perfectly.
Or not waste time, rather, and FaZe looking to waste it themselves. But they fall back. Now just 2 players above. Shokos look dangerous. Scorecard might not reflect it at the moment with just the 3 picks. But if there's anyone to open up the round for BDS, it may well be him.
Yeah, I think FaZe have very much understood the mission in this final round of the half. Heavy room clear from BDS to try and play down below as much as possible. Only 2 players first floor at the moment, Handy and Souls.
This is so far away from the objective, 50 seconds, and they're struggling to clear Handy again.
Yeah, just wasting so much time. He's targeting the mute with the death mark as well. All it takes is 1 mute jammer, and it does essentially nothing. Look at Fact running around through the hallways of first floor. Shaiko is still just wary of the fact that there are rumors that he can't win the 1v1 against Souls. Nothing working right now on the attack for BDS. In fact, they are just being lit up. FaZe too strong defensively. All this time wasted. The roam clear unsuccessful. And when it comes time to hit the site itself, FaZe are just too good and sharp. Liquefact with a good headshot onto Cyber makes it a 1v3, but no time, no chance. Surely that's the motto.
Yeah, round over. Officially, there it is. A 5-1 half to FaZe Clan. And that last round highlighting some of the weaknesses that BDS are displaying at the moment. Handy over towards Cafeteria, wasting a lot of time with little risk. The castle setup making it very difficult for BDS to find those rotations, to cut them off back towards site. And even those able to get in good positions, like your Shaikos, to find that opening engagement, to apply some counter pressure, not winning ones.
We flip into the second half, though, and again, the expectation now is for BDS to emulate what we just saw from FaZe Clan. A really, really solid effort, though, from FaZe Clan. The ability to switch up their playstyle as well, very evident on display, especially what we saw in contrast to a couple of those first 4 or 5 rounds, then that final round of the half. They understood the mission. BDS are coming, they're bringing everything they've got to clear out this roam game. Let's just be a little bit more apprehensive, but then we're still not just going to fall back to side. It's not 5 in basement. You've still got 2 players first floor looking to just go for a bit of a counter-strike, and in the end, it catches BDS off guard. Really well played. And coupling this, it is BDS's map pick. Keeping that in mind, though, defense we go, BDS should be able to get a bit of a roll on. And if they don't, well, man, trouble brewing.
There's no unlimited overtime this time, though. We don't have to get too worried.
Well, it's not like FaZe played unlimited OT anyway.
No, there's more so SI flashbacks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It may have been unlimited OT, but they still lost it in 2.
True.
Either way. This is the intriguing thing as well, right? As defender-sided as it is in this moment, if you're BDS and you lose like command server in the 7th round, then you're staring down 6-1. But if there is a team that has ever been up 6-1 on Nighthaven Labs, it is FaZe and lost it.
We need a swear jar. Next person to bring it up, $100 in the swear jar. So round 7 we go, and it is top 4 as anticipated. With the Kaid in play, that will be a valuable tool in trying to keep these walls up. That said, in response, we see the Mav, and we've seen a decent amount of Mav so far this evening here on Labs. Handy this time to give it a go.
Pulse is interesting. Oh, good opening shot. Souls, though, onto Solitop, and that's the Tuberel.
That's very clean. I thought it was maybe just chilling with the Secretary Hard Breach to maybe open it up or be some kind of second line of defense, but not to be. Flashes in hand on the rappel, line of sight, wins the fight, comes across and now opens it up with the Skeleton Key. And that's pretty much a perfect start for FaZe.
Yeah, I don't want to say pure win condition here for Liquefac on the Pulse, but he's going to be a big factor in this round. If he can find anything with Cardiac Sensor, Nitrocell kill, get this round back without having to take a contact fight directly. If he can just get something from down below, he does need to also be careful. We know, I think FaZe, the way that they've been playing, they'll probably look to just slip in, try and clear out any potential roamers first floor. So he does need to be careful. He's over towards Garage. In fact, just making his way in towards Rafters now is Liquefac. So he's joined back up. 4 on site now for BDS, sensing the pressure. Big util dump coming in through Electrical. If you're KDS, that is your job. On the striker. He's got flashes, he's got nades, Nitrocell, and the peak. That was so well played. 3 versus 4. 12 HP for Liquefac. Still lots of time, though, for FaZe. BDS are just holding on. Feels like they're on the ropes. A head was there momentarily, but Vidikin couldn't find the chance to get the shot. Walks in anyway, gets the kill onto users. Trade does come through from the Pulse. But they're just once again playing from behind. They don't have the numbers. Huge kill though from Brede. Now a 2v2. Numbers evened up. Plant to go down from KDS, and the Pulse is strong again through Liquefac. And that's much better from BDS. Where's that been?
That was explosive. I mean, FaZe were doing a great job of just chipping away, and as you would typically expect, top floor, playing into the man advantage, winning trade fights. Then we saw things awkwardly unlock over towards that Rafters position. And with that plant going down, covered over towards Electrical, and in that moment, it's in some respects a 1 versus 2. BDS capitalized in that particular moment. Showed some good sharpness.
I like the way that for Liquefac, when you're playing that Pulse, you almost think organically, it's like looking up, find player, throw Nitrocell. But he's almost used it as a way to kind of push through first floor, then back up to second floor, clears out warehouse, right? So Garage is clear. You can call that out. You can calm that out. Then you can go play site. We know where they're kind of pushing in from. He was so critical in bringing that round back for BDS. His ability to stay alive as well, get into the fights. And I thought he was definitely the star man of that round for what he was able to do. Start to finish, really helps out. Brede strong on site defensively. Still, throughout all of that, and while that was certainly much better from BDS, they were pretty close to losing that round.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, but a round win is a round win, especially on primary sites, so BDS will take that. Not taking any chances here. Round 8 basement, we go the expected rotation here defensively. Well, I said I would shout it out if
Okay,
Sky hit a
Sky.
good free cam.
All right, Sky.
That was pretty good.
He's cooking.
I was hoping we'd stay on it a little while longer and he'd stuff it up, but
I don't know if you could have stuffed that one up.
no, he'd find a way.
Well, what can BDS do off of this now? Momentum needs to be certainly built. You're down 2-5, so you've got to get the rounds ticking over. You need to force FaZe back into the thinking game. FaZe certainly can kind of throw bodies at these sites, at these problems. Yeah, they've got a couple of rounds that they can really use. Certainly banked up in the back pocket. Down to basement we go for this 8th round. 2-round combination with the Kaid once again employed. Not too surprising. Of course, lost the 2-round very early in that previous round. Oh, hello. Hello, Souls, double kill. On the exterior as well, I think in towards vending. He must have vaulted in, then back out. I'm not too sure. We didn't see it. I imagine we'll get the replay of it. Either way, 2-kill start for FaZe. Puts the pressure rightfully onto BDS. Behind the tank now. Pinged out. Users taken down to half health. Straight in for Handy. 11-2. How aggressive FaZe continue to play. And certainly now smelling blood in the water. An opportunity to strike has presented itself here on basement. And a timely logic bomb from KDS to just try and hint out where these last 2 players are. A little bit of a fight back from said last 2 players. And the pistol shot lands on the head of Vidaking. Users and Shaiku. Last standing on this site. The head to pop. No, what a shot from below. Users on the low ground gets the kill onto Handy in a 1v1 now. Lots of time remaining. KDS spots him up close. The flash. Does he push immediately off of it? He does, but he misses the shot. Users, that was so strong on site. BDS are fighting strong in these 2 rounds.
Wow. How have BDS gone on to win that round? They lose 2 picks out of seemingly nowhere on the rotation up above from outside to kick things off.
Oh my.
And Users just puts the foot down. He doesn't just place it down, he slams it down.
What do you even do if you're FaZe? You don't take a timeout. There's nothing really to talk about, guys. We're getting entry kills. We're opening up the site. We're doing everything so well. There's the lineup. There's the replay. But, like, it's a 5v2 and you've lost the round. Incredibly well played. Look at the positioning. Look at the shot.
Crisp, clean lock.
Handy has got to get that kill there as well. And had he done so, KDS would have got his, and that would have been round over. And BDS are very fortunate, but very stalwart on their defense. 3-5.
I mean, Users certainly had a couple things go his way there, but
you always
he played it as well as he could in terms of positioning. He landed the shots he needed to, like absolutely phenomenal. And that's the kind of moment in a match that can inspire the rest of the team as well.
The big thing as well for me is I think BDS can actually play a lot better in these early rounds.
Yeah.
So if they actually start to play a lot better in these early rounds, FaZe aren't going to be having 5v2 advantages all that often. So for BDS, certainly the pathway forward now well and truly there. 2 rounds that realistically FaZe should have won. They have not won.
Double hard breach, Thatcher combo here, round 9 for FaZe.
The issue though is the early contact fights, entry denial has been poor. That's really what they've struggled with so far. On-site defense has been great. You can't just stack 5 on site.
Yeah, I mean, the lineup here from FaZe would indicate that it'll be a case of opening up above, exterior garage, and then they'll be the sort of team that are going to then analyze what's in front of them, what the setup is. If there's any pockets of space, they can take horizontally over towards cafeteria, for instance. I think that may have now been spotted out. And then look to circle around this defensive setup from BDS. They have brought the castle in play, and that can make cutting off rotations more challenging. Just limit some of the line of sight options available. Handy might be cooking here with information onto Shaiko. Although I don't know if anyone's really in position yet to capitalize upon that. Still waiting for vert control from up above. Nomad as well in play, and so rotating back up above to contest that could be a challenge for BDS.
I also feel like FaZe, so far in these attacks, have actually been playing faster paced than what we typically see from them. This might be the round in which they are now actually playing a little bit more akin to what we usually see from FaZe Clan. A bit more slow, methodical, you know, get through these checklists, open things up slowly, not looking to rush and run around. You know, there's just over 60 seconds remaining, and I don't think we've heard a real shot at anybody throughout the map. Oh, that was an interesting angle that was found momentarily. And yeah, getting shot at Bride. He doesn't even know really where from. KDS does get the opening kill anyway into Solitol. So for the 2nd round in a row, it will be a 2-player advantage gained and acquired for FaZe Clan. Make that now a 5v2 for the 2nd round in a row. Down to Shaiko and Lickfact. This time, though, no dramatic, strong defense from BDS. Like, in fact, we'll need all 5 kills, and he cannot get a single one. Souls will make it a flawless round. Much better from FaZe Clan, and they get themselves map point.
That's how the last round should have played out, really, when you think about it, and the early advantage that was ascertained. BDS unable to put foot down that time around, losing a couple of picks unanswered, not in tradable positions. Once that castle setup was initially broken down, it really did highlight some of the lines of sights that were weakened and positions that were difficult to hold. FaZe played off good information that they're able to gather. That wasn't denied correctly by BDS. So the tertiary site reaping its rewards. In fact, in some respects, we actually kind of saw the castle on a couple of occasions there, actually, to the demise of the defense with line of sight below them. Either way, though, FaZe now on map point and fired up once more.
I feel like it's very easy after those last 2 rounds to probably be a little bit tilted, especially the most recent one in round 8. But ultimately, FaZe were able to get the job done there in round 9, flawlessly, in fact, and now they've got themselves map point. Looking to steal the map away from BDS, who did pick this map. BDS now require 3 rounds in a row. We go to command and server here, top floor, for this 10th round.
5 seconds left.
And it's been tricky. They keep bringing Tuber out, Kaid. I don't know if it's really stalling out long enough or good enough. It reminds me a little bit of Deimos in the first half, right? We're not really seeing the benefit of it all that much. So a lot of the operator selections, I think, for BDS have actually not really dealt much of a blow to FaZe Clan in this series.
So the striker in play then for round 10, and KDS bringing flashes and frag grenades, the most common combination on striker for the ability to util dump particular positions. And on top floor, for instance, electrical is probably the most likely place. We'll see that utility utilized to flush out anybody close by. Users may respond though he is on that warden, and so the best operator in dealing with that.
And just a word of warning here. If you don't want a spoiler of the B stream, the other quarterfinal that's happening right now, of course, I'll give you a 3-second countdown. 3, 2, and 1. 6-6. Overtime.
When you started with S, I thought you were going to say SSG1. I was like, what?
Well, they have a chance. It is overtime. Map 3 over on the B stream. If you want to go check that one out between SSG and Furia. Of course, quite a bit to go still in this particular series. FaZe looking to close out the opening map and take a lead against BDS. Does mean if SSG can't come through in that series and BDS can't come through here, it will be an all-Brazilian semi-final top 4.
They might be back. They might be back. Minute 30 on the clock here, though, for what may be the final round of labs between these two Titans. So far, it's been pretty straightforward groundwork from the attack, with exterior hard breach opened up. Just preparing themselves now in key positions. Vidaking still has 3 samples in hand, and he'll combine with Cyber to help open up Con Wall. That then having a route in towards this pillar position, currently being held by Liquefac. And we can see those Zoto canisters from the Tubarão stalling out the breach. But there's still a minute to go, so time not the biggest of concerns here for FaZe. They'll be rather content so far. Frost also in play. We'll quickly note that. There is one right next to the breach, and that could come into play as time becomes more of a pressing issue. Sometimes things can be overlooked.
I mean, typically a site, I keep saying that you don't really need a lot of time. That does get tricked as well, but 35 seconds is not a lot of time. This is a really good round so far from BDS, yet despite that, they lose the opening player of Shaiko to Handy. Now up to 13 kills. Not a lot of time, so you have to basically just send it in. Going through doorways, you don't have the angles. Surely this is a round in which BDS can slowly bring things back. Indeed, they do with 2 quick kills there, though. A 3v3 with 15 seconds left. Huge kill. Liquefac loved the little swing, though. Aggression from users, not just holding an angle, not just falling back. They want to take the fight to FaZe. Much better from BDS. Certainly a very strong defense, kept them locked out for a good time. The wall denial was much, much better there from BDS. In fact, probably one of their best round, if not the best round when it came to the operator selection and usage. Locked FaZe out, forced them into just a deep rush into sight. Didn't quite work out, even as good as FaZe are in their shooting capabilities, couldn't quite bring it back. 6-4, and a tactical pause as well from FaZe.
Yeah, and I think that round more than anything highlighting that even when Shaiko is having a little bit of an off day, not finding as many opening engagements go his way as BDS would typically rely on. I mean, at the moment, going 4 and 10, we cast our minds back. One that comes to mind is the one where we got the double opener, and they still actually didn't, ironically, convert that particular round. But we're seeing the likes of Users really step up. I mean, he's playing phenomenally at the moment in double digits, doing well, and even more so than that previous round. A good team effort. As you mentioned, their composition and the way they played around Util was probably the best that we've seen so far. Hitting clean shots, FaZe forced into unfavorable fights. Time then did become an issue as well. That said, FaZe do have their tactical pause still in pocket. They'll bring that out now, and as it comes to its conclusion, an opportunity to just relax a little bit here, settle themselves up for the next primary site of basement, and formulate a plan to lock this out.
Yeah, 2 more rounds required now for BDS to send this one to overtime to complete the comeback. Yeah, unfortunate there, but you can really see it here in the replay at the very least for BDS, showing they're pushing forward, right? They're the ones that are being like, okay, there's not a lot of time left, but let's not allow them in the site. Let's go right at them when they're not expecting it. They're trying to run, right? They're trying to sprint, trying to get in, they're trying to move. That's when we'll catch them off guard. So really good play from BDS. To basement we go. Of course, last time out, we saw a very, very good standing defense from Users. Played it well. FaZe got themselves I think it was a 5-on-2 advantage here on Tank Assembly. Couldn't close out that round. 11th round we go.
10 seconds left before insertion.
And the Capcan, intriguingly enough, has been brought from Solotov. Struggling to get involved in this game, 2-9. Maybe a couple of those EDDs could go off for him.
Yeah, we did see BDS unfortunately fall to a lineup on the rotation up above. Put them in the 5 versus 3, which compounded. Certainly not expecting that to happen again. Was a little bit of a fluke, but important to note that the rotation back towards site, if there is a roam employed, and there are a couple of players off site currently for BDS, that could be a telling portion of the round if FaZe are able to capture them on their way back to site again. There is some insiders to those players away from the objective. Blue outlines scattered across vending, kitchen, and storage. Of course, that is one of the improvements with the HUD. We know where everyone is all the time.
Yeah, I love that feature.
Liquefact in kitchen, but elsewhere, our eyes on the hard breach. 2-Brown response from Shaiko this time around. Stalling out double wall as the single gets opened up. But for now, this will largely be groundwork for the latter portion of the round. Still a lot to be done off-site in clearing up those key positions on the first floor to facilitate any attempt for a plant. Eyes back now to kitchen.
No map control for FaZe though. It's all on the exterior. They're all just so focused on main breach down below. They're not clearing out potential roamers. Yeah, there's only 90 seconds left, which means if they are going to do so, you know, they're doing so quite late in the round as well. Logic Bomb does get used by KDS, and Sol's actually losing his life to Shaiko, who's actually in basement. So I imagine that was maybe just a main breach peak. It's just not a good round for FaZe. I don't think they've played this really all that well. They've put the pressure on and opening up. Well, they haven't even got actual main breach. They've only got single wall. They haven't really cleared much above. They're still all on the exterior. 60 seconds left. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to win.
Everyone's in basement, and they're looking to play for cutoffs on the rotation back towards site. I don't know if that's because of a lack of information. Even Handy's being wary of a potential flank.
Well, they were drone. They were heavy site droning.
Yeah,
they haven't really droned off site. You see one there actually pretty nicely placed. 45 seconds. It's literally going to be a repeat of that last round where you, on command server. Rush into site, walk through doorways, walk down stairwells, and see if you can just get kills. BDS are going to be very well placed for that. They've got the numerical advantage as well. 5 versus 4. There's no time left. This can sometimes be really the thorn in the side of FaZe. These slow-paced rounds can cost them.
Well, 20 seconds then. Breaking this down will be a challenge for FaZe. Initiation shown. Liquefact wins the fight, no trade. At this point, the round surely over, but Handy able to cover the plant. Push comes through. Cyber will be key, but Handy falls. So too will the diffuser, and now a 1 versus 3.
That was shocking.
Round confirmed. BDS, honestly, didn't have to work for a lot of site control.
That was shocking.
It was...
You could have posted me up in tank there, and I think we still would have won the round as BDS. It didn't have to do much.
Yeah.
So the issue that round for FaZe, one, you don't even get main breach, so you don't get double wall, you only get single wall. That's not really enough because we saw Souls lose his life through that anyway. Shaiko gets the kill. So immediately as that happens, then they're like, okay, well, we can't really push through this, can we? So then the last second, with like 60 seconds left, we see them go back over towards storage. By that point, you haven't really cleared anything out. You don't even have the hatch opened up. And it's literally just slow push down towards site. That was a shocking round from FaZe. They've been good here in this map. And well and truly, I still feel like maybe even deserve to win this map, but that was the poorest round we've seen from them thus far. And it's really just giving this potential chance now to BDS. It's 5-6. OT could be beckoning.
Yeah, a lack of pace needs to be made up for in terms of being very in sync and confident and having a very direct game plan and having really good information and not wasting time elsewhere. And it screamed uncertainty through the mid to late round there from FaZe, where they're checking positions where players most certainly are not. Worried about flank game, etc., which was never in play.
5 seconds to go.
So maybe highlighting some issues in gathering information, relaying that, playing off it.
All it takes is this one round. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
6-5. It's still a map point for FaZe. They'll certainly be ruining their chances here in this particular half. You think back to the start of it as well, those rounds where, you know, they had the 5-on-2 advantages, the 5-on-3 advantages, and they were unable to execute a round win. Well, certainly no trouble with that particular breach this time around.
Important round for FaZe. Looking to steal the pick of BDS. But that lead has shrunk. Can BDS push at least one more round here for an overtime? The Docker in play, and the logic bomb rings out. Cyber looking to lurk through lobby. Just the 4 kills for him so far. Gaining space on this side of the map. Shock drones in play from the Twitch. Counterplay on offer. Flammable Mire discs, mute jammers even, Valkyrie cameras too.
This is better though. They're getting a little bit more first floor presence, moving around the map, clearing out positions like lobby and cafe, and you've also still got a little bit of more direct pressure as well through the breach. So the hallway, can they take this contact towards blue? If anyone swings that hallway, you're probably in a better position. Well, here we go. Maybe a chance if Cyber does indeed swing, and he does. Reward for moving around the map, getting into key positions, not just hanging outside on the exterior. Liquefact maybe looking to double down. He does make it through the doorway, but not unscathed. Down to half health. Plant as well. So now post-plant retake for BDS, where they have not got themselves into an advantaged position at all. FaZe just through sheer aggression. And I think for Liquefact, the long arm of the law, stick this one, hold it. Although he doesn't really get the opportunity to do so from above the roof, where you will see the end of Nighthaven Labs. FaZe just able to scrape by in the end. 7-5 this time around. They did not allow the comeback.
Big result from FaZe in this best of 3 in what is sure to be a tightly contested 3 maps.
And at the very same time, I don't want to give away the spoiler again. So countdown 3, 2, 1. The other result, it actually went to all 15 rounds, guys, on the B-Stream matchup between Furia and SSG. Furia taking it home over the North American team, which does mean if BDS get eliminated in this next map, there will be no non-Brazilian teams remaining at the tournament.
Wouldn't that be one hell of a storyline? I mean, the ball now in the court of BDS to respond on Bank. I think they still have plenty in the tank. BDS have been in these positions, backs against the ball plenty of times before. They'll rest, they'll rejuvenate, and they'll come back fighting.
I actually think for BDS as well, specifically, there were some intriguing rounds. I don't think they played awful. I think they actually played pretty well, but they can certainly play a lot better. But regardless, FaZe take it. 7-5 here in the opening map of this series. We're going to go over to the stage with Ginny and Anne.
Hello, Ginny here, joined with Anne, and we are sitting on the stage after the FaZe Clan BDS match that we've just witnessed. A lot of expectations that we had heading into this, and we genuinely believe that this is going to be one of the closer games that we've seen today. I want to start off with the fact that this was BDS's map pick, but it genuinely did not go in their favor.
No, we saw BDS play this map before, of course, one of the 2 maps that they've shown so far in this tournament. We talked about the importance of BDS having technically only played 2 maps prior to this, and they were definitely facing a difficult team here. It started off with Handy's massive 1v3. I think Handy so far in general had some really big impact plays in this entire game. Ended up going, what, 14-5 or something? Absolutely crazy for him.
Yeah, and I think individual performances from the side of FaZe Clan definitely is something to commemorate. We're looking at BDS's side of things, and it felt like there were a couple of those plays coming through, but it wasn't a consistent factor to allow them to close out the map.
No, actually, indeed. It was, of course, users having that great play with the Revolver in round 8 to really bring the round back in their own favor. But apart from that, I felt like quite a few of the BDS players were getting caught off guard. There were moments where they were on their drones, just getting shot from behind, as if FaZe knew what their every move was going to be, having obviously seen what BDS has already done on this map. And quite a few times that you see these BDS players like Shaiko, where we know he's a great entry, swing, have the advantage in the gunfight is what you're thinking, and still lose in the gunfight.
Yeah, that is, again, the Brazilian gunplay that was coming out here for the side of FaZe Clan, and they are definitely in the lead to really also highlight the fact that this is BDS's map pick, and going into the next one, that is FaZe's pick. That's where they feel the most comfortable to take this enemy on. I want to look at BDS's perspective and think, okay, you've lost your map pick, you are genuinely 1 map away from being eliminated. What are the changes that you're expecting from their side of things when we're heading into the next one?
It's really difficult if a player isn't having their day. That's the kind of mindset, I guess, that you have to go into. Because you did see these players go for aggressive peaks, aggressive swings. It wasn't as if they realized, oh, I'm not really hitting my shots today, let me just go sit in the corner. That was not what BDS were doing. That's actually what helped them win a few rounds on defense as well, to still be aggressive, still get into these gunfights actively. So that's something they have to keep in their mind. They know what FaZe does. I know they have the support staff to do the kind of investigation to see what FaZe has brought out on Bang before. And you also have to keep in mind, you, as well as FaZe, have been unbeaten on this map since March.
I know, but someone's gonna have to lose that record, right? Because like they're going up against each other, FaZe unbeaten, BDS unbeaten, which one's gonna lose it? And I think with the form that FaZe is coming in today, yesterday's wake-up call seemed to have genuinely shook them.
Yeah, I think the general consensus we had on the desk was that FaZe maybe is having a more difficult tournament than we thought they were going to have. Maybe they're even expecting that or thinking that from themselves rather. But this is looking a lot better. Yes, it was very close, but it was still regulation. And to beat your opponent on a map pick that they picked as the very first map they could select from any of the maps that was left, that's giving a very clear statement.
Yeah, but also BDS has never lost a tournament in Saudi Arabia, so that is something that we're gonna have to keep looking forward to. But we're ready to heading over to Tristan, who has a Telestrator segment to highlight some of the incredible plays that we've seen from FaZe Clan.
Yes, thank you, Ginny, and thank you, Anne. You join me at the Telestration station. I want to take you back now to round 3 of this matchup. There were a lot of really, really close rounds in this match. And just to bring you back again to round 3 here, I'll paint the picture for you. It's a 3v2 for FaZe Clan. For BDS, sorry, against FaZe Clan. But just watch the player movement here, which is so essential. The first gunfight's coming up here. It gets won by FaZe Clan. It's a 2v2. But I want you to really focus on the movement here of Bride, one of the most clutch players in Rainbow Six. What's happening here is FaZe Clan is setting up a trap. If I remove that from Bride and we place it onto the Legion instead, what FaZe want here is for Bride to come in and fall into a 2v1 trap. But what does Bride do? Have a watch here of this outline. He thinks about it, but he backs off instead. He decides, no, you know what? I'm not going to do that. Let me wait a second. Let me regroup with my teammate. Suddenly, there's a little bit of panic in FaZe. They're swinging around of angles. They're not sure what's going on. They're not sure what the execute is. But at the same point in time, again, look what happens. It's this mini chess game of Siege towards the late rounds that great teams do. We have, again, Bride here. He's rotated away with the diffuser, and he's being covered directly by users. What happens here? FaZe now are in a situation where they know it's a 2v1 as the bomb is going down. But again, users, he swings himself out, and now what do we see? The complete same trap set up again by BDS that FaZe Clan initially set up, and it's a 2v1. You'll see it here. The swing comes in from Vita King. He loses the swing, but just again, this movement of users here, he's immediately ready on that door, even if that fight was lost. It's amazing from both teams there, and there's so many late round situations. This is just how it is in top level competitive Siege. So we're going to throw you over now to Jackie, and she's going to tell you what's been going on the B stream.
Furia defeats SSG in a nail-biter, going to 3 maps. Right now, I'm with KZ. I cannot imagine how you're feeling. What an amazing victory.
Yeah, it was an amazing victory. The match was more tougher than we thought it was. So we are like feeling very, very great right now to win this match.
And relieved, I'm sure. It seems super stressful.
Yeah, it was really stressful. These guys are crazy playing. Inside the game is other things than watching, so it was like very stressful.
Talk to me about map 3. You guys came back, and then also that last round, what were you telling yourself? How were you staying in a good mental game?
Like on 7-7, I know they were trying to kill me on the brown we call it. So I like breathe a lot to be calm, to not to. I know my teammates will help me, so they did it. So I'm very, very happy for them to help me.
You knew they had your back.
Yeah, I trust them.
Okay, so BDS or FaZe, who do you want to play?
Can be anyone. I don't like to choose the opponent, so I just want to focus on the next match. Whoever comes, it's okay.
Okay, you're ready for anybody then?
Yeah, sure.
Looking ahead, are you feeling confident or are you a little shaken up?
No, very confident. So we're going to like rest and focus to the next match.
Okay, great. Anything that you want to say to the fans at home?
Can be in Portuguese?
Sure.
Ok. Valeu, rapaziada, que tá torcendo aí pela gente. Cara, foi um jogo muito difícil. Talvez assistindo, talvez não tenha sido, mas, cara, ali dentro do jogo tava muito difícil. Os caras estavam jogando uma ranked às vezes, tipo assim, muito difícil mesmo. Eu só queria agradecer a torcida de geral, é importante vocês estarem torcendo pela gente. E, como sempre, a gente vai estar dando o nosso máximo, podem ter certeza disso. E a gente vai buscar aí esse título para o Brasil. É nóis. Obrigado pela torcida.
KZ, enjoy that win. Thank you so much for the great interview. We're going to send it to a short break. We'll be back in a little bit.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Since me and users joined BDS, it's been really good because we didn't have a really good time by the organization, M&M. There was like some big issues happening. Obviously, we were like teammates, it was still good, everything, but the organization was, everything was going bad. So since we joined BDS, everything is going great, no problem. Teammates are really good, the organization is really good, everything is covered up, so it's been going really well. The pressure, it's not really like a big pressure on us because obviously like before us as well, they've been always making to the big tournaments, winning and stuff like this. So it's every tournament, like when you play more and more, you just forget about the pressure and just play your own game. Like, if you get the pressure, you're not going to win anyway. So obviously, we became second on the Manchester. We did some like big mistakes on the final, which people didn't expect, but same as us, we didn't expect either. But obviously, it's been like 2 months. We've been working on to fix our mistakes and win the tournament. So hopefully, we fix our mistakes and we're going to win it. People actually think they didn't speak English really well because obviously they were like a French team for a long time, not like an English-speaking team. But they're all speaking English really well. Like people think they don't speak much because not so many interviews they do and stuff, but their English is actually pretty good. So when it comes to like clutch situations, not even on the BDS, like the whole game and the players, it has to be Brede. I don't think anyone comes close.
So FaZe Clan have taken the opening map for what is our final quarterfinal that we've got remaining on the schedule. And again, confirmation from the B stream, Furia has taken down SSG, which does now mean if BDS cannot win in this series, if they can't win the next 2 maps, it will be 4 Brazilian teams out of 4, and the dominance for that region continuing on for Siege.
Whew. Means every other region's got to step it up.
Yep.
Potentially. But still some legs, potentially, in this best of 3 BDS. Now need to fight their way back. Bank, map number 2. It is, though, the pick of FaZe. We're speaking to Fresh in the green room, and he doesn't seem all that confident that BDS will be able to get this result across the line and push the 3rd map, but let's wait and see.
Yeah, it's an interesting one as well, right? So firstly, the map pick here of Bank is FaZe. So Labs was picked by BDS, they've lost it out. I still feel like, even though the confidence isn't there for BDS and the results on Bank maybe as of recent haven't been amazing, it's going to be the attacking half that I'm very curious on for them, because I feel like it's the kind of map where, you know, what we were seeing a little bit on Labs, right, with users and Shaiko, the way they were kind of moving around the map and getting some kills, maybe Bank could help facilitate that a little bit better for BDS. They are starting defense first, though, which does open the pathway for FaZe to, like Labs, maybe get off to a really good start.
Yeah, potentially. Bank can certainly be that map where you steamroll momentum. Again, links back often, as is often the case on any map, really, in terms of the operator bans that we do see play out and the opportunities that that then creates, or others that it can take away. BDS as well, we'll see what kind of rotation they want to play defensively, how popular top floor is going to end up being, is open area going to be early on in the agenda on that rotation. Basement, do we see big roams from BDS? Are they going to look to lock down site? I mean, there's so many different options here on Bank, and I think that's why it is such a, you know, loved map.
Yeah, and obviously, Guz, just for you as well, bit of trivia, you do realize who the winner of this series now goes on to play, right?
Hit me.
Furia.
Oof.
You do know what FaZe Furia would be.
That would be a rematch of SI.
It would be. For the semi-final. Of course, Liquid and W7M, the other semi-final matchup that we'll be playing tomorrow. So it's just a question of whether or not it will be an all-Brazilian bonanza. As we're getting towards the end of EWC, not too long until we can get into this map of Bank. Certainly for FaZe, you know, when we kind of look at Handy here, it's so incredible on Labs. Can you back it up? Is it the Handy show? Is it just the FaZe show? But Handy played really well, but they don't really need him to pop off and get 13 plus. It's a combination of both.
Potentially, right? There were multiple rounds back, even Labs, where he was put in very high pressure situations, isolated on rotations, etc., having to really step up, being fully droned under information, etc. And he was still stepping up, playing his part, winning his one or his two in a multitude of different rounds that were the difference makers ultimately in the end. Can he be that big clutch factor for FaZe here on Bank? Potentially. Will it even be needed? Who knows? FaZe may well be able to steamroll this particular series if BDS don't play their best form of Bank.
Yeah, just sort of letting everyone know that at the moment, no ETAs to getting into this game, but we can get maybe an exclusive version of the Jake and Guz podcast here as we get into this one. There's a lot still to talk about because, you know, for FaZe Clan, when we kind of think about them as a team, it's always a case of close but no cigar. Now, you think about a lot of 2023, all of the semi-finals throughout the majors, the grand final itself, in which they had a 6-1 lead in the final map. They would have felt like they should have walked away as the SI winners. They did not. And then you kind of look at the Manchester major as well, losing to eventual winners Beast Coast. So you kind of, again, falling short. That just seems to be the motto of FaZe. In Siege is falling short. They got themselves a one-map lead here against a very strong BDS team. In fact, I would argue if you would have done a power rankings with everyone having an opinion on it, BDS would have been number one coming into the event.
They were the only team I had in S tier, and I'm likely going to have egg on my face depending on how the rest of the bracket progresses, assuming BDS do fall here. That would certainly be an incorrect assertion. They could go on to win, take down Furia, which would be a massive result heading into the grand final. I think with that kind of momentum, they likely go in as favorites maybe, but yeah, there's still a long way to go before we even really begin that discussion, obviously. BDS as well falling to Beast Coast in the grand final at Manchester, and so they'll want revenge for that as well.
Yeah, intriguingly enough, as you mentioned, the fact that both of these two teams having their Manchester run ended by Beast Coast.
And they're not even at this event.
Yeah, that's even more funnily enough. So as we did kind of look towards the bracket, and we kind of just want to speculate a little bit now, because I'm very more so curious, as I don't believe we're going to be covering Liquid W7M. How do you see that game going tomorrow as a confirmed matchup?
Well, I mean, look, so far, W7M best of 3 format, looking really, really good. Absolutely demolishing Bleed 7-3, 7-1. Is that necessarily going to be the same caliber as Liquid? Well, probably not in terms of like for like. So I'm expecting that to be a very, very closely contested series. Liquid looked good against Dark Zero, who I probably pitched as being the team to beat in that particular series, but unfortunately they lost. No more North America now in the bracket. And so I think either way, that is going to be an absolute barnstormer to kick off proceedings tomorrow. If I had to pick a team, probably just Liquid.
Really?
I think.
I'm going to agree with you with that. I think when you kind of look at the opponent in Dark Zero as well, a very formidable opponent, being able to get over the line in that series, in that matchup. You know, no disrespect to Bleed, but I think for W7M, that's probably one of the maybe, actually would be the easiest matchup when you kind of look at the quarterfinals holistically, right? So BDS FaZe, very strong. Furia, SSG got pushed all the way to quite literally the limit itself, and DZ Liquid certainly was a banging matchup. So it's been a really good quarterfinals today, of course, semifinals tomorrow, and the only result still left waiting is indeed this one between BDS and FaZe. You kind of already touched on it there, but W7M Bleed was the only one that was actually a 2-0. Fury, SSG 2-1, Liquid, DZ 2-1. Does this match go 2-0 or 2-1?
I think so.
Think so what? Which one? 2-0 or 2-1?
I think it will be a 2-0, yeah. I mean, look, FaZe have already done quote-unquote the hard work so far, taking out BDS on their map pick, and did so in a relatively confident fashion and constricted them nicely back on Labs. Bank, I just don't think there's enough positive indicators towards the column of BDS, unless there's a world in which they've baited FaZe in with some really good counter prep heading into the map. There is that possibility, but there's also execution that's critical, and FaZe will adapt to whatever BDS bring anyway.
I think it's probably going to come down to whoever starts better here on Bank. Because if BDS can start well defensively, get a bit of that snowball momentum, I think Bank's certainly a map that can facilitate a lot of those attacking rounds. That might just then also circumnavigate a potential loss of morale after losing the opening map for what was their map pick, right? So you start well, you go, okay, we're back into this one, right? If FaZe start well, and they get like 3-4 attacking rounds, and you know what it feels like when you're losing on the defense and you just can't string together any kind of defensive stops. Yeah, the morale starts to continue to dip down even after losing that opening map. So yeah, I'll be very curious to see. I think really whoever starts well here on Bank is probably going to be the one that eventually finishes well as well. So BDS again defending first up. We'll see what that's going to work for them. But what about the last map if we do get to it, Skyscraper? When you think about that too, slow pace, doesn't that just fit FaZe as well? So BDS are really in a bit of a hole here after losing their opening map pick.
I mean, if we're sitting here in a couple of hours and praising a BDS comeback, I think it would be by far and away the best, most impressive performance that we have seen at the event thus far, and probably unexpected.
Yep.
So is it possible? 100%. BDS have the caliber, they have the skill, they have the experience, the determination. Can they actually connect those dots inside of the server over the course of those next few hours? Well, there's only one way to find out.
I have been told that the game should be starting hopefully within the minute. Fingers crossed. I hope I haven't jinxed it, but shouldn't be too far away from being able to get into this one. FaZe looking to make this a 2-0, get this series done and dusted, and book their place into the semi-final. If they do that, they basically double their prize pool as well with this series win.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of prize money on the line, and also club championship on the line as well. FaZe certainly in contention for finishing up in the higher portions of the standings. But the band FaZe is now upon us, and we can jump into the action.
Yep. And BDS defending first up and banning first up, and it's the Ash first up.
Look at Handy's reaction. It's like, second on the right, he was like, huh? Okay.
What are they cooking?
I'm very intrigued to see what BDS's second ban is. The Monty to follow, far more traditional.
That is the first Ash ban at the tournament so far.
Rip Ash bans.
So what FaZe are going to bring? It's the Kaid, heavily used by BDS over on Nighthaven Labs. And I honestly like the Montaigne Bang. I know that we're seeing it quite extensively throughout the tournament as BDS do get rid of Valkyrie. That one's certainly not going to raise any eyebrows for Handy. But it's probably the kind of operator, if BDS is struggling, you might look to and be like, can we just go shield up, help us out a little bit? Either way, we head to Bang. Second map of this quarterfinal. A bit of a stall, so a bit of a longer break. Don't know who that would potentially benefit. Maybe neither team. Still, as we head into this one, FaZe 1-0 up, looking to carry the momentum. There would evidently be a little bit soft reset, right, from that opening map now into Bank, but yeah, we shall see. Again, I'm standing strong on this. I think whoever starts well here probably takes the map. Oh, it's a banger of a song.
Well, let's hope it's a banger of a map. Onus on BDS, though, to put their best foot forward and get themselves back into this particular series. Round one, we go BDS defending basement to kick things off with hatches open and rotates. Also abundant. It will be a fall-off roam to kick things off here.
Yeah, and I'm genuinely curious to see, though, how extensive the fall-off's going to be. If it's really quick, how easy can FaZe just kind of push them back down? You know, we see teams at times get the slightest bit of contact and then they just drop immediately in the hatches and go straight back down to basement. I would like to see BDS be aggressive early, though, on defense. Don't just go down, you know, lock a CCTV. It's very easy to just try and get 5 players back down there, hold one over towards blue, maybe a little bit towards bot main. I saw yesterday in the series that we actually had FaZe play on this map, don't forget, against ITB. A lot of those lurk pushes in towards things like Archives, for example. Top square, we saw a bit of a lurk hold up there, if you remember, then the peek down double kill. So you can do some intriguing things on Bank. Certainly plays out in a really fun manner. Cyber, speaking of top square, has made his way in towards that position. Users in towards blue. Nothing in towards garage.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Quad roam at the moment then from BDS. KDS to kick things off, dropping down the main skylight. But again, goes back to the question, how long do BDS hold on? Long line of sight from Handy. And that's probably an answer to our question. BDS not falling off too quickly here.
Yeah, I like that. Users has got to have the discipline to not swing, though, from blue. You just got to hold that angle. Even if you hear shots elsewhere, you feel like maybe you could catch someone off guard. Just hold. 90 seconds left. This is decent from BDS. You know, forcing FaZe to clear, forcing them to push them out. As you kind of alluded to, also not dropping too soon, but they have certainly done so now. All 5 players for BDS inside a basement, but not quite all the way in. Bot main for Liquefac, and he's holding the close angle. There was a potential chance to swing into that, but the shots just kept coming, and he didn't want to push into those shots. Deepest pressure from KDS, and then Liquefac did go for the peak. And KDS just a bit better. 30 HP though, not a lot, but the opening kill for FaZe has come through.
Gives them that man advantage now to trade out for the late round. Goyo canisters being dealt with in towards site, and 4 Candela still up for Handy for this execute. Shots rain out. Cyber eager for a second, but the swing from Red and Uses just gives his team a lifeline.
Not a lot of time remaining for FaZe. 30 seconds left in the round. Over towards server with the kit for Souls. So default will be the plan. Only 1 gas babe remaining from Bride, but that might be all that is required. Candela's to go out from Handy. There is that final gas babe now that has been expended. 15 seconds, then the drop from Handy. Successful in towards CCTV. The EDD, though, not ideal for Vidiking as he loses his life seemingly out of nowhere. No real time. Soul sticking the plank. KDS still up above inside admin. C4 successful, and a successful defense from BDS to kickstart Bank.
Good work in the mid-round for BDS. Didn't fall off all too quickly, but equally didn't give away much for free. Defense weakened over towards main stairs, but FaZe still struggling to capitalize upon that, putting the groundwork for a default plant. Still, though, the utility from the defense enough to just make that a challenge. And then the follow-up from FaZe. Just not particularly great. Handy didn't find much with the LMG. The hold through Red from the likes of Users. Lurking near gold was great. No one allowed to go deep from FaZe to unlock that defensive stronghold, and the Nitro really just the cherry on top for what was a good opening round from BDS.
Yeah, very basic from FaZe though. Get a bit of admin control through server. Not much else. They didn't really have much else happening. Yeah, the drop down into CCTV almost offered maybe an avenue, but by that point too late. Needed dekill, really just compounding a bit of an average round from FaZe, but a really strong start for BDS. Bank's certainly one of those maps in which you can find success on both sides, defense and offense. And yeah, the good start for BDS, as I said, it's a really good way of just kind of resetting that morale after losing your opening map pick. You start well, you can kind of just maybe calm any kind of nerves. You're facing elimination essentially, right? So it's very easy to get nervous if you do lose a couple of these rounds early on to FaZe.
On the mirror in play then, can be largely influential here on Bank. Janitor probably the best example of that in locking down positions inside of CEO. Can they be vulnerable to Vert from down below? And that may be the counterplay on offer here from Cyber. On the Deimos can deathmark that position and clear it. Maybe also find a kill for his efforts as well. We'll wait and see if that's the play though. Won't be contested down below, and so he will likely find value. Liquefac finds value of his own though. That's KDS in the grave.
It's interesting as well, that was the player in which got deathmarked and forced out of main. Goes over towards CEO and finds a kill onto KDS, so that doesn't really work out in FaZe's favor, in which the player you've pinged out, forced to move, then moves into a position to find a kill. Pinged out again, and targeted by Cyber. He's trying to abuse him from below. Shaiko able to double down the advantage now for BDS with the kill on to Handy. That one coming in from second floor hallway and on the rappel now for Vidiking. All over the place now for FaZe. This has honestly been a quite lackluster start on Bank. These attacks have not been really all that clean in sync. It feels like I'm watching a bunch of individuals moving around the map. Where's the coordination that we saw on Nighthaven Labs? Got one square, one stock, one outside on the rappel. No one can really play off each other. There's no team element. Nitrocell does successfully connect onto Souls, further compounding the pain of FaZe in this second round. BDS, yeah, they're going to make this 2-0.
Well, if you're a BDS fan, I mean, you really could not have asked for a better start here. FaZe disconnected.
All those shots land on Labs. All those shots land on Labs. And maybe then it turns into a second kill to the player in the hallway. They don't, though, here on Bank. Dream start for BDS. 2-0 start on the defense, and it forces out an immediate tactical timeout from FaZe Clan. They do not like what they see. Neither do I, Guz.
Yeah, I respect it. Tactical pause very early on here in the piece. FaZe refocusing after what has been a less than ideal start here on their selection of Bank. Basement was tough, didn't get value on the push deep in towards through the objective. And round 2, top floor, and not really pressuring the objective at all.
And that's tertiary as well. I actually think I value probably open and staff a little bit better than we do for top floor. So, I mean, it's all, I guess, team dependent, isn't it? So, either way, a good time for the timeout. I feel like I've seen enough, and FaZe certainly feel like they've seen enough as well to talk things over, because the opening 2 rounds has only actually net them 1 singular kill. That's it. These have been very dominant rounds from BDS on the defense, and we will indeed head to first floor staff and open for this forthcoming 3rd round. But yeah, look at these kills. I mean, these are the kind of kills we didn't really see from BDS on Labs, where they're just able to find these sort of tight picks